Greetings, everyone. The concluding chapter has finally arrived. Please take your time to savor it. I shall endeavor to present you with even better content in the future, and I am immensely grateful for your support of my channel. Chapter 804, Lu Heng. In the far west of the Tianluo continent lies a desolate expanse. This region is rife with natural disasters and rampant beastly calamities, rendering it a place seldom trodden by human feet. Fierce winds sweep through, tearing asunder the 10,000 great mountains. Snow descends, encasing the land for miles in frost, while beneath the sea, countless volcanoes erupt, shrouding the heavens for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless disasters abound, leaving one to wonder whether the harshness of this environment is a natural occurrence or the lingering scars from battles of the powerful that have persisted for millennia. In such an extremely inhospitable environment, myriad extraordinary beasts are birthed, leading to various calamities. Although these creatures possess limited intelligence, they each exhibit unique traits, making them exceedingly troublesome. Thus, this far western region has become an almost uninhabitable wilderness. Only the strong, in search of rare treasures and the hunt for extraordinary beasts, dare to venture here. Today, however, this barren land is graced by the presence of an entity that reigns over the Tianluo continent. Xiao Ze materializes from the void, and Mandala steps forward. Gazing at the layers of ancient palaces amidst the shattered void, her eyes shimmer with excitement. The ancient heavenly palace. Xiao Ze waves his hand, summoning back a fragment of the primordial tree root. Mandala, looking towards the ancient heavenly palace within the fractured void, senses the dangers that lurk within. The surrounding shards of space are exceedingly sharp. Even a being below the Earth's sovereign level would be instantly severed upon contact. Within the depths of the void where the ancient heavenly palace resides, such shards of space are countless. At this moment, the ancient heavenly palace resembles an enraged ancient beast, poised to rend asunder any who dare approach. Wait, those shards of space, while ferocious, are also fragile and cannot withstand the presence of Earth sovereigns, let alone those of the heavenly sovereign tier. Mandala muses, her brow furrowing slightly. If one were to force their way in, they would likely cause those shards to explode, and it is highly probable that they would become lost in the endless void. To be lost in the boundless void, with no path back to the vast world, would spell certain doom. By some stroke of fortune, one might stumble upon a lower realm and survive. Mandala's brow is deeply furrowed as she analyzes the ancient heavenly palace, eager to discover a method of entry. Seeing Mandala in such a state of urgency, Xiao Ze cannot help but pat her shoulder. There is no need for haste. Is there a space within the ancient heavenly palace that can accommodate powerful beings? Mandala pauses momentarily, then quickly begins to recall. After a brief moment, her eyes light up. There is the tomb of the Heavenly Emperor. It was personally constructed by the Heavenly Emperor and is a small world forged by him, possessing exceedingly high spatial integrity. It must be able to accommodate Earth sovereigns and even those of the Heavenly Sovereign level. If the Heavenly Emperor has fallen, he should be there. Once the teleportation passage to the Celestial Emperor's mausoleum is activated, entry shall be granted. As Mandala spoke, her eyes sparkled with an evident idea taking shape. Then let the powerful beneath the supreme of the Source Realm venture into the ancient celestial palace to seek the whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor's mausoleum. Mandala's words prompted Xiao Ze to gently but firmly press down on her head, playfully tousling her hair. Calm yourself. Haste will not hasten the matters of the ancient celestial palace. The ancient celestial palace is fraught with peril. Allowing the strong of the Source Realm to enter could result in disastrous losses. What then shall we do? Have you forgotten the Holy Flame Legion? It is a manifestation of my power source, connected to me. Even if lost in the boundless void, I can retrieve it. Xiao Ze said with a cheerful smile that Mandala's eyes brightened as she raised a delicate hand adorned with a jade bracelet. Here, take this. The jade bracelet contained the Holy Flame Legion that Xiao Ze had entrusted to her. Xiao Ze removed the bracelet, yet he hesitated to act immediately, casting his gaze toward the distant horizon. Before we proceed, let us first deal with the pitiful creature. Mandala was momentarily perplexed, but Xiao Ze reached out towards the far-off land. Distorting the fabric of space, a bewildered figure materialized before them. Mandala's gaze fell upon the apparition, her expression swiftly morphing into one of Lu Heng. Having dominated the Tianlu continent of the Source Realm, Mandala, as its helm, sought vengeance against her former adversary, Lu Heng. Regrettably, Lu Heng had been overly cautious by the time Mandala dispatched formidable warriors to the Holy Demon Palace. Lu Heng had long since fled. To her astonishment, she found herself confronting Lu Heng once more in this far west. in the presence of an enemy. Tempers flared, and all the curses Mandala had endured over the years were attributed to Lu Heng. Damn it! Mandala, how did you manage to find such a backing? Without it, how could you ever hope to compete with me? Bound and utterly immobile, Lu Heng's expression twisted with malice. Humph! You despicable scoundrel! Your schemes once ensnared me, cursing me to this fate, all in a vain attempt to monopolize the Celestial Emperor's legacy. Such a fate is fitting for you. Mandala replied with palpable disdain. Lu Heng's expression shifted slightly, his eyes darkening with uncertainty. Enough. There's no need for further scheming. The pitiable creature influenced by the Demon Emperor is merely acting under the control of the Demon Emperor's thoughts. Seeing the flicker of indecision in Lu Heng's eyes, Xiao Ze spoke directly. Lu Heng's countenance contorted violently as he suddenly turned to Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, what is the meaning of this? Mandala, equally bewildered, pondered the connection between Lu Heng and the Demon Emperor. Though you may not sense it, the demonic aura concealed within him is glaringly evident to me. It seems he was already influenced by the Demon Emperor during his time in the ancient celestial palace, orchestrating your curse as well. Mandala gazed at Lu Heng in astonishment. Lu Heng's expression fluctuated between darkness and light, ultimately contorting into a sinister visage as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Ze. Truly worthy of the heavenly sovereign, you can even see through the demonic aura left on me by our master. It seems my assessment of you was indeed accurate. A puppet manipulated by the Demon Emperor, oblivious to your plight, believing that following him would yield favorable outcomes. Xiao Ze paid little heed to Lu Heng's words, responding casually. At present, you are influenced by demonic energy, your spiritual power stagnating, neither human nor ghost. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, you have only reached the status of a high-ranking Earth sovereign. That I wish to inquire. Has following the Demon Emperor truly bestowed upon you immense benefits? Lu Heng's countenance twisted and changed several times, seemingly persuading himself internally before slowly speaking. The victor takes all. The outcome is already determined. If our master breaks free from his seal, I shall naturally receive his rewards, soaring to the realm of the heavenly sovereign on the winds. Seeing Lu Heng's stubbornness, Xiao Ze could not help but reveal a mocking smile. Still lost in a daydream, a pitiful creature unaware of being manipulated by the Demon Emperor, there's no need for further words. Xiao Ze shook his head, then turned his attention to Mandala. Shall I leave this matter to you? Forget it. He is but a deceived wretch. Let us send him on his way. Mandala shook her head, her animosity towards Lu Heng dissipating considerably. According to Xiao Ze, Lu Heng was merely a puppet of the Demon Emperor at this juncture. Harboring hatred for a mere puppet was futile when one could venture into the ancient heavenly palace to confront the Demon Emperor sealed by the Celestial Emperor. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ze unleashed terrifying spiritual power, transforming it into a heavenly force that directly obliterated Lu Heng. Mandala watched as Lu Heng's form gradually disintegrated, emanating an intensely malevolent aura, and shook her head slightly. Pitiful creature. Chapter 805, Exploration. In the westernmost region of the Tianluo continent, Xiao Ze stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Mandala stood beside him, gazing at the fractured space that seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible hand. The fragments of shattered space were gradually healing. It was nearly restored to a state sufficient for the Holy Flame Legion to enter smoothly. However, I must divide my focus to control the Holy Flame Legion, which may leave me unable to attend to this matter. Thus, I need to implement further protective measures. Mandala nodded in understanding. In this endeavor, she could neither enter the ancient heavenly palace nor assist Xiao Ze, so she remained beside him, ensuring she posed no burden. As the broken space gradually mended, Xiao Ze sensed the stability of this realm and then waved his sleeve, releasing countless spiritual seals. The Ninefold Light Array. This was a Grand Master Spirit Array presented by a heavenly sovereign during the previous alchemy auction, exchanged for a divine pill. Its power was extraordinary. Layer upon layer of the Spirit Array expanded until it reached 9 levels, the first of which soared towards the heavens. The Ninefold Spirit Array formed a tower-like structure, its coverage spanning hundreds of thousands of zhang. Within the oppressive aura of the array, countless beasts trembled, retreating in fear, no longer exhibiting their former might. The peculiar tower-like Spirit Array radiated brilliant spiritual energy, illuminating all directions, whether beneath the earth, in the heavens, or deep within the space. Nothing could hide from the brilliance of this spiritual light. Anyone daring to intrude within this radiant domain would be immediately detected and subjected to the array's formidable spiritual assault. After establishing this Grand Master Spirit Array, Xiao Ze turned his attention to the ruins of the ancient heavenly palace. There remained some fragments lingering in the depths of space. However, The spatial fragments at the entrance to the ancient heavenly palace had been repaired by him, and sending a group of strong individuals to explore the ancient heavenly palace should pose no problem. This time, Xiao Ze intended for the Holy Flame Legion to enter and explore, thanks to the assistance of the chaotic Divine Emperor. The Holy Flame Legion had expanded to the requisite numbers for the celestial star map, 365 commanders for the main star and 36,500 members responsible for the auxiliary stars. Currently, Xiao Ze could fully mobilize the Holy Flame Legion to achieve over 69 million battle markings. This was indeed an astonishing quantity. With Xiao Ze's mid-stage strength as a spiritual grade heavenly sovereign, he could command over 69 million battle markings. In the vast world, even the most arrogant heavenly sovereigns would be compelled to exclaim in awe at such a prodigious feat. For over 69 million battle markings were enough to rival a late-stage celestial grade heavenly sovereign. Should he reach 70 million battle markings, he could contend even against a holy grade heavenly sovereign. However, just as there exists a vast chasm between celestial treasures and sacred artifacts, so too does the elevation of a battle array master's battle patterns exhibit a similar phenomenon. As one approaches the threshold of 70 million battle patterns, the ascent becomes increasingly sluggish. Xiao Ze is acutely aware that the ultimate limitation on the Sacred Flame Legion's manifestation of battle intent lies within his own capabilities. With his current mental fortitude, it is exceedingly arduous for him to activate over 60 million battle patterns. Although the Supreme Sacred Flame visualization resonates deeply with Xiao Ze, the brevity of his training in this technique presents an undeniable shortcoming. He can only engage in painstaking efforts to enhance his mental strength, thereby maximizing the battle intent of the Sacred Flame Legion. Should Xiao Ze endeavor to control the Sacred Flame Legion to explore the ancient celestial palace without personally leading them, the battle intent they can conjure would inevitably be diminished. Each Sacred Flame Legion could activate approximately 2,000 battle patterns. Contemplating the vastness of the ancient celestial palace, Xiao Ze concluded that dispatching a fraction of the Sacred Flame Legion would not stir significant upheaval. Therefore, he decisively ordered the deployment of 20,000 members of the Sacred Flame Legion, organized into groups of 100, which collectively could unleash 200,000 battle patterns. 100,000 battle patterns would be sufficient to rival a 9th-rank sovereign, while the addition of the might of the Solar Destruction Light would amplify their power. In the absence of the intervention of Earth sovereigns, each Sacred Flame Legion would ensure its safety. With a gesture of his hand, Xiao Ze pressed forward, causing the space before the ancient celestial palace to ripple like water, forming a passageway directly into it. As the ancient celestial palace descended, it fractured the surrounding space, creating spatial rifts that Xiao Ze had already mended with the formidable power of the heavenly sovereign. Nevertheless, the inherent fragility of the ancient celestial palace's space, worn down over eons by the tumultuous currents of the void, could not be repaired in a single day. Thus, Xiao Ze spared little thought on the matter and instead directly sent the Sacred Flame Legion inside. With a flourish of his sleeve, countless stars flickered within the celestial chart adorning his robes. Streams of golden light erupted from the chart, soaring into the spatial passage. Compared to the Earth's sovereigns from the original narrative, who struggled to stabilize a single spatial passage, Xiao Ze effortlessly created a conduit capable of accommodating the simultaneous transport of 10,000 individuals. This underscored the stark contrast in power between Earth's sovereigns and heavenly sovereigns, akin to the comparison of a firefly to the brilliance of the full moon. Next, I shall divide my consciousness to control the Sacred Flame Legion entering the ancient celestial palace, leaving me unable to attend to matters here. You must remain vigilant. Should anyone dare to breach the ninefold containing light array, alert me immediately. Mandala cast a glance at the formidable 9-layer spirit array that suppressed heaven and earth, sensing that, aside from heavenly sovereigns, none would dare to assault such an array. Nevertheless, she nodded, acknowledging that a cautious approach is always prudent. By the way, where exactly is your true body located within the ancient celestial palace? Mandala furrowed her brow slightly, genuinely uncertain of its precise whereabouts. As the ancient celestial palace lies in ruins today, its location has shifted significantly compared to thousands of years ago. The ancient celestial palace is divided into 5 halls and 9 residences, and at that time, I sought refuge in the residence of the first hall master after being ambushed by Lu Heng. However, I am now uncertain of the whereabouts of the first hall master's residence. Upon hearing Mandala's words, Xiao Ze nodded slightly. In light of this, extend your hand to me, and let us maintain a connection. Through you, I shall sense the ancient Mandala flower within the ancient celestial palace. Mandala nodded, without a hint of hesitation, and extended her small hand. This touch, given the nature of her relationship with Xiao Ze, could hardly be deemed intimate. After all, at that time, when the curse of Mandala erupted, She was marked by Xiao Ze with fiery divine runes across her entire being. Xiao Ze sat cross-legged in the void, holding Mandala's small hand with one hand while gradually closing his eyes, even with his current soul power, which allows him to command the actions of 20,000 holy flame legions with a mere thought. He needed to allocate a considerable amount of mental focus. In an instant, all that the 20,000 holy flame legions perceived became known to Xiao Ze. Unlike the typical manipulation of battle formations, which merely requires the focus to ignite battle intent, controlling the holy flame legions is far more intricate. It requires Xiao Ze to continuously perceive the complex environment, preparing for unforeseen dangers. Chapter 806, The Emperor's Mausoleum. Using Mandala's aura as a conduit, Xiao Ze commanded the holy flame legions to sense the presence of the ancient Mandala flower within the ancient celestial palace. With 200 teams of the holy flame legions exploring the ancient celestial palace, the efficiency was simply unimaginable. However, Xiao Ze had to divide his focus, managing the perceptions of 20,000 holy flame legions simultaneously. This high-efficiency exploration came at the cost of his constantly depleting soul power. As time progressed, several teams composed of the holy flame legions advanced through an expansive sea. Occasionally, islands emerged within this vast ocean, where magnificent palaces stood, showcasing the former glory and opulence of the ancient celestial palace. Yet, these teams pressed on without pausing for the palatial structures, continuing deeper into the ocean. Through Mandala's aura, Xiao Ze gradually pinpointed the location of the ancient Mandala flower. Upon entering a certain expanse of sea, the figures of the holy flame legions suddenly came to a halt. In an instant, they surged downward like soaring dragons toward the ocean floor. Upon reaching the seabed, through the perception of the holy flame legions, Xiao Ze beheld enormous palatial structures lying like colossal beasts beneath the waves. The holy flame legions glided through the waters like golden fish, heading towards a dilapidated ancient hall. As they entered the crumbling hall, a peculiar force isolated the surrounding seawater. Through the perception of the holy flame legions, a unique, delicate fragrance began to permeate the hall. The floral aroma wafted gently, filling the chamber with its essence. At long last, Xiao Ze has successfully traced the ancient Mandala flower, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He commanded several legions of sacred flames to advance deeper into the grand hall. Within the hall, the space was exceptionally vast and grand, evoking the impression that an army could conduct drills within its bounds. Such a magnificent hall must have been a significant sight in ancient times. As Xiao Ze surveyed the interior, he encountered scenes of desolation, with skeletal remains strewn about, clearly indicating that a cataclysmic battle had erupted here in antiquity. At the end of the hall stood a stone door, beyond which lay another dilapidated chamber. Towering columns supported the structure, and at its center lay a ruined square. At the far end of this square, a blood-red jade platform was intricately carved. Upon this platform rested the very object of Xiao Ze's quest, a pitch-black Mandala flower, strikingly beautiful and quietly bowing its head. Surrounding the Mandala flower was a halo of eerie light that seemed to devour even the rays of light themselves. Within this spectral glow, peculiar divine patterns flickered, signifying its extraordinary and mystical nature. However, Xiao Ze refrained from immediately commanding the sacred flame legions to retrieve the Mandala flower. For within this square remained a mid-tier master-level spirit formation. Given Xiao Ze's expertise as a grandmaster of spirit formations, deciphering this mid-tier formation was relatively effortless. Soon, he identified its weak points. With the fierce resolve of the sacred flame legions, they descended upon the formation's vulnerabilities with a thunderous impact. In the original text, Mu Chen spent an entire day deciphering this mid-tier master-level spirit formation, ultimately resorting to a cunning method to slightly disrupt it. Yet, Xiao Ze, having conducted a brief analysis, quickly pinpointed the true weaknesses. For Mu Chen, this mid-tier formation was an insurmountable challenge, but for Xiao Ze, it merely required a modicum of concentration to fully decipher. The differing realms of their capabilities naturally led to divergent approaches. Furthermore, the formation had endured the passage of countless years without any control, making it less daunting to unravel. Under the relentless onslaught of the radiant sun's obliteration, the formation gradually began to dissipate. Xiao Ze chose not to destroy the bones that served as the formation's core, as these powerful beings had perished in ancient times while resisting the malevolent outer tribes. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to obliterate the remnants of their existence. With the spirit formation dismantled, Xiao Ze commanded one of the sacred flame legions to enter its confines and retrieve the ancient Mandala flower from the blood-red platform. Mission accomplished. I have secured your essence, he said softly to the Mandala as he gently released its delicate hand. With dual progress, he had not only acquired its essence, but also uncovered the location of the Heavenly Emperor's tomb. Xiao Ze rose and addressed Mandala. who exhibited a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. With a wave of his hand, a golden spatial passageway materialized. Let us proceed. Within the void lay an endless cemetery, surrounded by shattered space, where countless fragments swirled chaotically, resembling a formidable barrier. Amidst this tumultuous spatial current, the Holy Flame Legion exuded a formidable battle intent, transforming into a golden sun of martial spirit that pierced through the chaos and entered the obsidian cemetery. As a segment of the primordial tree root floated upward, it morphed into a golden spatial passage, through which two figures emerged. Mandala sensed an unusual pressure that seemed to obscure the flow of her internal energy. Nevertheless, she was not a novice. She promptly summoned her energy to counteract this peculiar force. Such residual power must be that of the Demon Emperor. Gazing upon the shattered realm, Mandala observed towering mountains suspended in the skies, while the ground below was riddled with deep, dark fissures. The ancient battle between the Celestial Emperor and the Demon Emperor had nearly obliterated this place, disrupting even the very fabric of reality. Xiao Ze surveyed the fragmented world and slowly spoke. The remnants of a battle between two peak-level holy sovereigns left such an indelible mark, indicating the extraordinary spatial strength of this realm. As Mandala beheld the desolate scene, her last flicker of hope extinguished. This spectacle suggested that the Celestial Emperor had indeed fallen, leaving no trace behind. Xiao Ze, could it be that the Celestial Emperor has left no evidence of his existence? She said, her voice tinged with despondency. Xiao Ze placed a hand upon her head, gesturing toward the distant, majestic mountain. Do not dwell on such thoughts. That is the ancient seal of the Celestial Emperor. Let us pay him a visit. Mandala's eyes sparkled with excitement as she made her way toward the towering mountain, with Xiao Ze following closely behind. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a vast surge of energy reduced the mountain to dust, unveiling a plaza within. In the center of the plaza stood a solitary figure, exuding an indescribable aura merely by its presence. Upon sighting this figure, Mandala paused, her voice trembling as she uttered, Celestial Emperor. Chapter 807. The Celestial Emperor? The Demon Emperor? In the expansive plaza, a man clad in a blue robe stood at the center, strikingly handsome and imposing. Merely by standing there, he radiated an aura that transcended the heavens and the earth. Celestial Emperor. Mandala descended gracefully onto the plaza, her gaze fixed upon the Celestial Emperor as he stood with the Celestial Emperor's sword in hand. Xiao Ze's attention turned to the sword, crafted to resemble crystal, ancient in form, appearing as a rough-hewn blade devoid of sharpness. However, the terrifying power emanating from this crystal longsword led no one to regard it as an unfinished blade. The exquisite crystal sword refracted glimmers of cold light, each ray seemingly capable of slicing through the fabric of space itself. Could this truly be the unparalleled sacred artifact of Ur? Xiao Ze mused inwardly. Mandala, witnessing the Heavenly Emperor wielding the Heavenly Emperor's sword, plunged into the grotesque skull beneath his feet, felt a wave of despair wash over her, as it was evident that the Heavenly Emperor had perished alongside the Demon Emperor. Unable to contain her urge to approach, Mandala took a step forward, only to be gently halted by Xiao Ze's grasp on her delicate hand. She turned back, a hint of confusion in her golden eyes, seeking clarity from him. Not yet, that is not the Heavenly Emperor. Mandala's golden eyes widened in realization, suddenly shifting her gaze back to the Heavenly Emperor, her eyes now filled with scrutiny. Yet, as long as the devourer Demon Emperor remained within the bounds of the Heavenly Emperor's sword's seal, Mandala lacked the strength to pierce through the devourer's disguise. She looked back at Xiao Ze, silently imploring for an explanation. That skull of the Demon Emperor is the true Heavenly Emperor. Upon Xiao Ze's subtle indication, Mandala turned her attention once more to the Demon Emperor's head impaled by the Heavenly Emperor's sword, her brow furrowed in concentration. At the foot of the Heavenly Emperor lay a pitch-black skull, roughly half a foot in size. Time had worn it down, leaving it only partially decayed, revealing the dark bone within. Yet, it was this already corrupted skull that sent a chill deep within Mandala, a chill that resonated with an unspeakable wickedness. It was precisely for this reason that she initially identified it as the Demon Emperor's head. For an ordinary extraterrestrial evil skull would not evoke such a visceral response from someone of her stature. However, Xiao Ze now revealed that this aura of extreme malevolence emanated from the Heavenly Emperor. Had anyone else uttered such a claim, Mandala would have found it implausible. Yet, she placed her trust in Xiao Ze, believing in his strength and discernment. On one side stood the Demon Emperor, brandishing the Heavenly Emperor's sword and bearing the visage of the Heavenly Emperor. On the other, the Heavenly Emperor, suppressed by the sword, yet radiating a sinister energy. This left Mandala utterly bewildered, even as Xiao Ze clarified that the scene before them was entirely inverted. Despite his revelations, Mandala remained unable to discern the truth. I cannot distinguish. I am utterly lost. Xiao Ze, however, focused intently on the body of the Heavenly Emperor. Although the devourer demon emperor was suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor's sword, he had not fallen as the Heavenly Emperor had. Thus, he still possessed the capacity for deceitful schemes, such as influencing Lu Heng or altering the existence of both himself and the Heavenly Emperor. Such treachery, if unchallenged, would ultimately lead to the devourer demon emperor's obliteration over the passage of time. Thus, in the original work, the devourer of heaven compelled Lu Heng to hasten the emergence of the ancient celestial palace. Through such despicable stratagems, he incited numerous powerful beings to seize the embodiment of the Heavenly Emperor, liberating himself from the oppressive grasp of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Should those formidable entities entertain thoughts of annihilating the final form of the demon emperor, their well-intentioned actions would inadvertently obliterate the last vestiges left by the Heavenly Emperor. Xiao Ze elucidated the demon emperor's cunning to Mandala, who suddenly widened her eyes in fury, gazing at the form of the Heavenly Emperor, filled with indignation. Truly, the demon emperor was exceedingly treacherous. Contemplating this, Xiao Ze conjured a golden flame, imbued with the essence of chaos, and cast it into the malevolent cranium. Instantly, the golden flame spread, causing the obsidian head to swiftly dissolve, releasing tendrils of dark demonic energy. As the malevolent energy dissipated, only a crystalline radiance remained, coalescing into a spectral figure. The apparition, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of composure and grace, yet within this serenity lingered an undeniable aura of authority, reminiscent of imperial majesty that evoked profound reverence. The Heavenly Emperor surveyed his surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Xiao Ze, his eyes shimmering with ethereal brilliance. Offering a nod of acknowledgement, it was unexpected that the sacrifice made to seal the demon had resulted in such oversights, allowing the devourer of heaven to conjure such beguiling illusions. Had he succeeded, the demon emperor might have once again evaded his confinement, wreaking havoc upon the realm. I must express my gratitude to you, the descendants of great realms, after myriad years. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in respect, acknowledging the elder's noble sacrifice in sealing the demon, which had greatly benefited the world. It is simply that this demon emperor is exceedingly cunning, making him a formidable adversary. The Heavenly Emperor stepped forward, addressing Mandala with a look of profound relief. Mandala, seeing you safe brings me great comfort. Upon hearing this, Mandala's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she approached, reaching out her small hand, yearning to grasp the Heavenly Emperor's. Yet, she hesitated, fearing that if she touched the ephemeral figure, it might dissipate into nothingness. Observing her uncertainty, the Heavenly Emperor smiled gently and patted her small head. Reminiscent of the time he tended to a wilting mandala flower. Fear not, I am not so fragile, at least until the devourer of heaven is dealt with. I shall not willingly fade away, the Heavenly Emperor assured with a smile, then turned his gaze to Xiao Ze, revealing a hint of surprise. I did not anticipate that the Chaos Divine Emperor's celestial star map would be passed on to you. With his discerning eye, he could easily discern the significance of the black robe adorning Xiao Ze, which was indeed a manifestation of the celestial star map. I am Xiao Ze, a descendant with an affinity for stellar power, which resonated with the legacy of the celestial star map, thus earning the recognition of the Chaos Divine Emperor, Xiao Ze replied, his expression warm with a smile. Truly deserving of the title of Heavenly Emperor, he stands as an indomitable force from ancient times. Even as a mere remnant of his spiritual shadow, one can discern the celestial star map upon him. While ordinary heavenly sovereigns may glean glimpses of its essence, they remain unable to perceive the entirety. I wonder how the esteemed elder intends to deal with the devourer of heaven, the demon emperor. At present, my spiritual shadow is but a vestige of power. Relying solely on myself, I cannot utterly obliterate the devourer of heaven. I can only remain here to guard against him, hoping that through the passage of time, the Heavenly Emperor's sword will ultimately eradicate the devourer of heaven. Upon hearing this, Mandala's face reflected a sorrowful expression. Must we continue to guard for such an extended duration? She could not help but glance at Xiao Ze, who also clasped his fists and spoke. Esteemed elder, I am willing to lend my strength. Chapter 808, The Devourer of Heaven. Xiao Ze's words momentarily stunned the Heavenly Emperor, prompting him to scrutinize Xiao Ze anew. Although Xiao Ze's aura was exceedingly restrained, coupled with the celestial star map as a concealment, it was challenging for ordinary heavenly sovereigns to discern his true strength. However, having been in the latter stages of the sacred heavenly sovereign for quite some time, the Heavenly Emperor possessed keen insight. He could surmise that Xiao Ze had recently entered the ranks of heavenly sovereigns, perhaps at most reaching the mid-tier of the spiritual heavenly sovereign. I am aware of your intent to vanquish evil. However, the devourer of heaven ranks among the top 10 of the ancient extraterrestrial evil clans. In ancient times, The Devourer of Heaven was also known as the Nine-Corpse Demon Emperor. He hails from the Devourer clan, which once boasted 9 demon emperors. In their quest for ultimate power, these 9 demons merged into one, resulting in an extraordinarily terrifying entity. To a certain extent, the Devourer of Heaven is not merely a singular demon emperor, but rather the embodiment of 9 demon emperors. The Heavenly Emperor recounted the origins of the Devourer of Heaven to Xiao Ze, hoping to set his expectations accordingly. Although I had already destroyed 7 of the demon emperors in ancient times, and, under the relentless passage of time, the Devourer of Heaven is no longer at his peak. He remains a formidable force of the demon emperor caliber. Even in a diminished state, he is not an adversary that an ordinary heavenly sovereign can contend with. I comprehend your words, esteemed elder. However, my boldness in expressing such sentiments stems from a measure of confidence. Xiao Ze replied with a smile to the Heavenly Emperor, who still bore a hint of skepticism. You may doubt my capabilities, esteemed elder, but surely you trust in the celestial star map left by the chaotic divine emperor? Even if I am no match for the chaotic divine emperor, ensnaring the Devourer of Heaven should pose no insurmountable challenge given the power of the celestial star map. Ultimately, we must act swiftly. If we do not venture into the depths of the ancient heavenly palace today, it is entirely possible that the Devourer of Heaven could seize the opportunity. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's entreaty, the Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brow slightly, and, after a moment, exhaled a deep sigh. Very well, if the situation becomes untenable, I shall seek an opportunity to reinsert the Heavenly Emperor's sword into the Devourer of Heaven's body. There remains a chance for redress. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement with the Heavenly Emperor and promptly summoned the Sacred Flame Legion. After a brief interval, all members of the Sacred Flame Legion stationed at the ancient Heavenly Palace returned. Xiao Ze prepared to complete his task, giving a nod to the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor gestured towards the center of the square, and the Heavenly Sword, as if summoned, detached itself from the Emperor's form and fell into his grasp. Witnessing the awakening of the Heavenly Emperor, I had lost all hope. I did not expect that the successors of this vast world could be so arrogant. An extremely malevolent voice resonated from the body of the Heavenly Emperor. What amused me further was that the Heavenly Emperor, who had battled against me for so many years, would actually place his faith in the successors of this great expanse. The Heavenly Emperor, smiling, chose to disregard the words of the Devourer of Heaven Demon Emperor. Having decided to trust Xiao Ze, he would not waver, resolutely supporting him. If it meant sacrificing his final strength, he would ensure that the Devourer of Heaven Demon Emperor paid a steep price. Why rejoice so prematurely, Devourer of Heaven? Xiao Ze's voice suddenly echoed, and from the black robe enveloping him, boundless starlight emerged, shifting the very fabric of reality in an instant. The square remained unchanged, yet the surroundings transformed into an infinitely vast starry domain. Although not crafted by my own hands, through the cosmic star map, I had indirectly claimed the essence of 4 demon emperors. I am quite curious, Devourer of Heaven, will you become the 5th? Just enough to complete a hand. The Devourer of Heaven, sensing the immense power of the stars surrounding him, felt his smile fade. For within this vast starry realm, he truly sensed the remnants of 4 distinctly different demon emperors. After all, the cosmic star map had sealed the demon emperors for millennia, and while the power of the stars cleansed them, it also preserved their essence. However, this had no bearing on the cosmic star map. Rather, it served to intimidate the malevolent beings from beyond. The Heavenly Emperor, sensing the residual essences within the cosmic star map, displayed a look of astonishment. It seemed that Xiao Ze's acceptance of the cosmic star map's legacy was not as simple as he had claimed, and likely intertwined with the Chaos Divine Emperor. Such arrogance. You, a mere spirit-grade heavenly sovereign, believe you can bring about my downfall. The Devourer of Heaven recalled the origins of the cosmic star map, which was undoubtedly a divine power from the ancient era of the Chaos Divine Emperor. At that time, the malevolent beings from beyond had organized a vast army to annihilate the Chaos Temple. Yet now, it appeared that army faced dire prospects. If the Heavenly Sovereign's words bore any truth, they may have been entirely vanquished. Xiao Ze gathered a wisp of calamity energy within his palm, which rapidly swelled into a fist-sized azure-purple calamity cloud. Feeling the waves emanating from the calamity cloud in Xiao Ze's hand, the Heavenly Emperor could not help but cast an astonished glance. Another technique at the level of the 36 unparalleled divine abilities? The boundless calamity. Xiao Ze murmured to himself, and without hesitation, he thrust the calamity cloud forward, instantly sweeping the starry realm in a tempest of azure and purple. Were it not for the ominous purple-blue calamity clouds being the manifestation of Xiao Ze's power, one could easily speculate that they would obliterate the stars in their wake. Within these tumultuous clouds of tribulation lies an array of calamities that caused a subtle shift in the countenance of the Devourer of Heaven Demon Emperor. Such a formidable technique. Even among the most nefarious of extraterrestrial tribes, ranks among the pinnacle, unattainable by lesser clans. Coupled with the encompassing celestial star map, this celestial sovereign, though not overwhelmingly powerful, possesses profound opportunities. Remarkably, they command two unparalleled divine techniques. The great demon art, devouring heaven, annihilating worlds. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, the devourer of heaven demon emperor did not dare to underestimate it, immediately employing his most potent trump card. A torrent of demonic energy surged skyward, transforming into a colossal black demonic hand spanning thousands of miles. Within this hand, mists rose, and within its palm, a massive mouth began to coalesce, as if it could devour the heavens and consume all existence. Mandala, gazing at the gaping maw within the palm, felt a chilling sensation creep into her heart, as though merely looking upon it could ensnare her very soul. The heavenly emperor, too, wore a grave expression. The devourer of heaven demon emperor's strike was not to be trifled with, capable of easily swallowing an entire lower realm. However, as the heavenly emperor beheld the myriad calamities unfolding within the churning calamity clouds, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. The purple-blue calamity clouds, stretching over 1,000,000 miles, surged forth towards the titanic demonic hand, colliding with a thunderous roar. The terrifying maw within the palm ravenously consumed the purple-blue calamity clouds, swallowing even the myriad tribulations that had manifested. It seemed that, given enough time, all of creation could be devoured by it. Yet, despite the relentless advance of the over 1,000,000-mile-long purple-blue calamity clouds, even that horrific mouth could not instantly consume them entirely. The portions of the demonic hand outside the maw began to fracture. Under the relentless erosion of the myriad calamities, that colossal hand, spanning thousands of miles, continued to dissolve. Without the hand to provide support, the terrifying maw was but a rootless weed, eventually ground to dust by the tempests of wind, thunder, water, and fire. Witnessing the calamity clouds that appeared to crush all in their path, the devourer of heaven demon emperor's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Chapter 809, Self-detonation. The elements of wind, thunder, water, and fire evolved within the calamity clouds, forming an array of catastrophes of extreme terror. The deep, darkened purple-blue calamity clouds stretched over 1,000,000 miles, even obscuring the brilliance of the stars within the celestial star map, rendering them invisible. One must recognize that this star domain lies within the celestial star map, where the power of countless stars pulsates, reminiscent of a vast galaxy. The source of this immense stellar power is the myriad twinkling stars. The ability of the purple-blue calamity clouds to shroud the light of these stars speaks volumes of their formidable might. Xiao Ze, observing the immense power of the calamity, revealed a satisfied expression. It appears that the thoroughly refined essence of the primordial root, having evolved into a primordial divine technique, indeed rivals one of the 36 extraordinary divine arts. While some basked in satisfaction and joy, others were steeped in doubt and fear. The devouring demon emperor gazed at the encroaching purple and azure catastrophe clouds, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Under the overwhelming tide of demonic energy, millions of layers of protective barriers materialized before him. Yet, the myriad calamities conjured by the purple and azure clouds, tempests, floods, thunderbolts, and infernos, descended upon him, relentlessly shattering those barriers. Cursed be it, were it not for the heavenly emperor having obliterated so much of my power. Not even a celestial supreme of the spirit grade could hope to slay me with such unparalleled divine abilities. The devouring demon emperor mused inwardly. Yet he was acutely aware that the current situation was beyond alteration. The most pressing concern was to extricate himself swiftly. He would regain his strength in due time and return with vengeance. With the might of the demon emperor, extinguishing a spirit-grade celestial supreme would be a trivial matter. As he observed the purple and azure clouds dismantling his protective barriers, the demon emperor pondered his strategies. To escape these clouds with his current prowess, he could see no other option but self-detonation. In his prime, he had unified the 9 demons, yet in ancient times, the heavenly emperor had annihilated 7 of them, leaving him with but 2. He could only afford one self-detonation. Another would spell his true demise. However, the key factor plaguing the devouring demon emperor's mind was that even if he were to shatter this unparalleled divine ability, it would not assure his safe escape. Furrowing his brow, he sensed the celestial energies swirling around him, and uncertainty crept into his heart. Even in self-detonation, he questioned whether he could rupture this celestial star map. With these thoughts, frustration washed over him. He had initially believed he only needed to contend with a singular extraordinary divine ability, yet unexpectedly, Xiao Ze had unveiled another. In a moment of resolute clarity, the demon emperor resolved that further hesitation was futile. He would fight with all his might. Cursed be it. If you seek to slay me, I shall not allow you to emerge unscathed. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth from the devouring demon emperor as he advanced, charging headlong into the purple and azure clouds. The demonic energy struggled to shield him from the myriad calamities, yet its consumption grew ever more pronounced in the process. Xiao Ze observed the demon emperor traversing the vast expanse in an instant, a slight arch of his brow indicating his recognition of the imminent clash. It seemed he was prepared to engage in a mutually destructive struggle. The heavenly emperor turned to Xiao Ze, speaking gravely. The devouring demon emperor is likely to self-detonate in a desperate gambit. We must not allow him to succeed. Xiao Ze nodded, sweeping his sleeve to gather the swirling purple and azure clouds toward the center. Once ensnared within my catastrophe clouds, escaping the calamities would not be so easily accomplished. As the clouds converged, the devouring demon emperor's movements became increasingly impeded, and the depletion of his demonic energy intensified. He had intended to break through the clouds and approach Xiao Ze for a direct self-detonation, only to discover that these clouds could be manipulated at will by Xiao Ze after their release. The once vast expanse of the purple-blue cataclysmic cloud, stretching over millions of miles, converged towards the devoured demon emperor, effectively sealing the path between him and Xiao Ze. This left the devourer demon emperor with no chance to breach the purple-blue cloud. His only option was to turn back and flee in the opposite direction, away from Xiao Ze. However, having already entered the confines of the purple-blue cloud, no matter how he maneuvered, he was destined to remain ensnared by its grasp. Realizing this, the devourer demon emperor's countenance darkened with fury, shocked that he could not even approach Xiao Ze. Without further hesitation, his demonic energy surged violently, becoming increasingly unstable. One of the two exceptionally solid demonic cores within him began to tremble violently. The demonic core was the Achilles heel of the foreign evil clan, and at the level of a demon emperor, it was already deemed indestructible. The potential for a self-detonation of the core was also immensely terrifying. Boom! The horrific power unleashed, transforming into a torrent of demonic energy that swept across the starry expanse. With a wave of his sleeve, Xiao Ze summoned the boundless power of the stars, creating a colossal barrier that stretched for millions of miles, encompassing both the purple-blue cloud and the surrounding chaos. Through the radiant barrier, one could faintly discern the intertwining of the purple-blue cloud and the pitch-black demonic energy. The myriad calamities evolving within the purple-blue cloud clashed with the corrosive black energy, annihilating each other and dissolving into nothingness. Xiao Ze understood that the devourer demon emperor was not so easily vanquished. There remained one more demonic core yet to be destroyed. The celestial emperor, seemingly concerned that Xiao Ze might lower his guard upon witnessing the self-detonation, hastily advised, "Thank you for the reminder, Your Majesty. I am well aware." From within the void where energy was annihilated, a peculiar and sinister demonic energy seeped forth, breaking through the starry barrier and fleeing into the distance. Its speed was such that even an ordinary heavenly sovereign would find it impossible to catch up. Yet, Xiao Ze remained unfazed. He had long anticipated that the devourer demon emperor possessed two demonic cores and had no intention of relaxing his vigilance. This was precisely why he awaited the full assembly of the Holy Flame Legion to unfold the celestial star map. After all, by invoking the infinite cataclysm, he had a high probability of subduing the devourer demon emperor. However, if the emperor self-detonated without the protection of the celestial star map, capturing him would prove challenging. Xiao Ze shifted his hand, casting various incantations as he summoned the boundless starlight energy at his command. The stars shifted. In an instant, the enigmatic demonic energy appeared before Xiao Ze. No matter how swift it was, within the confines of the celestial star map, it could not escape the power of the shifting stars. As the sinister energy manifested, Xiao Ze extended his palm. Golden flames coalesced into a cage, imprisoning the demonic essence. Turning to the celestial emperor, Xiao Ze smiled and said, "Senior, you have battled the devoured demon emperor for many years. Allow me to leave this final demon to you, to bring closure to this saga." The celestial emperor gazed at the devourer demon emperor, struggling within the golden flames, a look of contemplation gracing his features. "Let this malevolent being fall into oblivion at my hands." The celestial emperor accepted the golden flames handed over by Xiao Ze, feeling the formidable power concealed within them, and was secretly astonished. Two exceptional divine abilities, alongside this remarkable celestial fire. Indeed, Xiao Ze possesses profound fortunes. Chapter 810, The Celestial Emperor's Extermination of Evil. Within the golden flames, demonic energy surged, revealing the visage of the devouring demon emperor. The devouring demon emperor glared at the celestial emperor, his expression twisted with rage, and declared in a thunderous voice, "Celestial Emperor, had it not been for the intervention of outsiders, you would have long since been defeated. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Emperor merely smiled indifferently. That is a fallacy. The ultimate goal of our conflict is a struggle between invasion and protection. Now, the vast world of my kind endures. Exceptional talents arise, including such outstanding successors. Having successfully safeguarded the great expanse, my objective has been achieved, while the ambitions of the outer tribes lay in ruins. Thus, it is I who have triumphed. The Celestial Emperor's calm words twisted the features of the devouring demon emperor in fury, as rage surged and demonic energy roiled. It seemed as though his monstrous visage would break free from the golden flames. Yet, under the suppression of the primordial imperial flame, he was utterly unable to escape. The Celestial Emperor raised the resplendent Celestial Emperor's sword, a gentle smile gracing his face, and spoke to the devouring demon. You are on the brink of utter annihilation. The outcome of our contest is undeniably clear. As the prospect of total downfall loomed, the devouring demon emperor erupted into a frenzied roar. Fear and panic etched across his face. Yet, the Celestial Emperor remained unfazed, extending the Celestial Emperor's sword, which transformed into countless shimmering stars, each imbued with terrifying power. Even though the devouring demon emperor was now immensely weakened, the Celestial Emperor was not in a significantly better state, merely a shadow of his former self. Alone, he lacked the strength to obliterate the devouring demon emperor entirely. Thus he relied on the power of the Celestial Emperor's sword. Countless stars surged into the golden flames, where the devouring demon emperor fought desperately against his confinement. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free from the golden flames. The myriad stars, however, effortlessly penetrated the golden blaze, which appeared to exist as a world unto itself. Even with the influx of countless stars, the golden flames merely swayed gently, remaining unshattered. The Celestial Emperor felt a surge of doubt. In his quest to annihilate the devouring demon emperor, he had not held back his power. To his astonishment, this celestial fire could withstand the cleansing of the Celestial Emperor's sword. However, while the primordial imperial flame could endure the onslaught of countless sword lights, the weakened devouring demon emperor could not match such resilience. Under the relentless barrage of stars, the face of the devouring demon emperor was torn asunder. Faintly, from within the golden flames, an anguished scream echoed. Last time, we did not unleash our full strength. When our clan returns, we shall turn the great world into a realm of demons. We shall slaughter countless beings of the vast expanse. The Heavenly Emperor's expression grew cold as he wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword once more, thoroughly annihilating the remnants of the demonic aura. Witnessing the annihilation of the Devourer of Heaven, Xiao Ze waved his sleeve and extracted the last vestige of the demonic soul, infusing it into the demon extermination order. Although, given his current prowess, he lacked for cultivation resources, what Xiao Ze truly valued was the profound heritage amassed over the ages by the Grand Thousand Palace. Within this treasure trove lay several elixirs and spiritual formations that he sought. Presently, Xiao Ze required high-tier elixirs and, predominantly, spiritual formations. Master-level formations were exceedingly rare. Even if other factions possessed them, they would guard them as coveted secrets. Thus, acquiring such formations was generally arduous. Since Xiao Ze held the identity of the demon exterminator, the opportunity to obtain master-level formations from the Grand Thousand Palace was one he could not let slip by. Xiao Ze would not merely ask for it without cause. With a chance to acquire demon extermination points, he aimed to gather as many as possible. The Heavenly Emperor cast a curious glance at Xiao Ze, who succinctly introduced the Immortal Emperor. Indeed, he was a figure worthy of admiration. A flicker of respect appeared on the Heavenly Emperor's face, revealing that he was acquainted with the Immortal Emperor, as they were both peak powerhouses from ancient times with shared experiences. However, the founding of the Grand Thousand Palace occurred after the Heavenly Emperor's demise, so he was unaware of this matter. With a wave of his sleeve, Xiao Ze retracted the celestial star map, which transformed into a constellation of starlight, vanishing once more into his black robe. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Xiao Ze with a friendly smile, inquiring if he had any interest in the one Qi transforming three purities. The Heavenly Emperor genuinely wished to pass on this inheritance to Xiao Ze, as his recent interactions indicated that Xiao Ze's talent was undoubtedly sufficient to cultivate the one Qi transforming three purities. Thus, Xiao Ze would possess three unparalleled divine abilities through his own efforts, an unparalleled feat in the vast realm of the Grand Thousand World. The Heavenly Emperor gazed at Xiao Ze with a hint of anticipation. In his view, the one Qi transforming three purities, one of the 36 supreme divine abilities, would entice even the celestial sovereign. Even though Xiao Ze already possessed two supreme abilities, he should not refuse such an offer. Xiao Ze appeared contemplative. He had indeed considered the one Qi transforming three purities previously. However, His cultivation system was fundamentally different from the origin tree of the Grand Thousand World. Had it been a purely offensive type among the 36 supreme divine abilities, Xiao Ze would have readily agreed. Yet, the one Qi transforming 3 purities was too unique, requiring the division of 2 true spirits. Xiao Ze was uncertain whether this technique could affect the origin space and the origin tree. Currently, his soul had already taken residence in the origin tree. Could the one Qi transforming 3 purities extract 2 true spirits from the soul residing in the origin tree? Although Xiao Ze had yet to truly practice the one Qi transforming 3 purities, these questions lingered in his mind. Yet, Xiao Ze harbored a faint premonition that possessing the origin tree and origin space would likely hinder his ability to cultivate the transcendent technique of one Qi transforming into 3 purities. Although Xiao Ze possessed numerous abilities, the fundamental strength ultimately resided in the origin tree, which perhaps could not be easily divided by one Qi transforming into 3 purities. Senior, I have long admired the path of one Qi transforming into 3 purities, yet I fear that my cultivation journey may not align with it, Xiao Ze humbly proclaimed, uttering words that astonished even the heavenly emperor. However, upon observing Xiao Ze's expression, the emperor discerned no deceit nor disdain for the technique. Rather, it was indeed as Xiao Ze articulated. His chosen path was not suited for one Qi transforming into 3 purities. The heavenly emperor contemplated for a moment, recognizing that the essence of one Qi transforming into 3 purities fundamentally involved the separation of true spirits. Could it be that Xiao Ze's cultivation method pertained to the integrity of the true spirit? Such a revelation was regrettable, for this unparalleled divine ability might fade away alongside him. Xiao Ze's countenance shifted slightly as he turned to Mandala and inquired, why not allow Mandala to give it a try? Standing beside them, Mandala was momentarily taken aback at the sudden mention of her name. The heavenly emperor regarded Mandala, pondering for a brief moment before nodding slightly. Mandala was an ancient divine flower, a primordial mandala blossom. In terms of innate talent, she was undoubtedly exceptional. Although Mandala had escaped from the ancient celestial palace and took several millennia to ascend to the earthly sovereign level, which seemed less than prodigious, it was understandable as she was a unique incarnation at that time, leading to a slower cultivation pace. Furthermore, as a celestial entity, her cultivation system differed significantly from that of the human race, akin to spirit beasts, which might result in prolonged stagnation at certain thresholds. However, once that barrier was breached, her progress would be meteoric. Additionally, in the original narrative, Mandala successfully transcended to the heavenly sovereign level, demonstrating her remarkable talent. To suggest otherwise would be a disservice, especially considering that among the myriad beings in the vast world, only a few hundred had attained the heavenly sovereign status. Such talent was indeed among the elite. In the grand plaza of the heavenly emperor's mausoleum, the emperor observed Mandala, a hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. There was a degree of feasibility in Xiao Ze's proposal. Mandala's true form was the ancient Mandala flower, a celestial entity of unparalleled talent. Moreover, the emperor had personally planted Mandala, holding her in high regard. Having no offspring of his own, he treated Mandala as his own daughter. Otherwise, during the great calamity of ancient times, he would not have sealed Mandala away in hopes of safeguarding her from disaster. He considered Xiao Ze as the primary candidate for 2 reasons. First, Xiao Ze's formidable strength and innate talent. His prowess was evident, as he had mastered 2 extraordinary divine techniques. Furthermore, in terms of strength, Xiao Ze, at the spiritual grade heavenly sovereign level, could easily defeat the devouring demon emperor. Though the abyssal emperor has long ceased to be at the pinnacle of his power, he remains far from ordinary. The technique of transforming one's essence into the 3 pure ones can also better vanquish the malevolent beings from beyond. Furthermore, the celestial emperor harbors a modicum of selfishness. He is acutely aware of the formidable strength that the transformation entails. Upon mastering this technique, Mandala may need to embrace even greater responsibilities in the future. The celestial emperor understands Mandala's nature. If she possesses sufficient strength, she will not shrink back when the malevolent beings from beyond arrive. It is possible that in the end, Mandala may confront those overwhelmingly powerful demon emperors, much like he has. Considering all these factors, the celestial emperor first inquired of Xiao Ze. However, due to his own path of cultivation, Xiao Ze found himself unable to practice the transformation. After much contemplation, the celestial emperor then turned to Mandala. Mandala, are you willing to accept the legacy of the 3 pure ones? Upon acquiring this power, you shall wield greater strength. But this also signifies that you must bear heavier responsibilities. Even though I regard you as my daughter, I do not wish for the 3 pure ones to rest in your hands without any contribution to the vast world. In the future, you may have to confront the malevolent beings from beyond directly. Do you still wish to proceed? Mandala took a deep breath, her golden eyes filled with seriousness. I am willing. Observing Mandala's fervent demeanor, the Celestial Emperor could not help but smile with immense satisfaction. Mandala surpassed the blood dragon steed he had once taken under his wing by leaps and bounds. He hoped that she would not disappoint his expectations in the future. If that is the case, prepare to accept the transformation. Celestial Emperor, please wait a moment. I believe we should first allow Mandala to regain her full strength. Xiao Ze raised his hand to signal the Celestial Emperor, who furrowed his brow and glanced at Mandala once more. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Mandala was indeed not in a complete state. What is the matter, Mandala? Mandala cast a glance at Xiao Ze and, seeing that he had no intention of speaking, softly recounted the conflict between herself and Lu Heng. After hearing Mandala's account, the Celestial Emperor's face darkened with anger as he coldly remarked, he deserved to die. Once, he may have been cowardly, but to conspire with the malevolent beings from beyond and harm the sentient beings of our world, he is beyond redemption. He was not excessively enraged by the blood dragon's cowardice, while the Celestial Emperor willingly sacrificed himself to seal the demonic forces and protect the realm. He could not expect everyone to act as he did. However, what he could not tolerate was the blood dragon's betrayal to the demon emperor of the malevolent beings, which resulted in the suffering of countless lives. The Celestial Emperor then turned to Xiao Ze, a hint of shame crossing his features. I never anticipated that an ancient celestial palace would harbor such a cowardly traitor, requiring your assistance to deal with him. The Celestial Emperor's words are severe. Such conspirators with the malevolent beings should be eradicated without exception, lest it dishearten those who dedicate their lives to the protection of our world. With a smile, Xiao Ze casually turned his wrist, unleashing an endless ethereal glow from his palm, which blossomed into an ancient and enigmatic mandala flower. The mandala gazed at the radiating divine bloom, excitement gleaming in her eyes. She lifted her gaze towards the heavenly emperor, who affectionately patted her head. Go forth and reclaim your power. The mandala nodded gently and approached the ancient divine flower, reaching out with her small hand to touch it. Rather than resisting her touch, the flower's dark patterns became even more pronounced. The mandala turned to Xiao Ze and the heavenly emperor, offering them a slight nod before stepping into the heart of the flower, commencing her journey to reclaim her essence. Observing the ancient mandala flower, Xiao Ze appeared pensive. During the last alchemical auction, he had reaped substantial rewards, not solely from the supreme spirit liquid. Many celestial supremes had presented him with the spirit formations and pill formulas he sought in exchange for trade. Additionally, numerous heavenly materials and treasures were exchanged. Among them, the ancestor Dan Yang had used the skeletal remains of an ancient mandala flower of celestial rank, combined with billions of supreme spirit liquid, to bid for a divine pill effective even for celestial supremes. Consequently, Xiao Ze now possessed a remnant of an ancient mandala flower of celestial quality. Should the mandala successfully merge with her essence this time, she might reach the threshold of celestial supremacy. It would be worth considering allowing her to fuse with this divine flower remnant to see if she could transcend to celestial supremacy. Heavenly Emperor, if the mandala achieves the celestial supreme level, I possess a remnant of an ancient mandala flower from the celestial supreme category, which could be tested for a potential breakthrough. Xiao Ze proposed. With the body of a celestial supreme, the process of embracing the unity of the three purities would be considerably easier, and the resulting avatar would be even stronger. The heavenly emperor, taken aback by this unexpected delight, replied, that sounds splendid. However, the time required for the mandala to break through may be lengthy. I wonder how long your spiritual projection can endure. Haha, there is no need for concern. Even when the time comes for me to impart the legacy of the unity of the three purities to the mandala through true spiritual enlightenment, my spiritual projection will not dissipate swiftly, the heavenly emperor reassured. Nodding slightly, Xiao Ze resumed his conversation with the heavenly emperor, expressing his keen interest in the myriad peak figures from ancient times. The mandala's process of merging with her essence took longer than depicted in the original narrative. In that tale, the fusion occurred at lightning speed, pressured by two upper celestial supremes watching closely, leaving no room for the mandala to take her time. Furthermore, the mandala wished to explore the possibility of reaching the celestial supreme level, which contributed to the prolonged duration. Soon after, the energy accumulated within the ancient mandala flower erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying dark light beam. Within this shadowy pillar, the mandala flower expanded dramatically, growing to an immense size in the blink of an eye. A profound sense of mystery, intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth, emanated from the colossal ancient mandala flower. Xiao Ze exchanged a knowing glance with the heavenly emperor, both sharing a smile. For the mandala had successfully ascended to the revered level of the celestial sovereign. In the sepulchre of the heavenly emperor, a towering ancient mandala flower unfurled its branches and leaves, Enigmatic, shadowy patterns emerged upon its petals, and countless dark lights burst forth from its being. This was the enigmatic radiance of the ancient Mandala flower, legendary for its ability to dissolve all forms of attack, possessing unparalleled dominance. At that moment, the Mandala flower appeared even more formidable than some ancient ferocious beasts. The shadowy blossoms swayed gracefully, emanating billions of dark lights that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Within the depths of this darkness, a sound reminiscent of distant thunder reverberated, warping the very fabric of space. Amidst the distortion, streaks of shadowy lightning flickered, cascading into the immense dark bloom. Phenomena of nature unfolded incessantly, as Xiao Ze and the Heavenly Emperor stood suspended in the void, gazing at the Mandala flower with eager anticipation. It was as if a critical threshold had been crossed, and a relentless tide of spiritual energy surged forth from the cosmos, sweeping toward the Mandala flower. This emerging tide of spiritual force resembled a river of ethereal essence composed of supreme spiritual liquid, ultimately absorbed by the Mandala flower. As the final drop of spiritual tide was consumed, the extraordinary manifestations in the world gradually subsided. The endless shadowy light receded, and the once massive Mandala flower swiftly diminished to a normal size. The Mandala flower, poised on the brink of blooming, unfurled its petals after several moments, revealing a petite figure curled within its heart. Draped in a black gown, the Mandala appeared as if it had undergone a profound slumber and transformation. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Her once golden orbs had transformed into the purest shade of darkness. This darkness rendered her eyes akin to two miniature black holes, inducing an illusion that prolonged gazing might lead to the very soul being ensnared. The transformation of the Mandala encompassed more than just the alteration of her pupils. More significantly, an aura emanating from her exuded a mysterious essence that seemed to merge with the cosmos. The Mandala gracefully emerged from the blossom, which rapidly shrank to become a diminutive black flower resting in her palm. She parted her lips slightly and consumed this extraordinary black bloom. Following this, she seemed to indulge in a deep slumber, stretching languidly. Heavenly Emperor, Xiao Ze, I have succeeded, she proclaimed, her dark, profound gaze fixed upon them, a joyful smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor exhibited a look of satisfaction, recounting Xiao Ze's earlier proposal to the Mandala, which elicited a look of astonishment upon her features. Having recently achieved a breakthrough, I now endeavor to challenge the realm of the celestial sovereign. Perhaps I am being a tad too hasty? It may be prudent to attempt this challenge. Should I falter, I can then embrace the legacy of the three clears. The celestial emperor smiled and remarked that if Mandala were to reach the celestial sovereign level, then further cultivating the three clears would yield the might of two additional celestial sovereigns, the advantages of which are self-evident. Moreover, aside from the ancient remains of the immortal grade Mandala flower, there exist several sacred sites conducive to cultivation. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xiao Ze revealed the numerous sacred sites inherited from the Temple of Chaos. Beyond the site he utilized, there remained others that also aided in cultivation, though the one he frequented yielded the most profound effects. Alas, that particular site requires a considerable time to restore. The Golden Lotus Spirit Pool is a remarkable reservoir, home to tens of thousands of golden lotuses, whose rhythmic undulations greatly benefit those who cultivate within. As Mandala gazed upon the manifested Golden Lotus Spirit Pool and the remains of the immortal grade Mandala flower in Xiao Ze's hand, a resolute determination gradually surfaced in her eyes. I understand now. If that is the case, I shall attempt to transcend to the celestial sovereign. Taking the remnants from Xiao Ze, Mandala transformed into a spectral silhouette, vanishing into the depths of the Golden Lotus Spirit Pool. Observing her position at the center of the pool as she settled into a meditative posture, Xiao Ze nodded in approval. Indeed, Mandala's effort to breach the celestial sovereign realm was not an overreach. Her innate power had already brushed against that level, and more critically, she possessed the remnants of the immortal grade Mandala flower. In the original narrative, Mandala utilized these remnants to directly ascend to the celestial sovereign tier. Additionally, with the sacred sites provided by Xiao Ze, her success appeared inevitable. Xiao Ze, I feel a certain familiarity with these sacred sites, the celestial emperor remarked. Observing the locations presented by Xiao Ze, surely, you must have ties with the Chaos God? These are indeed sacred sites inherited from the Chaos God, Xiao Ze replied. Upon hearing this, the celestial emperor's expression shifted to one of realization. So it is, compared to the Temple of Chaos, the ancient celestial palace indeed lacks some depth. The celestial emperor then inquired further about the circumstances surrounding the Chaos God, and upon learning of his fate, he expressed a deep sense of lamentation. Xiao Ze, however, felt it prudent to remain silent, for the celestial emperor was but a lingering spirit, and their circumstances bore no distinction. The time for Mandala's breakthrough was not short, and Xiao Ze felt it unwise to linger indefinitely, especially as the source realm had only recently been established. As its sovereign, he and Mandala, the helmswoman, could not afford to be absent for too long, lest unrest arise. Thus, Xiao Ze utilized the roots of the source tree to temporarily depart from the Celestial Emperor's mausoleum and return to the source realm to attend to pertinent matters. Now that the source realm was operational, bolstered by the resources of the entire Tianluo continent, it was flourishing more than ever. However, unlike other ancient races that occupy the supercontinent, Xiao Ze does not regard the supercontinent as the domain of his clan, nor does he expel all other forces. Apart from establishing dominion over the Tianluo continent, Xiao Ze does not drive away any forces willing to submit to the source realm. Thus, at this moment, the Tianluo continent, in addition to the formidable source realm, is home to numerous elite factions, creating a fierce competition. Moreover, with the assistance of alchemists from the Dou Qi Continent, the source realm continuously produces exquisite elixirs. Although only Xiao Ze can currently refine high-tier elixirs, even the lower-tier ones are more than sufficient to bestow the source realm with terrifying supreme spirit liquor. Under the intimidation of Xiao Ze's supreme power, there have been no reckless individuals causing disturbances within the source realm. If previously, the constant influx of powerful beings to the Tianluo continent was due to its status as a supercontinent, now the multitude of strong individuals arriving is primarily because of the source realm residing above the Tianluo continent. Following the dissemination of news regarding the elixir auction, the source realm's reputation as a sacred ground for alchemy has spread across the vast world. Xiao Ze's alchemical skills can be regarded as among the finest even when viewed from the perspective of the entire universe, naturally attracting countless powerful beings, who bring with them an immense quantity of supreme spirit liquor. Thereafter, Xiao Ze simultaneously manages affairs in the source realm while nurturing relationships with Xun'er and others. Engaging in cultivation. Occasionally, he visits the Heavenly Emperor's mausoleum to check on the status of the Mandala. Several months later, within the Heavenly Emperor's mausoleum, Xiao Ze stands side by side with the Heavenly Emperor, gazing into the distant sky as heavy black clouds suddenly materialize. The Heavenly Sovereign Tribulation. Once this tribulation is overcome, Mandala will ascend to become a Heavenly Sovereign. Chapter 813, Crossing the Tribulation. Ancient Celestial Palace, Heavenly Emperor's Mausoleum. Within the Golden Lotus Spirit Pool, thousands of golden lotuses pulse rhythmically, sending forth faint golden ripples that ultimately converge upon a delicate figure. This convergence deepens the aura surrounding the figure, making it resemble an unfathomable black hole, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the land. Above, the sky is shrouded in profoundly dark clouds, brewing an extraordinarily terrifying power. The Heavenly Sovereign is immensely powerful, and when breaking through the Heavenly Sovereign barrier, calamity will ensue. The Heavenly Sovereign Tribulation is feared not only by those who have yet to step into the realm of the Heavenly Sovereign, but even true Heavenly Sovereigns regard it with trepidation. Xiao Ze looks up at the pitch-black clouds, a hint of gravity and concern reflected in his eyes. Although Mandala's Heavenly Sovereign Tribulation may not present as many unusual circumstances, Xiao Ze's own profound foundation and unique cultivation system, differing from that of the vast world, resulted in an exceptionally formidable tribulation. In contrast, Mu Qin's tribulation was particularly powerful due to the absorption of chaotic light from the space of the plane's origin. Compared to Xiao Ze and Mu Qin's situations, Mandala appears somewhat conventional. Although the Mandala is indeed a uniquely extraordinary divine flower within the vast universe, it ultimately does not reach the level of monstrosity. Thus, Xiao Ze surmised that the tribulation faced by the Mandala's celestial being should be no different from the trials encountered by an ordinary celestial sovereign. At the moment of Xiao Ze's conjecture, the Mandala slowly opened her eyes, revealing deep, shadowy orbs, rising from the golden lotus. Her petite figure gazed up at the ominous black clouds above, her delicate face marked by a solemn expression. In a swift motion, a mysterious black whip materialized in the Mandala's hand, unmistakably the renowned divine artifact, the binding whip of gods. This whip, crafted from the branches and leaves of the ancient Mandala flower, resonated perfectly with her, allowing her to unleash formidable power. Aware of the pulsating golden lotus surrounding her, the Mandala lightly tapped her toes and departed from this sacred ground. For it would be a tremendous loss if such a treasure were to be damaged during the celestial tribulation. A stream of inky black water cascaded down from the dark clouds, instantly fracturing the surrounding space. With a flick of her wrist, the Mandala transformed the binding whip into a multitude of whip shadows, creating a dark luminescent barrier. This extraordinary divine artifact, coupled with her impressive abilities, constructed a defense impenetrable to the relentless onslaught of the black water. After a brief moment, The dark water ceased its assault, yet the mandala's countenance remained tense. For in the next instant, a wisp of black flame suddenly emerged from the void. Upon witnessing this ominous flame, the mandala's expression grew grave. Previously, when Xiao Ze had returned, he had discussed the nature of the celestial tribulation with her. Thus, she was well aware of the formidable powers embodied in its four calamities. This seemingly insignificant black flame possessed an extraordinary corrosiveness. Should she employ her earlier tactics, it might obliterate even the binding whip. Realizing this, the mandala concentrated and summoned a mandala flower divine pattern. The pattern unfurled, blossoming into a mandala flower emitting a dim glow. A powerful sealing force coursed through it, and the shadowy light emanated outward, even halting the previously fractured space, as if it were entrapped by the seal. However, this dark glow proved largely ineffective against the black flame. Regardless of how the sealing power was exerted upon it, the flame merely swayed gently, as if caressed by the wind. The flame remained unaffected and surged directly toward the mandala. The mandala flower, born of the divine pattern, opened wide, subsequently enveloping the black flame within its core. In the next moment, the mandala's expression shifted in shock. She abruptly waved her sleeve, sending the mandala flower soaring into the distance. Just as it distanced itself from the flower, it was consumed from within, entirely incinerated by the black flame. The erupting black flame even eroded the surrounding space. Having once again survived a celestial tribulation, the mandala took a deep breath. The previous mandala flower divine pattern was no ordinary entity. It was akin to her bloodline's mystical prowess. Amidst the black clouds, a colossal obsidian meteor plummeted toward Mandala with alarming speed. Armed with the god-binding whip, Mandala unleashed a barrage of dreadfully potent strikes. Each lash left an enduring mark, stretching thousands of feet across the surface of the dark meteor, dislodging numerous chunks of ebony rock. The god-binding whip in her grasp was the most formidable sacred artifact wieldable beneath the heavenly sovereign. Furthermore, during her tenure as the helm of the Source Realm, she had cultivated an array of formidable mystical abilities, which now erupted forth, showcasing her extraordinary combat prowess. As the steward of the Source Realm, Mandala embodied an immense reservoir of cultivation resources, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary powerhouses. Most who approach the realm of the heavenly sovereign would not typically be in the position of leading a superpower during their ascent. A multitude of mystical abilities, sacred artifacts, and even one-time use talismans were summoned by Mandala. Ultimately, she succeeded in shattering the immense obsidian meteor. Observing from a distance, the celestial emperor glanced at Xiao Ze, taken aback by the array of Mandala's capabilities. Xiao Ze, have you equipped her with such an arsenal for defense? Xiao Ze, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly. Not at all. I merely appointed Mandala as the leader of the force I established. The celestial emperor then exhibited a moment of clarity, acknowledging that it was not surprising. After all, as the leader of a superpower, Mandala's standing was second only to Xiao Ze. The resources at her disposal were indeed incomparable to those of other powerhouses who had broken through to the heavenly sovereign. Xiao Ze gazed at Mandala, holding back a thought he had yet to voice, that he had indeed left her with some additional means within the roots of the primordial tree nestled in her palm. Yet, such recourse would only be invoked in dire circumstances. Xiao Ze harbored uncertainties about whether this would constitute interference in the heavenly sovereign tribulation and whether it might inadvertently amplify its formidable powers. Thus, he hoped that Mandala could navigate the heavenly sovereign tribulation relying solely on her own abilities. Within the black clouds, an extremely terrifying force of annihilation brewed. In the next instant, billions of dark lightning bolts rained down, transforming the expanse into a realm of thunder. Faced with this, Mandala's expression grew grave. Her hands shifted through intricate gestures, and with a slight parting of her delicate lips, she expelled a unique mandala flower. In the blink of an eye, the mandala flower swelled in the wind, blossoming magnificently as mandalas swiftly vanished into its core. A domineering, shadowy luminescence erupted from the petals of the mandala flower, manifesting as a radiant sphere that bore the onslaught of the countless dark lightning bolts. Even the legendary shadowy light, capable of dissolving all attacks and extraordinarily formidable, was gradually weakened beneath the relentless barrage of dark thunder. Strikes of dark lightning continued to penetrate through the diminishing shadowy light, landing upon the petals of the mandala flower, causing them to tremble violently. The mandala's complexion turned pale, deeply intertwined with the enigmatic flower of the mandala. While it possessed formidable defensive capabilities, any genuine damage could inflict severe wounds upon its essence. The mandala tirelessly channeled its spiritual energy to mend the mandala flower as time trickled by. At last, the tumultuous thunder gradually subsided. In the distance, Xiao Ze and the heavenly emperor gazed at the dissipating dark clouds, their faces illuminated with joy. The mandala had finally ascended to the pinnacle of celestial supremacy. Chapter 814, The Heavenly Emperor's Commission. Upon that colossal mandala flower, a mysterious array of symbols dimmed to an almost imperceptible glow. The emanating somber light was faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Yet, amidst this waning spectacle, a terrifying aura was brewing. Within the mandala flower, it seemed as if an existence capable of transcending the heavens and the earth was being nurtured. In the next moment, the mandala flower slowly unfurled, revealing its heart. Within the heart of the flower stood a young maiden, her figure graceful and poised, her long azure hair cascading down to her waist, billowing in the breeze. Her delicate visage shimmered with a porcelain-like sheen, as her profoundly deep eyes gradually opened. An aura emanating a sense of supremacy enveloped her. With a gentle point of her toe, the mandala approached Xiao Ze and the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor looked at the elegant mandala, his face radiating immense satisfaction. At last, you have grown up, my dear. The mandala, standing before the Heavenly Emperor, tenderly cupped his hand and placed it upon her head. Heavenly Emperor, no matter what, I am still the mandala flower you once nurtured. Xiao Ze's eyes sparkled with a smile. The mandala lineage undergoes an exceptionally protracted growth cycle, and this breakthrough to celestial supremacy marked the transition from its youthful face. Witnessing the mandala's current maidenly form, it was no wonder the Heavenly Emperor wore such an expression of contentment. After all, since the Heavenly Emperor rescued the mandala, she had remained in her youthful guise. Now, having finally transcended to celestial supremacy and emerged from her juvenile stage, she presented herself as a poised young woman, evoking the Heavenly Emperor's reflections on her maturation. The Heavenly Emperor gently patted the mandala's head before withdrawing his hand. You are now a true pinnacle existence in this vast world. It is time to be mindful of your dignity. I can no longer treat you as a child. The Heavenly Emperor remarked with a smile, while the mandala's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Heavenly Emperor regarded her as a daughter, and the mandala, in turn, saw him as a father. Now that she had achieved celestial supremacy, it signified a step closer to the Heavenly Emperor's eventual dissolution. Very well. You have now transcended to celestial supremacy. It is time for you to inherit my essence of transforming the three purities. The Heavenly Emperor's face bore a smile as he drew the Heavenly Emperor's sword through the air, forming a spatial passageway. Let us embark on a journey to the celestial river of the ancient heavenly palace. Once you successfully cultivate the art of transforming into the three purities, you must also nurture your avatar in the river for a period of time. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Ze summoned the golden lotus spirit pool back to him, then followed the Heavenly Emperor and Mandala into the spatial passage. As the space shifted, the trio found themselves hovering over a majestic river. The waters surged, forming a misty spiritual energy upon the surface, taking on the shapes of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and leopards, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was a manifestation of the abundant spiritual energy contained within this sacred ground. The Heavenly Emperor extended his hand, and the vast river began to churn, shaping into a lotus made of flowing water. He turned to Mandala, his expression warm and inviting. You may proceed. Mandala gazed at the Heavenly Emperor and nodded slightly. With the tip of her toes, she alighted upon the water lotus and settled into a meditative posture. The Heavenly Emperor's demeanor grew solemn as he brought his fingers together. Boundless spiritual light converged upon them, infused with vitality and vigor. He then gently pointed, transcending the distance of space, and a beam of spiritual light descended upon Mandala's forehead. The crystalline light permeated Mandala's brow, penetrating her sea of consciousness. In an instant, her form quivered slightly, for even the supreme deity struggled to absorb such immense information all at once. Soon after, Mandala regained her composure and began to quietly contemplate the art of transforming into the three purities. As a result of the Heavenly Emperor's divine insight, Mandala acquired not only the method of cultivation, but also the Emperor's experiences and perceptions regarding the three purities. This impartation offered significant advantages, potentially saving years, if not decades, of arduous cultivation, allowing her to grasp an unparalleled divine art at an accelerated pace. Nonetheless, the ability to fully comprehend such an extraordinary skill still depended on innate talent. The Heavenly Emperor watched Mandala with keen anticipation. Given her current strength, she was certainly worthy of receiving his divine insight without the need to wait until she reached a higher realm. As was the case with Mu Chun in the original narrative, the Emperor's concern lay in whether Mandala could completely fathom the art of transforming into the three purities. Standing nearby, Xiao Ze spoke reassuringly to the Heavenly Emperor. Rest assured, esteemed Emperor, with Mandala's talent, mastering the three purities should pose no challenge. Reassured by Xiao Ze's words, the Heavenly Emperor relaxed slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, my spiritual projection is also on the verge of dissipating. With the ancient heavenly palace now in ruins, I do not wish for its legacy to vanish entirely. Mandala may inherit my art of transforming into the three purities, but the Heavenly Emperor sword may not suit her. I wonder if you would be interested in my Heavenly Emperor sword? The Heavenly Emperor smiled. Xiao Ze, taken aback by the offer, replied, as a sacred and unparalleled artifact. The Heavenly Emperor's sword naturally piques my interest. Then I shall entrust it to you, hoping it will shine brilliantly on the battlegrounds against the outer evil clan in the future, rather than fading away alongside me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze's expression grew solemn, recognizing that the heart of the Heavenly Emperor truly befitted the might of a peak powerhouse. Even after years of demise, the Emperor remained concerned for the safety of the vast world, unwilling to allow such a transcendent artifact to be buried alongside him. I shall not disappoint the elder Heavenly Emperor's trust. I will eradicate the malevolent beings from beyond. A smile appeared on the Heavenly Emperor's face as he lowered his head to the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Old friend, accompany me thus far. I can no longer allow you to shine with your rightful brilliance, yet I believe he can. He then handed the crystalline longsword to Xiao Ze. Sensing the Emperor's condition, the sword trembled slightly. Xiao Ze silently accepted the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Due to the Emperor's personal entrustment, the sword did not resist and was smoothly grasped by him. Rest assured, I shall not fail the Emperor's expectations, Xiao Ze assured the sword, which, possessing a degree of sentience, quivered slightly in response, its crystalline glow flickering. Since the Chaos God Emperor has bestowed upon you many treasures from the Chaos Shrine, it would be a shame for me to leave the ancient Heavenly Palace in the void. Perhaps it is better that I entrust it to you as well. With the Heavenly Emperor's sword in hand, you may freely enter the ancient Heavenly Palace, thus becoming its master. Thank you, esteemed elder, for this legacy, Xiao Ze replied, bowing respectfully with the sword in hand. The Heavenly Emperor nodded with a smile, feeling that there were no further regrets. Xiao Ze felt a deep sense of emotion as the Emperor entrusted the Heavenly Emperor's sword to him, while the legacy of the Emperor, the one Qi transforming into three purities, was passed to Mandala. The two of them were, in fact, the most legitimate heirs of the ancient Heavenly Palace. Accepting the ancient Heavenly Palace was only fitting. Chapter 815, The Three Mandalas. Above the Milky Way, Mandala sat in a lotus of water, various profound insights flowing through her mind. Under the true spirit's enlightenment of the Heavenly Emperor, Mandala suddenly comprehended aspects of the one Qi transforming into three purities that had previously eluded her understanding. As she felt herself rapidly grasping the essence of this legacy, Mandala recognized its extraordinary value. As thoughts of the intricacies of the one Qi transforming into three purities surfaced in her mind, her meditative form, as steadfast as rock, shifted slightly. Mandala slowly formed her hands into an ancient and resonant seal. Buzz. As she completed the seal, the heavens and earth seemed to resonate with marvelous waves in response. One Qi transforming into three purities. Cut through me with your blade. Mandala's lips parted slightly, releasing a sound imbued with an inexplicable charm. A unique spiritual radiance erupted from Mandala, harmonizing with the resonating waves of the cosmos. The spiritual light and the waves intertwined, swirling continuously, and within this, a phantom blade began to take shape. This ethereal blade was extraordinarily mystical. It appeared to exist in reality, yet conveyed a sense of elusive intangibility. Upon witnessing Mandala materializing this phantom blade, a smile graced the Heavenly Emperor's face. At this juncture, the cultivation of the one Qi transforming three clears was nearing fruition, with only the severance of the avatar remaining. At that moment, Mandala rose from the water lotus, her hands weaving mystical gestures as she directed her gaze toward the ethereal blade. With a resonant hum, the illusory sword quivered slightly before plunging directly toward Mandala. The blade descended with tremendous force, aiming for the crown of Mandala's head. Yet, she stood resolute, confronting the edge of the sword head-on. The spectral blade, resembling a mere illusion, struck down upon Mandala's crown, leaving her unscathed. The phantom sword glided through her form, passing seamlessly within her being. However, this was no mere figment of a dream. As the ethereal blade exited Mandala's body, it was accompanied by a flash of crimson light. This sanguine glow lingered to her left, writhing incessantly and emanating a peculiar aura. Xiao Ze observed intently. With his spiritual prowess, he discerned the truth. The illusory blade had severed a fragment of Mandala's true spirit, yet through immense mastery, she sustained its existence. With another powerful shout from Mandala, the ethereal sword cleaved yet another shard of her true spirit. Two streams of bloodlight writhed, gradually coalescing into two elegant figures. In the center stood Mandala, adorned in a black gown. To her left was a figure clad in white, serene and penetrating in gaze. To her right, a figure in purple, wearing a gentle smile. Even Xiao Ze's perception revealed that each incarnation of Mandala bore an identical essence. In addition to their matching aura, the two avatars radiated spiritual energy that reached the pinnacle of celestial supremacy. Is this the one Qi transforming three clears? Truly a testament to extraordinary prowess. Xiao Ze marveled, acknowledging that Mandala's strike had conjured two formidable entities of celestial caliber. The celestial emperor gazed upon Mandala with a heart filled with pride, akin to suddenly gaining two additional daughters beside his originally dutiful one. His affection shone through in a tender smile. In a swift motion, the celestial emperor approached the trio of Mandala. Upon seeing him, the three Mandalas beamed with joy, converging before him to exclaim in unison, "Celestial Emperor, I have succeeded in my cultivation." "Excellent, excellent." The celestial emperor gently patted Mandala's small head, his hands somewhat overwhelmed. Mandala closed her eyes slightly, savoring this final moment of connection with the celestial emperor. Having reached the level of celestial supremacy, Mandala could sense the ephemeral nature of the celestial emperor's spiritual presence. Xiao Ze, standing at a respectful distance, refrained from intruding upon this poignant reunion. Shortly thereafter, the celestial emperor beckoned to Xiao Ze, saying, "My time is limited. Mandala shall inherit my legacy, and you, Xiao Ze, have also gained the celestial emperor's sword's acknowledgement. You too shall be the heirs of the ancient celestial palace." The establishment of the ancient heavenly palace dates back to ancient times, and thus its heritage pales in comparison to that of the chaotic temple. However, it is not devoid of merit. This celestial river offers significant advantages for nurturing power. Within the ancient heavenly palace lies a peculiar scripture repository, which possesses a spirit that adheres strictly to its principles. Even if one wields the heavenly emperor's sword and becomes the master of the ancient heavenly palace, entry into this repository requires its approval. Xiao Ze nodded slightly. "I understand, senior. Furthermore, regarding Mandala, I am well aware of her nature. She tends to be reclusive, and the fact that she can coexist harmoniously with you is a true testament of her recognition. I hope you can look after Mandala in the future." The heavenly emperor cast a concerned glance at Mandala. "Though you have attained the status of heavenly sovereign, the malevolent beings from beyond the realms are not to be underestimated. In the tumultuous world of the myriad realms, even a heavenly sovereign may find it challenging to preserve their life. I sincerely hope that you both support one another." Xiao Ze clasped his hands and addressed the heavenly emperor. "Rest assured, senior. Mandala is the helmswoman of my source realm. I shall never allow her to come to harm." Mandala also nodded slightly. "Heavenly Emperor, I have now become a heavenly sovereign and have cultivated the one Qi transforming into three purities. It will not be so simple for those malevolent beings to deal with me." The heavenly emperor then imparted additional teachings regarding the cultivation of one Qi transforming into three purities, to which Mandala listened with rapt attention. Soon after, the heavenly emperor reached out to caress Mandala, who wore a black dress, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Mandala remained silent, merely lifting her gaze towards the increasingly translucent figure of the heavenly emperor, her eyes reddened, tears welling up. The heavenly emperor extended his other hand, as if to wipe away Mandala's tears. Yet, halfway through, he transformed into countless streams of spiritual light, slowly dispersing and cascading into the celestial river. As the heavenly emperor completely dissipated, the tears that had accumulated in Mandala's eyes could no longer be contained, flowing down her cheeks. Xiao Ze bowed deeply, silently bidding farewell to this revered ancient powerhouse. After a lengthy pause, Mandala inhaled deeply. "Let us go? I have been away from the source realm for quite some time." She placed the two incarnations within the celestial river for nurturing, then spoke to Xiao Ze. "Very well. Let us open up the source realm space and relocate many treasures into it." Xiao Ze cast one last glance at the celestial river, then waved his sleeve, creating a spatial passage, and stepped into it first. Before departing, Mandala took a deep, silent look at the celestial river and entered the spatial passage. Upon leaving the ancient heavenly palace, Xiao Ze received a message from Qinglin. "Xiao Ze, the martial gathering of the various veins will take place in a month. It is time to set forth." Xiao Ze's expression remained calm as he acknowledged Qingling's reminder with a nod. Chapter 816, Opening the World, Departing. After leaving the ancient heavenly palace, Xiao Ze prepared a wealth of materials, intending to establish a world within Tianluo City. For a heavenly sovereign, creating a small space is not a daunting task. Much like the original text where the celestial emperor of the Western Paradise established 3 small spaces for the fierce contest over the slots for the children of the continent. Though these spaces may be deemed small, they are capable of accommodating the battles of hundreds of Earth sovereigns. In terms of both size and strength, they far exceed the spaces created in the lower realms. The space that Xiao Ze is now creating in the Source Realm is not to be constructed haphazardly. As the headquarters of the Source Realm, It must house numerous treasures and cannot afford any negligence. This endeavor requires the consumption of a vast quantity of precious materials. In Xiao Ze's vision, the source realm space must not only be sufficiently robust, but also be equipped with a grand protective formation. Its sturdiness must be such that it can withstand battles at the level of the celestial sovereign, at the very least accommodating those of the immortal grade celestial sovereign, if not saint grade. The Grand Master spiritual formation laid within serves as a crucial means of defense against external threats. Xiao Ze does not expect to construct a protective formation capable of withstanding a saint-grade celestial sovereign in one fell swoop. Rather, he understands that progress requires patience, akin to taking one bite of food at a time and walking step by step along the path. Initially, he will establish a Grand Master spiritual formation and subsequently enhance and perfect it over time. After several days of labor, Xiao Ze has opened a vast source realm space spanning millions of miles. He has expended considerable precious materials to establish a Grand Master spiritual formation that envelopes the source realm. Even without Xiao Ze's direct manipulation, it can withstand the assaults of an immortal grade celestial sovereign for a period. As Xiao Ze's mastery of spiritual formations improves, he will gradually refine it further. Within the source realm space, Xiao Ze stands high in the sky, and with a wave of his sleeve, numerous treasures disperse in all directions, landing in key locations within the Grand Master spiritual formation. He then retrieves the Heavenly Emperor's sword and carves a path through the void, creating a spatial passage. With a grasp of his hand, an immense river is drawn forth and subsequently placed in the central area of the source realm. There remain many locations within the ancient heavenly palace protected by spiritual formations that have yet to be opened, which Xiao Ze plans to address after the return of the various factions. Perhaps due to the changes in the celestial river, Mandala seems to sense something, as a spatial rift suddenly materializes beside Xiao Ze, from which emerges a girl clad in a black dress. You indeed act with remarkable decisiveness, establishing such a vast world so swiftly, Mandala remarks, surveying the source realm space with a hint of admiration. While celestial sovereigns can effortlessly create small spaces, the magnitude and solidity of what Xiao Ze has forged necessitate considerable prowess. Mandala surmises that Xiao Ze must possess an extraordinary command over spatial power. She then turns her attention to cultivating formidable beings within the source realm, recognizing that external powerhouses may harbor concerns regarding loyalty. The many treasures within the source realm space will provide benefits to alchemists who join, allowing them to cultivate in these hallowed grounds. Naturally, they must concoct elixirs and contribute to gain entry. Xiao Ze briefly shares his thoughts with Mandala. Mandala nodded. Having spent a considerable amount of time managing affairs in the source realm, she was well aware of Xiao Ze's philosophy of clear rewards and punishments. Thus, she would not extend any undue privileges to the alchemists. They must first establish their merits. For alchemists, crafting elixirs would suffice to earn such accolades. I plan to journey to the floating Pagota continent to participate in the martial gathering of the ancient floating Pagota clan. Would you care to join me? Mandala hesitated before gently shaking her head. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the source realm is fully stabilized. This martial gathering is not a singular event. There will be future opportunities. Her reasoning was not without merit, as the source realm was experiencing rapid development. In such a time of swift advancement, a steady hand was essential to guide the direction of its progress. Without such leadership, there was a risk of deviating onto the wrong path. Though for Xiao Ze, this might not be catastrophic. Rectifying any missteps would undoubtedly prove troublesome. Very well, I entrust you with overseeing matters in the Dou Qi Continent as well. Mandala rolled her eyes slightly in response. Only a few days ago, you promised the Heavenly Emperor to look after me, and now you are offloading a mountain of responsibilities onto my shoulders. Cough. Circumstances dictate my actions. Surely you can comprehend this, Xiao Ze replied, casting a glance towards Mandala that bore an air of entreaty. Seeing the plea in his eyes stirred a subtle feeling within Mandala. Upon arriving in the vast world, she had first encountered him. Their relationship had evolved from his initial deference toward her to a state of equality, and eventually to his ascension as the celestial sovereign. Despite his elevated status, Xiao Ze continued to treat her as before, yet Mandala had adjusted her own standing accordingly. It was only after she too had reached the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign that she felt their positions were once again equal. Now, perceiving the request in Xiao Ze's gaze, Mandala felt a shift in her heart. With a resigned sigh, she pressed her fingers to her temples. I understand. I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities. Thank you, Xiao Ze replied with a smile. Yet, a flicker of emotion crossed Mandala's eyes. Between us, such expressions of gratitude are unnecessary. Do you extend the same courtesy to Xun'er and the others? As the steward of the source realm, Mandala was inevitably informed about Xun'er and the others, even if she had not sought such knowledge. However, It was the first time she had mentioned them in Xiao Ze's presence. Xiao Ze paused, taken aback by her sentiment, and after a moment of silence, he reached out to gently stroke Mandala's head. You know I did not mean it that way. It is merely that the multitude of Source Realm affairs has left you overburdened. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Mandala inhaled deeply. I did not intend to bring up Xun'er and the others. It is quite all right. As the matriarchs of the Source Realm, they will eventually need to announce their existence to the vast world, Xiao Ze said, playfully ruffling her hair. Very well. I shall entrust you with the myriad affairs of the Source Realm. I am now departing. Xiao Ze transformed into a fleeting spirit and vanished within the spatial confines of the Source Realm. Mandala's eyes sparkled with ethereal light as she pondered whether to find time to meet with the esteemed matriarchs of the Source Realm. Floating Pagota Continent. One of the 10 supercontinents in the vast world. Upon this supercontinent resides a singular force, the ancient Floating Pagota Clan. With dominion over the resources of an entire supercontinent, the foundations of the ancient Floating Pagota Clan have grown ever deeper with the passage of time. Although the clan monopolizes this supercontinent, discontent is nowhere to be found, for they are the ancient Floating Pagota Clan, one of the most venerable superpowers in the vast world. They possess both the qualification and strength to claim an entire supercontinent as their own. As the martial assembly of the various clans approaches, representatives from numerous superpowers arrive to observe, rendering the Floating Pagota Continent even more vibrant. Chapter 817, Floating Pagota Continent. Outside the Floating Pagota Continent, a spirit figure suddenly materialized. Clad in a black robe, Xiao Ze stood in the void, his countenance radiant, betraying no signs of fatigue from his long journey. With the mastery of a Grand Master of Spirit Arrays, constructing a teleportation array from the Tianluo continent to the Floating Pagota Continent required little time. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Ze lingered for several days on the Tianluo continent, establishing the spatial confines of the Source Realm. Xiao Ze raised his gaze towards the boundless expanse of the Floating Pagota Continent, a myriad of phenomena unfolding before him. Occasionally, he beheld the imposing black towers rising from the earth, exuding an aura of magnificence. The ancient Floating Pagota Clan has left an indelible mark upon the Floating Pagota Continent through their prolonged endeavors. The periphery of the Floating Pagota Continent does not establish any warnings against celestial sovereigns. After all, should a celestial sovereign wish to enter the Floating Pagota Continent, it would be exceedingly difficult to impose preventative measures. Even within the ancient Floating Pagota Clan, it is improbable to allocate numerous celestial sovereigns to guard the boundaries of the Floating Pagota Continent. Naturally, few within the vast world dare to cause disturbances upon the Floating Pagota Continent. Xiao Ze traversed the Floating Pagota Continent, journeying deep into its heart. A majestic and towering city came into view, vast as if it were a colossal beast sprawling upon the earth, continuously exhaling and inhaling countless spirit figures. This was the capital of the Floating Pagota Continent, Floating Pagota City. As the most central city, Floating Pagota City has never lacked in vitality. However, coinciding with the martial assembly of the various clans, the already bustling Floating Pagota City reached an unprecedented pinnacle of popularity after years of activity. Representatives of various superpowers flocked to the Floating Pagota Continent during this period to witness the grand event of the ancient Floating Pagota Clan, the martial assembly of the various clans. At the heart of Floating Pagota City stands a magnificent mountain range, atop which lies an expansive plaza. At this moment, the plaza buzzed with liveliness as spirit figures descended from the heavens, revealing extraordinary presences of formidable warriors. In the vast expanse of the world, the rare presence of the celestial sovereigns is now a commonplace sight. As one of the most profound superpowers within this realm, even in the absence of an invitation from the illustrious Futu ancient clan, numerous formidable forces have gathered to witness the occasion, eager to behold the might and heritage of the apex superpowers. Naturally, they harbor a slight hope of forging amicable relations with the Futu ancient clan. Xiao Ze descended discreetly in a secluded area, embarking on this journey alone. Unlike other superpowers, which arrived accompanied by disciples or kin, he chose to come unaccompanied. Dispelling his spiritual energy, he revealed his form and surveyed the surroundings of the plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a colossal spatial gate leading to the Futu realm, the ancestral domain of the Futu ancient clan. This location represents the very core of the clan, while the Futu clan members residing on the Futu continent are merely considered subclans. Countless individuals from these subclans yearn to enter the Futu realm, striving for the prestigious status of the ancestral clan. Achieving this status is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, a remarkable elevation. It signifies not only a transformation in identity, but also a tremendous shift in access to cultivation resources. The resources acquired upon becoming part of the ancestral clan are beyond the imagination of those living on the Dou Qi Continent. Xiao Ze's gaze lingered upon the gate, where a formidable array of defenses was in place, rendering even the celestial sovereigns unable to breach it with ease. Periodically, spiritual vessels traversed through the gate, ferrying representatives of the superpowers into the Fudu realm. Only these vessels were permitted to navigate the gate freely. His eyes scanned the plaza, where numerous lesser celestial sovereigns were scattered about. The spiritual vessels of the Futu ancient clan would first transport those superpowers in possession of invitations into the realm, while those who arrived uninvited would have to await their turn. The uninvited celestial sovereigns felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet they could do nothing about it. For the Futu ancient clan is not a force that ordinary superpowers can provoke. As Xiao Ze continued to observe his surroundings, the steward stationed at the gate noticed him, his eyes brightening with recognition. The haughty demeanor dissipated, replaced by a smile as he approached Xiao Ze. "May I inquire if you are Lord Xiao Ze?" The steward, clad in black, asked with a respectful bow. Though couched in a questioning tone, there was a notable confidence in his words, likely having seen Xiao Ze's likeness beforehand. "Indeed. I am. How may I assist you?" "Lord Xiao Ze, please follow me. The clan leader has instructed that you are to be warmly welcomed upon your arrival." "Oh, I see. I appreciate your efforts," Xiao Ze replied, nodding thoughtfully. Since the Futu clan had foreseen his arrival, it would be impolite to refuse their hospitality. At that moment, the attention of numerous celestial sovereigns in the plaza was drawn to Xiao Ze, their gazes fixated upon him. Initially, Xiao Ze found himself in a secluded corner of the square, attracting little attention from the celestial sovereigns. However, once he was drawn in by the attendants of the floating Pagota ancient clan, a wave of astonishment ensued. It was the lord of the source realm, Xiao Ze, who would have anticipated his presence at the martial gathering of the floating Pagota ancient clan. The source realm had recently garnered a reputation as a sacred ground for alchemy, rising to prominence within the vast world. The surrounding celestial sovereigns began to whisper among themselves, casting curious glances in Xiao Ze's direction, surveying the crowd with a gentle smile. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in greeting, addressing them. "Greetings to all. Should you require divine elixirs in the future, feel free to visit the source realm." The celestial sovereigns reciprocated with respectful gestures, acknowledging him with goodwill. Although Xiao Ze's strength did not reach the pinnacle, his astonishing alchemical prowess commanded respect even from the highest-ranking celestial sovereigns, for none could predict when they might find themselves in need of his talents. Even if it were not for themselves, securing a divine elixir for the younger generation of their families would be immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Xiao Ze was graciously escorted by the black-clad attendant onto a spiritual vessel, entering the realm of the floating pagoda. After a considerable while, the vessel descended gently, revealing an expansive vista. Towering mountains were adorned with black pagoda towers, emanating a potent aura. The pure and vast spiritual energy permeated the atmosphere, giving rise to various auspicious phenomena. Merely residing in this place, let alone cultivating, would yield significant benefits from the spiritual energy. Due to Xiao Ze's arrival aboard the highest-grade spiritual vessel, as soon as it landed, several spiritual figures emerged from a distant black tower, approaching him. Leading them was an elderly man clad in white robes, who, upon sensing Xiao Ze's aura, paused slightly, appearing to be nearly his equal in strength. However, upon recognizing Xiao Ze's visage, a smile spread across his face. "I am Qinglin of the Floating Pagoda Ancient Clan. It is an honor to meet the Lord of the Source Realm." His aura clearly indicated that he had reached the realm of a spirit-grade celestial sovereign, and the individuals behind him bowed respectfully, casting curious glances at Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze returned the gesture with a smile, replying, "It is a pleasure to meet Elder Qingjing." Before they could engage in further conversation, a spiritual figure swiftly descended from the sky, materializing before them with a graceful presence. As the spiritual energy dissipated, it revealed Qin Yanjing. "Xiao Ze, you have finally arrived." Chapter 818, The Divine Maiden of the Floating Pagoda. As Qin Yanjing appeared, she greeted Xiao Ze with a smile. Observing from the side, Elder Qingjing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that the relationship between the clan leader's daughter and the lord of the source realm was somewhat unusual. Nevertheless, recalling Xiao Ze's esteemed identity alleviated his concerns. "Elder Qingjing, allow me to host Xiao Ze," Qin Yanjing proposed, to which the elder nodded in agreement, leading the others back to the Black Tower. In the vast expanse of the world, the number of forces qualified to board the highest-grade spirit vessels remains rather limited. It is unnecessary for every superpower to be received by Elder Qingjing. Moreover, the current Qinjianjing is indeed qualified to represent the Futu ancient clan in welcoming Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon Qinjianjing, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Has teacher Qinjianjing finally ascended to the realm of celestial sovereign? Upon hearing this, Qinglin revealed a trace of joy. Yes, I have finally caught up with you. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they ventured deeper into the Futu realm. With only a few days remaining until the various sects' martial gathering, my mastery of spiritual formations has reached the level of Grandmaster. It is indeed an opportune moment for mutual exploration. Qinglin led Xiao Ze to a secluded courtyard, knowing that he was not particularly fond of ostentatious palaces. This arrangement was favorable, as delving too deeply into the solitary study of spiritual formations could be counterproductive. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement, given Qinglin's innate talent for spiritual formations. Exchanging insights with her would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Within the courtyard, spiritual formations materialized between Xiao Ze and Qinglin, appearing in an instant only to vanish just as swiftly. Within mere moments, thousands of formations were born and obliterated. For grandmasters of their caliber, verbal communication proved too sluggish. It was far more efficient to construct formations directly and decipher each other's methods. At this level, each grandmaster possesses unique techniques and imprints. Such exchanges are straightforward yet profoundly effective, allowing both to glean knowledge from the other's formations. Naturally, for this method of exchange to be fruitful, both parties should be of comparable skill. Otherwise, one might struggle to comprehend the other's formations, akin to the disparity between a grandmaster and an ordinary master of formations. Even if techniques are suppressed to maintain parity, certain subtleties may elude a master of formations. The spiritual exchanges between the two drew considerable attention, particularly from the powerful members of the Futu ancient clan. As the martial gathering approached, while few dared to cause disruptions in this vicinity, the potential for conflict still loomed. Thus, the powerful figures of the Futu ancient clan remained vigilant. However, upon witnessing Qinglin engage with Xiao Ze over spiritual formations, many were left astonished. As the divine maiden of the Futu ancient clan, possessing 8 divine veins, Qinglin was a rare and exceptional talent. Her aptitude for spiritual formations was nothing short of astounding, ranking among the finest in the vast world. To discover that she was evenly matched with Xiao Ze was unexpected. The powerful members of the clan had previously regarded Xiao Ze primarily for his formidable alchemical skills. To their surprise, his talent in spiritual formations was equally remarkable, perhaps even rivaling that of their own divine maiden, prompting a wave of admiration and elevating their regard for Xiao Ze further. Such extraordinary talent may yet ascend to the peak of excellence in the future. The recent exchange of spiritual formations between Xiao Ze and Qinglin has reverberated throughout the entire Futu ancient clan over the past few days. Countless clansmen are incredulous to discover that their divine maiden is, in terms of spiritual formations, merely on par with Xiao Ze. This revelation has left many struggling to accept the truth, prompting them to flock to the courtyard where Xiao Ze is temporarily residing. Upon witnessing the myriad of spiritual formations erupting between Xiao Ze and Qinglin, the stunned clansmen finally come to believe in the astonishing reality. Xiao Ze, undistracted, immerses himself in the traces left by the dissolution of the formations, contemplating the profound intricacies of the formations constructed by Qinglin. The myriad insights from the formations flow through his heart, allowing him to become completely absorbed in the experience, indifferent to the gazes of onlookers. Qinglin shares a similar state of mind. Engaging in a dialogue of spiritual formations with a peer of equivalent brilliance undoubtedly brings immense benefits to her own understanding. She feels her comprehension and cultivation of spiritual formations rising to new heights. The continuous exchange over several days has yielded great rewards for both Xiao Ze and Qinglin. As the fluctuations of the spiritual formations in the courtyard gradually subside, it becomes evident that, despite their formidable power, none have inflicted any damage upon the courtyard. It is as if their clash of formations occurred in an entirely different realm. A glimmer of light dances in Qinglin eyes, and a smile gradually graces her face. To her surprise, this exchange has directly elevated her mastery of spiritual formations to a new level. Xiao Ze, what about you? Surely you have gained some insights as well, she says, her tone filled with curiosity. Xiao Ze responds vaguely, prompting Qinglin to roll her eyes slightly, suspecting that he has indeed gained more than she has. All right. It is time to witness the martial gathering of the various clans, Xiao Ze says with a smile. Following this exchange of spiritual formations, he believes he should now be capable of arranging formations of celestial quality, marking a significant achievement. Noticing Xiao Ze's lack of desire to elaborate, Qinglin leads him to the venue of the martial gathering. A towering main peak pierces the clouds, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, exuding an imposing grandeur. Upon this peak, enormous platforms of white jade are distinctly arranged, emanating a sharp aura. Surrounding the main peak are numerous lesser peaks, each adorned with pavilions, where powerful spiritual figures occasionally descend. However, These pavilions pale in comparison to those atop the main peak, which are reserved solely for the foremost superpowers of the vast world. While the Source Realm has yet to reach the pinnacle of superpower status, Xiao Ze, as the Demon King of the Daqian Palace, is nonetheless entitled to take his place upon the main peak. Qing Yanjing guides Xiao Ze to one of the pavilions atop the main peak. Teacher Qing Yanjing, will you not be participating in the martial gathering this time? Xiao Ze inquires, a hint of confusion in his voice. No, the pure veins are currently flourishing. There is no need for me, a novice in the realm of the celestial sovereign, to take the stage. However, after the conclusion of this grand martial assembly, I must undergo a rather solemn ceremony. Qing Yanjing smiled gently, her expression one of anticipation, as if awaiting Xiao Ze's inquiry. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Ze chuckled and said, Teacher Qing Yanjing, please do not keep me in suspense. What is this grand ceremony? Clearing her throat, Qing Yanjing began to explain to Xiao Ze. You should be aware that the 5 ancient clans each preserve an original Dharma body, correct? Xiao Ze nodded in acknowledgement, noting that apart from the Maha clan's original Dharma body, which is entrusted to the immortal emperor and not solely theirs, the other 4 ancient clans each maintain an original Dharma body. To possess such a magnificent treasure as an original Dharma body, who would entertain the notion of having a treasure mountain yet refrain from utilizing it? Therefore, within the floating Pagota clan, should any clansman reach the level of celestial sovereign, they are afforded the opportunity to attempt to master the original Dharma body. The original Dharma body possessed by the floating Pagota clan is named the Endless Radiance Body. Chapter 819, The Situation of the Floating Pagoda. The venue for the martial assembly is atop the main peak, where representatives of the foremost superpowers in the vast world are seated in the pavilions that have been constructed. Surrounding them are representatives from ordinary superpowers. Xiao Ze finds himself in a pavilion on the left side of the main peak, accompanied by Qing Yanjing. As he has just stepped into the realm of the celestial sovereign, and given that the pure veins are experiencing a period of great prosperity, there is no necessity for Qing Yanjing to participate in the assembly. Instead, she remains by Xiao Ze's side, elucidating the circumstances of the floating Pagoda clan. The martial assembly is the most significant event for the floating Pagoda clan, pertaining to the highest authority within the clan, namely the seats of the Elder Council. All matters of importance within the floating Pagoda clan require the consent of the Elder Council. The number of seats held within the council determines the influence a particular vein possesses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, Then, Teacher Qing Yanjing, how many seats does your pure vein possess? 6 seats, she replied, which is the most among the Elder Council. Below us are the Xian vein with 4 seats, the Mo vein with 3 seats, while the remaining 6 seats are occupied by various branch veins, each holding 1 seat. Xiao Ze pondered this, reflecting that compared to the time when Fu Tu Xian served as the Grand Elder, the current development of the floating Pagoda clan is indeed more favorable. At least they do not concentrate all resources solely within the main veins. According to the original text as stated by Qing Yanjing, during Fu Tu Xian's tenure as Grand Elder, there was fierce competition between the Xian and Mo veins, each claiming a majority of the clan's resources, which left the pure vein and numerous branch veins with relatively little, regardless of the talents that emerged from the other branch veins. The current distribution of Elder Council seats indicates that while the pure, Xian, and Mo veins are strong, they have also allocated sufficient resources to the branch veins. Furthermore, the pure vein does not possess a definitive advantage in the Elder Council, as aside from Fu Tu Tian serving as the clan leader, they hold merely 6 seats, whereas the other veins collectively possess a substantial 13 seats. Even though the leader of the floating pagoda, a figure of supreme excellence, holds the esteemed title of Heavenly Sovereign, it remains implausible to achieve a significant endeavor solely beneficial to the pure vein without unanimous agreement among all factions. One cannot help but ponder whether the leader of the ancient floating pagoda possesses any extraordinary privileges. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flitted through his mind, he beheld upon the summit a series of formidable figures manifesting with an air of dread. These were indeed the heavenly sovereigns of the floating pagoda, numbering a remarkable 20. Witnessing such a sight, Xiao Ze felt a profound sense of awe. In the vast world, possessing even a single heavenly sovereign is enough to designate a force as superlative. The ancient clans and factions, with their time-honored legacies, boast a far greater number of heavenly sovereigns, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary superlative powers. Moreover, this representation only reflects the heavenly sovereigns of the floating pagoda participating in the martial assembly of the various veins. Figures like Qing Yanjing, who stood beside Xiao Ze, lacked even the qualification to partake in the contest. It is clear that even among superlative forces, there exists a vast chasm. Even the Source Realm, now renowned for its alchemical sanctum, pales in comparison to such pinnacle powers. Among the 19 figures, a distinct hierarchy was evident, with them respectfully positioned behind a central figure. The visage of this prominent figure was familiar to Xiao Ze. It was none other than Floating Pagoda's patriarch, Floating Pagoda Tian. Maintaining a middle-aged appearance. Adorned in a white robe embroidered with cloud patterns, he exuded an air of amiability, devoid of any visible aura of spiritual power, appearing much like an ordinary person. However, upon his arrival, even the representatives of the foremost superlative forces present in the lofty pavilion stood in deference, their faces reflecting respect. For Floating Pagoda Tian was not only the patriarch of the Floating Pagoda, but also a heavenly sovereign of supreme caliber. In the vast world, the number of heavenly sovereigns who have attained such exalted status is exceedingly rare, each deserving of utmost reverence. Welcome, esteemed patriarch. Upon Floating Pagoda Tian's emergence, countless members of the Floating Pagoda bowed in respect. Even the elders displayed expressions of reverence, clasping their hands in salute. Under the gaze of the multitude, atop the summit, Floating Pagoda Tian surveyed the various factions below, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his hands and spoke. A voice, cultured and graceful, echoed through the mountains. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed factions for gracing us with your presence at the martial assembly of the Floating Pagoda. Please, do not stand on ceremony. This warm and approachable tone immediately alleviated the tension among the representatives of the superlative forces present. Unlike the leaders of other top-tier factions, Floating Pagoda Tian did not embody an imposing demeanor. Nonetheless, the other representatives still returned the gesture of respect, cautious not to overstep their bounds. After all, the benevolence of a heavenly sovereign of supreme caliber does not imply that one may act with impudence. Floating Pagoda Tian, having exchanged pleasantries with the representatives of the superlative forces, turned to address the heavenly sovereigns behind him. The gathering of the various clans for martial arts competition is about to commence. I implore everyone to unleash their full potential. Although our lineage possesses profound heritage, our numbers are vast and resources limited. Thus, it is incumbent upon each of you to strive for victory. 19 figures behind me clasped their hands in reverence and responded. We understand. With a nod, Futuwa Tian declared, in that case, I shall not elaborate further. Proceed. The 19 imposing figures then descended like meteors, transforming into a flurry of formidable spiritual apparitions that landed upon the immense jade platforms. Thus, the martial arts competition officially began. As a rare contest among the supreme beings, it naturally garnered significant attention from numerous powerful factions. The participants of this competition, even among the celestial elites, were far from weak, with many being extraordinary beings of celestial quality. The depth and strength exhibited by the Futuwa ancient clan were sufficient to leave many superpowers astounded. Observing the jade platforms that erupted with astonishing waves of combat energy, Qin Yanjing stood beside Xiao Ze, introducing him to the clan's formidable members. The rules of the martial arts competition were quite simple. Whichever clan emerges victorious more often than not retains its seats. Conversely, a clan that suffers for defeats must relinquish a position. Currently, the Qin clan holds 6 seats, but if they were to lose 4 matches, they would automatically forfeit 1. This is the overarching rule of seat rotation, accompanied by several smaller regulations, which Qin Yanjing elucidated to Xiao Ze, who finally grasped the concept. Although Xiao Ze found the martial arts competition intriguing, his greater interest lay in the myriad representatives of superpowers attending the event. Each representative bore impressive talents, as those who attain the level of supreme beings possess exceptional gifts. However, most of these talents pertain to cultivation, which left Xiao Ze somewhat disheartened. While he certainly does not lack in cultivation-related talents, he is aware that he still has a long journey ahead before he fully refines his source branches. Thus, he is not in a hurry and takes a measured approach. Moreover, while the martial arts competition of the Futuwa ancient clan is resplendent, it does not attract every supreme being. Even some top-tier superpowers have chosen not to send representatives. Factions such as the Sword Domain and the Undying Lands, along with 3 other ancient clans, sent only 2. The Tai Ling ancient clan and the Heitian ancient clan. Despite the grandeur of the martial arts competition, the current world is not entirely at peace, necessitating the presence of supreme beings to guard the borders. As time progressed, the martial arts competition gradually drew to a close. A spark of excitement illuminated Qin Yanjing's face. The moment of her much-anticipated spotlight was approaching. On the summit's pavilion, Xiao Ze observed the exhilarated Qin Yanjing and offered a gentle smile. After witnessing the competition, he felt deeply the profound heritage of the Futuwa ancient clan. Even as the source realm relies on the alchemist system of the Dou Qi Continent to forge its reputation as a sacred ground for alchemy, the depth of the Futuwa lineage remains impressive. It would require decades, if not centuries, to catch up with such a profound and ancient race. Undoubtedly, the pivotal factor in this endeavor remains Xiao Ze, the master of the Source Realm. Should Xiao Ze achieve a breakthrough to the saintly celestial sovereign level, the chasm between him and these formidable superpowers would significantly narrow. During this period, with the aid of an abundant supply of sovereign spiritual liquid, Xiao Ze has successfully refined his second fundamental branch to 90%. Once he completes the refinement of this second branch, he will ascend to the late period of the spiritual celestial sovereign stage. The cultivation at the celestial sovereign level has made Xiao Ze immensely grateful for the decisions he previously made, particularly the necessity to establish a sufficiently powerful force to obtain vast quantities of sovereign spiritual liquid for his training. In merely a few months, Xiao Ze has consumed no less than 10 billion units of sovereign spiritual liquid. As one approaches the pinnacle of the Great Thousand World, the resources required become increasingly staggering. For instance, cultivating an army like the Qinglin, which can rival the celestial sovereign, would demand at least 100 billion units of sovereign spiritual liquid. Furthermore, each year, several hundred million units are needed for the training of the Qinglin army. The same holds true for the celestial sovereign. Every incremental advancement necessitates an enormous expenditure of sovereign spiritual liquid. However, Xiao Ze's extraordinary consumption is an exception, although each refinement of a fundamental branch enhances his feedback capabilities, granting him the formidable powers of one of the 36 unparalleled divine abilities. The quantity of sovereign spiritual liquid required is also astronomical. Indeed, Xiao Ze's consumption during this period has exceeded 10 billion units. For an ordinary celestial sovereign, even serving as a guest elder in a superpower, the annual acquisition of sovereign spiritual liquid would typically amount to only a few hundred million, with the maximum reaching just over 10 billion. The amount Xiao Ze has consumed in these months would suffice to sustain those celestial sovereigns for several decades. Given such consumption, it is no wonder that Xiao Ze feels a profound sense of relief. Had it not been for the existence of elixirs in the Source Realm, which continuously draw in resources, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Ze to cultivate so freely. As Xiao Ze deeply appreciated the formidable strength of the floating ancient clan's various branches, other superpowers were equally astonished. Aside from the illustrious floating celestial at the pinnacle of the main peak, the foundation of the floating ancient clan's celestial sovereigns is not to be underestimated. To a certain extent, the martial exhibition of the clan's various branches also serves as an opportunity to showcase their profound heritage, deterring other superpowers from daring to offend them. As the martial exhibition concluded, there were changes in the Elder Council's positions, yet the Qing branch maintained its 6 seats, as it currently enjoys a period of great prosperity. It would be exceedingly challenging for the Qing branch to suffer 4 defeats in a single martial exhibition. Rising to his feet, Floating Celestial spoke cheerfully to the multitude of superpowers, expressing gratitude for their attendance. He announced the conclusion of the martial exhibition, yet hinted at an exceedingly important ceremony to follow, inviting those who were not in haste to remain. Floating Celestial's words left the other superpowers momentarily stunned. What significant ceremony could possibly follow the martial exhibition? Those esteemed celestial sovereigns, who had participated in numerous martial gatherings, seemed to ponder deeply, contemplating the possibility. They cast astonished glances toward the floating pagoda sky. Could it be that a member of the floating pagoda clan has ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign? Although the floating pagoda clan boasts numerous celestial sovereigns, making such achievements seem commonplace, the significance of a celestial sovereign remains profound, regardless of context. The 19 celestial sovereigns who had previously revealed their prowess, if placed outside the floating pagoda clan, would each possess the potential to dominate a continent and become its sovereign ruler. Those familiar with our clan understand that should a new celestial sovereign emerge, they may petition the ancestral tower to attempt mastery over our clan's boundless radiant body. The words of Floating Pagoda Sky resonated powerfully, causing a ripple of astonishment among countless superpowers. The boundless radiant body, one of the 5 primordial, it is the most treasured artifact within the vast universe, beneficial even to the celestial sovereigns. Amidst the tremors of excitement, a wave of intense envy surged within many celestial sovereigns. Within the Floating Pagoda clan, any who attain the rank of celestial sovereign qualify to attempt mastery of the boundless radiant body. Such profound heritage and opportunity are incomparable to those of ordinary superpowers. Although achieving the status of celestial sovereign is indeed arduous, it pales in comparison to the struggle for the right to control the primordial. Countless celestial sovereigns could not even contend for such eligibility. Yet, as envy dissipated, curiosity arose regarding the identity of the Floating Pagoda clan's newly ascended celestial sovereign. In this atmosphere of eager anticipation, a breathtakingly serene figure emerged from a pavilion atop the main peak. As Qin Yinjing gracefully descended onto the central jade platform, the gathered celestial sovereigns were met with expressions of surprise and realization. It was none other than the Floating Pagoda goddess. as the daughter of the clan leader. Her attainment of celestial sovereign status at such a young age undoubtedly marked her as a prodigy. Yet, how did she emerge from that particular pavilion? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Jing offered a slight bow and proclaimed with clarity, "I, Qin Jing of the Qing lineage, have achieved celestial sovereign status and respectfully request the clan leader's permission to attempt mastery over the boundless radiant body." Hearing this, Floating Pagoda Sky smiled and nodded in agreement. Qin Jing's claim was indeed valid. According to clan regulations, attaining celestial sovereign status grants one the right to endeavor for mastery of the boundless radiant body. Do any elders have objections? Floating Pagoda Sky swept his gaze across the celestial sovereigns behind him, and the celestial sovereigns of the Floating Pagoda clan responded in unison. "We have no objections. We defer to the clan leader's decision." Floating Pagoda Sky nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, Xiao Ze felt an immensely terrifying aura manifest from the void. He looked up to see a spectral figure slowly materializing above the endless firmament. It was a towering stone tower, so colossal that it seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, emanating an ancient and primal aura, as if it had endured the passage of countless ages. Although it was merely a phantom, it seemed capable of suppressing the very heavens and earth, causing a profound silence among the numerous celestial sovereigns present, who gazed in astonishment at the apparition suspended in the sky. Could that be the ancestral tower of the Floating Pagoda ancient clan? It is said that even the most exalted celestial sovereigns must shy away from its brilliance. Indeed, it is as terrifying as rumored. Within that ethereal form, a glimmer of light emerged, swiftly transforming into an endless radiance that cascaded down, illuminating the entire world. A beam of light gradually descended, the infinite brightness emanating from within that silhouette. Enveloped in divine light, the figure exuded an overwhelming sense of defense, as if it could withstand the collapse of the universe itself. Upon witnessing this luminous figure, Xiao Ze was momentarily overwhelmed by the profound sense of invulnerability radiating from the endless radiance body. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the panel projected before him. Endless radiance body, one of the 5 primordial that remain in the vast universe, capable of enhancing one's essence through binding. Chapter 821, The Trial of the Floating Pagoda. When Xiao Ze beheld the endless radiance body manifesting on the panel, even his typically composed demeanor could not suppress the tumult within. The primordial can be bound. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ze focused intently on the description on the panel. Unlike other bindings, the primordial does not merely offer a new path of cultivation or a novel talent. It directly enhances one's essence. Whether it pertains to his own essence or the essence tree, the augmentation of both would yield tremendous rewards for Xiao Ze. Remarkably, it appeared that binding the primordial did not require it to undergo any enhancement for Xiao Ze to receive feedback. This was fundamentally different from previous feedback bindings, sparking myriad speculations in Xiao Ze's mind. Could there be something unique about this primordial? Recalling the origins of the primordial, he remembered that the original text provided scant details about its genesis, offering only fragmented accounts. According to legend, the 10 primordial were formed at the dawn of existence, ancient and mysterious, bearing the sacred duty of safeguarding the world. These primordial were nurtured alongside the vast universe, making them the most ancient and powerful embodiments. Perhaps they harbored the essence of the vast universe. As this thought crystallized, a flicker of enlightenment crossed Xiao Ze's eyes. The essence of the vast universe contained within might explain why binding the endless radiance body could enhance his essence. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why feedback could be obtained without any enhancement. Was it because the primordial emerged at the inception of the vast universe? And unless the universe itself grew stronger, the primordial did not possess the concept of becoming more powerful. Unable to resolve these uncertainties, Xiao Ze chose not to dwell on them further and decided to bind the endless radiance body. Successfully bound the endless radiance body, obtaining feedback, endless radiance essence. Collect all 5 essences to induce a transformation in the essence space. Upon observing the prompt on the panel, a contemplative expression flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes. The 5 primordial origins undoubtedly correspond to the existing 5 original. These primordial origins possess the ability to induce a metamorphosis within the source space, which serves as the vessel for the tree of origins, establishing an exceedingly close relationship between the two. It stands to reason that the transformation of the source space could, in turn, impact the tree of origins. Gazing at the remaining binding positions, Xiao Ze felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not carelessly used up all the binding slots, as 5 remained, sufficient for binding the 5 original. However, a thought crossed his mind. Even if he were to bind them all, it might not guarantee his ascent to the pinnacle. It would merely require a longer period for him to amass the necessary foundation. Yet, being amidst the floating Buddha ancient clan, Xiao Ze chose not to claim the endless light origin, instead directing his focus towards Qin Yanjing. At that moment, Qin Yanjing's figure was bathed in the divine radiance emanating from the endless light body, rendering her presence extraordinarily sacred. Enveloped in this holy light, her form became nearly indistinguishable. Nevertheless, the heavenly sovereigns present could sense her continually forging a connection with the endless light body. Observing this, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow. In the original text, Qin Yanjing had not cultivated the endless light body. Thus, he held certain reservations regarding her current ritual, in stark contrast to Xiao Ze's composure. The members of the Floating Buddha ancient clan exhibited palpable excitement, particularly those heavenly sovereigns who had previously attempted the endeavor, brimming with anticipation. Should Qin Yanjing master the endless light body, they would be deprived of any opportunity. However, the benefits that her control over the endless light body could bestow upon the clan weighed heavily on their minds. The original is exceedingly powerful. Each of the 5 ancient races possesses one, yet throughout history, no one has successfully mastered any of them. Nonetheless, these ancient clans, steeped in tradition, understand the significance of the original. During the wars of the ancient times against the extraterritorial evil races, had it not been for the 10 superlative beings wielding the original, the current vast world might have already succumbed to the abyss. The role of the original in these events cannot be overstated. If anyone within the clan could master an original, it would undoubtedly cause the Floating Buddha ancient clan's strength to surge once more, potentially positioning them at the forefront among the 5 ancient races. Even Floating Buddha Tian could not restrain himself, clenching his fists with eager anticipation as he gazed at Qin Yanjing's figure. Since the fall of their ancestor who had once controlled the endless light body in ancient times, no clansman had since achieved mastery over it. However, from the records, Floating Buddha Tian understood that the first step to mastering the endless light body was to merge with the holy light. As long as one's physical form could seamlessly integrate into the sacred light radiating from the endless light body, they would qualify to command it. Previously, all members of the ancient Floating Pagoda clan had halted at this juncture, with some even unable to withstand the holy light, resulting in their immediate expulsion. In stark contrast, Qin Yanjing's situation was considerably more favorable than that of her predecessors. At least, when attempting the trial, only half of her body could bear the holy light. Just as the crowd anticipated the outcome, Qin Yanjing's figure trembled slightly before she suddenly retreated. Though remnants of the holy light still clung to her, it swiftly dissipated. Witnessing this scene, the esteemed members of the Floating Pagoda clan could not help but sigh softly, recognizing yet another failure. The other powerful factions, witnessing Qin Yanjing's unsuccessful inheritance, experienced a mix of regret and elation, though none dared to express their emotions openly. Floating Pagoda Tian also felt a twinge of regret, but chose to remain silent. Merely gesturing with his sleeve, the ethereal shadow of the ancestral tower reappeared, drawing the boundless light back within its confines. Qin Yanjing gazed up at the vanishing essence of boundless light, feeling a pang of reluctance in her heart. She shook her head and offered a slight bow before returning to the pavilion where Xiao Ze was situated. On the scene, Floating Pagoda Tian engaged in pleasantries with the attendees, expressing gratitude to the numerous powerful factions for their presence. Xiao Ze gently patted Qin Yanjing's shoulder, reassuring her not to feel disheartened. The boundless light entity was the primordial, possessing infinite power, and throughout history, only a few had been able to master it. Qin Yanjing sighed softly, revealing a hint of a wry smile. It wasn't so much sadness as a sense of unfulfilled potential, lamenting that only the final vestige of the holy light remained. Xiao Ze could only offer gentle comfort, knowing that missing such a grand opportunity would leave anyone feeling deeply unsatisfied. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yanjing seemed to regain her composure and turned to Xiao Ze, as if recalling something important. Xiao Ze, do you have any pressing matters? If not, may I request your company at the Floating Pagoda clan for a while? There is an upcoming trial, and I require a partner. The Floating Pagoda trial? Xiao Ze pondered the term. Indeed, before our clan members fall, they will send the cultivated Floating Pagoda into the Floating Pagoda plains, where the essence of the pagoda is generated, proving immensely beneficial to our kin. However, the Floating Pagoda plains are not devoid of peril. In fact, certain treacherous areas might even pose a threat to esteemed figures. Thus, I seek your companionship for added security. That is certainly agreeable. Chapter 822. The Essence of the Floating Pagoda. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze agreed to accompany Qin Yanjing in completing the Floating Pagoda trial. Their bond was profound, and he was determined to assist her in any way possible. Subsequently, Qin Yanjing elaborated on further details regarding the Floating Pagoda trial. Typically, the ancient Floating Pagoda clan permitted its members to invite individuals from outside the clan to serve as partners in their explorations. In the vast expanse of the floating pagoda plain, all is birthed from the essence of the floating pagoda. For those devoid of a floating pagoda, it holds no utility whatsoever. Thus, the ancient clan of the floating pagoda is eager to permit those from external tribes, lacking their own pagoda, to enter the floating plain alongside them. Naturally, these outsiders cannot depart empty-handed. Typically, the members of the floating pagoda clan prepare a reward. Qinglin addressed Xiao Ze, stating, "Xiao Ze, as a reward, I shall share with you the Grandmaster's spiritual formations that reside within the floating pagoda clan." Xiao Ze nodded, seemingly indifferent. For at the Grandmaster level of spiritual formations, the necessity for them is not as pressing as prior to reaching this echelon. At this stage, Grandmasters of spiritual formations are more inclined to forge their own paths and create unique formations. If they can reference the works of other Grandmasters, it becomes all the more effortless. Shortly thereafter, under Qingling's guidance, Xiao Ze ventured deeper into the realm of the floating pagoda. Gradually, figures of the floating pagoda clan emerged, most often in groups, with a few outsiders present, or individuals who had yet to cultivate their own pagoda. Those who had not cultivated a floating pagoda could only contribute raw combat strength upon entering the floating plane, as they were unable to absorb the essence of the pagoda. The scenery whizzed past, and Xiao Ze's gaze fixed upon a plaza ahead. The plaza manifested a pure, obsidian hue, imparting an overwhelming sense of solidity akin to a mountain. Within the plaza, the space warped, hinting at an expansive plain beyond. Towering above this plain were numerous floating pagodas. After a brief wait, the figure of Floating Tian appeared in the plaza. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd, momentarily pausing on Xiao Ze and Qinglin before addressing everyone. The floating pagodas within the floating plain are a legacy from our ancestors. One must act according to their capabilities, for excess can lead to downfall. Upon concluding, Floating Tian waved his sleeve, causing the space above the plaza to slowly distort, forming a spatial passageway. Witnessing the opening of the floating plain, a multitude of clan members hurriedly entered. Xiao Ze noted that most entrants were Earth sovereigns, with the celestial sovereigns not limited to just Qinglin. As Qinglin explained, each member of the floating pagoda clan has but a singular opportunity in their lifetime to enter the floating plane, available until the age of 100, regardless of their prowess. However, aside from exceptionally confident talents, most individuals choose to enter during the Earth sovereign stage. The deeper one ventures into the floating plane, the more formidable the floating pagodas become, and the stronger the essence of the pagoda that can be acquired. In essence, the greater the strength, the more benefits one can secure within the floating plane. Xiao Ze, alongside Qinglin, stepped into the floating plane. Gazing upon the numerous floating pagodas, he too felt the presence of a peculiar energy emanating from within. The floating pagoda plane is not the burial site of the ancient floating clan. Rather, it serves as the resting place where the members of the clan send their pagodas prior to their demise. Thus, the progeny of the clan regard it as a gift from their ancestors. This method of inheritance strengthens the abilities of future generations over time. Much like the ancestral pagoda of the floating clan, which sees its esteemed elders meditating within before their passing, imbuing the pagoda with their power and fortifying its grandeur. The floating pagoda plane can be likened to a smaller ancestral pagoda, as not everyone is granted the opportunity to meditate within the ancestral structure. Nevertheless, it is precisely this aspect that allows the floating clan to continually nurture exceptional talents. Xiao Ze, let us proceed. Our destination lies deep within the floating pagoda plane, Qinglin remarked. The two transformed into ethereal shadows, darting towards the depths of the plane. Along their journey, Xiao Ze observed numerous members of the floating clan challenging the ancient pagodas. Success in these challenges would grant them the ability to absorb the ethereal essence cultivated over an extended period within the pagodas. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding pagodas grew increasingly vast, hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, seemingly without limit. Suddenly, as the two soared through the air, a thunderous roar erupted from one of the towering pagodas, which stood thousands of feet high. In an instant, a crimson beam of light surged toward them. Xiao Ze flicked his finger, conjuring a wisp of golden flame that swiftly consumed the blood-red radiance. Qinglin also cast her gaze upon the pagoda. The ethereal essence within this pagoda should be beneficial to me as well. Exchanging a glance, they entered the pagoda. Inside, peril naturally awaited them. The floating pagoda, known for its suppressive powers, is often employed by the clan to contain formidable entities. Some of these beings, even after their demise, continue to exert influence over the pagoda. While such influence may hold little relevance during the clan's existence, it gradually takes root and becomes a peril that hinders the inheritance of future generations after their fall. Upon entering the pagoda, they encountered a peculiar blood-colored dragon coiled within. Upon noticing the two figures, The dragon opened its maw and unleashed a terrifying torrent of crimson energy. Xiao Ze extended his palm, summoning the Source Emperor Flame, which blazed fiercely, expanding to a colossal size and incinerating the crimson deluge. In an instant, it consumed the blood-colored dragon. Qinglin observed the Source Emperor Flame with intrigue, sensing an unprecedented strength emanating from it. As the flame refined the dragon, the creature gradually dissipated, leaving behind a peculiar energy imbued with dark hues intermingled with traces of golden light. Qingling's attention was immediately drawn to this unique energy, which seemed to hold an unparalleled allure for her. This is the source energy of the stupa, which is, for my stupa kin, akin to the power of the continent. Qinglin exclaimed with palpable excitement. Xiao Ze nodded and entrusted the source energy of the stupa to Qinglin. Teacher Qinglin, please focus on your refinement. I shall be your protector. Qinglin smiled and nodded, settling down to absorb the black golden energy into her being. Xiao Ze, meanwhile, gazed at the origin emperor flame in his hand, within which resided a blood-colored energy, the remnant of the earlier blood-colored dragon. It seems that entering the stupa plains has not been without its rewards. Xiao Ze absorbed and refined it, feeling his internal spiritual power surge, and he nodded slightly. If such gains continued, it would indeed be a fortuitous endeavor. Chapter 823, The True Source Technique of Dragon and Phoenix. Within the stupa plains stood towering black stupa towers. Each stupa tower appeared to harbor unknown dangers. Xiao Ze and Qingling's figures emerged in the depths of the stupa plains, where the ground had transformed into an inky darkness, as if even the earth concealed the peril of devouring all. The stupa towers originating from this place were remnants left by predecessors of the celestial sovereign level, thus their might was formidable. Xiao Ze gazed deeper into the stupa plains, where immense stupa towers loomed, nurturing immensely powerful source energy. Some of the stupa towers even released their source energy, enveloping the vicinity in a hazy black aura. Exchanging a glance with Qinglin, they shared a smile and made their way towards the nearest towering stupa. After traversing several hundred miles, they arrived near the colossal stupa, a sight to behold. In the stupa plains, the stupa towers, apart from being influenced by the sealed entities, also bore guardian spirits that instinctively protected the towers, preventing entry. Qinglin began to elucidate the details regarding these stupa towers. Upon hearing about the guardian spirits, Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow. In the original work, after Mu Chun completed his training within the stupa tower, he was able to summon a golden dragon inside, which should be the so-called guardian spirit. However, since these are guardian spirits, their power should wane after their master's demise. Thus there is no need for excessive concern. Right? Xiao Ze inquired of Qinglin. Qinglin smiled and nodded, affirming this notion. However, she added, those guardian spirits may also fuse with the source energy of the stupa, and whether they ultimately grow stronger or weaker remains uncertain. In that case, let us proceed to explore, they agreed, entering the immense stupa tower together. As they ventured within, a stunning colossal shadow gradually emerged within the tower's walls, entirely black, with golden light emanating from its eyes, radiating astonishing waves of spiritual power. Xiao Ze beheld the gargantuan black dragon, thousands of feet long, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The dragon's might was on par with that of an ordinary spiritual-grade celestial sovereign. It appears that the fusion of the guardian spirit with the source energy of the stupa has indeed augmented its power. As the colossal dragon manifested, layers upon layers of pagodas revealed the silhouettes of immense dragons. Soon, they filled the space within the pagodas, their golden eyes casting a chilling gaze. Qinglin, however, remained unperturbed, turning to Xiao Ze. Do you require my assistance? Not necessary, Xiao Ze replied, shaking his head as the primal imperial flame erupted, harboring chaotic brilliance within its golden flames. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous cacophony resonated within the pagodas, causing the towering structure to tremble violently. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ze retracted the primal imperial flame and gestured to Qinglin, encouraging her to absorb the essence of the pagoda. Qinglin flashed a radiant smile at Xiao Ze before darting towards the gathering of pagoda essence. Meanwhile, Xiao Ze refined the residual spiritual energy left behind by the dark dragons. Although he could not absorb the pagoda essence, the lingering spiritual energy within these guardian spirits was still quite abundant. After all, their previous master was also a celestial sovereign, and their internal spiritual energy was formidable. As the fundamental cultivation artifact of the ancient Pagota clan, the pagoda also contained a significant portion of spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the powerful refining ability of the primal imperial flame, Xiao Ze was able to effortlessly refine the residual energy within the pagoda. Thus, he did not leave the pagoda plain empty-handed, contrary to Qingling's earlier assertion. Soon, After absorbing the pagoda essence, Qing Yanjing's aura grew more substantial. To Xiao Ze's eyes, she had seemingly transcended the initial stages of celestial sovereignty, solidifying her strength. Approaching Xiao Ze, she cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Ze, I feel that after absorbing a few more essences, I could ascend to the mid-tier of spiritual energy. This way, I would be catching up to you in terms of power." Hearing this, Xiao Ze smiled gently, not overly surprised. The pagoda essence offered immense benefits to those of the ancient Pagota clan. This method of cultivation, rooted in shared heritage, would yield extraordinary advantages for future generations as long as it was passed down. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the next towering pagoda. Over a month later, deep within the pagoda plain, Qing Yanjing was enveloped in energy that shimmered with a darkness touched by golden light. Xiao Ze, standing beside her, sensed the intensifying fluctuations of her spiritual energy, indicating she was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier of spiritual energy. Xiao Ze also absorbed the refined spiritual energy obtained from the guardian spirits, culminating in the completion of the second primal branch's refinement. Finally accomplished, Xiao Ze thought to himself. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him reached the late stage of celestial sovereignty. The second primal branch he refined was endowed with the feedback ability of Xian, evolving into a divine power that attained the level of 36 unparalleled divine abilities. Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique. Unlike the unparalleled divine ability derived from the evolution of the Calamity, Poison Body, the Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique is not merely a ruthless martial art akin to the catastrophic Infinite Calamity. It is far more comprehensive, bestowing upon the body an unparalleled physique comparable to that of a dragon or phoenix. The power of the Dragon Phoenix True Source emanates throughout the body, capable of forming an indomitable defense. It can also take on various forms, manifesting myriad lethal capabilities, akin to the ever-changing immortal patterns of an undying golden body. As Xiao Ze contemplated the profound applications of the Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique, he could not help but nod in appreciation. At present, Xiao Ze wields three extraordinary divine abilities. The Catastrophic Infinite Calamity is a purely lethal technique, while the Celestial Star Map can be enhanced by the strategies of a battle formation master, elevating its might to new heights. The Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique, however, is the most versatile, serving well in both defense and offense. Just as Xiao Ze was engrossed in the insights of the Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique, Qing Yanjing suddenly opened her eyes, her aura now reaching the mid-stage of the spirit grade. The spiritual light in her eyes rapidly converged as she gazed at Xiao Ze, a smile gracing her lips. "Xiao Ze, I have finally caught up. While I may still fall short in combat prowess, in terms of spiritual power, we now stand on the same level." Her voice brimmed with joy as she, being Xiao Ze's mentor, had previously found herself lacking in both spiritual power and formation skills compared to him. At last, she had achieved a breakthrough of her own, now reaching the late stage of the spirit grade. As Xiao Ze spoke, a wave of late-stage spirit grade energy gradually radiated from him. Upon sensing this energy, Qing Yanjing was momentarily rendered speechless. "Your cultivation speed is truly monstrous. How long has it been since you ascended to the Heavenly Sovereign? And you have already reached the late stage of the spirit grade?" Chapter 824, Elevation of the Source. After completing her breakthrough, Qing Yanjing decided to depart from the floating pagoda plain. In truth, the duration of the floating pagoda trial was only about a month. Such a cultivation haven could not be opened indefinitely. Some time was necessary for the floating pagoda plain to recover. According to Qing Yanjing, the floating pagoda plain had fully matured, as long as the pagodas within were not entirely depleted or destroyed in one fell swoop. The floating pagoda plain would gradually restore itself over time. The pagodas could once again nurture the source energy of the pagoda. Xiao Ze looked upon this with envy. The ancient lineage with such a long-standing heritage possesses a towering ancestral pagoda that dominates an entire realm, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the floating pagoda ancient clan. Beneath it lies the floating pagoda plain, a suitable cultivation ground for the bloodline of the floating pagoda ancient clan, continuously fostering a new generation of formidable warriors. Unless faced with insurmountable calamities, it is likely that such an ancient lineage would find it exceedingly difficult to weaken. Upon departing from the floating pagoda plain, Xiao Ze formally bid farewell to the floating pagoda clan. "Respected clan leader, I apologize for the prolonged intrusion. I hope you will not take offense." The clan leader of the floating pagoda smiled and shook his head, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Qing Yanjing beside Xiao Ze. "Your interaction with this young lady can indeed extend for a while longer. Haha, I appreciate the good intentions of the patriarch of the floating pagoda. However, as the newly appointed sovereign of the source realm, I cannot entirely delegate my responsibilities to others." Upon observing this, Tian of the floating pagoda nodded in agreement. watching as the ethereal figure of Xiao Ze departed. Qinglin, reluctant to part, escorted Xiao Ze beyond the borders of the floating pagoda realm. Once Xiao Ze's spatial passage vanished, Qinglin let out a soft sigh before returning to the ancient clan of the floating pagoda. She, too, must diligently cultivate, particularly honing her skills in spiritual formations, as time is of the essence. Otherwise, when she meets Xiao Ze again to exchange insights on spiritual formations, she may find herself lagging behind. Not long after, Xiao Ze returned to Tenfold Continent after a separation of over a month, where a multitude of activities abounded. The most bustling locale was undoubtedly the capital, Tenfold City. After achieving the status of Grandmaster in spiritual formations, Xiao Ze extravagantly invested vast amounts of precious resources to establish all the long-distance teleportation formations connecting the nearby continents. Consequently, the teleportation formations of Tenfold City could now encompass over 100 surrounding continents. Such a grand undertaking in teleportation naturally yielded immense returns, with daily traffic through the formations reaching no less than 1 million. Of course, this remarkable volume of transportation was not solely due to the convenience of the teleportation formations. The true allure lay in the myriad of precious elixirs available in Tenfold City. Compared to the ancient myriad herb plains and the alchemist clan, the emerging sacred land of alchemy, the source realm, could more adequately satisfy the demands of the powerful across the vast world. After all, neither of the two renowned alchemical sanctuaries had a single alchemist from a lower realm to support them. Moreover, the alchemical system of the continent of combat was significantly advanced through Xiao Ze's vigorous development. It could be said that the new generation of alchemists could be regarded as Xiao Ze's disciples. Although Xiao Ze did not impose restrictions on their development within the source realm, both their origins from lower realms and their mentor-student relationship with Xiao Ze led these alchemists to collectively choose to cultivate their practices within the source realm. Amidst such frequent exchanges, news of Xiao Ze's origins from a lower realm spread widely across the vast world, altering the perceptions of the powerful regarding lower realms. It became evident that even lower realms could give rise to formidable beings standing atop the pinnacle of the vast world. At the headquarters of the source realm in Tenfold City, Mandala was engaged in managing various matters concerning the realm. Although the spatial domain of the source realm had been successfully established, numerous areas remained incomplete. Mandala had yet to relocate the source realm within it. Clad in a black gown and furrowing her brow, she inscribed her thoughts into a jade tablet using spiritual energy. Just then, she suddenly looked up to see Xiao Ze appear silently before her, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. "Oh, so you remember to come back? As far as I know, the martial events of the various branches of the floating Pagota clan concluded over a month ago." Cough, cough. I was later invited by Qinglin to assist her in passing the floating pagoda trials. Xiao Ze coughed softly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had indeed entrusted numerous affairs of the source realm to Mandala, leaving her to bear the burden alone. "I can't help but wonder if your intention in granting me the Heavenly Emperor's legacy was merely to enable me to manage the affairs of the source realm more effectively." Upon hearing Mandala's words, Xiao Ze shook his head with a smile. "How could that be? Although it is true that you are currently capable of accomplishing the tasks of 3 individuals." Mandala, with a fierce glint in her eyes, huffed lightly and tossed a jade slip towards him, preparing to rise. "I shall not concern myself with this. You are to handle it from here on." Xiao Ze caught the jade slip and moved beside Mandala, gently guiding her back into her seat. "Wait, I will assist you in managing this." Upon hearing this, Mandala rolled her eyes, responding as though the source realm were solely hers. "How could it not belong to you? You are, after all, the helm of the source realm." The pair shared a light-hearted banter and swiftly concluded the multitude of tasks at hand. In truth, only significant matters were presented to Mandala, while the ordinary affairs were tended to by the capable warriors below, alleviating her from unnecessary toil. Subsequently, Xiao Ze spent some time with Xun'er and the others before preparing to claim the endless radiance origin. Within the confines of the small world, Xiao Ze sat cross-legged upon the ocean of souls, opting to receive the feedback rewards accrued over time. The surging waves of vast energy significantly accelerated the refinement of the origin branches. During this period, with Xiao Ze's assistance and the aid of elixirs, Xun'er made remarkable progress, yielding a substantial amount of feedback rewards. Of course, the most significant of these was the feedback from the Endless Radiance body. Curious about the enhancements the Endless Radiance origin would bestow upon him, Xiao Ze proceeded to claim it. Instantly, a layer of resplendent, divine light emerged within the origin space, even casting a faint halo upon the origin tree. The transformation was not as earth-shattering as Xiao Ze had envisioned, yet it was sufficient to evoke his delight. He discovered that, following the enhancement of his origin, his speed in refining the origin branches had also increased. Furthermore, The origin space grew extraordinarily stable, as if the underlying rules had become more refined. These improvements, while not immediately advantageous to Xiao Ze, would pave the way for a complete metamorphosis of the origin space once he gathered all 5 origins. Just as Xiao Ze was about to test the extent of the increase in the refinement speed of the origin branches, he suddenly received a distress signal. Upon sensing it, his brow furrowed slightly in surprise. It was Xiao Yan, who had inadvertently ventured into the sacred beast's origin and, after several harrowing encounters, had inadvertently attracted the attention of the demonic emperor of the outer evil clan. The disparity between them was insurmountable, and in desperation, Xiao Yan could only seek help through the roots of the origin tree. Xiao Ze was caught off guard, never expecting Xiao Yan to explore the sacred beast's origin during his travels through the vast world. However, Xiao Ze did not linger. After leaving a message to inform Xun'er and Mandala, he made his way directly to the divine beast's origin, utilizing the roots of the primordial tree. He held a keen interest in the divine sea within the divine beast's origin, which was infused with the blood essence of countless divine beasts. It was here that Mu Chen's final 2 incarnations had reached their zenith in cultivation. Chapter 825, The Demon Emperor from Another Realm. In the inner domain of the divine beast's origin, the divine tomb garden, the ground was a deep crimson, stretching to the horizon, resembling an endless sea of blood. This land was imbued with an overwhelming stench of blood, as if it had been drenched in an immeasurable amount of fresh blood. Towering above this bloody terrain was an ancient altar of immense stature, connecting heaven and earth. From the altar, countless stone chains extended into the ground, binding and sealing something. Yet, at this moment, a majority of the stone chains had already fractured, releasing torrents of black smoke that engulfed the sky with demonic energy. This black smoke emanated an intensely malevolent aura, and as it swirled, even the earth trembled beneath its presence. With the onslaught of black smoke, the sealing chains extending from the altar continued to break apart. Upon the altar, many young members of the divine beast clans gathered, their expressions filled with panic as they witnessed the catastrophic scene. Among the numerous descendants of the divine beasts, Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, 2 human cultivators, stood out conspicuously. Beside them was a group of robust men. "Damn it, these must be remnants of the ancient extraterrestrial evil race," exclaimed a towering man beside Xiao Yan, his face contorted with rage. He was Lu Jinzhu, the captain of the team from the Tongtian monkey clan that had entered the divine beast's origin. Xiao Yan and Elder Yao had fortuitously arrived just as the divine beast's origin opened, coming to know the members of the Tongtian monkey clan. They surveyed the chaotic scene with grave expressions. The blood-red ground had turned a dark crimson, subtly revealing a gigantic, pitch-black visage. Just moments ago, this ominous face had devoured numerous descendants of the divine beasts in a surprise attack. The grotesque visage seemed almost alive, emitting a chilling, sinister laughter that reverberated through the air, unsettling the very essence of those present. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from this eerie face, making the previously pervasive black smoke appear almost benign in comparison, as if this dark visage were the very source of all evil. "Today, I shall restore my peak using your blood." The overwhelming force emanating from the grotesque face left the many divine beasts present pale with dread. At this moment, the stone carvings of the 3 beast lords upon the ancient altar burst forth with radiant light, illuminating the altar and repelling the encroaching black smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Jinzhu's face lit up with astonishment. "Splendid. It appears that the 3 esteemed beast lords have devised means of salvation. Brother Xiao Yan, we are indeed saved." Lu Jinzhu excitedly expressed to Xiao Yan, acknowledging that they had formed a bond through adversity. Subsequently, as Xiao Yan and the alchemist Yao Lao intervened to rescue his kin, Lu Jinzhu developed a deeper admiration for them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression softened slightly as he gazed at the 3 statues emanating a peculiar radiance. Through Lu Jinzhu's prior introduction, Xiao Yan had come to understand the origins of these statues. The statues shimmered with extraordinary energy, which ultimately coalesced into 3 ethereal figures. From the statue of the ancient immortal bird emerged a stunning woman clad in imperial robes. She exuded an air of elegance and grace, her beauty striking, and her form exquisitely proportioned, enveloped in an aura of unparalleled nobility. From the statue of the myriad spirits bird appeared a gentleman adorned in a resplendent robe of myriad colors. His refined demeanor complemented the vibrant ensemble, which, rather than overshadowing him, accentuated his opulence. Finally, from the statue of the primordial behemoth materialized a robust man, bare-chested and formidable. His skin was dark as iron, radiating a presence as solid as mountains, instilling a sense of steadiness in all that surrounded him. As these 3 imposing figures manifested, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. After all, these were celestial beasts of unparalleled caliber, rivaling the very essence of the heavenly sovereign. Even their lingering spiritual shadows far surpassed his current self. The emergence of these figures seemed to summon an ancient tempest, enveloping the world in an indescribable aura of oppression. Yet, upon sensing this formidable presence, the myriad divine beasts exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, their faces were alight with astonishment. In their eyes, this place, once a den of despair, now glimmered with the dawn of hope following the appearance of the three beast lords' spiritual shadows. The eerie visage also noted the changes upon the altar, and a shrill voice erupted from it. "You have suppressed us for millennia, believing you could extinguish our existence, but fate has not favored you. Now, with the seal shattered beyond measure, your abilities are insufficient to reverse this tide." The sinister proclamation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the divine beasts, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the three beast lords. The woman in imperial garb sighed softly upon hearing the words of the eerie visage, acknowledging the tenacity of this exceedingly strange demon, which, though vanquished, had not perished entirely. This creature was drawn forth by the life force contained within the blood essence. The brawny man cast a sweeping glance over the gathered divine beasts, his expression reflecting disappointment. Under the weight of his gaze, many beasts bowed their heads in shame. Previously, they had engaged in fierce battles over the inheritance of the three beast lords' blood essence, resulting in much spilled blood upon the earth. Yet, lamenting their past actions was of little consequence now. The refined gentleman shook his head, stating, "Indeed, with our remaining strength, we are ill-equipped to confront this challenge. However, we are not devoid of options." The woman in imperial attire pondered for a moment and proposed, "Our only course of action is to utilize our inherited blood essence as a conduit to attempt a renewed suppression." The remaining two individuals, resigned, nodded in agreement. From within the statue, an intense crimson radiance surged forth, forming a canopy of blood mist above the altar, casting a shadow downward. The sinister black smoke, exuding an aura of malevolence, dissipated instantaneously upon contact with the blood mist canopy. The uncanny visage on the ground appeared taken aback, evidently unprepared for the extraordinary power that lingered within the legacy of the three beast sovereign. It emitted an incessant stream of profoundly wicked energy, striving to counter the blood mist canopy. "Damn it, countless eons have eroded our strength." The words of the bizarre visage ignited fervor among the divine beasts atop the altar. Even Xiao Yin and the elder Yao's faces bore expressions of delight, for it seemed the three beast sovereign's methods were indeed remarkable. However, it was a pity about the 3 drops of inheritance blood. Other divine beasts, too, recognized the significance of this and could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet, should they fail to expend this inheritance blood, it would likely be their demise. The 3 beast sovereign's countenance softened slightly, although the inheritance blood was wholly consumed. As long as they could once more suppress and seal this malevolent entity, all would be worth it. "Do not rejoice too soon. I had originally intended to use this blood to forge a new life. However, if sealed again, hope may be lost forever. If that is the case, let us embrace mutual destruction." As the uncanny visage spoke, a tumultuous wave of malevolent energy surged forth, coalescing into a peculiar black talisman. "Demon summoning talisman. Let the demons descend." As the talisman shattered, it ruptured the very fabric of space, creating a void. And within that void lay a dark passageway leading to an unknown destination. An unparalleled aura of evil emanated from this passage, accompanied by a voice that transcended realms. "Hee. Such rich blood, this emperor is fortunate." Countless divine beasts turned pale, and even the 3 beast sovereign's expression darkened significantly. Xiao Yin exchanged a glance with Elder Yao, and without hesitation, they swiftly contacted Xiao Ze. Chapter 826, The Blood-Xian Demon Emperor. In that exceedingly dark realm, the sun and moon were shrouded in obscurity, with darkness reigning as the predominant hue of existence. A peculiar vibration echoed throughout this realm, forming a colossal spatial passageway. This disturbance immediately captured the attention of numerous powerful entities inhabiting the area. Many formidable beings cast their gazes toward the spatial passage. Through it, they seemed to glimpse a crimson-hued landscape. It had been a long time since anyone had activated a demon summoning talisman. Observing the chaotic vibrations, it appeared to emanate from multiple demon emperors. Thus, it was revealed to be the army of demon emperors from ancient times, dispatched to conquer the vast world and the divine beast continent. The powerful beings sensed the blood-soaked land, their thoughts racing as they exchanged ideas. Many demon emperors, feeling the allure of the crimson expanse, were stirred by a flicker of interest. Although the divine beasts atop the altar were weak, they were still diverse in taste. In this demon realm, there were not many choices to be had. Moreover, several formidable demon emperors sensed the blood-soaked land, which seemed to conceal certain secrets. Instantly, a colossal demonic figure was drawn forth, stepping across vast distances with a single stride. As the gap to the spatial passage diminished rapidly, the enormous demonic form began to shrink in size. Numerous powerful presences in the vicinity detected the aura of the demon emperor and hastily withdrew their own senses in response. To their astonishment, it was the blood mystic demon emperor. Was he not on the verge of ascending to the celestial demon emperor? What could possibly attract him to this place? Did it harbor enigmas beyond our comprehension? The mighty beings exchanged thoughts through their demonic consciousness, curiosity peaking within them. However, as they observed the spatial passage gradually fading away, they ceased their attention. Although the emergence of a mystic demon emperor so close to the celestial realm was indeed remarkable, he was still not the true celestial demon emperor. Boom. In the sacred beast's domain, atop the immense altar, the expressions of the three beast sovereigns shifted dramatically as they sensed the demonic presence emerging from the spatial passage. Even at their pinnacle, the strength of this shadow would warrant their utmost seriousness. Moreover, in their current state, with only the spirit shadow remaining, they were utterly powerless. Haha. You have ultimately met with defeat. The eerie visage revealed a sharp, mocking laughter. Blood Demon Clan, come to our rescue. This strange face was a composite of the demonic thoughts of multiple demon emperors, and upon seeing the blood mystic demon emperor, they spoke without reservation. The shadow of the blood mystic demon emperor manifested, clad in dark red armor and draped in a black, demonic robe. His countenance was exceedingly pale, adorned with peculiar crimson markings. The unique energy radiating from him caused even the ancient altars surrounding divine beasts to feel a surge of restlessness within their blood, as if it were eager to burst forth and connect with that shadowy figure. The blood mystic demon emperor cast a glance at the eerie visage below, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Since you have summoned me, allow me to grant you a swift death. With a mere flick of his wrist, he pressed downwards. Wait, we possess a grand opportunity. The eerie visage had not anticipated that the blood mystic demon emperor would so abruptly decide to extinguish their lives. With such worthless beings like you, having been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, what grand opportunity could you possibly hold? Here, in this place. You cannot conceal anything from my scrutiny, the blood mystic demon emperor replied nonchalantly, as his colossal palm descended upon the bloodstained earth. The ground quaked, and terrifying demonic energy erupted from the eerie visage. Yet, it proved utterly insufficient to withstand the casual strike of the blood mystic demon emperor. After dealing with the remnants of the outer evil clan, the blood mystic demon emperor turned his gaze towards the blood essence canopy formed from the three beast sovereigns' vital fluids. Dark demonic energy surged from him, tainting the blood essence canopy, which promptly transformed from crimson to pitch black. This is disastrous. Even the elegantly attired woman bore a grave expression. Though they have long since fallen into oblivion, indifferent to their complete dissolution, within this realm of divine beasts lies a hidden expanse of malevolent entities from beyond, crafted by a unique magical formation into a sea of divinity. This sea is a confluence of the blood of numerous super-divine beasts that have perished in the realm of divine beasts, had they not discovered it in time, harnessing the latent will within the blood of these super-divine beasts to suppress the malevolent entities from beyond. This realm would have long since transformed into a domain of darkness. Are we now destined to serve as mere garments for this infernal emperor of the outer realms? The surging demonic energy, upon making contact with the arcane radiance atop the altar, began to erode it, dimming its brilliance. Though feeble in strength, it remains a being of the so-called Great Thousand Worlds. Perhaps it will prove to be somewhat delectable? The Blood Xian Demon Emperor spoke, and the light enveloping the altar faded entirely. The three beast sovereigns exchanged glances, their spiritual power surging forth, coalescing into ethereal forms of the ancient immortal bird, the myriad spirit bird, and the primal wasteland beast, charging towards the Blood Xian Demon Emperor. Do these remnants of shadows dare to resist? With a mere gesture, the Blood Xian Demon Emperor unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, engulfing the three super-divine beast phantoms into nothingness. Come, become my delectable feast. The Blood Xian Demon Emperor opened his mouth, an overwhelming pull causing the entire altar to tremble violently, drawing the divine beasts uncontrollably towards him. The beings of my great thousand worlds shall not be your morsels. Just as despair began to seep into the hearts of countless onlookers, a glimmer of purple-gold light emerged, rapidly splitting into myriad shards, each descending upon the figures, forming a protective barrier of purple gold. The three beast sovereigns were momentarily taken aback, sensing this aura, their faces reflecting a look of astonishment. It is the celestial sovereign of the great thousand worlds. In a corner of the altar, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the sense of security provided by the purple gold barrier, Xiao Yan gazed upward at the altar. A golden spatial passageway materialized, from which Xiao Ze emerged. The blood-Xian demon emperor fixed his gaze upon the sudden appearance of Xiao Ze and broke into a smile. I thought a formidable figure had arrived. It is merely a spirit-grade celestial sovereign. Having sensed Xiao Ze's spiritual power, the blood-Xian demon emperor assessed his strength and deemed the spirit grade sufficient. Xiao Ze chuckled, waving his sleeve, causing the surroundings to shift dramatically. In an instant, the world transformed into a starry expanse. Since you dared to venture into the great thousand worlds, you shall remain here forever. Xiao Ze unfurled the stellar chart, gathering the power of countless stars, and alongside his words, the Holy Flame Legion ignited with fervor. Boom. In an instant, the unleashed might sent chills even through the blood Xian demon emperor. How is this possible? A mere spirit-grade celestial sovereign. As the blood Xian demon emperor felt the overwhelming power of the myriad stars surrounding him, his expression shifted slightly, for within it, he sensed a grave threat. Yet he is the Xuanma emperor, equivalent to the celestial supreme being of the vast world. Chapter 827. The Four Saints Annihilate Demons. Xiao Ze commanded 36,500 members of the Sacred Flame Legion to operate the celestial star diagram, where the power of countless stars coalesced into an overwhelming force. Utilizing the means of the battle array master, Xiao Ze wielded the strength of one to control 10,000. Centered around the Sacred Flame Legion, he deftly manipulated the flow of star power from each celestial body within the celestial star diagram, achieving the pinnacle of power that the chaotic divine emperor had envisioned. What remained lacking were several heavenly supreme beings wielding unparalleled sacred artifacts to assist in suppressing the enemies within the celestial star diagram with the aid of boundless stellar energies. At present, the celestial star diagram represented a fusion of the battle array master's techniques and extraordinary divine powers. Within the celestial star diagram, the star domain formed its own world, stretching infinitely. Even as the Xuanma emperor conjured blood seas spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, disturbing the fabric of space, he could not breach the boundaries of the star domain. The ancient altar, enveloped by Xiao Ze's power, bore witness to countless divine beasts. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and dread as they beheld this spectacle. The heavens changed color, the stars shifted, and the surrounding world transformed into an expansive star domain. Flickering starlight emanated a majestic power, distinctly different from what they had previously observed while gazing up at the starry firmament in the vast world. They harbored no doubt that each fragment of star power that fell upon them possessed the terrifying ability to erode flesh and extinguish souls. Even though they bore divine beast forms with formidable vitality, they could not withstand even a fraction of the star power. Yet, within this celestial star domain, such star power numbered in the billions, immeasurable in scale. In this moment, they truly grasped the essence of heavenly supremacy. Among the crowd, Xiao Yan and Elder Yao exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. They awaited the great power, which indeed, as they had speculated, felt as fleeting as a mayfly beneath the vast sky. The leading three beast lords, previously filled with concern, now wore expressions of shock. Being super divine beasts themselves, comparable to heavenly supreme beings, they understood the truth of the Xuanma emperor's words. Xiao Ze, merely a spiritual grade heavenly supreme, fell woefully short of the Xuanma emperor by an entire major realm. In the heavenly supreme tier, even a minor realm's disparity was insurmountable, let alone a major one. Thus, while the three beast lords felt gratitude toward Xiao Ze for crossing realms to assist them, they could not help but harbor worries. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ze's display of the celestial star diagram and the boundless star power, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. With their knowledge, it was evident that this was one of the 36 unparalleled divine techniques. The elegantly attired lady observed the star domain and the resplendent star power, contemplating briefly before speaking. Among the 36 unparalleled divine techniques, the vast star power could only belong to the legendary celestial star diagram of the chaotic divine emperor, could it not? The refined gentleman nodded in agreement, having arrived at the same conclusion. Although they were the pinnacle of ancient times, they belonged to the realm of spirit beasts. Possessing only a superficial understanding of human cultivators, merely having heard tales of them. In the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, amongst countless races, the human lineage stood as an overwhelmingly powerful group, and even in antiquity, an abundance of extraordinary peak experts emerged. Among them, the 9 emperors, resounding throughout the vast universe, were all cultivators of the human race. Even the forthright giant remarked solemnly, astonished to discover that it was the divine ability of the chaos divine emperor, one of the 9 emperors. Such an unparalleled divine ability, to transcend a significant realm, posed immense challenges. As the giant spoke, observing the clash between the two sides, the vast force of the stellar energies converged into a river of stars, sweeping away the blood sea in layers, contradicting his previous assertions. This left the giant questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. However, he believed that the celestial map must have been infused with the tactics of a battle array master. A beautifully dressed woman, with thoughtful eyes, contemplated the unfolding events. Some were elated, while others were filled with rage and astonishment. The Blood-Xian Demon Emperor could never have anticipated that a mere spirit-level heavenly supreme could unleash such terrifying power. Even his blood sea, forged from the sacrifice of countless beings, was being gradually eroded by that formidable stellar force. Boom! The blood sea coalesced into a colossal demonic hand, saturated with a dense aura of blood energy. Countless blood-colored runes danced within the hand, resembling swimming dragons. Blood demon art, blood divine demonic hand. The malevolent aura swirled around the demonic hand, its crimson light illuminating the expanse for millions of miles, casting a blood-hued glow over even the shining stars. Xiao Ze's expression turned grave, realizing that this must be the ultimate technique of the Xian Demon Emperor. With a slight shift in thought, the Holy Flame Legion began to mobilize the celestial energies. Boundless stellar power gathered, forming the four holy star forms: the Azure Dragon of the East, the Vermilion Bird of the South, the White Tiger of the West, and the Black Tortoise of the North. Under the manifestation of the four holy star forms, the boundless stellar energies became distinctly powerful, each embodying different attributes: the vitality of wood, the ferocity of fire, the sharpness of metal, and the chill of water. These four distinct celestial properties descended upon the immense demonic hand, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. In an instant, it seemed as if a cataclysmic storm of stellar clouds swept through the star domain. Even a lower realm caught in the tempest would swiftly disintegrate and face utter annihilation. Amidst the stellar storm, a pure platinum hue tore through the chaos, swiftly followed by the powers of the other four holy star forms. No! The Blood-Xian Demon Emperor exclaimed in shock. He could never have imagined that merely coming to this shattered land to harvest the blood of divine beasts would attract such formidable strength from the vast universe, capable of unleashing combat prowess sufficient to slay an entity of the Xian Demon Emperor's caliber, all while being merely a spirit-level heavenly supreme. Such techniques of divine ability, even among the alien races beyond the realms, were possessed only by the 32 great clans, and were incredibly rare and difficult to comprehend. However, his current regrets could not alter the situation. Even if he were to establish millions of heavy demonic energy barriers, they would be powerless against the formidable onslaught of the White Tiger constellation. The platinum energy nearly tore his body asunder, swiftly followed by the flames of the Vermilion Bird, the waters of the Black Tortoise, and the woods of the Azure Dragon. The might of the four sacred constellations was fully infused within him, leaving him bereft of even the qualifications to exist as a remnant of demonic soul, leading to his obliteration. Xiao Ze's hands shimmered with the power of the stars. As the celestial bodies shifted, a wisp of demonic energy fell into his grasp, channeling into the Demon Extermination King's token. Though this Demon Emperor had reached the threshold of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, he was still not of that exalted rank. Despite his spiritual power being merely of the spirit grade, the tactics of a battle array master had already attained the late stage of the celestial grade supreme. With the aid of the Zhou Tian star map, vanquishing a black Demon Emperor was well within reach. With a sweep of his sleeve, boundless starlight rapidly converged upon him, settling upon his robe. Eventually, tranquility returned, leaving only flecks of starlight twinkling upon the black robe. Had one not witnessed the earlier cataclysmic display of celestial power, it would be hard to associate the faint starlight on the black robe with the Zhou Tian star map. The surrounding world resumed its normalcy. Yet the crowd remained in a state of shock. Had a demon emperor truly fallen before them? Xiao Ze descended gracefully, approaching Xiao Yan and Elder Yao. Third brother. Elder Yao, are you unharmed? Of course, fourth brother, your timing is impeccable. Xiao Yan swiftly composed himself, joyfully patting Xiao Ze's shoulder. Although a significant disparity still existed between them, they were nonetheless family. Chapter 828, Creation, Divine Sea. As they beheld Xiao Ze, this earth-shattering celestial supreme, engaging in jovial banter with Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, countless divine beasts displayed subtle changes in their expressions. Particularly those who had previously clashed with Xiao Yan turned pale. Listening to their conversation, it was revealed that this celestial supreme was actually the younger brother of Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan was the elder brother? Had someone told them before that a celestial supreme possessed a sibling of mere supreme rank, they would never have believed it. After all, a celestial supreme represented boundless resources. How could a kin of such stature still be merely a lowly supreme? Could it be that the brothers were at odds? Yet, when Xiao Yan was in peril, Xiao Ze willingly crossed boundaries, risking confrontation with a formidable demon emperor to come to his aid. That hardly suggested discord. After reminiscing with Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, Xiao Ze turned his gaze towards the three beast sovereigns. Noticing Xiao Ze's attention, the three beast sovereigns also shifted slightly in demeanor. Xiao Ze clasped his hands in salute and said, "I am the junior Xiao Ze, honored to meet the three beast sovereigns." It is said that in ancient times, during a great calamity on the divine beast continent, the three beast sovereigns sacrificed themselves to suppress the evil. I hold great admiration for you. Upon hearing this, the three beast lords displayed smiles of delight. Being acknowledged by the pinnacle powerhouses of the vast world, who have thrived for millennia, brought them immense joy. Furthermore, with Xiao Zeling's supreme celestial prowess, he could unleash formidable combat strength capable of vanquishing beings of the immortal caliber. In the future, he would undoubtedly grow to become a pillar of resistance against the malevolent forces from beyond realms. And he might even emerge as one of the commanders in the grand struggle against such extraterrestrial evils. The recognition of such an unparalleled talent filled them with further elation. The three beast lords clasped their fists in salute. Given the strength demonstrated by Xiao Zeling, even in their prime, they would not dare to underestimate him as a mere junior. After a courteous exchange, Xiao Zeling flipped his palm, condensing 3 droplets of enigmatic essence blood. Above the essence blood manifested various wondrous phenomena, forming either an ancient immortal bird wreathed in undying flames, a myriad spirit bird radiating with 5-colored brilliance, or an ancient savage beast suffused with a primal aura. Upon witnessing the 3 droplets of essence blood in Xiao Zeling's hand, the 3 beast lords were momentarily taken aback, only to soon reveal expressions of astonishment. This was their ancestral essence blood. Previously, they had transformed it into a blood canopy to thwart the eerie demonic visage. However, under the encroachment of the interdimensional demon emperor, the blood canopy had been forced to retreat. They never anticipated it would reappear in Xiao Zeling's possession. Earlier, when I enveloped this realm with the celestial star map, I sensed some residual blood essence within, perceiving the aura of their lineage. I feared that if the bloodline of these 3 elders were to be completely severed, it would indeed be a grave loss for the vast world. Now, returning this ancestral essence blood to the 3 elders, I hope it will once again forge 3 peak powerhouses for the grand realm. As Xiao Zeling presented the ancestral essence blood, he cast a glance at the divine beasts surrounding them. During the discourse between Xiao Zeling and the 3 beast lords, these divine creatures remained utterly silent, not daring to make a sound. Now, witnessing Xiao Zeling condense the 3 droplets of ancestral essence blood once more, many divine beasts revealed glimmers of hope. The 3 beast lords received the ancestral essence blood and exchanged knowing glances, with the burly man giving a slight snort. Humph. These inept beings, who have brought more ruin than success, do not deserve my legacy. Indeed, had they not been blinded by immediate gains, engaging in conflict which led to the spillage of divine blood upon the land, this calamity would never have occurred. The refined gentleman among them shook his head in agreement. Upon hearing the reprimand from the 3 beast lords, many divine beasts present trembled slightly, their faces paling. Observing this, Xiao Zeling pondered briefly before speaking. It is unfair to assign full blame to them. Such a precious treasure would be difficult for anyone to regard with composure. Witnessing Xiao Zeling advocate on their behalf, many divine beasts cast grateful glances his way. Although it was an unintentional misdeed, it ultimately resulted in a calamity. The elegantly attired woman let out a soft sigh, casting a glance at the numerous divine beasts, whose faces radiated with joy, yet she shook her head. Given their temperament, even if they were granted a single opportunity, it would be unlikely for them to pass the trials set by us. Observing this, Xiao Ze ceased his attempts at persuasion. He had not intended for the 3 beast sovereigns to bestow their bloodline inheritance at this moment. Very well, your journey to the divine beast's origins concludes here. The elegantly attired woman addressed the multitude of divine beasts. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a spatial passage manifested above the altar. The divine beasts, recognizing the sovereign's command to depart, hurriedly fled towards the passage, mindful of the calamity they had inadvertently caused through their fierce battles. Though it had been an unintentional misstep, should the 3 beast sovereigns choose to hold this against them, their demise would not be beyond possibility. Thus, they hastened towards the spatial portal. Before departing, they solemnly bowed to Xiao Ze, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving counsel. Noticing that the 3 beast sovereigns had not mentioned the existence of the divine sea, Xiao Ze pondered whether they wished to keep it concealed from outsiders. Third brother, Elder Yao, do you intend to continue your travels? Or will you return to the source realm with me? Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Elder Yao, contemplating for a moment. I wish to venture further into the vast and vibrant world. There is much more for me to witness, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to return to the source realm or seek me directly. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan entered the spatial passage alongside Elder Yao. Moments later, only Xiao Ze and the three beast sovereigns remained upon the altar. Xiao Ze, I must trouble you to traverse realms to address the issues we have left behind. There exists a matter of great fortune. I wonder if it piques your interest? The three beast sovereigns exchanged knowing glances, and the elegantly attired woman smiled as she spoke to Xiao Ze. They harbored no prejudices regarding race. If Xiao Ze could harness the Divine Sea's power to enhance his strength, it would yield a formidable peak powerhouse capable of contending with the external malevolent races in the vast world. Oh, a matter that is deemed a fortune by all three esteemed elders certainly intrigues me. Xiao Ze expressed his interest without reservation. Seeing his candor, the three were visibly pleased. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Even for the celestial sovereign, this is a grand opportunity. With their hands weaving intricate seals, a radiant light enveloped Xiao Ze, and the space around him warped. In the next moment, the four vanished simultaneously. When the scenery reappeared before them, Xiao Ze could not help but feel a weight in his gaze. Before him lay an immense blood-red ocean, devoid of any foul stench. Shadows of colossal avian and beastly figures occasionally emerged above the sanguine sea, revealing the renowned spirit beasts of the vast world. Moreover, a terrifying spiritual essence pervaded the blood-red ocean, leaving Xiao Ze to ponder in silence. Is this the Divine Sea, a confluence of countless divine beast bloodlines? Truly formidable. Chapter 829, The Intent of the Sacred Body. Once the three beast sovereigns entered the Divine Sea, they attentively observed the subtle changes in Xiao Ze's demeanor. Upon noticing a glimmer of astonishment in Xiao Ze's eyes, a sense of satisfaction naturally blossomed within them. Unlike their indifference towards the surprise exhibited by Mu Chun and Jiu Yu in the original narrative, Xiao Ze's reaction was markedly different. As not only a heavenly sovereign but also a paragon of the human race, his astonishment at the Divine Sea was a source of pride for the three beast sovereigns, who were themselves heavenly sovereigns of the spiritual beasts. Within this blood-red ocean, it seemed to harbor the essence of numerous divine beasts and even super-divine beasts. Xiao Ze spoke with conviction, though it was merely conjecture. The elegantly attired matron nodded with a smile, affirming his insight. Indeed, during the ancient times, the malevolent forces from beyond the realm led an army to assault the divine beast plane, resulting in the demise of nearly all the top-tier powers within. However, the invading forces did not emerge unscathed. They too lost several demon emperors and numerous formidable entities. You are surely aware that the demonic souls of these extraterritorial malevolent beings are exceedingly dense and difficult to eradicate. Even in death, they can still pose significant troubles. Xiao Ze nodded slightly, acknowledging that the demonic souls of these extraterritorial forces possess greater potency than the souls within the vast world. Unless one possesses special means or surpasses them in strength, complete annihilation of these demonic souls is nearly impossible. The ancient powers typically resorted to suppressing these souls with their own spiritual energy or sacred relics, hoping to weaken the demonic essence over the ages until it was entirely obliterated. Observing Xiao Ze's earnest listening, the matron's smile broadened, growing increasingly fond of him. Before their demise, those demon emperors had formed a demonic array to forcibly extract the essence of the fallen divine beasts, seeking to harness their power for resurrection. At this juncture, the matron turned her gaze toward Xiao Ze. With a gentle smile, he remarked that since those demon emperors had not returned to life, it was likely that the predecessors had discovered their scheme and thwarted it in advance, or perhaps even allowed themselves to be ensnared. Indeed, we timely uncovered the demon emperor's plot and turned the tables on them, utilizing the will embedded within the essence of the fallen divine beasts to suppress them. Though this place originated from their machinations, it serendipitously amalgamated the life forces of the fallen divine beasts, thus forming a treasure trove we now call the Divine Sea. As Xiao Ze gazed upon the vast blood-red ocean, where the shadows of divine and super-divine beasts continuously materialized, he could not help but feel a profound sense of awe. This Divine Sea was a manifestation of the collective power of countless strong beings from the divine beast plane, a place that even the sacred heavenly sovereigns would regard with utmost reverence. The Divine Sea indeed lives up to its grand reputation of remarkable fortune. Receiving such high praise from Xiao Ze brought a smile to the face of the three beast sovereigns. After expressing his sentiments, Xiao Ze respectfully bowed to the three beast sovereigns. I, as a junior, am deeply grateful to the three esteemed seniors for setting aside racial prejudices and granting me this extraordinary opportunity. The three beast sovereigns hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to accept Xiao Ze's gesture of respect. The elegant man smiled at Xiao Ze and remarked, "With your innate talent, your spiritual quality can rival that of celestial grade. In the future, as you grow, you will undoubtedly become a pinnacle figure in the vast world. I only hope that when the malevolent extraterrestrial tribes return, you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of opposing them. Such a weighty charge is not something even an ordinary heavenly sovereign would dare to boast about." However, Xiao Ze's expression grew solemn as he vowed, "As a junior, I will certainly exert my utmost effort. Now, go forth and explore the mysteries of the Divine Sea. Time flows differently here compared to the outside world, granting you ample time for cultivation," said the elegantly dressed woman with a charming smile. Xiao Ze once again clasped his fists in respect to the three beast sovereigns and then gazed towards the Divine Sea. The essence of the divine beasts possesses numerous wondrous properties. It can refine marrow and strengthen the body, as well as enhance spiritual power. Among the treasures submerged in the depths of the sea, the most precious is undoubtedly the blood of the super divine beasts. This level of essence offers tremendous benefits to both humans and divine beasts alike. With a slight push from his toes, Xiao Ze ascended above the Divine Sea, hesitated briefly, and then gradually sank into its depths. The three beast sovereigns observed Xiao Ze's actions in silence. Given that Xiao Ze had reached the heavenly sovereign level, it was evident that he did not require their guidance in spiritual cultivation. After all, every being who achieves the heavenly sovereign status in the vast world stands at the peak among countless life forms, whether in terms of innate talent, character, or opportunities. Had Xiao Ze been merely at the sovereign or earth sovereign level, they might have felt compelled to offer him a warning. Though the Divine Sea is teeming with boundless spiritual energy, it also harbors the potent blood of numerous super divine beasts, which can be quite domineering. One must exercise caution during the absorption process to avoid being tainted by the blood's ferocity, which could compromise the purity of one's spiritual power. Yet Xiao Ze, now a heavenly sovereign, has reached a level of mastery in spiritual cultivation that is truly exceptional. Thus, his actions stem from his own intentions, and they would not intervene. The three beast sovereigns contemplated the Divine Sea, their thoughts deepening as they were not in haste to entrust it. In the original narrative, they had lost the ancestral bloodline that contained the power of spiritual energy and had expended much of it to combat the malevolent extraterrestrial tribes. Since the Divine Sea also requires their spiritual energy to be activated, in the original tale, the three beast sovereigns condensed their last remnants of power into a jade tablet and entrusted it to Muchun. After Muchun severed the two true spirits of the dragon and phoenix, he placed these two incarnations into the Divine Sea. While cultivating the primordial body, he simultaneously used the power of the Divine Sea to refine his incarnations, thanks to the profound mystery of transforming into the three pure ones. The dragon and phoenix incarnations did not need to start their cultivation from scratch. However, nurturing two incarnations to their pinnacle levels requires an immense expenditure of energy. Muchun, having just cultivated the Qi transformation into the three purities and severed those two incarnations, did so within the celestial river of the ancient heavenly palace. The subsequent emergence of the dragon and phoenix incarnations is to take place in this Divine Sea, which reveals the vast spiritual power it embodies. Thus, Xiao Ze holds great anticipation for the Divine Sea, with Muchun possessing the essence of the true dragon and true phoenix cultivated from the dragon phoenix body, and Xiao Ze harnessing the feedback from the dragon and phoenix bloodline, as well as the nine-colored swallowing python bloodline. This rare convergence of divine beast and even super divine beast blood essence in such a location provides an opportunity for both bloodlines to flourish. Moreover, Xiao Ze harbors a notion that perhaps, through the feedback from these two illustrious bloodlines, he could elevate his physique by a level or two, potentially even reaching the immortal body. The immortal body, even among the sacred ranks, is rarely achieved. It does not signify true immortality or invincibility, but rather the physique cultivated to an extraordinarily high level. At this tier, the body is sufficient to rival the sacred celestial sovereign, often referred to as the sacred physical form. Chapter 830, The Passage of Cultivation and Movements in the Demon Realm. The sacred physical form is exceedingly arduous to cultivate, even in the original text. Muchun's successful attainment of this form consumed the immortal essence accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It is worth noting that this immortal essence is the product of numerous contenders for the eternal body, having cultivated the immortal golden body and consolidated over millennia. To cultivate the immortal golden body and participate in the eternal assembly, competing for the eternal body, each contender is a paragon of the vast world. Throughout history, the immortal essence accumulated from countless top-tier prodigies over tens of thousands of years was ultimately absorbed and refined by Muchun alone, forging his sacred physical form. This illustrates the immense difficulty of successfully cultivating such a form. Nonetheless, achieving the sacred physical form does not absolutely require the immortal essence. After all, the immortal essence can only be coalesced by the eternal body and the immortal golden body. However, aside from Muchun, the vast world is not devoid of other sacred physical forms, albeit they are exceedingly rare, even scarcer than the sacred celestial sovereigns. In the original narrative, it appears that the leaders of the 5 great clans do not possess sacred physical forms. Their realms lie within the mid-tier of the sacred ranks. And with the aid of unparalleled sacred artifacts, they can reach the late stage of the sacred rank, thus standing at the pinnacle of the vast world. Nevertheless, aside from the leaders of the 5 great clans, there are other peak powers whose might can reach the late sacred rank, even without relying on unparalleled sacred artifacts. It is highly probable that these peak powers possess sacred physical forms. Additionally, there exists the Spirit Beast clan, naturally endowed and excelling in physical prowess. While it is challenging for human cultivators to attain sacred physical forms, it seems somewhat simpler within the Spirit Beast clan. Thus, Xiao Ze seeks to leverage the feedback from the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the 9-colored Swallowing Python bloodline. Amidst this divine sea, the essence of countless divine beasts and super divine beasts flows abundantly, coupled with Xiao Ze's innate golden talent and physical prowess. It is not beyond possibility for him to cultivate a sacred body. As Xiao Ze descends into the divine sea, he is immediately engulfed by a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, manifesting faint ethereal shadows of divine beasts around him. A subtle smile graces Xiao Ze's lips in response to the blood essence infused with the will of these divine creatures. Despite the ferocity of the spiritual assault, it poses little threat to his current corporeal form. Within the primordial space, the source tree that sustains the world quivers slightly, its branches representing the bloodlines of the dragon and phoenix, and the 9-colored devouring serpent, radiating a brilliant glow. Instantly, a 9-colored devouring serpent phantom envelopes Xiao Ze, while above him hovers a creature of extraordinary nature, bearing the body of a true dragon and the wings of a true phoenix, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. Upon the emergence of these 2 phantoms, the divine sea within a radius of tens of thousands of miles falls into a profound stillness, as the countless divine beast essences seemingly bow in reverence to these formidable bloodlines. Following this brief tranquility, the divine sea erupts with tumultuous waves, as a terrifying gravitational force emanates from Xiao Ze, creating a colossal whirlpool that spans the vast expanse. Countless essences brimming with spiritual energy surge toward Xiao Ze, transforming into nourishment for his spiritual and physical growth. Not far away, the 3 beast lords were expressions of utter astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. The ancient beast transformed into a burly man stammers in disbelief. "I can't be mistaken, can I? Xiao Ze has unleashed the presence of 2 immensely powerful divine beast bloodlines? Why do I feel as if these 2 formidable bloodlines surpass my own?" His words render the elegant man momentarily speechless. In contrast to the burly man, the elegant figure, born of the myriad spirit bird bloodline, experiences an even stranger sensation. His own bloodline seems compelled to submit to one of those powerful essences. "I too ponder whether I may be misperceiving this," he admits, "for my own myriad spirit bird essence feels an inexplicable urge to bow before one of those presences." The elegant man's revelation leaves the burly man momentarily dumbfounded. The refined woman in court attire falls into silence, sighing softly. Could it be that 1 or 2 of us are mistaken? Is it possible that all 3 of us share this sensation of submission before that bloodline? As the immortal bird, her words momentarily bewilder the burly man and the elegant figure, for the ancient immortal bird stands as a peerless entity among avian super-divine beasts, rivaling even the Phoenix clan. Yet, under these circumstances, the court-attired woman finds herself experiencing a feeling akin to that of the elegant man. Regaining his composure, the refined gentleman furrowed his brow and focused his gaze upon the heart of the swirling vortex. Among the emanations, one was distinctively recognizable. It bore the essence of a super-divine beast, akin to that of a python. However, the other presence, which commanded my utmost reverence, seemed to resonate with the aura of a true phoenix, albeit not entirely. The elegantly attired matron, with her captivating eyes, likewise scrutinized the scene, pausing briefly before articulating. The essence of the true phoenix constitutes merely half of this phenomenon. The counterpart is that of a true dragon. A distinct sound emanated from the throat of the burly man, who, upon overhearing the discourse of the elegant couple, found an idea quietly blossoming in his mind. Could it be that the convergence of true dragon and true phoenix signifies the legendary dragon phoenix? Upon uttering this thought, the 3 esteemed beasts fell into a profound silence. They could scarcely fathom that within the singular figure of Xiao Ze, a human cultivator, the legendary bloodline of the dragon phoenix was sensed. Even amidst the true dragon and true phoenix, the dragon phoenix bloodline existed solely within the realm of myth. Legends spoke of a powerful being endowed with the bloodlines of both true dragon and true phoenix, capable of genuinely commanding both clans. Throughout the interminable history of these two illustrious lineages, accounts of the dragon phoenix's emergence have been exceedingly rare. To think that it would manifest today within Xiao Ze. After a considerable pause, a smile graced the matron's visage. Previously, I surmised that Xiao Ze might reach the pinnacle of the vast world. Now, I am convinced that he will undoubtedly ascend to its zenith. The refined gentleman and the burly man did not dispute her assertion. Rather, they nodded in agreement. It was not merely the dual presence of the super-divine beast bloodlines within Xiao Ze that garnered their acknowledgement, but rather the sheer brilliance of the miraculous potential he embodied. The nearly forgotten dragon phoenix bloodline, alongside another extraordinarily potent super-divine beast essence, manifesting within a human cultivator, struck a profound chord within the hearts of the three esteemed beings. What an extraordinary opportunity this was. In the realm of cultivation, time flows differently. Within the ethereal sea of divinity, moments stretch languidly. Meanwhile, in the external world, the demise of a demon emperor, who had reached the level of the celestial demon emperor, stirred tumultuous waves within the demonic domain. Among the extraterrestrial malevolent races, only 32 prominent clans were graced with the presence of a celestial demon emperor, beneath which lay countless smaller clans. Yet, the Blood Demon clan, under the dominion of the Blood Xian demon emperor, undoubtedly ranks among the mightiest of these 32 clans. Now, with the fall of the Blood Xian demon emperor, the Blood Demon clan is poised to suffer significant tribulations. After all, the law of the jungle prevails within the demonic realm, where the weak are devoured by the strong. In an instant, demon clans of similar stature to the Blood Demon clan bared their fangs, eager to seize a piece of the Blood Demon clan's flesh. Chapter 831, The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. In a world shrouded in darkness, devoid of light from sun and moon, within an enormous, pitch-black demonic palace, a demon emperor knelt humbly on the ground. This demon emperor, who could command respect as an emperor in the outside world, now assumed the most servile posture, bowing low. The entity to whom this demon emperor paid homage sat aloft, surrounded by an aura of demonic flames. The infernal flames are remarkably peculiar. At times as black as ink and at others as pure as snow. The interplay between the dim light and the sacred glow manifests an eerie contradiction. Even the unintentional emanation of the infernal flames instills a shuddering fear in the demon emperor below. Within these flames, a gaze devoid of any emotion emerges, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble slightly, as if it quakes in dread of that singular gaze. When this gaze falls upon the kneeling demon emperor, the pressure within him intensifies exponentially. Let us speak of the recent demise of the Blood Abyss demon emperor. Much like the contradictory nature of the infernal flames, both sacred and wicked, the voice of the shadowy figure bears an ethereal and somber tone. The kneeling demon emperor shudders slightly and hastily responds to the revered Holy Sky demon emperor. After the spatial passage of the summoning talisman was sealed, it has become exceedingly difficult to directly ascertain the circumstances within the vast world from the demon realm. The Shattered Land is the ancient sanctuary of divine beasts, teeming with numerous divine and super-divine creatures. Through the swift briefing from the demon emperor, the Holy Sky demon emperor gains insight into the situation at hand. Although the summoning talisman has spread widely within the demon realm, it does not encompass the entirety of this domain. After all, the demon realm itself is a territory that was invaded by the extraterrestrial evil races during ancient times, spanning at least half the size of the vast world. Illustrating its enormity, the ripple of a single summoning talisman cannot cover the entire expanse of the demon realm. Thus, the Holy Sky demon emperor remains unaware of the intricacies surrounding the demise of the Blood Abyss demon emperor. Nevertheless, the fall of a being capable of rivaling the Holy Demon Emperor is indeed significant enough to warrant the Holy Sky demon emperor's inquiry. The Holy Sky demon emperor hails from the 32 major clans of the extraterrestrial evil races, being the foremost among them, the Sacred Demon Clan. It was from this clan that the celestial evil god, who once led the invasion of the vast world, originated. Even though the celestial evil god is now sealed by the immortal emperor, the Sacred Demon Clan continues to thrive, remaining the very leader of all extraterrestrial evil races. As the thoughts of the Holy Sky demon emperor swirl, that ethereal and somber voice resonates once more. In essence, you possess no knowledge regarding the individual responsible for the demise of the Blood Abyss demon emperor. The trembling of the demon emperor intensifies. Although the voice of the Holy Sky demon emperor remains devoid of emotion, A chilling dread envelopes his heart. His subordinate promptly establishes contact with their kin within the vast world and reaches out to the demon emperor stationed at the borders of the vast world. The supreme heavenly guardian, tasked with safeguarding the borders, shows no signs of disturbance, and the sanctuary of divine beasts, situated in the boundless void, has not relayed any news. Upon concluding his statement, the demon emperor prostrates himself on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth, refraining from any movement. The holy sky demon emperor's gaze remains tranquil as he contemplates, choosing not to punish this subordinate. Instructions are given to investigate the powerful beings within the vast world that led to the fall of the Blood Abyss demon emperor, while also suggesting that the demon emperor at the borders take appropriate action. Although my deity is sealed, and my clan lies in temporary dormancy, we are not entirely silent. The vast world has led to the demise of one of our profound demon emperors, and they must pay a price for this. The demon emperor, upon realizing that the holy heavenly demon emperor had not imposed a punishment, felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a heavy cloud had lifted from his heart. Yes, I shall immediately contact our kin within the vast world, from ancient times to the present. Although the outer evil clans have not mounted a large-scale invasion of the vast world, their infiltration has never ceased. After all, they need to comprehend the movements of the vast world and gather intelligence. The expanse between the vast world and the demon domain is indeed immense. While the Heavenly Supreme sits at the crucial juncture, they can only thwart demon emperors of comparable strength. As for the powerful beings beneath the demon emperor, there are still many means to penetrate into the vast world. It is impossible to establish spiritual formations capable of identifying the aura of the outer evil clans at every border location. Particularly, those profound formations that can discern deeply are of a high grade and require the expertise of spiritual formation masters to set up. Thus, numerous outer evil clans have infiltrated the vast world. Moreover, beyond the borders of the vast world, they can also utilize lower realms as springboards to access the core regions of the vast world. Just like in the original narrative, the outer evil clans used lower realms to leap over the boundaries of the vast world and reach the sealed land of the heavenly evil god. In addition to infiltrating through the outer evil clans, they also employ various means such as seduction, coercion, and temptation to compel the beings of the vast world to serve their interests. Although the powerful beings of the vast world generally harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the outer evil clans and unite against them in times of invasion, the vast world is far too expansive, and its inhabitants are innumerable. Even if a minuscule fraction of the beings, 1 in a billion, are willing to serve the outer evil clans, it still amounts to a considerable number. Thus, although the outer evil clans have not launched a massive invasion over the years, they still possess a significant amount of intelligence regarding the vast world. However, gathering intelligence at the level of the Heavenly Supreme proves to be quite challenging. This is precisely why the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor chose not to punish the Demon Emperor. Receiving the directive from the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, the Demon Emperor swiftly disseminated this instruction throughout the demon domain. Not long after, on a continent at the boundary of the vast world, this land, while not as boundless as the Qinglin continent, holds a level of renown within the vast world that rivals the top 10 supercontinents. Just as the floating pagoda on the floating pagoda continent bears the marks of the ancient floating pagoda clan, this continent is adorned with the presence of swords everywhere. The peaks rise like swords, exuding a stern sword intent, while the vegetation sways like swords, casting shadows of blades all around. On this continent, it seems as though everything in the world bears a semblance of a sword, not to mention that nearly every cultivator here wields a sword. This is the sacred realm of countless sword cultivators within the vast universe, the sword domain. The master of this continent, renowned throughout the vast world as the pinnacle of strength, is the Azure Robe Sword Saint. The domain lord, weary from travel, has returned to the sword domain to report to the Azure Robe Sword Saint. Domain lord, for reasons unknown, the malevolent beings from beyond have suddenly launched an assault, with even the hand of the heavenly demon emperor involved. The Azure Robe Sword Saint furrowed his brow, his hand gently caressing the azure blade, yet he felt no trepidation. It matters not. When the enemy comes, we shall meet them with our swords. When the waters rise, we shall use the earth to shield ourselves. If they wish to enter the vast world, they must first seek the consent of my 3-foot azure blade. A similar situation unfolds among the numerous supreme powers guarding the borders of the vast world. Although they are somewhat perturbed by the sudden actions of the malevolent beings from beyond, as protectors of the realm, the heavenly supremes will not cower before the intruders. Chapter 832, The Ma-Guh Tribe's Covetousness. Due to Xiao Ze's slaying of the Blood-Xian Demon Emperor, the demon domain has also been making moves, causing a subtle unease among the pinnacle powers of the vast world. However, With little knowledge of the circumstances within the demon domain, many heavenly supremes can only remain vigilant at the borders, repelling the unexpected actions of the malevolent beings from beyond, while simultaneously reporting this matter to the Grand Celestial Palace. The Grand Celestial Palace is not only the foremost superpower in the vast world, but also serves as the wartime commander during incursions by the malevolent beings. Any matters related to these entities must be reported to the Grand Celestial Palace without delay. Upon learning of the unusual actions of the malevolent beings, the elders of the Grand Celestial Palace became exceedingly alert. The calamities wrought by these beings in ancient times still linger in the vast world, even after tens of thousands of years, and thus the Grand Celestial Palace dares not underestimate them. Particularly now, with only a few hundred years remaining until the last Great Celestial Pact, the closer they draw to the complete eradication of the heavenly evil deity, the more frenzied the malevolent beings are bound to become. The might of the heavenly evil deity is too fearsome. Even the immortal emperor, the strongest of the ancient vast world, had to pay with his life to seal the heavenly evil deity. After sealing the deity, the Great Celestial Transformation Array must be activated to utterly extinguish its life force. According to the final conjectures left by the immortal emperor, to completely eradicate the heavenly evil deity, the Great Celestial Transformation Array must operate for a full 49,000 years. Each cycle of the Great Celestial Transformation Array requires the combined strength of numerous heavenly supremes to activate its sealing power. With only a few hundred years remaining until the 49th operation of the Great Celestial Transformation Array, the malevolent beings from beyond will not sit idly by and allow the vast world to obliterate their deity. They will surely escalate their assaults on the vast world during this time, sparing no expense to break the seal and rescue the heavenly evil deity. However, for now, the actions of the malevolent beings remain confined to the borders of the vast world, and thus the Grand Celestial Palace has not mobilized all the superpowers within the realm. It is merely a reminder to the superpower guarding the borders to remain vigilant against the encroaching malevolent entities from beyond. The stirrings of these external sinister races currently only affect certain continents at the periphery of the superpower and the vast world, leaving the greater expanse of the realm largely tranquil and harmonious. However, tranquility has never been closely associated with the heavenly net continent. As time progresses, under the stewardship of Mandala, the Source Realm has magnificently established its reputation as a holy land for alchemy. Within a mere few months, the Source Realm has developed the foundational prowess of a superpower. As one of the supercontinents, the heavenly net continent has always been coveted by numerous superpowers. Following the ascendance of Xiao Ze as the sovereign of the heavenly net continent, the Source Realm has achieved the esteemed title of a holy land for alchemy, attracting even more covetous gazes. Yet, the majority of these aspirations remain unfulfilled. After all, Xiao Ze's initial triumphs over the heavenly net continent were characterized by victories of the few against the many and the weak prevailing over the strong. Even the Celestial Supreme was vanquished by his hand, let alone the others. Nonetheless, there are indeed some elite superpowers that cast their longing eyes upon the Source Realm. Among them is Mo Tian, the newly appointed leader of the Mo ancient clan. In contrast to the other four ancient clans, this newly installed leader exhibits remarkable ambition. Although Mo Tian possesses the strength requisite to lead the Mo ancient clan, he is also in dire need of a substantial achievement to instill awe both within and beyond his clan. At this juncture, the Source Realm, which is flourishing like a raging inferno, naturally captures Mo Tian's attention. While Xiao Ze's victories over the heavenly net continent are sufficient to intimidate the majority of superpowers within the vast world, they do not extend to the Mo ancient clan. This is because Xiao Ze's prowess has not ascended to the realm of the sacred. He lacks even the spiritual prowess of the celestial great, relying solely on the strategies of a battle array master to contend with celestial supremes. Generally, to occupy a supercontinent, a superpower must possess a celestial supreme to hold dominion. Otherwise, it will face an incessant wave of troubles. However, due to the influence of the Grand World Palace, no celestial supreme has intervened to challenge him. Now, witnessing the Source Realm's vigorous development and the widespread acclaim of its status as a holy land for alchemy, those celestial supremes who refrain from taking action may harbor some regret. At least, Mo Tian certainly feels this way. If he could indeed subjugate the Source Realm and bring it under the aegis of the Mo ancient clan, it would undoubtedly instill reverence both within his clan and beyond. Furthermore, the benefits derived from the Source Realm's achievement as a holy land for alchemy could yield unparalleled profits. Even the mere acquisition of supreme spiritual liquid could amount to hundreds of billions over the course of a year. Such a substantial quantity of supreme spiritual liquid would certainly entice the Mo ancient clan, enabling Mo Tian to solidify his position as the newly appointed leader. Not solely through strength, but through the loyalty earned from remarkable gains. When this idea emerged from Mo Tian's heart, it ignited like a spark upon dry tinder, intensifying rapidly. He promptly summoned his younger brother, Mo Hu, to discuss this matter. By this time, Mo Hu had also reached the late stage of the immortal grade. However, even as he prepared to contend with Mu Chun for the eternal immortal body, Mo Hu's strength had merely ascended to the pinnacle of the late immortal stage. Without stepping into the sacred grade, in the grand cosmos, the sacred grade stands at the zenith of supremacy. Countless beings have remained halted before this grade throughout their existence, making it quite common to linger for several centuries before reaching it. Upon hearing Mo Tian's thoughts, Mo Hu could not suppress his astonishment. Brother, if that Xiao Ze were merely the leader of an ordinary superpower, capturing him would indeed be effortless. However, he also bears the title of Demon Slayer King. Mo Hu expressed with a hint of concern. Humph, and what of the Demon Slayer King? There is currently no war with the extraterritorial evil clan. He is merely a Demon Slayer King who has yet to fully grasp the supreme authority of the grand cosmos. He does not warrant my apprehension, Mo Tian retorted dismissively. Should the extraterritorial evil clan launch a large-scale assault, prompting the Mo ancient clan to cooperate, Mo Tian would readily accept the directives and command of the grand cosmos without hesitation. Yet, in this moment of peace, devoid of conflict with the extraterritorial evil clan, the grand cosmos does not supersede all superpowers. Nevertheless, one cannot dismiss the possibility of interference from the grand cosmos. Mo Hu's words caused Mo Tian to fall into a moment of contemplation. If that were indeed the case, a compromise could be sought, specifically targeting the source realm. If they could acquire numerous alchemists from that lower realm, it would become a modest sanctuary for alchemy, continuously supplying supreme spiritual liquid. Would Xiao Ze agree? It is hoped that he would facilitate this, for regardless of his willingness, he must comply. Chapter 833, The Immortal Body. The Sacred Flesh. Time flows unceasingly in the realm of cultivation, while the outside world has traversed several months. Within the divine sea space, the passage of time is even more languid, and Xiao Ze has devoted himself to cultivation for over 3 years. Within the divine sea, a colossal whirlpool spans hundreds of thousands of miles, drawing in the essence and energy of the entire divine sea space toward its center. Yet, even with the infusion of the entire divine sea's essence and energy, the center of the whirlpool appears as an insatiable abyss, never reaching fullness. This immense infusion of energy, coupled with the passage of time, has rendered the atmosphere at the whirlpool's center increasingly profound and formidable. Initially, the two super-divine beast bloodlines dominated the aura. Surrounding Xiao Ze, the 9-colored devouring python emanated an overwhelming sense of terror. Above him, the image of the dragon phoenix loomed, exuding an air of utmost supremacy that swept through the divine sea. However, as time progressed, both the 9-colored devouring python and the dragon phoenix bloodlines gradually became mere embellishments beneath the burgeoning and powerful aura emanating from Xiao Ze. In the sky above the divine sea space, the 3 beast lords gazed gravely at the heart of the great whirlpool. In the passage of these 3 years, though they have grown somewhat numb to the experience, the mere recollection of it invokes an involuntary awe within their hearts. After a prolonged silence, the elegantly attired lady finally spoke. It seems that Xiao Ze intends to forge an immortal body utilizing the essence and energy of the divine sea, along with the enigmatic bloodlines of his 2 mystical beasts. The refined gentleman and the robust man exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Even within the spirit beast clan, Xiao Ze's accomplishments are unparalleled. 3 years spent in the pursuit of an immortal body, a feat comparable to that of the supreme being of sacred rank. Although 3 years prior, Xiao Ze's combat prowess was already formidable enough to slay the peak lord of the Xuanma. The magnitude of his achievements over these 3 years in crafting divine might far exceeds their imagination. After a moment, the refined gentleman let out a wry smile and remarked that, in comparison, Xiao Ze's breaking through 3 realms in 3 years, from the late spirit rank to the late immortal rank, seems somewhat less astonishing. The robust man opened his mouth to refute, but halted as words lingered on his lips. Breaking through 3 realms in 3 years is indeed a remarkable feat in the vast universe. Yet, as the refined gentleman pointed out, it pales in comparison to the forging of a sacred body, rendering the ascent from late spirit to late immortal rank less extraordinary. Contemplating this, a sense of helplessness washed over the robust man. He never anticipated a day when he would regard the achievement of breaking through 3 realms in 3 years as unremarkable. While the trio engaged in discussion, they sensed that beneath the divine sea, a certain aura was reaching an unprecedented completeness. After 3 arduous years of cultivation, was the final step about to be taken? Just as this thought crossed their minds, An overwhelming and magnificent aura surged forth from beneath the divine sea. Upon its emergence, even the three beast sovereigns bowed their heads in reverence. This aura, unlike the previous bloodline pressure from the dragon and phoenix that compelled the elegantly attired lady and the refined gentleman to submit, now commanded respect even from the robust man, evoking a sense of awe befitting the sacred rank. In the vast world, the sacred rank stands as the pinnacle of existence. Throughout history, only the immortal emperor transcended the sacred rank. In the present era, knowledge of the immortal emperor's deeds is scarce, and few are aware of realms beyond the sacred rank. Thus, in the eyes of countless powerful beings, the sacred rank is already regarded as the apex of the vast world. The power represented by the sacred rank is sufficient to compel numerous strong individuals to bow in submission, acknowledging its might. From beneath the divine sea, a resplendent pillar of purple gold light surged into the sky, stirring the waters and creating colossal waves within the divine sea. The grand purple gold radiance illuminated all directions, overwhelming the entire divine sea space, causing it to tremble. Beside Xiao Ze, the nine-colored devouring serpent and the dragon phoenix phantoms vanished, leaving only Xiao Ze himself. He stood tall and slender, his skin luminous and fair, with a subtle shimmer of purple and gold that imparted an aura of immortality. After a prolonged period of silence, Xiao Ze gradually opened his eyes, from which two beams of purple and gold light erupted forth. In an instant, the divine sea before him split into two, forming a vast abyss that could not be restored. Xiao Ze felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a strength magnified countless times over, and a look of joy graced his face. This opportunity within the divine sea had bestowed upon Xiao Ze an immortal body, a corporeal form of the highest caliber. It was no small feat. He had finally grasped the power sufficient to suppress or even slay those of the highest order. Xiao Ze murmured softly. Prior to this fortuitous encounter, despite possessing various techniques, unparalleled divine abilities, and an abundance of extraordinary treasures capable of threatening the highest order, the prospect of genuinely suppressing or even slaying a being of that caliber was more than improbable. It was a mere 1 in a billion chance. Yet now, not only had his spiritual power transcended 3 stages, elevating him to the late phase of the celestial tier, but he also possessed a body of the highest order. Even when confronted by a supreme being, he felt no fear and was confident in his ability to triumph. Moreover, having refined 3 branches of primordial essence had granted Xiao Ze 3 extraordinary divine abilities. His advancements in the realms of battle formations and spiritual arrays were also significant. 3 years of arduous cultivation had led to a comprehensive enhancement of his strength, achieving a transformative leap. The magnitude of this improvement left Xiao Ze somewhat bewildered, as he pondered the true limits of his power. However, he was certain that an ordinary early-stage supreme being was no match for him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he organized the gains from this opportunity. Rising to his feet, he lightly tapped his toes and approached the 3 beast sovereign. Bowing respectfully, "I am grateful to you, esteemed 3 beast sovereign, for the opportunity that has allowed me to achieve this breakthrough." The 3 beast sovereign exchanged glances, astonished that Xiao Ze could harness the divine sea's power to leap to the pinnacle of the great 1,000 worlds. Even in their prime, the supreme beings were figures to be revered. The elegantly dressed woman shook her head and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formality. While the opportunity of the divine sea is significant, your achievements are also a testament to your own capabilities." The cultured gentleman and the robust man nodded in agreement. After all, it was rare for an ordinary cultivator to reach the supreme tier within 3 years in the divine sea, let alone to attain an immortal body. Xiao Ze's remarkable accomplishments were undeniably attributed to his innate talent, especially the 2 extraordinarily unique bloodlines of the super divine beasts. However, Xiao Ze refrained from mentioning this, and they did not press further. After some pleasantries, Xiao Ze hesitated momentarily before speaking slowly. "Esteemed seniors, I possess a spirit-nurturing array that can help preserve your powers for a longer duration, particularly now that the evil beings have been vanquished. If you refrain from exerting your strength, it should last for several millennia. If the 3 esteemed seniors are interested, I could craft a vessel to contain their powers, granting them a second chance at life." Xiao Ze's proposal momentarily astonished the 3 beast sovereigns. However, after a brief contemplation, a glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes. Could it truly be feasible? Chapter 834, The Maha-Ancient Clan, Maha-Heaven. Under ordinary circumstances, who would wish to truly dissipate amidst the cosmos? Especially for the 3 beast sovereigns, who have been ensconced in slumber since sealing away the malevolent tribes from beyond their realm. Unlike the chaos divine emperor, who has endured countless eons of desolation, total dissolution within the universe would, for them, be a liberation. Thus, the three beast sovereigns gladly accepted Xiao Ze's proposal. Subsequently, Xiao Ze constructed a nurturing spirit array to sustain the essence of the three beast sovereigns. Within the array, they felt their powers no longer fading with the passage of time, and a hint of joy illuminated their expressions. As for the vessel to contain their powers, I would need to gather some materials. Regrettably, the original forms of the three seniors were already extinguished in the ancient cataclysm. Xiao Ze's words left the three beast sovereigns feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had requested Xiao Ze's assistance to maintain their existence and to forge a vessel, with the materials required also being sourced by him. This realization rendered the three beast sovereigns feeling a bit ashamed. Noticing the change in their demeanor, Xiao Ze smiled and spoke. The opportunities bestowed upon me by the three esteemed seniors in the sea of divine consciousness have been immensely beneficial. It is my desire to contribute in any way within my capabilities. The three beast sovereigns, after a moment of silence, saw the elegantly dressed matron extend her hand, with the other two following suit. Under the convergence of their powers, a jade tablet was formed. The realm of the sea of divine consciousness is inaccessible to us three, but with this tablet, we can enter freely. Rather than allowing the sea of divine consciousness to dissipate into the endless void, it is better entrusted to your care. Xiao Ze hesitated briefly, but upon witnessing the resolute expressions of the three beast sovereigns, he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your trust, esteemed seniors. I shall make good use of it." Xiao Ze did not depart immediately. Instead, he continued to engage in pleasant conversation with the three beast sovereigns. They were formidable beings from ancient times, and their knowledge of the spiritual beasts was something Xiao Ze had little exposure to. Hence, he seized this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of related lore. Before long, Xiao Ze suddenly furrowed his brow, having received a communication from Mandala. "Esteemed seniors, it appears that the force I have established is facing some troubles and requires my presence to address the matter." "By all means," came the reply. On the Tianluo continent, Mandala, clad in a black gown, wore a worried expression. Due to Xiao Ze's influence, the superpowers interacting with the source realm had generally treated her with courtesy, unlike the current situation where they recklessly unleashed their formidable presence. Sensing the aggressive approach of this powerful being, it was evident that their intentions were malevolent, prompting her to communicate with Xiao Ze. "May I inquire which celestial sovereign has arrived?" Mandala politely clasped her hands, fully aware of the formidable presence before her. Despite her nascent strength as a celestial sovereign, even with the ability to transform into the three pure ones, she refrained from instigating conflict. "I am Mo Tian," he declared, his hands resting behind his back. His expression serene, yet betraying an unmistakable hint of arrogance in his eyes. After all, the individual before him was merely a lowly spiritual-grade celestial sovereign, hardly worthy of Mo Tian's regard. Countless individuals within Tianluo City were taken aback at the mention of Mo Tian's name, uncertain of his significance. However, Mandala's demeanor shifted subtly. Although the source realm lacked a sovereign of the sacred grade, thus not qualifying as a top-tier superpower, she was aware of Xiao Ze's status as the Demon Slayer King, which afforded him a measure of authority within the Grand Thousand Palace. Her understanding of the leading superpowers of the Grand Thousand World and the known sacred-grade celestial sovereigns was sufficient to recognize Mo Tian as the patriarch of the Mo ancient clan, a peak powerhouse at the mid-stage of the sacred-grade sovereign. Realizing she was in the presence of the esteemed patriarch, she inquired, "What brings Patriarch Mo to the source realm? Might I inquire about your guidance?" The mention of Mo's identity sent ripples of astonishment through the ranks of powerful figures in Tianluo City. As one of the 5 divine clans, the Mo ancient clan was not entirely unknown to those at their level. They had simply not made the connection earlier. The revelation of Mo Tian's identity was unexpected. Mo Tian's brow furrowed slightly at Mandala's public acknowledgement of his identity. "Given that the source realm is still in its infancy, surrounded by wolves, my clan can offer protection." The assembled powerhouses within Tianluo City silently mused that while wolves circled, he himself seemed to be stalking them. Nevertheless, before a sacred-grade sovereign, they dared not voice their thoughts. Mandala's expression darkened at Mo Tian's words, yet she managed a smile. "Patriarch Mo, you jest. The source realm, newly established, is being congratulated by surrounding celestial sovereigns in a spirit of camaraderie. How can there be talk of wolves lurking?" She continued, "Moreover, the ruler of the source realm is the Demon Slayer King, and many sovereigns will extend their courtesy to the Grand Thousand Palace. Thus, the source realm does not require external protection." But crises often lurk in the shadows," Mo Tian replied with a chuckle. "The identity of the Demon Slayer King cannot entirely deter those with ulterior motives. It would be prudent to seek a place of refuge." Mandala's brow furrowed in contemplation. Falling into silence, even invoking Xiao Ze's status as the Demon Slayer King could not persuade Mo Tian to withdraw. It appeared his determination was resolute. Just as Mandala pondered how to delay until Xiao Ze's return, a light laugh echoed through the air. Having long heard of the Mo ancient clan's extraordinary dominance, witnessing Patriarch Mo's demeanor firsthand is indeed more enlightening than mere hearsay. As Xiao Ze stepped forth from the spatial passage, Mo Tian's expression darkened. The subtle barbs in Xiao Ze's words were unmistakable. Having long heard of the illustrious reputation of the demon slayer, I was quite taken aback by his eloquence. Yet, I ponder whether the might of the demon slayer is indeed worthy of such a regal title. With a smile, Xiao Ze gazed at Mo Tian, surprised to find himself enjoying the treatment typically reserved for the endless fire domain in the original narrative. However, he felt no trepidation toward Mo Tian. Given his current prowess, setting aside my own strength, I am curious to know if the clan leader of Mo possesses the capability to protect the source realm. Why not engage in a friendly spar to ascertain our strengths? Xiao Ze's words instantly elicited a look of astonishment from Mo Tian. How audacious it was for someone who had recently attained the rank of heavenly sovereign to challenge a saintly heavenly sovereign. Mo Tian scoffed inwardly. Such folly surely stemmed from ignorance of the might of the saintly class. Meanwhile, within Tianluo City, an uproar erupted among the many powerful beings present. Could it be that they had misheard? The ruler of the source realm, who had only recently ascended to heavenly sovereign, dared to challenge a saintly heavenly sovereign. Unperturbed by the thoughts of Mo Tian and the multitude of powerful beings below, Xiao Ze continued with a smile, suggesting that it would be better for Mo Tian to accompany him to a nearby desolate continent outside Tianluo to engage in a more unrestricted display of power. Seeing Xiao Ze's resolute demeanor, Mo Tian could not suppress a cold smirk. Very well, if the ruler of the source realm doubts my strength, let me demonstrate the vast gulf between us and the saintly class, lest he remain oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. I am indeed eager to comprehend the limits of the heavens and the earth. With an unwavering smile, Xiao Ze transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the outskirts of Tianluo. Mo Tian snorted in response, following closely behind. Soon, this news spread like a tempest, sweeping across the entirety of the vast world. Chapter 835, The Initial Confrontation with the Saintly. In light of the impending challenge from the patriarch of the Mo ancient clan, Xiao Ze's proactive invitation to battle sent ripples throughout the vast world. Countless communication jade slips shattered as they endeavored to relay this pivotal information. After all, this entailed a clash between two foremost superpowers. Though the source realm had yet to attain the status of a top-tier superpower, Xiao Ze bore another identity, the demon slayer of the Grand Thousand Palace. In an instant, the leaders of numerous superpowers were stirred. Particularly noteworthy was that Xiao Ze had not barred the entry of other superpowers into Tianluo. They simply needed to adhere to the regulations of the continent. Thus, many formidable beings from various superpowers remained stationed in Tianluo and even within Tianluo City. Given the recent developments, the source realm had firmly established its reputation as a sacred ground for alchemy. However, compared to the other two renowned alchemical sanctuaries, it lacked a touch of depth. Yet, with a top-tier alchemist like Xiao Ze, the missing elements could be swiftly addressed. A sanctuary for alchemy, indeed, warranted the constant vigilance of numerous superpowers to avoid missing the emergence of divine elixirs. As the communication jade slips shattered, spiritual energy traversed billions of miles, descending as myriad embodiments of ethereal power. Upon confirming the situation, these manifestations surged skyward, following closely behind Xiao Ze and Mo Tian towards the Forsaken Continent. The black-clad Mandala, remaining in place, gazed at the emerging heavenly embodiments of spiritual power, reflecting on the remarkable phenomenon. Throughout the vast expanse of the world, which superpower has ever been established in merely a year or two to create such an overwhelming presence? However, such formidable momentum, once it attracts trouble, becomes exceedingly challenging to manage. Yet, Mandala harbored faith in Xiao Ze. Through their interactions, she understood he was not one to act recklessly. Nevertheless, despite her belief, she found it difficult to fathom. To what heights could Xiao Ze have ascended in such a brief period? Could he truly contend with the celestial grade supreme? As her thoughts whirled, Mandala turned to the white-clad Mandala beside her, offering a gentle smile. She then left the white-clad Mandala to guard their position and proceeded towards the Forsaken Continent. Near the Tianluo continent lay only one abandoned land, the Qinglin continent. Legend speaks of an ancient era when it was ravaged by the malicious forces from beyond, leading to the extinction of all life on the continent, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. The pervasive demonic energy deeply tainted the land. Despite countless powerful beings attempting to cleanse it since ancient times, restoration remained elusive, and thus it has been forsaken to this day. Beyond this deserted terrain, Numerous embodiments of potent spiritual energy stood resolutely in the void, casting their gazes deep into the Forsaken Continent from a distance of millions of miles. They refrained from entering, for should such high-level combatants unleash their full might, even their distant projections of spiritual energy would be unable to withstand the ensuing chaos. Countless thoughts flickered as the heavenly embodiments of spiritual power communicated the unfolding events. Following the heavenly supremes, throngs of earthly supremes also lingered nearby. Even the heavenly embodiments dared not approach the Forsaken Continent, remaining instead at the periphery. Many minds speculated on the outcome of this incident, aware that this battle was far from a conclusive end, with Mo He Tian wielding the power of a celestial grade supreme. Even if victorious, it could very well provoke intervention from the Grand Thousand Palace. As for whether Xiao Ze could triumph over Mo He Tian, they held no hope in their hearts. The chasm between celestial and earthly grades was insurmountable. However, the heavenly supremes projected their spiritual embodiments in the hope that, should Mo He Tian emerge victorious, the situation would not become excessively embarrassing. Both Xiao Ze's displayed potential and his unparalleled alchemical skills warranted the presence of numerous heavenly supremes descending with their spiritual embodiments to offer support. Outside the Forsaken Continent, the thoughts of the many heavenly supremes diverged. Within the desolate continent, Xiao Ze came to a halt, dispersing his spiritual energy as he turned to gaze upon Mo He Tian. As the master of the Source Realm, if you choose to relinquish it to the protection of the Mo He ancient clan, I can overlook your previous transgressions against the sacred. A hint of pride flickered in Mo He Tian's eyes. Clan leader of Mo He, do you truly believe I was jesting? Xiao Ze replied with a chuckle, casually throwing a punch. The fierce wind from his fist surged toward Mo He Tian, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and the earth to fracture. Mo He Tian's expression shifted slightly. He had sensed something amiss the moment Xiao Ze finally struck. With a wave of his sleeve, he dissipated the punch's force into nothingness. Subsequently, the gaze Mo He Tian cast upon Xiao Ze grew increasingly grave. A sacred body? Xiao Ze merely smiled in silence, tightening his fist as if grasping the entirety of this realm within his hand. An unparalleled pressure emanated from him, converging upon Mo He Tian from all directions. Even this simple clench of his fist would compel an ordinary heavenly sovereign to summon all their spiritual energy to withstand it. Upon realizing that Xiao Ze had indeed cultivated a sacred body, Mo He Tian reigned in his earlier arrogance. Indeed, you possess a sacred body, but should you believe that is the entirety of the sacred, then today may bring you disappointment. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the expanse. An indescribable pressure of spiritual energy cascaded from him, causing the world to shudder. As the sacred spiritual pressure surged forth, countless heavenly sovereigns outside the desolate continent felt a heavy weight in their hearts. War was imminent. Although they had witnessed Xiao Ze's earlier action, the distance had obstructed their ability to discern his true strength. In contrast, Mo He Tian's release of spiritual pressure immediately plunged many heavenly sovereigns into a profound sense of foreboding. Seeing Mo He Tian unleash his spiritual might, Xiao Ze merely smiled. His previously relaxed fist now clenched with intensity. With a single step, without activating a shred of spatial power, he traversed the vast distance purely on the might of his corporeal form, appearing before Mo He Tian in an instant. On his fist, the brilliance of purple and gold shone like the sun, and the sheer power of his physical form possessed the capacity to annihilate worlds. Even a late-stage heavenly sovereign of the immortal grade would be utterly obliterated by this punch. A sacred body, indeed formidable. Mo He Tian's gaze sharpened, not disputing the might of the sacred body. From within his sleeve, black and white spiritual light erupted, intertwining like two colossal dragons, accompanied by the faint sounds of tiger roars and dragon chants. Boom! The clash between the black and white spiritual light and the purple gold fist unleashed cataclysmic waves. The purple gold fist illuminated the realm, saturating the surroundings in a hue of purple and gold, while the black and white spiritual light, under the onslaught of the purple gold fist, dispersed into a radiant halo, casting the opposite sky in shades of black and white. In a fleeting moment, the realm was delineated by the radiant hues of purple and gold against the stark contrast of black and white. Waves of fist winds and luminous halos shattered the vast expanse, fracturing the very essence of the atmosphere for thousands, even hundreds of thousands of miles. As a single pulse of energy descended upon the earth, it tore open an immense chasm. Beyond the continent, countless celestial sovereigns gazed in astonishment at the confrontation between Xiao Ze and Mo He Tian. The brilliance of purple gold seemed to rival even that of Mo He Tian. Chapter 836. The Fierce Battle Against Mo He Tian. Outside the abandoned continent, A significant portion of the celestial sovereigns from the Great Thousand World directed their spiritual avatars towards the scene. Yet, witnessing the events unfold within the desolate land left them utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Ze truly possessed the strength to contend with Tian. Moreover, it was not through the previously displayed methods of a battle formation master, but rather sheer physical prowess. At this moment, some of the more erudite celestial sovereigns began to comprehend, inevitably gasping in surprise. Has Xiao Ze achieved a sacred body? This revelation echoed with profound incredulity. The cultivation of a sacred celestial sovereign is exceedingly arduous, while the attainment of a sacred body is even more formidable. The term sacred body instantly stirred tumultuous waves among the celestial sovereigns. Their gazes turned towards the depths of the abandoned continent, fixated on the figure radiating with purple gold light. Among the myriad spiritual avatars of celestial sovereigns, one true celestial sovereign, having descended, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. He was Lu Tong, an elder of the Great Thousand Palace. After receiving the news, he had hastened through the rift in space. Should Xiao Ze truly encounter peril, Lu Tong would summon the true might of the Great Thousand Palace. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ze's ability to stand against Tian, Lu Tong felt a wave of reassurance. Thankfully, the demon slayer of our Great Thousand Palace is not as reckless as I had imagined. On another front, the figure clad in a black gown, Mandala, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Observing the figure shimmering with purple gold light, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although it was astonishing, it seemed to become more palatable when associated with Xiao Ze. Boom. The balance of power that had been upheld began to collapse as Xiao Ze summoned an even greater force. The black and white spiritual light shattered explosively. Yet, before Xiao Ze could approach Tian, the fragmented black and white light reassembled, becoming more solidified. Subsequently, hundreds upon thousands of black and white rays surged toward Xiao Ze. Unfazed, Xiao Ze's countenance remained steadfast as his fists emanated purple gold light, accurately striking each beam of black and white energy. The brilliance of purple gold illuminated the heavens, and Xiao Ze's fists moved with astonishing speed. To Tian, it appeared as though Xiao Ze had sprouted countless arms, perfectly fending off the onslaught of black and white light. Yet, with each defense, the shattered beams reformed and grew increasingly solid. In a matter of mere moments, Xiao Ze shattered hundreds of thousands of black and white rays. The purple gold fist, impenetrable as it may be, found its moment amidst the frantic clash, as a fist shimmering with violet golden radiance seized a fleeting opportunity, advancing towards Tian. Tian's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Xiao Ze's prowess in close combat. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he summoned a formidable surge of spiritual energy to counter the brilliant fist. The fabric tore with a sharp sound, and an overwhelming force of spiritual energy sent Xiao Ze reeling. Tian glanced down at his rent sleeve, a shadow of displeasure crossing his face. It appeared he had underestimated the demon king of the Great Thousand Palace. Beyond the continent, countless heavenly supremes, witnessing this spectacle, fell into a state of stupefaction. This battle had utterly overturned their perception of Xiao Ze. Initially, they believed he stood no chance against Tian. Yet now he demonstrated an ability to stand toe-to-toe with him, having cultivated a sacred physique, stirring tumultuous waves in their minds. To their astonishment, after a mere exchange, it was Xiao Ze who first gained the upper hand, tearing Tian's sleeve. At that moment, the multitude of heavenly supremes sensed the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to boil, converging towards the abandoned continent. Tian cast a deep glance at Xiao Ze, having gleaned from their earlier confrontation that if he did not unveil his true capabilities today, he risked suffering a significant loss at Xiao Ze's hands. With this thought, he swiftly quelled his anger over the torn sleeve, restoring calm within. However, while Tian regained his tranquility internally, the external world surged with fervor due to his single thought. Boundless spiritual energy gathered from the heavens and the earth, coalescing into an ocean of spiritual power behind Tian. The ocean roared with might, its waves crashing in a tumult that caused the very heavens to tremble. Tian let out a thunderous howl, and the ocean of spiritual energy surged downward, consumed whole by him. Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened as he witnessed Tian swallow the vast ocean of spiritual energy. His form transformed into a pure and immaculate crystalline spiritual body. Radiating with both black and white luminescence, it was profoundly mysterious. A sacred spiritual body. Xiao Ze spoke slowly. In a sense, the sacred spiritual body could be considered an exceptionally powerful physical form, though it paled in comparison to the immortal body. This was because the sacred spiritual body temporarily merged with the vast energies, allowing for a metamorphosis of the flesh. Although Mo Tian's corporeal form could not rival Xiao Ze's, when paired with his terrifying mid-stage sacred power, it was sufficient to unleash unfathomable might from the sacred spiritual body. Xiao Ze's expression grew solemn as he harnessed his own immense spiritual energy, merging it with his body to further amplify the sacred physique's power. Boom. The two locked eyes and simultaneously launched themselves towards one another, one embodying the resplendent, violet-golden immortal form, the other the purest black and white spiritual body. With a thunderous collision, the very fabric of space shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming force of such terrifying physicality. Fists entwined in black and white luminescence struck towards Xiao Ze like a bolt of lightning. Undaunted, Xiao Ze's violet-golden radiance flickered and illuminated the heavens, competing brilliantly with the dual hues of spirit light. Boom. As power surged forth, both Xiao Ze and Mo Tian were momentarily jolted. A rift in space unfurled between their fists, causing an explosion that obliterated the surrounding area for tens of thousands of miles, transforming it into countless minuscule fragments of space. Further afield, a colossal, inky fissure stretched across tens of thousands of miles. Such formidable might rendered even space itself incapable of bearing its weight. A mere spill onto the Earth resulted in a chasm stretching over 1,000,000 miles wide. Should such a cataclysmic battle occur within Tianluo City, it would undoubtedly result in countless casualties. The gravity of the situation was unmistakable in the eyes of both Xiao Ze and Mo Tian. With their powers unleashed, they clashed over 10,000 times in the span of mere breaths. Even the residual waves emanating from their confrontation had the potential to shatter the firmament and crumble the earth. The terrifying fluctuations sent tremors of unease through numerous celestial sovereigns beyond the continent, despite the vast distances separating them. The intensity of their battle, even in its aftermath, was unbearable for the assembled celestial sovereigns. Behind them, countless Earth sovereigns turned pale. Even the faintest tremor from the center of the abandoned continent conveyed a sense of impending destruction. Is this the battle of a sacred celestial sovereign? Indeed, it is as fearsome as it appears. Chapter 837. Mo He Wu Liang Body. In the central region of the abandoned continent, a vast expanse stretching millions of miles lay in ruins. The two sacred celestial sovereigns fought without restraint, with every ounce of their power unleashed causing immense destruction. After engaging in close combat with Xiao Ze tens of thousands of times, Mo Tian understood clearly that even with his sacred spirit body, he struggled to suppress Xiao Ze's sacred flesh. Though Mo Tian held an advantage in spiritual power, it did not manifest in an overwhelming manner. The depth of Xiao Ze's abilities left Mo Tian secretly astonished. Despite Xiao Ze being at the late stage of the immortal rank, both the quantity and quality of his spiritual power far exceeded that of an ordinary immortal, while it still fell short of the spiritual power of a sacred celestial sovereign. When combined with his sacred flesh, it was sufficient to rival Mo Tian's sacred spirit body. Perhaps if the battle were to prolong for days and nights, Mo Tian could leverage his superior quantity of sacred celestial sovereign spiritual power to exhaust Xiao Ze. However, this would ultimately undermine his initial intent of subduing the source realm to instill fear both within and beyond his clan. After all, how could a prolonged battle with a junior who had only recently ascended to celestial sovereignty serve as a deterrent? With this thought in mind, Mo Tian suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, forcibly driving Xiao Ze back. Sensing the sudden eruption of Mo Tian, Xiao Ze promptly retreated, a smile gracing his countenance as he regarded Mo Tian as the first true formidable opponent he faced through his own strength. Xiao Ze held considerable anticipation for Mo Tian's abilities. Upon witnessing Xiao Ze's withdrawal, Mo Tian did not pursue him further, allowing himself to unleash his full potential, as if inviting Xiao Ze to reveal any hidden tricks he might possess. A flicker of fury surged within Mo Tian's heart, yet he swiftly suppressed it. At present, relying solely on the saintly spirit, he found himself unable to contend with Xiao Ze. However, to assert that the saintly heavenly sovereign possessed only such means was indeed naive. As this thought crossed his mind, Mo Tian's hands shifted through intricate seals, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of spiritual power. An indescribable aura enveloped the heavens and the earth, causing even the numerous heavenly sovereigns beyond the continent to feel a pang of trepidation. Elder Lu Tong of the Dacian Palace widened his eyes, gazing at the slowly materializing black and white vortex in the sky, unable to stifle a gasp. This was the ancestral divine ability of the Mo ancient clan, Mo Huoliang Jie, one of the 36 unparalleled divine arts. Among the heavenly sovereigns, many possessed extensive knowledge and quickly recognized the origin of the supreme divine art Mo Tian was about to unleash. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, as it was unexpected that Mo Tian was compelled to resort to his clan's divine ability in his confrontation with Xiao Ze. Even if Xiao Ze were to face defeat today, he would undoubtedly be hailed as one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the Dacian world. Nonetheless, in the face of Mo Tian's Mo Wuliang Jia, Xiao Ze did not remain passive. He likewise formed intricate hand seals, and an ineffable sense of catastrophic annihilation emanated from him. In terms of the energies radiating from both combatants, his power was merely a step behind Mo Wuliang Jia. This slight disparity stemmed more from the difference in spiritual realms between Xiao Ze and Mo Tian than from the divine arts themselves. Immediately, many heavenly sovereigns in attendance reached a consensus in their minds, deeming Xiao Ze's ability to be a formidable divine art that rivaled the 36 unparalleled divine arts. As Mo Tian conjured the black and white storm, Xiao Ze's palm gradually coalesced with a hint of Calamity's energy. The Calamity energy transformed into clouds, from which myriad disasters emerged. Mo Tian, sensing the formidable might of Xiao Ze's supreme divine art, furrowed his brow slightly. However, recalling the disparity in their spiritual realms, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Xiao Ze's divine art was impressive, sufficiently comparable to the 36 unparalleled divine arts, the significant gap in their spiritual realms still rendered their abilities unequal. With a flourish of his sleeves, Mo Tian sent the connecting black and white vortex surging toward Xiao Ze, tearing the very ground as it passed. Even the fragmented shards of space, upon colliding with the vortex, were utterly shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Calamity Wuliang Jia. Xiao Ze murmured inwardly, lifting his palm to disperse the calamity clouds, which swelled magnificently in response to the storm, rapidly expanding to an immense scale of hundreds of thousands of miles. The tempest collided with the calamity clouds, which gave rise to myriad disasters that were relentlessly torn apart within the black and white storm. As the winds and clouds converged, the colors of heaven and earth transformed, and the might of two unparalleled divine powers clashed, enveloping a significant portion of the forsaken continent. The terrifying waves of energy spread outward, even extending beyond the desolate lands. Fragments of the shattered calamity clouds manifested as wind, thunder, water, and fire, surging forth with formidable power towards the ethereal embodiment of the celestial sovereign. However, this was merely a remnant of residual energy, insufficient to fluster the celestial sovereigns. With a mere flick of their sleeves, a torrent of spiritual energy swept through, cleansing the disasters away. When the celestial sovereigns gazed once more into the depths of the continent, a subtle sigh escaped their lips, revealing their expectations were met. They beheld the black and white tempest tearing through the calamity clouds, advancing toward Xiao Ze. Yet, Xiao Ze remained entirely unperturbed, a smile gracing his face. If one unparalleled divine power could not suffice, then two would. The true source technique of Dragon and Phoenix. A blinding radiance of purple gold emerged from Xiao Ze's hands, transforming into a flowing river, akin to a majestic purple gold tide, crashing against the black and white whirlwind. Another wave of unparalleled divine power emanated from Xiao Ze, astonishing even Mo Tian. The dual offensive divine powers left the multitude in awe. As the purple gold river broke through the black and white whirlwind, it pressed on without pause, rushing toward Mo Tian. Witnessing this scene, Mo Tian's expression darkened significantly. He inhaled deeply, facing the oncoming purple gold river without a hint of trepidation. With his hands forming intricate seals, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, giving rise to a colossal black and white shadow that slowly materialized behind him. The emergence of this shadow tugged at the hearts of many, as the eyes of numerous celestial sovereigns filled with astonishment, gazing upon this black and white giant. This was the Mo Wuliang, ranked 8th among the 99 supreme law bodies. The imposing black and white figure stood defiantly between heaven and earth, its terrifying pressure wreaking havoc as if it were a tangible force. Even the residual waves from the earlier two unparalleled divine powers dissipated entirely under this overwhelming presence. With a single punch, the black and white giant unleashed a formidable strike, coalescing black and white light into a colossal fist of light that forcefully shattered the remaining purple gold river, scattering countless beams of purple gold light into the void, thereby accentuating the dreadfulness of the black and white giant. Xiao Ze regarded the Mo Wuliang with a serious demeanor, acutely aware that as an integral component of the spiritual cultivation system, the power of the supreme law body was unparalleled. It was often said that in the realm of supremacy, one who had yet to coalesce their supreme law body was considered incomplete. Presently, the supreme law body exhibited by Mo Tian was the most formidable among the Mo ancient clan. The terror of the 8th-ranked Mo Wuliang was indeed remarkable, a testament to its esteemed reputation. Chapter 838, The Mo Inyang Bottle. The overwhelming might of the Mo Wuliang left Xiao Ze in deep reflection. Truly, the 8th-ranked supreme law body lived up to its illustrious name. As Xiao Ze contemplated his circumstances, Mo Tian did not hesitate for long. He was determined to swiftly overpower Xiao Ze. In their earlier confrontation, Xiao Ze had compelled him to repeatedly resort to the ancestral divine abilities and the mightiest supreme physique of his clan. Now, he had abandoned any hope of intimidating those within or outside his clan. Only by exhausting all his means could he hope to defeat Xiao Ze. The notion of instilling fear was out of the question. Nevertheless, Mo Tian was reluctant to prolong the battle any further. The colossal shadows of black and white intertwined, giving rise to a tempest, with thunder flashing and winds clashing, as if they were deities themselves. Without delay, the black and white giants unleashed a punch, transforming into an immense beam of black and white light. In the face of this ferocious assault, Xiao Ze's figure flickered and appeared hundreds of miles away. Yet, the beam of black and white light followed closely, as if it had locked onto him with unyielding precision, descending like a meteor intent on crushing him. Recognizing the futility of evasion, Xiao Ze ceased his attempts to escape. He clasped his hands together, summoning his original supreme physique. The myriad celestial supremes cast curious glances, intrigued by Xiao Ze's supreme physique, for he had not revealed it since his ascent to prominence. Consequently, they were unaware of its origin. However, as Xiao Ze's supreme physique fully manifested, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the celestial supremes, for its lineage was indistinguishable, seemingly not listed among the 99 supreme physiques. Yet, the power exuding from Xiao Ze's supreme physique was formidable. Compared to Mo Wuliang, whose form seemed to connect heaven and earth, Xiao Ze's original supreme physique stood only 1,000 feet tall. Mo Tian's gaze sharpened. At his level of cultivation, he would not judge the strength of a supreme physique merely by its size. The supreme physique shimmered with golden light, its essence suffused with myriad colors, resembling chaos. Emanating an indescribable aura of pressure, Xiao Ze stood atop the shoulder of his supreme physique, having attained the late stage of celestial power. The metamorphosis of the tree of origin reflected upon his supreme physique, amplifying its inherent might. In the face of the descending black and white punch, a radiant purple-gold light emerged from the supreme physique. The Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique. Almost instantaneously, he unleashed this extraordinary divine ability, detonating the black and white punch. Having refined the branches of the origin, he could now wield the peerless divine abilities that emerged from them. The original supreme physique, therefore, executed these techniques with remarkable precision. As demonstrated now, the supreme physique swiftly manifested the Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique. The purple-gold light coalesced into a long spear atop the supreme physique, before hurtling toward Mo Tian. Mo Tian's spear. In the face of Xiao Ze's counterattack, Mo Tian stood resolute, embodying a stance of defiance as he conjured a colossal spear of black and white. The fierce clash between the long spear and the giant spear unleashed a terrifying force, ultimately causing both to shatter. Yet, a smile graced Xiao Ze's face, for before the supreme origin's divine form, a succession of purple-gold long spears materialized. Like a torrential downpour, they surged forth towards the black and white giant shadow. Mo Tian, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. Despite his repeated efforts, he could not subdue Xiao Ze. Not only had he failed to assert his dominance, but his reputation as the leader of the Mo clan was also at stake. However, this supreme divine ability was indeed formidable. Mo Tian formed seals with his hands, and the crown of Mo Wuliang's head erupted with black and white energies, swiftly coalescing into an immensely large black and white umbrella. The Mo Tian Luo umbrella slowly spun, emanating profound mysteries, as if the very heavens could collapse. Yet within this umbrella, one would remain unscathed. The purple-gold long spears descended like a tempest, relentlessly striking the black and white umbrella. Although the energies of black and white rippled upon the umbrella's surface, they could not shatter it completely. Truly, as the leader of the Mo clan, he could withstand my supreme divine ability. Thus, let me test him with yet another divine technique. Xiao Ze's eyes shimmered with mirth as he maintained the Dragon Phoenix True Source Technique with one hand while the other shifted into a different seal. A calamity aura materialized from thin air, swiftly transforming into rolling calamity clouds that surged towards Mo Tian. Mo Tian's expression darkened slightly. He had not anticipated the enigmatic and potent nature of Xiao Ze's divine abilities. Not only could he manifest them, but they also appeared to be supreme divine techniques. Mo Tian altered his hand seals, and the black and white giant umbrella gradually morphed, enveloping his entire being in a black and white light screen. At his level, mastery over divine abilities transcended mere forms. Whether it manifested as an umbrella or a light screen, the ultimate essence remained unchanged. The calamity clouds encircled Mo He Tian from all directions, bearing the weight of two peerless divine abilities, causing the black and white light screen to tremble as if on the verge of shattering completely. Mo He Clan leader. I have yet another divine ability that I wish to test against your prowess, declared Xiao Ze. Hearing this, Mo He Tian felt a weight in his heart, reassuring himself that Xiao Ze could not possibly unleash another peerless divine ability. Xiao Ze formed seals with both hands, an inexplicable power emanating from his palms. Even from an immense distance, it radiated an aura that sent shivers through the hearts of many celestial sovereigns. Sensing this wave of energy, the celestial sovereigns were filled with dread. Another divine ability, capable of rivaling the 36 peerless divine techniques, was forthcoming. Amidst the vast reservoir of spiritual power, Xiao Ze brought his hands together and then spread them apart, revealing a peculiar pitch-black orb of light. An unfathomable force of devouring energy radiated from the orb. The great devouring technique. In an instant, the pitch-black sphere pierced through the void, landing silently upon the black and white light curtain. Ma Tian sensed the formidable power of the light curtain waning rapidly, as if it were being devoured incessantly by the dark sphere. As the black sphere continued to consume the light curtain, the onslaught of the purple gold spear and the calamity clouds seemed poised to shatter the curtain entirely at any moment. A chilling sense of crisis enveloped Ma Tian's heart. Should he be struck by these three unparalleled divine abilities, even in the mid-stage of the sacred realm, he would likely suffer grievous injuries. Ma Tian's expression shifted, but he ultimately resolved to bite his tongue, allowing a drop of pure essence blood to spurt forth. This transformed into a blood talisman that pierced through the void, forming a spatial passage. In an instant, the black and white light beam surged forth from the spatial passage. As the beam dissipated, a black and white jade bottle gradually descended into Ma Tian's hand. With the emergence of the jade bottle, the entire realm seemed to transform into shades of black and white, where yin and yang converged, exuding boundless power. Feeling the terrifying might emanating from the jade bottle, Xiao Ze's gaze became exceedingly solemn. It was the ancestral sacred artifact of the Ma ancient clan, the Ma Yin Yang bottle. Chapter 839, Dividing Yin and Yang with the Sword. The power of the Ma Yin Yang bottle directly penetrated the black and white light curtain and the three unparalleled divine abilities. Illuminating this realm, an indescribable force spread forth, turning the entire expanse into shades of yin and yang. Under the terrifying strength of the Ma Yin Yang bottle, all things lost their color. The dual energies of yin and yang expanded outward toward the abandoned continent with an irresistible momentum. Xiao Ze, leveraging the power of his original supreme body, unfurled a purple gold light curtain that enveloped a vast area, transforming it into a domain of purple and gold. Outside this curtain, the majority of the abandoned continent's realm faded in color, leaving only black and white. The situation on the field suddenly reversed, leaving the many heavenly supremes outside the abandoned continent dumbfounded. Due to the concealment of the three unparalleled divine abilities, they could not discern what Ma Tian had accomplished within the black and white light curtain. However, the dual energies of yin and yang enveloping most of the continent were unmistakable. They witnessed Xiao Ze struggling to utilize the power of his supreme body to create a vast purple gold sanctuary, unable to contend with it. All were astonished. Acknowledging Ma Tian as the clan leader of the Ma ancient clan, whose depth of foundation was immeasurable, even with Xiao Ze unleashing three top-tier unparalleled divine abilities, Ma Tian was still able to turn the tide. In the grand universe, they had never heard of anyone mastering three supreme divine abilities single-handedly. Moreover, given Xiao Ze's sacred body, had Ma Tian lacked such profound foundations, he would likely have already succumbed to Xiao Ze. Alas, should Xiao Ze face defeat today, it would not be due to inferiority in skill, but rather due to insufficient depth of foundation. A heavenly supreme's thoughts flickered, prompting many within the assembly to nod in agreement. However, what exactly is the profound essence that Mo Tian has unveiled this time? As the three unparalleled divine abilities dissipate, our perception fails to penetrate further. We shall await subsequent developments. Amidst the discussions among numerous celestial sovereigns, Lu Tong of the Daqian Palace let out a faint sigh and spoke slowly. That is the sacred artifact of the Mo ancient clan, the Mo Yin Yang bottle. Upon hearing someone reveal the origins of Mo Tian's profound essence, many gazes were immediately drawn towards him. When the eyes of the celestial sovereigns fell upon Lu Tong, a look of realization spread across their faces. It was no wonder he could recognize it, being an elder of the Daqian Palace. However, their hearts were soon stirred by a tempest of astonishment. The Mo Yin Yang bottle, as the sacred artifact of the Mo ancient clan, was indeed known to them. Each of the 5 divine clans possessed a top-tier sacred artifact from the vast world, capable of safeguarding their kin and exhibiting immense power. Even when confronted by peak experts of the late stage of saint-level celestial sovereigns, they could remain unperturbed. Yet, such artifacts were exceedingly precious. They would not be employed lightly unless in dire situations of life and death. They were astounded by Mo Tian's decision to summon the Mo Inyang bottle, and equally astonished that Xiao Ze could compel Mo Tian to this extent. Even Mo Tian, as the patriarch of the Mo ancient clan, could not utilize the Mo Inyang bottle at will unless faced with an extreme crisis. This signified that Xiao Ze's 3 supreme divine abilities had driven Mo Tian to a dead end, forcing him to invoke the clan's sacred artifact. Within the Inyang light screen, fury surged across Mo Tian's face. Being compelled to wield the Mo Inyang bottle meant that even if he could defeat Xiao Ze this time, his prestige, both within and outside the clan, would plummet. After all, having resorted to a sacred artifact intended for moments of life and death, what claim to authority could he have over his clansmen and outsiders? In mere moments, the situation had turned. Mo Tian gradually inclined the Mo Inyang bottle. From its opening, a cascade of black and white luminescence poured forth, descending upon the black and white light screen, which had been teetering on the brink of collapse, instantly stabilizing it. The hues of black and white upon the screen became exceptionally pure, remaining steadfast even in the face of the might of 3 supreme divine abilities. This black and white luminescence was an embodiment of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, one yin and one yang, evolving the highest mysteries of the universe. After solidifying the black and white light screen, the luminescence began to permeate outward. Even the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, upon contact, would be assimilated into these 2 colors. This deeply enigmatic black and white luminescence spread forth. Under the influence of the power released by the Mo Inyang bottle, the 3 supreme divine abilities that had previously maintained their integrity began to undergo changes. The violet gold long spears were enveloped in a layer of black and white aura, thoroughly assimilated from the outside in by this luminescence. The calamity clouds, which manifested countless disasters, experienced the same fate. The black and white luminescence cast down upon them, dyeing them with these 2 colors. Only a peculiar pitch-black orb continued to devour the black and white luminescence. However, as time passed, the stability of the pitch-black orb began to wane. When the first glimmer of white emerged from the obsidian sphere, it signaled an irrevocable collapse. The Ma Inyang bottle appeared for but a fleeting moment, yet it obliterated 3 of the most extraordinary divine abilities. Its power left many celestial sovereigns awestruck, secretly worrying for Xiao Ze. Even Lu Tong of the Great Thousand Palace had taken out a jade slip, ready to summon the true essence of the Great Thousand Palace. After all, this marked the first time since ancient times that a demon king was to be vanquished. Previously, they could justify their hesitation regarding Xiao Ze's capability to fully command the palace due to his insufficient strength. However, now Xiao Ze had attained a sacred level of power. Although he had yet to truly take the reins of the Great Thousand Palace, he could no longer tolerate the Ma ancient clan's bullying. Within the black and white aura, Ma Tian stood atop Ma Wuliang's head, holding the Ma Inyang bottle, gazing at Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, to compel me to this extent is indeed beyond my expectations. Yet you must understand, having employed the Ma Inyang bottle, I cannot depart empty-handed. Surrender the source realm to the Ma ancient clan for a century, and I shall allow your safe passage. Upon hearing this, a light smile graced Xiao Ze's face amidst the purple-golden expanse. Ma clan leader, have you finally abandoned your grandiloquent pretenses of protection? Ma Tian's expression darkened slightly. Will you persist in your obstinacy? Under the might of a sacred, unparalleled artifact, even a peak sacred being in the late stage cannot withstand me. Coincidentally, Ma clan leader, I too possess a sacred, unparalleled artifact, nurtured over time. I invite you to witness its power. A smile adorned Xiao Ze's visage as he conjured a strikingly beautiful longsword that shimmered like crystal in his grasp. The crystal longsword radiated with the brilliance of myriad stars, as if wielding a river of stars. After obtaining the Heavenly Emperor sword, Xiao Ze placed it within the celestial star map, nurturing it with boundless stellar energy. The celestial star map was now wholly under Xiao Ze's command, embodying his strength. His adventures within the divine sea space had proven immensely beneficial. The same could be said for the Heavenly Emperor sword nurtured within the celestial star map. Xiao Ze gazed up at the world reduced to black and white, with the sun, moon, and stars obscured, and all creation dulled. The vibrant tapestry of existence, forcibly homogenized into the duality of yin and yang, had indeed fallen to a lowly state. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the crystal longsword erupted with a million rays of light, cleaving through the cosmos. Instantly, the yin and yang were sundered, the heavens and sun re-emerged, and the world was restored to its vibrant hues. With a single stroke, he divided the dual energies of yin and yang, manifesting an unparalleled sacred artifact. Chapter 840. The Celestial Sword in the Star Map subdues the Jade Bottle. The myriad starry glimmers enveloping the crystal longsword spread across the heavens with Xiao Ze's strike. His blow cleaved through the monochromatic realm, leaving Ma Tian aghast. Not to mention the celestial sovereigns observing from beyond the desolate continent. A beam of starry sword light spanned millions of miles, slicing through the black and white expanse, restoring color to the world. The brilliance of the stars swept across the desolate continent, halting abruptly just as it was about to breach the boundaries of the wasteland. This astonishing display left many celestial sovereigns, who had initially intended to intervene, momentarily stunned. Such mastery is indeed extraordinary. The celestial sovereigns gazed at the starry radiance that adorned the desolate land, their faces reflecting astonishment. For within that celestial glow, they detected an aura of extreme sharpness. Despite its seemingly innocuous appearance, even the faintest glimmer of starlight harbored a lethal sword intent capable of effortlessly slaying a terrestrial sovereign. And this starlit brilliance blanketed the abandoned continent in numbers far exceeding millions. This implies that even if all terrestrial sovereigns from the vast world were to converge upon this desolate land, they would scarcely be able to deplete the entirety of the starry sword intent. At the heart of the desolate continent, Mo Tian's gaze fixated intently on the crystalline longsword held by Xiao Ze. After a brief pause, Mo Tian suddenly held his breath, his voice rasping as he spoke. The Celestial Emperor's Sword. The ancient celestial palace. As a lineage that has endured since ancient times, the Mo divine clan possesses records of the distant past that surpass those of other factions in the vast world. Thus, Mo Tian recognized the unique crystalline longsword in Xiao Ze's possession. I never expected you to silently acquire the ancient celestial palace, he remarked. With the celestial emperor's sword in hand, Xiao Ze replied with a grin, as the sovereign of the Tianluo continent. The ancient celestial palace was also a dominion of the ancient era of Tianluo. My inheritance of the palace is hardly surprising, is it? Mo Tian regarded Xiao Ze with trepidation. In their conflict, every time he felt a surge of confidence, believing he could best Xiao Ze, the latter would invariably unveil an array of remarkably potent abilities. Such unparalleled divine powers and extraordinary artifacts. And what of it? If the Celestial Emperor's sword has been passed down since ancient times, nourished through generations, I might harbor some fear. Mo Tian, wielding the Mo Yin-Yang bottle, regained his composure. The ancient celestial palace's decline due to the malevolent extraterrestrial races meant that the Celestial Emperor's sword could not have received continuous sustenance. Even if you possess extraordinary powers, I do not believe you can restore it to the status of a supreme artifact in such a brief span of time. As Mo Tian formed seals, the Mo Yin-Yang bottle soared into the heavens, tilting once more. Black and white luminescence poured forth from the bottle's mouth, transforming into a colossal dragon of yin and yang energies. Even if it could be restored, the sacred artifacts of my ancient Mo clan would never be inferior to the Celestial Emperor's sword. Xiao Ze gripped the Celestial Emperor's sword, his expression serene, unaffected by Mo Tian's words. Indeed, the sword had not returned to its zenith. In the original narrative, the Celestial Emperor's sword had endured millennia of suppressing malevolence, subsequently expending its power to aid Mu Chun in transcending to the terrestrial sovereign level. Ultimately, the remaining strength of the sword could only be wielded thrice, each time at the most critical juncture in Mu Chen's hands. Thereafter, the Celestial Emperor's sword sank into profound silence, until later, Mu Chun achieved the Master Mirror, refining it once more into the Grand Sumeru sacred pillar. This illustrates the formidable challenge of restoring the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Even Mu Chun, who had attained the Master Mirror, did not re-nurture the Heavenly Emperor's sword but chose to directly refine it. Although the current Heavenly Emperor's sword does not consume resources as exorbitantly as it did during Mu Chen's time, it cannot be revitalized to its zenith in merely 2 or 3 years. However, despite the Heavenly Emperor's sword not being restored to its pinnacle, Xiao Ze harbored no trepidation in his heart. As he faced the onrushing black and white giant dragon, he struck forth with his sword, cleaving the dragon asunder. Yet, the dragon, composed of black and white radiance, was evidently not a normal being. Even when severed into dozens of segments, the black and white light could amalgamate once again into the formidable dragon. Within the Maha Yin-Yang bottle, black and white radiance continuously spilled forth, transforming into numerous black and white dragons that lunged at Xiao Ze. As time progressed, Xiao Ze found himself somewhat beleaguered, even allowing 2 black and white dragons to breach the golden-purple realm. Observing Xiao Ze's waning momentum, Maha Tian finally displayed a smile. This fellow has finally exhausted his techniques. Though improbable, Maha Tian still worried that Xiao Ze might yet unveil a trump card capable of turning the tide of battle. However, it appeared that Xiao Ze had truly run out of options. After once again slaying a black and white dragon, Xiao Ze gazed through the myriad dragon figures towards Maha Tian. A faint smile gracing his lips. Maha Clan leader, do you believe you have me at your mercy? Maha Tian's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned calmness, scoffing derisively. What a ruse. I refuse to believe you possess any more hidden cards. Xiao Ze refrained from further banter. With a flourish of his sleeve, the stars manifested. Since arriving in the vast world, he had not merely engaged in arduous cultivation. The fortuitous encounters gained from his adventures were enough to incite envy and desire among countless peak powerhouses. Aside from the Heavenly Emperor's sword from the ancient Heavenly Palace, Xiao Ze also possessed an extraordinary sacred artifact from the Chaos Temple, the Celestial Star Map. As the immeasurable power of the stars radiated from his black robe, it transformed into a celestial star map that enveloped the heavens. In an instant, the daytime stars emerged, their brilliance illuminating the sky, harmonizing with the stars within the celestial star map and elevating their might. The myriad stars cast down celestial pillars that utterly obliterated the roaring black and white dragon. Following that, the boundless power of the stars descended, enveloping the Maha Inyang bottle. Maha Tian's complexion changed dramatically as he formed seals with his hands, attempting to summon the Maha Inyang bottle back. However, Xiao Ze had anticipated this, and with a twist of his wrist, the Heavenly Emperor's sword transformed into a streak of light, darting into the celestial star map. The crystalline longsword pressed down upon the black and white jade bottle, while the countless stars from the celestial star map assisted in its suppression, as the Heavenly Emperor's sword had previously been nurtured within the celestial star map. The two extraordinary sacred artifacts became intrinsically aligned. Originally a 2-on-1 scenario, a newfound synergy emerged as two extraordinary sacred artifacts jointly subdued the Ma Inyang bottle, rendering it utterly incapable of resistance. Haha, Maha Clan leader, it seems I have the upper hand when it comes to these exceptional treasures. Curse it. What have you done? Maha Tian's face contorted with fury, while he had managed to maintain a semblance of calm earlier. The suppression of the clan's sacred artifact shattered his composure, as rage and anxiety surged within him. The multitude of observing powerhouses found themselves engulfed in bewilderment. Witnessing the jade bottle in the center of the abandoned continent, subdued by the celestial map and divine sword, they were astonished. Even the sacred artifact of the Maha ancient clan had been subdued. Their incredulous gazes then converged upon Xiao Ze. Countless powerful beings understood that, from this day forth, the vast world would gain another legendary figure standing at the pinnacle of strength. Chapter 841. Witness my retreat of 3,000 miles. In the skies above the abandoned continent, the black and white hues of the Maha Inyang bottle were constrained to its body, while the boundless starlight continuously eroded its contrasting glow. Above, the sword edge of the Heavenly Emperor's sword pressed down upon the Maha Inyang bottle, suppressing its erratic movements. These two inherently formidable sacred artifacts had developed a remarkable synergy, sufficient to keep the Maha Inyang bottle in check. Although the Maha Inyang bottle ranked among the top 10 sacred artifacts in the vast world, both the Heavenly Emperor's sword and the celestial map were equally powerful. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor's sword had yet to regain its peak form, or the celestial map was slightly weakened due to Xiao Ze's spiritual prowess not reaching the sacred level. Nevertheless, their combined strength was enough to directly subdue the Maha Inyang bottle. The sight of the divine sword and celestial map overpowering the jade bottle left countless observers in stunned silence, and drew Maha Tian's unwavering gaze towards the celestial map. After a long moment, Maha Tian finally exhaled slowly. Celestial map. Chaotic divine emperor. Hearing Maha Tian's words, Xiao Ze clapped his hands in amusement. Truly, the ancient Maha clan possesses records of the chaotic divine palace. I am even more astonished that you managed to acquire the legacies of two among the 9 peak powers of antiquity. With a smile gracing his face, Xiao Ze formed a seal with his hands, further suppressing the Maha Inyang bottle. Perhaps the clan leader should contemplate what price you must pay for me to return the Ma Inyang bottle. Upon realizing that Xiao Ze had no intention of severing ties completely, Maha Tian's anxiety eased somewhat. He cast a deep glance at Xiao Ze. At this juncture, he had undeniably suffered complete defeat. Reflecting on the entirety of the battle, Maha Tian had to concede that his loss was not unwarranted. Whether it was Xiao Ze's 3 pinnacle divine abilities, his exceedingly mysterious supreme form, or the final combination of the Heavenly Emperor's sword and celestial map, they all attested to Xiao Ze's formidable strength. In the face of defeat at Xiao Ze's hands, Maha Tian felt little resentment. He pondered momentarily before slowly speaking. I have just assumed the position of the leader of the most ancient clan, and my resources are rather limited. having been defeated by you. I cannot possibly request resources from my clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze raised his hand, gesturing for Mo Tian to cease his speech. Leader Mo, surely you do not intend to feign poverty? As for claiming that it is impossible to seek resources from your clan, is the Mo Hinyang bottle not the sacred artifact of the Mo ancient clan, but rather a possession of your own? Observing this, Mo Tian let out a resigned sigh and said, in that case, I am willing to offer 100 billion supreme spirit liquid, 2 unparalleled spirit-grade treasures, and 1 unparalleled immortal-grade treasure as compensation for the offense against the source realm. Xiao Ze contemplated silently. 100 billion supreme spirit liquid is a considerable sum. Even for a superpower of immortal grade, acquiring such resources would be a significant strain, not to mention the 2 unparalleled spirit-grade treasures and 1 unparalleled immortal-grade treasure. Unparalleled treasures are wielded by those of the heavenly supreme level, categorized similarly into spirit, immortal, and sacred grades. At this moment, the 3 unparalleled treasures suspended in the sky, depleting each other, are all of the sacred grade. Among them, the Mo Hinyang bottle is sufficient to rank among the top 10 in the vast world. Treasures of such caliber are traditionally priceless and seldom available. Even many heavenly supremes lack possession of them. Each is valued at tens to even hundreds of billions of supreme spirit liquid, and as previously mentioned, they are priceless in the market. Noticing Xiao Ze's silence, Mo Tian furrowed his brow. You should be aware that even as the leader of the Mo ancient clan, it is exceedingly difficult for me to produce such a substantial amount of resources. After all, while the Mo ancient clan boasts profound heritage, its consumption is equally terrifying. Xiao Ze glanced at Mo Tian once more and nodded slowly. Very well, but I shall choose the 3 unparalleled treasures. Mo Tian reluctantly nodded. One must bow their head when under a roof. I have one more request. Xiao Ze, do not be excessively greedy. Do not fret, Leader Mo. I am not demanding additional resources. Xiao Ze said with a smile. Since the Mo ancient clan has failed to conquer my source realm this time, they must bear the consequences of their defeat. Henceforth, for the next 10 years, any member of the Mo ancient clan who encounters anyone from my source realm shall retreat 3,000 miles. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, Mo Tian's expression shifted dramatically. If he were to truly acquiesce to Xiao Ze's demand, it would not merely be a matter of losing face within the Mo ancient clan, but he would be forever marked on the pillar of shame. The Mo ancient clan has a legacy spanning thousands of years, reigning supreme and behaving tyrannically for far too long. How could they accept such a demand to retreat? This is an egregious affront. Mo Tian exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. If you insist on such terms, the Mo ancient clan will have no choice but to fight. A full-scale war? You dare to threaten me? Leader Mo, it is I who holds the key in this situation, not you. Xiao Ze maintained a smile on his face, expressing his desire to ascertain whether, having ascended to the saint level, he possessed the qualifications to command the Great Thousand Palace. He was eager to witness which was superior, the Great Thousand Palace or the Mo ancient clan. Should the source realm face defeat today, it would entirely fall into the hands of the Mo ancient clan. Such a sacrifice, in comparison to the 2 prior demands I had articulated, seemed trivial. As he spoke, Xiao Ze's tone turned slightly frigid. Furthermore, do not presume that only your Mo ancient clan is in haste. Even if an all-out war ensues, I shall first obliterate the Mo Hinyang bottle. I am keen to see how your Mo ancient clan can stand alongside the 4 great divine clans without a clan-defining sacred artifact. Mo Tian, feeling a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head, understood that should the Mo Hinyang bottle be destroyed due to his actions, he would indeed become an eternal sinner of the Mo ancient clan. After a prolonged silence, Mo Tian flipped his wrist, casting forth 3 unparalleled sacred artifacts radiating immense energy and a Qinglin bracelet. From this day forth, the Mo ancient clan shall retreat thrice when encountering the source realm. As Mo Tian's voice echoed, Xiao Ze grasped the items he had thrown, sensing them briefly before nodding in satisfaction. With a swift change of hand seals, the stars dispersed and the divine sword returned to its place. The Mo Hinyang bottle descended from the heavens into Mo Tian's hands. He promptly sensed it carefully and, upon discovering no damage, he let out a sigh of relief. Mo Tian cast a profound glance at Xiao Ze before sweeping his sleeves to tear open a spatial passage, vanishing from sight. Xiao Ze, observing this, shook his head. This defeat was undoubtedly a significant blow to Mo Tian. It represented not only a loss of resources and prestige, but also a fracture in his mindset. As Mo Tian departed, the news of his failed attempt to conquer the source realm at the hands of Xiao Ze swept through the Great Thousand World like a tempest. Apart from the compensation offered by the Mo ancient clan, which stirred envy and desire among countless powerful beings in the Great Thousand World, the most discussed topic was undoubtedly the Mo ancient clan's demand that those who witnessed the source realm must retreat thrice. Chapter 842. The Right to Exterminate the Demon King. Following the news of Xiao Ze's victory over Mo Tian, the heavenly Luo continent flourished even further. With a saint-level heavenly sovereign presiding over it, the superpower could undoubtedly be deemed a top-tier superpower. It could be directly categorized as a saint-level superpower according to the classifications of heavenly sovereign, spirit immortal, and holy third rank. Once Xiao Ze showcased his combat prowess at the saint level, his dominion over the heavenly Luo continent became indisputable. There was no longer a need to rely on the power of the Great Thousand Palace to deter the covetous gaze of those saint-level superpowers. Xiao Ze's current strength served as the most formidable backing, ensuring the Source Realm's steadfast existence. As long as Xiao Ze remained, the Source Realm would not falter. With a saint-level heavenly sovereign as a support, the reputation of the Source Realm's alchemical sanctum flourished. Countless powerful beings flocked to join the Source Realm. A multitude of alchemists from the vast world yearned to join the Source Realm. Initially, these alchemists harbored concerns that the Source Realm would struggle to compete with the other two sacred lands of alchemy. However, once Xiao Ze attained the strength of a saint, all such worries dissipated. A force anchored by a saint-level powerhouse is more than capable of thriving in the vast world, unless faced with cataclysmic invasions akin to those from ancient times. In the realm where strength reigns supreme, the elevation of a powerful figure invariably benefits their affiliated forces. The Source Realm, under Xiao Ze's command, experiences particularly vigorous reciprocation due to the presence of alchemists. Xiao Ze's prowess as a saint signifies the ability to safeguard unparalleled alchemical interests, which not only entices powerful individuals and alchemists to join, but also draws a continuous influx of factions seeking elixirs. A thriving alchemical force naturally merits investment of resources in cultivating relationships. If it were merely a fleeting phenomenon, prior investments would yield nothing but emptiness. Consequently, those top-tier forces previously deliberated on the extent of resources to allocate in forging ties with the Source Realm. Yet, following the battle between Xiao Ze and Mo Tian, all reservations were cast aside. They understood that failing to seize the opportunity to build relations with the Source Realm would result in significant costs once it fully blossomed into a sacred land of alchemy, becoming a formidable entity within the vast world. Observing the vigorous development of the Source Realm, Xiao Ze felt a deep sense of joy. After all, the Source Realm and Xiao Ze are not distinct entities, but rather mutually reinforcing. The greater the Source Realm's expansion, the more abundant the cultivation resources it offers to Xiao Ze. At this moment, however, Xiao Ze was hosting Elder Lu Tong from the Grand Thousand Palace. As he gazed upon the elderly figure clad in a gray robe, slightly drowsy, he courteously clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging, "It is an honor to meet Elder Lu Tong." The elders of the Grand Thousand Palace are not static, apart from the realm inspectors. They are also assigned to various branches of the Grand Thousand Palace, serving as masters of the Grand Thousand Towers. The drowsy elder before him is, in fact, the master of the Xinyuan branch in the Qinglin continent, though he had yet to assume this role at present. There is no need for formalities, for you have ascended to the rank of saint and rightfully earned the title of demon slayer. In terms of authority and status, you far surpass me, Lu Tong replied, promptly returning the gesture. Observing the amiable and welcoming demeanor of Xiao Ze, he found it challenging to reconcile this image with the one that had decisively defeated Mo Tian in the desolate continent. Particularly striking were the successive displays of prowess, leaving even an elder of the Grand Thousand Palace, renowned for their extensive experience, momentarily astounded. It is worth noting that while the elders of the Grand Thousand Palace may lack profound foundations, they possess considerable insight. As the foremost power in the vast world, they are not without their share of extraordinary sacred artifacts and legendary abilities. Yet, the techniques Xiao Ze continuously unveiled left Lu Tong in a state of admiration. Unbeknownst to me, Elder Lu Tong has come with matters of significance to convey. Naturally, it is to vanquish the Demon King. For you have ascended to the realm of the sacred and are now qualified to wield authority over the Grand Thousand Palace. Do you have any inclination towards this? The drowsiness on Lu Tong's visage dissipated in an instant, and his expression turned profoundly solemn as he clasped his hands before Xiao Ze. This is indeed the case. Xiao Ze's demeanor also became earnest. Since my arrival in the Grand Thousand World, I have received assistance and teachings from numerous ancient predecessors. Should the opportunity arise to lead the Grand Thousand against the malevolent entities from beyond, I would never shy away, Xiao Ze stated with sincerity, which brought a smile to Lu Tong's face. He gazed deeply at Xiao Ze, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Xiao Ze was not swayed by the allure of the Demon King's power, but rather focused on the responsibilities that accompany it. The essence of duty lies within the very act of exorcising evil. To eradicate the malevolent entities from beyond is what truly constitutes the Demon King. It is inconceivable to assume the title of Demon King and then abandon the pursuit of exorcism, retreating to enjoy a life of ease. On the contrary, achieving the status of Demon King and governing the Grand Thousand Palace signifies standing at the forefront of the battle against the malevolent beings from beyond. Corresponding to the power of the Demon King is the obligation to safeguard countless sentient beings within the Grand Thousand World. As this thought crossed Lu Tong's mind, he rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to Xiao Ze. Elder Lu Tong of the Grand Thousand Palace pays homage to the Demon King. Xiao Ze, taken aback, hurriedly approached Lu Tong and assisted him to rise. Elder Lu Tong speaks with gravity. Though I am the Demon King, each elder also contributes their strength to the Grand Thousand and need not bow so. Haha, I am merely gratified that the Demon King recognizes the weight of his obligations. However, beyond the duties of the Demon King, do not forget the rights that accompany it. Lu Tong did not press the matter further and, with a cheerful demeanor, stood upright with Xiao Ze's aid. The rights of the Demon King within the Grand Thousand Palace are immense, allowing one to summon numerous powerful figures. When the malevolent entities from beyond invade, the Demon King commands many of the Grand Thousand World's strongest individuals. Furthermore, as the Demon King, you can directly access most of the resources of the Grand Thousand Palace. As for the rare resources, as long as they are utilized for your own needs or for combating the malevolent entities from beyond, rather than for personal gain, they can be obtained through the Council of Elders' resolutions. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Ze's steadfast nature could not help but flutter with excitement. Merely this singular right was enough to astonish him. He could directly call upon the majority of the Grand Thousand Palace's resources. As the pinnacle force within the Grand Thousand World, the Grand Thousand Palace's foundation is unparalleled, even surpassing the 5 divine clans. And he could access a substantial portion of those resources. Moreover, regarding the smaller portion of rare resources, as long as the usage is justified, the Council of Elders would not intentionally withhold them from Xiao Ze. Perhaps due to the extreme value of these resources, even the Grand Thousand Palace must maintain oversight. Subsequently, Lu Tong elaborated on the rights and obligations of the Demon King within the Grand Thousand Palace, and Xiao Ze diligently committed each detail to memory. Indeed, the Demon Slayer has arrived. I heard from Elder Lin Jinyu that you are in particular need of spiritual formations and alchemical formulas. I have brought with me the advanced spiritual formations and formulas from the Grand Thousand Palace. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Tong summoned forth a multitude of luminous orbs radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. My lord, the Demon Slayer, feel free to utilize them as you wish. Seeing this, Xiao Ze smiled and produced the Demon Slayer token. He had initially intended to exchange it for Demon Slayer points. Lu Tong, upon witnessing the token, was secretly astonished. In such a brief span of time, Xiao Ze had managed to slay the Demon Emperor. There is no need for such formalities. This is your right. Xiao Ze, with a smile, accepted the orbs that were pulsating with formidable spiritual energy. Chapter 843. Xun'er breaks the spiritual calamity. After receiving Elder Lu Tong from the Grand Thousand Palace, Xiao Ze learned from him that he would need to visit the Grand Thousand Palace soon to meet with its numerous elders. Unlike other superpowers in the Grand Thousand World, the Grand Thousand Palace resembles more of an alliance. In addition to the many heavenly sovereigns who hold positions as guest elders within the palace, the Grand Thousand Palace also actively welcomes those heavenly sovereigns who wish to join its ranks. Below the heavenly sovereign level, the Grand Thousand Palace does not recruit powerful individuals as other forces in the Grand Thousand World do. Instead, it primarily relies on the discerning eyes of its heavenly sovereigns, who take on disciples that subsequently join the palace. Thus, beyond the guest elders, the Grand Thousand Palace predominantly follows an elite approach. Of course, the path Xiao Ze is on is somewhat distinct. He is progressing along the path of the Demon Slayer. This route, like that of Xiao Ze, allows one to attain the esteemed rank of Demon Slayer and subsequently gain the highest authority within the Grand Thousand Palace, especially now that the immortal emperor has fallen. For millennia, the Grand Thousand Palace has yet to find a leader who can satisfy both the palace and the Grand Thousand World. With the ancient supreme being, the immortal emperor, having set such a high standard, it is exceedingly difficult for successors to achieve recognition from the Grand Thousand Palace or the Grand Thousand World. To not only surpass, but at least be on par with the immortal emperor is a monumental challenge. A late-stage sacred heavenly sovereign may only have the qualifications to compete for the position of the palace lord. To ascend to the role of palace lord without contention, one must likely attain a status akin to that of the immortal emperor, achieving the title of the strongest in the Grand Thousand World. This corresponds to the legendary realm that the immortal emperor once traversed, transcending the sacred level. However, the sacred level is already the pinnacle of the Grand Thousand World. The realm of transcendence is documented only within the Grand Thousand Palace, and even later generations are uncertain of its existence. Given the absence of a palace lord, Xiao Ze, as the demon slayer, possesses the qualifications to govern the Grand Thousand Palace. Yet, he did not immediately accompany Lu Tong back to the palace. Having been away from the source realm for a considerable time, he felt the need to monitor its developments and spend time with Xun'er and others, particularly to guide their cultivation. Xun'er's advancement in her realm is of paramount importance to Xiao Ze. Concerning the final two binding positions of Xiao Ze, after bidding farewell to Lu Tong, he absorbed the various pill formulas and spiritual formations. Thanks to the divine sea space, Xiao Ze's spiritual power advanced through 3 realms. Yet his mastery of spiritual formations lagged significantly behind. Presently, his proficiency in spiritual formations is roughly equivalent to the late stage of a celestial supreme being, making him a highly regarded master of spiritual formations in the vast world. However, Xiao Ze did not rest on his laurels. Rather, he intended to delve deeper into these formations to explore the possibility of further advancement. Although the great masters of spiritual formations have carved their own paths, they do not entirely dismiss other high-level formations. To confine oneself to a singular approach in the cultivation of spiritual formations is never advisable. As for the pill formulas, Xiao Ze embraced the notion of abundance. He has created numerous innovative formulas himself, such as the systematic pill formulas, which he developed based on the theoretical foundations laid by his predecessor, Zhu Yang, establishing a distinctive brand of pills within the source realm. Additionally, through the feedback from Xiao Yan's alchemical techniques, he has acquired many more pill formulas. Therefore, in the realm of alchemy, he does not lag excessively behind his spiritual power. The pills he produces even captivate celestial supreme beings. Nevertheless, in the face of the extensive alchemical system that has evolved over time in the vast world, there are still some formulas that Xiao Ze has yet to master. Thus, he considers this an opportunity to address any gaps in his knowledge and to enhance his alchemical skills further. In truth, Xiao Ze's current alchemical prowess can be deemed unparalleled in the vast world, as he has truly forged his own path. Even when compared to the strongest alchemists from the other 2 sacred alchemical domains, Xiao Ze is confident that his skills are on par with theirs. In the following 2 months, Xiao Ze dedicated himself to concocting some auxiliary cultivation pills for Xun'er, Mandala, and others. The progress of Xun'er and her companions has been remarkably encouraging, with all of them reaching the late stage of the supreme realm. Although their cultivation speed is not as extraordinary as Xiao Ze's, the abundance of resources combined with the slow passage of time in this space has allowed their strength to rise rapidly. Within the soul ocean of the miniature world, on a peculiar lotus platform that is neither gold nor jade, Xiao Ze cradled Xun'er, feeling the surging spiritual power within her. He could not help but say, "Xun'er, are you not planning to prepare for a few more months? Are you already set to challenge the Earth Supreme? The might of the spiritual tribulation is formidable. No need, Brother Xiao Ze," Xun'er replied, nestled against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Though I have not been in the vast world for long, I have been cultivating in this realm where time flows slowly for several years now. With the assistance of Sister Mandala, my abilities, whether divine powers or sacred artifacts, far exceed those of my peers, and I am unafraid even when facing an Earth Supreme." Hearing this, Xiao Ze smiled slightly. "If that is the case, then be cautious," he said, smiling at Xun'er. Xun'er and her companions have developed a remarkable camaraderie with Mandala, affectionately referring to her as sister. Although Mandala is a divine flower of the heavens, she has only recently transcended her juvenile phase in the long lineage of the Mandala clan. Nevertheless, given her ancient existence, it is not at all inappropriate for Xun'er and her friends to address her as elder sister. However, Mandala typically manifests in the guise of a youthful maiden, which may appear somewhat peculiar to outsiders when Xun'er and the others call her sister. Soon after, dark clouds gathered within the small world. Xiao Ze stood in the void, observing from a distance. Though the current spiritual tribulation seemed trivial to him, he refrained from intervening forcefully. This manifestation of celestial power is, in essence, on par with the world's consciousness. As the spiritual tribulations descended, Xun'er continuously revealed her skills and hidden strengths. As the matriarch of the source realm, the treasures she unveiled would incite fierce competition among countless sovereigns in the outside world, even enticing those of the Earth's sovereign level. Seeing the formidable artifacts radiating powerful fluctuations from Xun'er, Xiao Ze's tension dissipated. Her preparations were indeed thorough. Unless faced with a spiritual tribulation as terrifying as his own, it would be virtually impossible to fail the tribulation with such substantial backing. Furthermore, Xun'er herself was no ordinary talent. On the contrary, her innate abilities were extraordinarily powerful. As the black clouds in the sky began to disperse, Xun'er's agile figure swiftly appeared before Xiao Ze, her form shimmering with brilliance. Each part of her being brimming with immense spiritual energy. Her body was pure and untainted, embodying the essence of spiritual power, even exuding a faint, delightful fragrance. Xun'er twirled gracefully before Xiao Ze, showcasing her transformation, before leaping into his embrace. Xiao Ze, brother, I feel as though I am closer to you now, she exclaimed. Haha, have you not always been by my side? Replied Xiao Ze, gently caressing her delicate form. Now, let us take a moment to rest. The path of cultivation requires both diligence and relaxation. Yes, brother Xiao Ze, let us explore the Tianluo continent together. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been a long time since I accompanied you like this. In the ensuing chapter, titled The Red Flame, Old Immortal, Xiao Ze continued to cultivate while accompanying Xun'er and her companions on their journey across the Tianluo continent. Even Xun'er invited Mandala to join them. In the eastern part of the Tianluo continent, within a unique setting of 72 layered peaks, Xiao Ze and Xun'er traversed this extraordinary landscape, marveling at the mountains sculpted by nature's artistry. Xiao Ze, somewhat astonished, turned to Mandala and remarked, I never expected you would agree to embark on this journey with us. In response, Mandala, adorned in a black dress, rolled her eyes at him. You truly intend for me to dedicate everything to the source realm, leaving me no opportunity for respite. Xiao Ze chuckled heartily, exclaiming, You know I do not mean it that way. Speaking of the extraordinary technique of transforming into the three purities, it is indeed remarkable. You, the main body, should take a moment to relax. While the two avatars maintain order in the source realm, Mandala huffed lightly, responding with a hint of irritation. I increasingly believe that your initial decision to have me inherit the technique was merely to exploit me further. How could that be? The technique of transforming into the three purities is such a profound ability. Should the Heavenly Emperor choose not to pass it down, its complete loss would be a tremendous blow to the vast universe, Xiao Ze replied earnestly. Nonetheless, it is true that after Mandala acquired the technique, it proved to be of immense assistance to him. Xiao Ze nearly entrusted the entire management of the source realm to Mandala. Fortunately, she was not overly burdened. As the celestial sovereign, her role was to oversee the direction of the source realm's development, while the formidable beings beneath her took care of the rest. Interestingly, it seems the Heavenly Emperor once mentioned that within the scripture repository, he had left behind insights into the practice of the three purities. Suddenly, Xiao Ze inquired of Mandala, Did you obtain it from the scripture repository? Mandala nodded, her small face radiating ease and a smile. Although Mandala's demeanor is typically aloof, and she remains quite indifferent towards others, those who truly approach her and open their hearts find her to be akin to a neighborly little sister. The scripture repository possesses sentience. I maintained a good rapport with it since ancient times. Later, upon taking charge of the source realm, I acquired some techniques it had not recorded. After integrating those, I easily accessed the cultivation experiences left by the Heavenly Emperor. My mastery of the three purities has now reached the realm of the three harmonies. Upon hearing that Mandala had attained the three harmonies, Xiao Ze couldn't help but cast a surprised glance her way. The technique of transforming into the three purities is divided into three realms, the three parts, the three harmonies, and the three deities. The three harmonies allow the two avatars to reintegrate into the main self, forming a trinity of power that is exceedingly formidable. Noticing the astonishment in Xiao Ze's gaze, Mandala lifted her small chin and puffed out her chest slightly. What's the matter? Are you surprised? Indeed, I am quite astonished. It is truly unexpected that you could cultivate to the second stage of such an extraordinary technique in such a short span of time, Xiao Ze admitted. Mandala gave a light hum, not overly prideful, and continued, Such progress is due to the Heavenly Emperor's genuine essence imparting enlightenment, along with the cultivation experiences left in the scripture repository. As for the subsequent realm of the three deities, even the Heavenly Emperor has not mastered it. Henceforth, I must rely on my own insight and understanding. Xiao Ze nodded in agreement, noting that in the original text of the three purities, Muchen ultimately reached the pinnacle after mastering it. Muchen managed to reintegrate the four separated avatars back into himself, achieving the state of oneness. Although Xiao Ze did not harbor great hopes for Mandala reaching that level, he believed she could certainly strive for the realm of the three deities. Although Mandala is not as extraordinary as Muchen, who has cultivated the three primordial dharmakayas, her successful derivation of the one Qi transforming into three purities to the three deities realm significantly enhances her combat prowess. I have yet to master the one Qi transforming into three purities, thus I am unable to assist you in this regard. No need for that. If I were to rely on your help for everything, I would feel quite embarrassed. Mandala gently shook her head. Ever since her acquaintance with Xiao Ze, despite offering him assistance, the rewards she received from him have been far greater. It can be said that her current ascendance to the Heavenly Supreme Realm is largely attributed to Xiao Ze's support. Haha, there is no need for formality between us. However, when it comes to elixirs, I can indeed offer you some aid. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a spirit butterfly alchemist who possessed an extremely profound formula known as the sublimation pill. Consuming the sublimation pill allows one to elevate their understanding of the divine abilities they have mastered by a level. Upon hearing this, Mandala raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. The spirit butterfly alchemist, I have heard of them. Yet, is it not true that the sublimation pill is only effective for ordinary peerless divine abilities? The one Qi transforming into 3 purities is already ranked among the 36 peerless divine abilities, so the sublimation pill would likely be ineffective, wouldn't it? That is indeed the case. However, I possess another elixir with effects akin to the sublimation pill. It can significantly enhance the cultivation of divine abilities in a short amount of time, granting the user a sense of divine assistance. It is called the enlightenment pill. Mandala's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, yet she recalled her earlier insistence that she did not require Xiao Ze's help, which caused a slight flush of embarrassment to appear on her face. Haha, rest assured, I have already prepared it for you. Xiao Ze produced several jade vials, each containing a pill that shimmered with golden light. The enlightenment pill should help you accelerate your progression to the 3 deities realm. Soon after, the group, filled with laughter and conversation, ascended to the summit of the mountains. Gazing out, they beheld the grandeur of the surrounding peaks, layered and resplendent with spiritual energy. In that moment, everyone was momentarily immersed in the stunning natural beauty before them, which was quite refreshing to the spirit. While Xiao Ze and the others were traversing the Tianluo continent, the capital city of Tianluo City welcomed an elderly man clad in simple robes, holding a bamboo staff. The robed elder stood suspended in midair outside Tianluo City, surrounded by numerous ethereal figures, many of which emanated waves of energy at the Earth's supreme level. However, these ethereal figures were entirely oblivious to the presence of the robed elder, passing by him without a glance. The elder removed a red gourd hanging from his waist, uncorked it, and from within surged a liquid as fiery as molten lava, its heat surpassing even that of lava itself. Unperturbed by this extreme heat, the elder cheerfully brought the gourd to his lips and took a sip of the scorching liquid. Just as the elder set the gourd down, a figure clad in a white dress appeared before him. Mandala stood gracefully before the elder, clasping her fists in salute. May I inquire as to the identity of the Heavenly Supreme before me? While the passing Earth Supremes were oblivious to the elder, Mandala was not so easily deceived. The elder chuckled and said, I am the Red Flame Elder, a boundary envoy of the ancient Tai Ling clan. The eyes of the white-clad Mandala narrowed slightly. The ancient Tai Ling clan, one of the 5 great divine clans. I wonder what brings the ancient Tai Ling clan to the Source Realm. Haha, I come with a request to seek elixirs from the master of the Source Realm. Chapter 845, the Tai Ling Continent. Just as Mandala was warmly hosting the Red Flame Elder, she informed her true self of the ancient Tai Ling clan's visit to request elixirs. In a deep valley, Xiao Ze and his companions were gathered around a campfire. The golden flames roasted beast meat and vegetables infused with spiritual energy, and amidst their light-hearted banter, they sipped the renowned 10,000 medicines spiritual liquid. Suddenly, Mandala's expression grew serious, and she fell silent, turning her gaze toward Xiao Ze. Upon noticing the change in Mandala's demeanor, Xun'er and the others ceased their chatter and looked at her expectantly. News from Tianluo City revealed that the ancient Tai Ling clan had come to seek elixirs. Without hesitation, Mandala immediately conveyed this to Xiao Ze. At present, the alchemical skills of the Source Realm's alchemists were distinctly inferior to Xiao Ze's, creating an absolute chasm in capability. The elixirs sought by the ancient Tai Ling clan were certainly extraordinary. The alchemists of the Dou Qi Continent had yet to reach the level required to concoct such elixirs in such a brief time. Thus, Mandala could only inform Xiao Ze of the situation. Xiao Ze pondered briefly, glancing at Xun'er and the others. Brother Xiao Ze, do not mind us. Prioritize the important matters. Xun'er said with a smile. Medusa, Qinglin, and the others nodded in agreement, for there would be ample time to bond in the future. Let us conclude this journey for now. Once your realms have ascended, we can explore the entirety of Tianluo Continent properly. Xiao Ze nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his sleeve, the figures of the group vanished into the dim valley. Shortly after, they reappeared within the spatial domain of the Source Realm. The numerous treasures amplified the spiritual energy of the Source Realm to an exceedingly terrifying degree, many times greater than that of the outside world. After delivering Xun'er and the others to the Source Realm space, Xiao Ze nodded to them. Then, with a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. In Tianluo City, at the headquarters of the Source Realm, the white-clad Mandala occupied the primary seat, while the Red Flame Elder sat in the guest position. The two engaged in polite conversation, with the Red Flame Elder treating Mandala with respect, as she was the helm of the Source Realm. The Source Realm had now ascended to become a top-tier superpower within the vast world, though it still had some gaps in foundation compared to the 5 divine clans. Its peak strength was not to be underestimated. After all, the master of the Source Realm had even defeated the Maha Tian, who wielded the clan's sacred artifacts. Therefore, even though the Red Flame Elder hailed from the Tai Ling clan, being a venerable heavenly sovereign, he treated Mandala, who had only recently stepped into the ranks of heavenly sovereigns, with considerable courtesy. Oh, it appears that the esteemed guest has been kept waiting by the venerable Red Flame Elder of the Tailing Ancient Clan. I hope you will not take offense. Although the figure has not yet arrived, his voice precedes him, prompting the Red Flame Elder to glance toward the entrance of the Grand Hall. There, he beheld an individual striding in with a commanding presence, tall and strikingly handsome, his face adorned with a smile. Despite his flawless appearance, he revealed not a hint of spiritual energy. Yet, his eyes, even to one as exalted as the Red Flame Elder, sent a shiver through his heart, as if gazing into those depths could consume one's very soul. The Red Flame Elder, however, was not overly astonished. He was aware that the soul power of an alchemist is exceptionally formidable. The eyes, indeed, reflect the strength of one's soul. Thus, even though Xiao Ze was exerting great restraint, he still evoked such an impression in the Red Flame Elder. Having encountered the sovereign of the Source Realm, the Demon Slayer, he promptly rose to his feet, expressing his respect. Although he served as the envoy of the Tailing Ancient Clan, he understood the necessity of showing due reverence in the presence of a saintly supreme. Xiao Ze greeted the Red Flame Elder warmly, engaging in pleasantries before swiftly moving to the crux of the matter. He inquired as to the nature of the Red Flame Elder's visit, wondering what elixir he sought. Upon addressing the main issue, the demeanor of the Red Flame Elder grew solemn. To speak candidly, I have come to request aid in procuring a medicinal pill for our esteemed elder, Tai Ming. The Grand Elder has sustained grievous injuries in a battle against the abyssal demon emperor of the extrinsic evil clan at the borders of the vast world, inflicted by a venomous heart poison. Xiao Ze's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing tightly. This poison is unfamiliar to me, judging solely by the description. It may be challenging to administer the appropriate remedy. The Red Flame Elder sighed softly at these words, and then rose, bowing respectfully to Xiao Ze. Might the sovereign of the Source Realm accompany me back to the Tailing mainland to personally treat Elder Tai Ming? Of course, I shall assist. Elder Tai Ming was wounded in the struggle against the extrinsic evil clan, and if it is within my capabilities, I will exert every effort to help. Xiao Ze helped the Red Flame Elder to his feet, recognizing the urgency of the situation. The Red Flame Elder's expression brightened with a touch of excitement. Xiao Ze's profound sense of duty filled him with gratitude. Nodding at the white-clad Mandala, Xiao Ze proceeded with the Red Flame Elder toward the remote teleportation array leading to Tianluo City. With the Source Realm now operating smoothly, all matters could be entrusted to Mandala without the need for Xiao Ze to issue specific instructions. Days later, two ethereal figures swiftly traversed the void, heading toward a vast and boundless continent, the Tailing mainland, one of the 10 supercontinents of the Great Thousand World, ruled by the Tailing Ancient Clan. As the two beams of spiritual light entered the Tailing mainland, Xiao Ze felt a sudden surge in the concentration of spiritual energy around him, raising his eyebrows in intrigue. Much like the traces left by the floating Pagota clan across the floating Pagota mainland, the Tailing Ancient Clan similarly left its unique marks upon the Tailing mainland. It is indeed the abundant spiritual power that sets the Tai Ling Ancient Clan apart from other existences within the vast universe. This is evident from both the primal they govern and the sacred artifacts of their lineage. Consequently, the initial impression that the vast world holds of the Tai Ling Ancient Clan is one of extraordinary spiritual richness. Moreover, the Tai Ling continent is home to numerous forces that are not of the Tai Ling lineage, making it the most open ancient clan among the 5 great divine clans. Even the Saintess, who wields one of the highest authorities within the Tai Ling Ancient Clan, has, at times throughout history, been a non-clan member. This indicates that the Tai Ling Ancient Clan does not entirely reject outsiders. However, entry into the Tai Ling continent still requires scrutiny by the clan. For the abundant spiritual energy cultivated by the Tai Ling Ancient Clan renders this land a veritable paradise for practitioners. Under the guidance of the venerable Qinglin, Xiao Ze traversed unimpeded to the heart of the Tai Ling continent. Much like the Futa Ancient Clan, the true essence of the Tai Ling Ancient Clan lies within the world they have forged. Gazing at the towering transport portal, Qinglin respectfully inclined his hand toward Xiao Ze. Esteemed Xiao Ze, this is the Tai Ling realm. Please follow me. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Ze entered the Tai Ling realm alongside Qinglin. Upon crossing the threshold, Xiao Ze sensed the profound density of spiritual power within the Tai Ling realm, which even surpassed that of the Source realm. It is no wonder that this ancient clan thrives on spiritual energy, for the Source realm to catch up in this regard would be a formidable challenge. Xiao Ze mused to himself as he beheld the formidable figures emanating powerful spiritual energy. Chapter 846. The Emperor's Flame Purges Poison. Within the Tai Ling realm, numerous figures radiating robust waves of spiritual energy awaited at the entrance. Thanks to Qian's notification, they were aware of Xiao Ze's imminent arrival and hurried to greet him. After all, he is a saint-level heavenly sovereign. Furthermore, they had sought assistance from the other two great alchemical sanctuaries regarding the injuries sustained by their Grand Elder. However, upon learning that the injuries were inflicted by the formidable demon emperor, who rivals saint-level heavenly sovereigns, they felt uncertain of their ability to heal him. The heavenly sovereigns dispatched to the two sanctuaries, aiming to present significant resources to gain favor. Received news from Qin that Xiao Ze was willing to personally come to the Tai Ling realm to treat the wounds of the revered Tai Ming ancestor. Such a show of earnest commitment has garnered gratitude from the powerful members of the Tai Ling ancient clan. Additionally, being one of the 5 great divine clans, the Tai Ling ancient clan possesses a deeper understanding of the vast world. Although Xiao Ze has yet to compete with the alchemists from the other two sanctuaries, the attitudes exhibited by those sanctuaries suggest that his alchemical skills are indeed remarkable. The ancient Tai Ling clan warmly welcomed the Lord of the Source Realm, the Demon Slayer. Among the many celestial sovereigns present, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. The other celestial sovereigns followed suit, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect for the esteemed celestial sovereign. Xiao Ze reciprocated the gesture with a smile, saying, "It is an honor to meet you all. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the ancient Tai Ling clan, and witnessing it today, I find it truly remarkable." The elder, who was the second elder of the ancient Tai Ling clan, maintained a composed demeanor and spoke to Xiao Ze. "We are grateful for your personal visit to treat the injuries of our grand elder. Regardless of the outcome, the ancient Tai Ling clan will present a significant token of appreciation." Xiao Ze gently shook his head, revealing little joy. "Let us first examine the condition of the grand elder." The second elder nodded in agreement, leading the group southward toward the Tai Ling realm. Along the way, he provided a detailed account of the grand elder's injuries. Over the past several days, the ancient Tai Ling clan had made numerous attempts to heal the grand elder's wounds, yet to little avail. Listening intently to the second elder's thorough description, Xiao Ze pondered thoughtfully. The elder of Scarlet Flame was only aware that the grand elder had sustained injuries. At the time, he was traversing the vast realms and, upon receiving news, happened to be closest to the Tianluo continent, prompting him to seek assistance from the Source realm. Thus, the elder of Scarlet Flame was not privy to the specifics of the grand elder's condition. However, armed with the second elder's comprehensive insights, Xiao Ze had already formulated a treatment strategy in his mind. As they passed through a layer of protective spiritual formations, the density of spiritual energy surged once more. Xiao Ze gazed at the vast spiritual pool before him, marveling inwardly. The ice immortal pool of all spirits truly lives up to the ancient Tai Ling clan's profound heritage. Upon reaching the center of the ice immortal pool of all spirits, they beheld an elderly man meditating in the waters. His visage was aged, yet his skin retained the delicacy of an infant. However, at that moment, his face bore a dark hue, rendering his expression ominous and terrifying. While the water surrounding him bubbled fiercely, the ice immortal pool of all spirits was indeed a sanctuary for ice affinity practitioners. The ice immortal spiritual energy contained within was no less formidable than the celestial fires of the universe. Yet now, the searing heat emanating from the elder was causing the ice immortal pool to boil, overwhelming even the ice immortal spiritual energy contained within. Xiao Ze turned to the second elder, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. "Please feel free to proceed without concern for us," the second elder urged. Xiao Ze nodded and swiftly approached the grand elder. He seated himself cross-legged, aligning his fingers and pressing them to the grand elder's forehead, allowing his soul energy to permeate. Instantly, he sensed the intense interplay of heat and cold within the grand elder's body. Amidst the searing warmth lay an exceedingly terrifying corrosive force, which, even when merely probing with soul energy, instilled a sensation of being eroded. After a brief moment, Xiao Ze withdrew his soul energy, maintaining a calm demeanor as he returned to the group. The second elder promptly clasped his hands and inquired, "Is it possible that you, Lord Xiao Ze, are unaware? I indeed possess 2 methods. The first involves elixirs, which require the gathering of materials and considerable time for concoction. This may cause delays and unforeseen complications." "And what might the second method entail?" The second elder hesitated for a moment before asking. to directly extract the corrupted demon heart's poison using the divine fire of heaven and earth. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, many of the celestial sovereigns present furrowed their brows slightly. The second elder, after a moment of reflection, spoke up again. What you propose, Lord Xiao Ze? We have indeed attempted before, but the results were unsatisfactory. The heat of the corrupted demon heart's poison only intensified. Oh, may I inquire which divine fire of heaven and earth was utilized? Xiao Ze asked with a hint of curiosity. The second elder turned to one of the celestial sovereigns, whose power had already reached the mid-stage of the celestial grade. The sovereign quickly raised his hand, conjuring a swirling flame of intertwined purple, azure, and blue hues. Xiao Ze glanced at it and summoned the Origin Emperor Flame. As the golden flame, imbued with chaotic undertones, manifested, the tricolored flame seemed to recoil as if confronted by a sovereign. The once fierce, clawing tongues of fire instantly retracted into a singular mass. It appeared that the might of the divine fire of heaven and earth was insufficient. Otherwise, it would have been able to expel the corrupted demon heart's poison. Xiao Ze remarked with a smile. Of course, a superior approach would be to employ both methods in tandem, expelling the poison first, then using elixirs to eliminate any remnants. The numerous celestial sovereigns gazed at the golden flame in Xiao Ze's grasp, secretly astonished. They had not anticipated that he possessed a divine fire of such caliber. Upon reflection, it was indeed not surprising. Xiao Ze was renowned for another identity as an alchemist. How could an alchemist fail to master a flame of terrifying potency? The second elder pondered briefly, then surveyed the many celestial sovereigns present. In that case, let us proceed with Lord Xiao Ze's dual approach to the treatment. Xiao Ze nodded, indifferent, as it was merely a matter of how the Ta Ling ancient clan chose to proceed. With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of soul energy radiated outward, and the celestial sovereigns felt a surge of information flooding their minds. I possess some of the rare materials needed for crafting the elixirs. Though I am lacking in certain aspects, I kindly request your assistance in gathering the rest. Understood. Subsequently, Xiao Ze ignited the Origin Emperor Flame and also stepped into the ice immortal pool of 10,000 spirits. The biting cold failed to affect him in the slightest. Completely shielded by the Origin Emperor Flame, he approached the venerable ancestor Tai Ming and sat opposite him, extending his palm. Xiao Ze placed it against Tai Ming's chest and began to use the power of the Origin Emperor Flame to purge the corrupted demon heart's poison. Chapter 847, Healing. The Origin Emperor Flame, a formidable source of fire that had grown alongside Xiao Ze, saw its power surge dramatically after he attained the late-stage celestial sovereign rank. In the present day, the might of Wei Nong, if not restrained by Xiao Ze, could easily reduce even a mere spark to ashes within the lower realms, rendering them into nothingness. Such divine fire, a force of nature, stands unparalleled across the vast expanse of the universe. Xiao Ze surmises that only the future Emperor Yin of Xiao, upon successfully devouring the myriad divine flames of the world, would be worthy of standing alongside the current Origin Emperor Flame. However, by that time, it remains uncertain to what extent the Origin Emperor Flame will grow alongside him. As the Origin Emperor Flame entered the body of the ancient Grandmaster Tai Ming, it seemed that the Grandmaster recognized Xiao Ze's benevolent intentions, refraining from mobilizing his spiritual energy to suppress the Origin Emperor Flame. Instead, he exerted greater effort to contain the corrupting devil's heart poison, a formidable trump card of a heavenly devil emperor, whose potency is not to be underestimated. Even within the vast universe, it ranks among the most potent poisons. After all, even the venerable ancient Grandmaster Tai Ming, a supreme heavenly sage, fell victim to it, unable to quell its effects despite his immensely robust spiritual power. Only with the aid of the Wanjing Ice Immortal Pool could he barely hold on, underscoring the terrifying toxicity of the corrupting devil's heart poison. Though it was through the forceful expulsion of the corrupting devil's heart poison via the Origin Emperor Flame, it was executed with careful consideration rather than haphazardly. In his prior explorations, Xiao Ze had already resolved to safeguard the critical areas within the ancient Grandmaster's body, preventing the poison from spreading to other regions. As the Origin Emperor Flame gradually protected these vital areas, Xiao Ze commenced the arduous task of extracting the corrupting devil's heart poison. Having reached the status of a supreme heavenly sage, the ancient Grandmaster's body was already refined countless times by spiritual energy, rendering it a vessel of pure power. While other lethal toxins in the universe could obliterate a lower realm with just a drop, they posed little threat to a supreme heavenly sage. However, the corrupting devil's heart poison was extraordinary. Beyond its extreme toxicity, it harbored the very essence of the corrupting heavenly devil's malevolent aura. This essence posed a truly lethal danger to the powerful beings of the universe, capable of tainting their spiritual bodies. In light of this, Xiao Ze found himself lacking effective means to combat the encroaching malevolent aura, resorting to the Origin Emperor flame to incinerate it into oblivion. As for the spiritual energy that was consumed alongside the malevolent aura, the ancient Grandmaster would have to cultivate anew to restore it. With the eruption of the Origin Emperor flame, the corrupting devil's heart poison seemed to sense impending doom, spiraling into a frenzied expansion, intensifying its corrosive grip within the ancient Grandmaster's body. Nonetheless, the Grandmaster retained the strength to resist, channeling his spiritual energy to fend off the poison's spread. Do not concern yourself with my spiritual energy. Just proceed with your efforts, the ancient Grandmaster conveyed a thought to Xiao Ze. With Xiao Ze's assistance, the Grandmaster could finally extend his consciousness to communicate, as otherwise, he would have been entirely consumed by the need to focus on suppressing the corrupting devil's heart poison. Upon realizing that the ancient Grandmaster could finally engage in dialogue, Xiao Ze promptly shared his intentions, urging him to cooperate. This, after all, resides within the body of the venerable Tai Ming, where his spiritual power assists in expelling the heart poison of the corrupting demon, rendering the task remarkably efficient. As Xiao Ze placed his hand upon the venerable Tai Ming, the primal imperial flame began to spread forth. The golden flames enveloped both figures, obscuring their forms from view. The numerous esteemed celestial supremes of the Tai Ling ancient clan, standing not far away, wore expressions of palpable tension. The venerable Tai Ming is a saint-level celestial supreme. Even for the 5 great divine clans, each saint-level celestial supreme is an extraordinarily precious asset. The loss of any such being would be a grievous wound to any ancient clan. Thus, they could only place their hopes in Xiao Ze's success in dispelling the heart poison of the corrupting demon. As the primal imperial flame shrouded the forms of Xiao Ze and the venerable Tai Ming, the intense heat radiating from Tai Ming, which could cause even the ice immortal pool to boil, dissipated instantaneously. At least in terms of its scorching nature, the heart poison of the corrupting demon proved insufficient to assert its dominance before the primal imperial flame. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on the faces of the esteemed celestial supremes of the Tai Ling ancient clan. For if Xiao Ze's efforts were in vain, such a lengthy duration would not have been expended. With hopeful eyes, they wished for Xiao Ze's success in eradicating the heart poison. Should he fail to eliminate it entirely, merely weakening the heart poison would still be a significant boon for the venerable Tai Ming. Before long, the flames suddenly surged, as if the potent toxins within had erupted once more. Unfortunately, even the primal imperial flame could not breach this resurgence and was utterly consumed to nothingness. Subsequently, Xiao Ze gradually withdrew the primal imperial flame, transforming it into a blazing golden fire within his palm. Upon gazing at the venerable Tai Ming, the latter's complexion had returned to normal. Gratitude was evident on his exquisitely delicate face, akin to that of an infant. Though his eyes held a dim sheen, they were unable to conceal the joy bubbling within. Having been afflicted by the heart poison of the corrupting demon, he had indeed danced on the precipice of death. Had it not been for Xiao Ze's intervention, the venerable Tai Ming would have faced increasingly perilous conditions as time progressed. The heart poison was not merely a potent toxin. It was the very essence of the demonic energy of the corrupting demon emperor. As time wore on, the heart poison's erosion of his spiritual body intensified, diminishing the spiritual power he could wield. With insufficient spiritual strength to enforce suppression, even the mightiest external forces would struggle to effect any substantial change. Much like the ice immortal pool surrounding them. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed sir, the venerable Tai Ming expressed, though Xiao Ze had yet to speak. As the elder behind him hastily introduced him. Elder, this is the renowned lord of the Source Realm, Xiao Ze. Oh, it is the lord of the Source Realm in person. My apologies for my short-sightedness. I failed to recognize you, and I hope you can forgive my oversight. The venerable Tai Ming responded. Haha, there is no need for such formality, esteemed Tai Ming. You too have suffered in the fight against the malevolent beings from beyond, and I shall do my utmost to assist you, Xiao Ze replied, rising and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. However, although the heart poison had been dispelled, it still necessitated the complement of medicinal elixirs for complete recovery. Uncertain about the collection of rare treasures, Xiao Ze turned to the second elder, who promptly presented a Qinglin bracelet. Esteemed Xiao Ze, all the precious materials are within, each prepared in 5 portions. Time was too short to gather more. No need for that. I still possess some confidence. Please prepare a quiet room for me, Xiao Ze replied, accepting the bracelet with a shake of his head and a smile. Esteemed Xiao Ze, the effort to dispel the toxins has been quite substantial. Perhaps it would be wise to rest before refining the elixirs? Spoke the ancient master Tai Ming. It is of no concern. The magic poison such as the heart-eating demon toxin should not be underestimated. It is better to resolve it thoroughly and swiftly, the ancient master Tai Ming remarked, watching as a heavenly sovereign led Xiao Ze to the alchemical quiet room, feeling quite moved. Truly, he is a master who has established the sacred ground of alchemy. Such methods are difficult to fathom. Yet, it is largely thanks to esteemed Xiao Ze that the heart-eating demon toxin has been eradicated. Our Tai Ling ancient clan cannot be stingy. Esteemed Xiao Ze has healed my injuries. Should there be any requests, we shall certainly meet your needs. The second elder said with a wry smile, bowing his hands in respect. The other heavenly sovereigns exchanged glances, perplexed. Elder, esteemed Xiao Ze has made no requests. On the contrary, it seems he contributed the majority of the precious materials for that elixir. This revelation left the ancient master Tai Ming visibly astonished. Indeed, esteemed Xiao Ze has made no demands? That is correct, and when we mentioned preparing a generous gift, he did not seem to mind, the second elder replied. The ancient master Tai Ming sighed deeply, acknowledging the profound virtue of Xiao Ze. However, we of the Tai Ling ancient clan cannot be miserly. We must prepare a significant token of gratitude for esteemed Xiao Ze's assistance. Upon hearing this, the other heavenly sovereigns nodded in agreement. The second elder pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. However, now that esteemed Xiao Ze has ascended to the divine rank, there are likely few things that could move him. As he spoke, the ancient master Tai Ming appeared contemplative. Indeed, after reaching the divine rank, treasures that could benefit even divine heavenly sovereigns are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, Xiao Ze himself is an alchemist who possesses unparalleled alchemical skills. It would be remarkable if their Tai Ling ancient clan could merely request divine elixirs from Xiao Ze, let alone have the means to bestow them. After a moment's thought, the ancient master Tai Ming shook his head. Let us inquire of esteemed Xiao Ze later. If necessary, we can present the high-level formulas and spiritual formations of the Tai Ling ancient clan. I have heard that esteemed Xiao Ze is also a grandmaster of spiritual formations. He should find this of great interest. As the Tai Ling ancient clan deliberated on how to reward Xiao Ze, he had already begun the process of refining elixirs. With a wave of his hand, a plethora of thousands of rare materials emerged within the vast palace, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the grand hall surged to a higher echelon, enveloped by a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. The primordial imperial flame coalesced into an immense golden cauldron, towering hundreds of feet high. Observing this resplendent cauldron, a smile graced Xiao Ze's countenance. It had been quite some time since he had personally engaged in alchemical concoction, as he had primarily relied on his formidable soul avatar for such endeavors. Even the elixirs crafted by his soul avatar sufficed to meet the demands for high-tier pills in the source realm. This was partly due to the exorbitant costs associated with procuring these potions, and also because the divine elixirs beneficial to the celestial sovereigns were inherently scarce in the vast myriad of worlds. Nevertheless, this time, Xiao Ze had to take matters into his own hands, for he sought to concoct a divine elixir that would be advantageous even to the most exalted celestial sovereigns, a task that his soul avatar would likely struggle to fulfill. The essence of Xiao Ze's soul, at the level of the Saint Realm, permeated the Grand Hall, creating an ethereal sea of soul energy. As the rare materials shifted, faint translucent ripples of spiritual essence radiated outward. Under the formidable influence of his soul power, Xiao Ze felt as though the entire hall was under his dominion. He was indeed the sovereign of this space. With a mere thought, he cast the precious materials into the golden cauldron, which promptly commenced the alchemical process. Days passed, during which numerous celestial sovereigns awaited outside the hall. Upon entering, Xiao Ze had informed the sovereign who had escorted him of the estimated duration of his work. Following a brief respite, the venerable Tai Ming ancestor arrived at the hall's exterior, where a cadre of sovereigns stood, patiently awaiting the completion of the process. They bore no impatience, well aware of the time and effort required by alchemists in their craft. Suddenly, the hall tremored, and a dense aroma of elixir wafted through the air. Even the celestial sovereigns felt their spiritual energy stirred, invigorated by the scent. The leading Tai Ming ancestor was taken aback and could not suppress his exclamation. Could this be a divine elixir of the saintly tier? As the sovereigns marveled in astonishment, the grand hall gradually opened. Xiao Ze emerged, holding a jade vial containing a pill radiating golden and blue luminescence. He had fulfilled his mission, having successfully concocted the primordial spirit restoration pill, capable of replenishing the depleted essence. As he elucidated the effects of the elixir, he extended the vial to the Tai Ming ancestor. Esteemed ancestor, please consume the elixir promptly. Delay is not an option. The Tai Ming ancestor, brimming with excitement, accepted the vial, offering a respectful gesture to Xiao Ze before turning to instruct the second elder and the other celestial sovereigns. Ensure that Master Xiao Ze is well accommodated. The assembly watched as the Tai Ming ancestor entered the secret realm to refine the elixir, while the celestial sovereigns engaged in cordial conversation with Xiao Ze. In a tranquil courtyard, the esteemed sovereigns took their seats, hosting a banquet for Xiao Ze as they awaited the Tai Ming ancestor's recovery. Shortly thereafter, a surge of ethereal energy manifested as the figure of the venerable Tai Ming ancestor. All present could feel the vast reservoir of spiritual power emanating from him, no longer reflecting the previous state of weakness. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Xiao Ze for your assistance, the Tai Ming ancestor declared solemnly, clasping his hands in respect. There is no need for such formality, Ancestor Tai Ming, replied Xiao Ze. In truth, I harbor my own aspirations, hoping to solicit the aid of the Tai Ling ancient clan. Upon hearing this, the Tai Ming ancestor let out a sigh of relief. That is wonderful news. If Lord Xiao Ze sought nothing in return from the Tai Ling ancient clan, such a debt of gratitude would be insurmountable, at least for me. Failing to repay you would weigh heavily on my conscience. Not only had Xiao Ze dispelled the poisonous affliction from him, but he had also crafted a sacred-grade divine pill. To be candid, my cultivation of the supreme Dharma body has reached an impasse. Previously, while participating in the martial gathering of the floating Pagota ancient clan, I was fortunate to witness the boundless luminous body they preside over, which sparked some insight within me. Thus, I wish to observe the primal Dharma body, the Tai Ling sacred body, governed by the Tai Ling ancient clan, in hopes of advancing my own supreme Dharma body. Of course, I shall merely observe and will take no further actions, Xiao Ze assured, his tone growing increasingly earnest as he spoke. The many celestial supremes present exchanged bewildered glances. The notion of refining one's supreme Dharma body through the primordial Dharma body was utterly preposterous, leading them to question whether Xiao Ze was jesting. The primal Dharma body, renowned for its immense strength and mystery, had eluded comprehension even by the Tai Ling ancient clan, who had safeguarded the Tai Ling sacred body for millennia. Yet Xiao Ze had expended considerable effort to aid the Tai Ming ancestor and even offered a sacred-grade divine pill, all for a mere glimpse of the Tai Ling sacred body. If this were indeed a jest, the cost of such humor was heart-wrenching. Realizing that Xiao Ze's words were no mere jest, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the celestial supremes. The prospect of gaining insights from the primordial Dharma body to enhance their own was unparalleled. Such talent and comprehension were truly unprecedented. The Tai Ming ancestor pondered for a moment, surveying the assembly. Today, many elders are present, while Lord Xiao Ze has provided immense assistance. The Tai Ling sacred body is a treasured possession of the Tai Ling ancient clan. Though I am inclined, I cannot make a unilateral decision. I would like to know the opinions of the esteemed elders present. The celestial supremes exchanged glances and, after a brief period of contemplation, unanimously expressed their agreement. Witnessing the highest authority of the Tai Ling ancient clan acquiesce, a smile graced Xiao Ze's face. At last, he would have the opportunity to behold the Tai Ling sacred body, revered as the pinnacle of spiritual power in the myriad worlds. Chapter 849, The Tai Ling Sacred Body. The Celestial Supremes of the Tai Ling Ancient Clan. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's desire to observe the Tai Ling sacred body for the purpose of transcending the limitations of his supreme Dharma body, quickly began to weigh the advantages and disadvantages within their minds. Xiao Ze's assistance to the ancient Tai Ling clan is indeed beyond words, having saved the life of a supreme being of the saintly rank. Moreover, after expelling the toxins from the venerable Tai Ming, he concocted an exceedingly precious divine pill that thoroughly healed him and restored his full strength. Xiao Ze's generous aid was merely in pursuit of the opportunity to observe the Tai Ling sacred body, a request that seemed almost trivial in comparison. Although the Tai Ling sacred body is regarded as a treasure of the ancient Tai Ling clan, it hardly equates to the life of a supreme being and a divine pill of saintly quality. Furthermore, the ancient Tai Ling clan harbored no fears regarding Xiao Ze's potential covetousness towards the sacred body. This locale is the very heart of the ancient Tai Ling clan, the Tai Ling realm. With a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, the clan has amassed immense resources within this realm, establishing formidable defenses. Even a late-stage supreme being would find it impossible to forcibly seize the Tai Ling sacred body alone within this domain. Moreover, even if such an act were successful, it would bring more detriment than benefit to Xiao Ze. Such conduct would undoubtedly draw the ire of the Daqian Palace, leading to the revocation of his title as the Demon King. The ancient Tai Ling clan, having cultivated relationships with numerous supreme beings over the years, would ensure that even if Xiao Ze managed to temporarily obtain the sacred body, he could never safeguard it for eternity. Weighing these factors, the many supreme beings of the ancient Tai Ling clan ultimately resolved to acquiesce to Xiao Ze's request. Given Xiao Ze's immense contributions, his demands appeared exceedingly modest. Shortly thereafter, Accompanied by a multitude of supreme beings, Xiao Ze followed the venerable Tai Ming deep into the Tai Ling realm. He could not help but muse that without such an opportunity, witnessing the primordial would be an exceedingly arduous task. The primordial, a pinnacle treasure of the vast universe, represents an irrefutable foundation for the 5 great divine clans, impervious to external interference. As he ventured deeper into the Tai Ling realm, Xiao Ze felt the density of spiritual energy around him intensifying. Numerous spiritual figures traversed a vast expanse of mountains, leading to a basin shrouded in dense mist. The thickness of this mist was such that ordinary individuals would struggle to penetrate it. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon the mist within the basin, and his brow furrowed slightly. It was undeniably a concentration of profound spiritual energy. With his strength, he was far from being obscured by this simple spiritual fog, piercing through the haze. Xiao Ze beheld a colossal bronze altar at the center of the basin. This altar towered impressively, inscribed with countless mysterious ancient runes that pulsated with terrifying spiritual energy. Upon this altar rested a scroll emanating boundless spiritual power. The ancient scroll was partially unfurled and partially retracted, its weathered surface radiating formidable fluctuations of spiritual energy. As the energy surged like tides and clouds, it coalesced to reveal imposing silhouettes within the mist. The formidable power emanating from the ancient chart is in no way inferior to that of any esteemed celestial sovereign. In fact, when it comes to the spiritual energy it harbors, even the most esteemed of celestial sovereigns would find it hard to compare. Beneath this ancient chart lies a stone lotus, radiating a potent wave of spiritual energy. The vastness of the energy contained within this luminous silhouette is so immense that even the ancient chart above cannot rival it. Xiao Ze gazed deeply at the ancient chart and the stone lotus silhouette, feeling the terrifying power within, and could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly the renowned treasures of the Tai Ling ancient clan, the Tai Ling ancient chart, and the Tai Ling sacred body?" Observing the astonishment in Xiao Ze's eyes, the other celestial sovereigns smiled knowingly. This is indeed the profound heritage of the Tai Ling ancient clan. The venerable Tai Ming looked toward Xiao Ze and said with a warm smile, "Young Master Xiao Ze, please follow me." Since Tai Ming had promised Xiao Ze the opportunity to comprehend the Tai Ling sacred body, he certainly would not allow Xiao Ze to merely glance from afar. Although Xiao Ze was already capable of binding feedback upon witnessing the Tai Ling sacred body, some pretense was still necessary. Xiao Ze nodded with a smile and followed Tai Ming toward the bronze altar, while the other celestial sovereigns remained behind. As they approached the bronze altar, the spiritual pressure emanating from the 2 treasures grew increasingly formidable. Were it not for the fact that both Xiao Ze and Tai Ming were already esteemed celestials, an ordinary person would likely be repelled by the overwhelming spiritual pressure before even getting close. Upon reaching the altar, Xiao Ze felt the spiritual energy surge like a tide, enveloping him in a misty embrace. "Young Master Xiao Ze, is this place satisfactory?" Tai Ming inquired. "Indeed," Xiao Ze replied with a smile, and then he sat cross-legged in the void, directing his gaze toward the stone lotus silhouette, successfully bound to the Tai Ling sacred body. Receiving feedback from the Tai Ling origin, collecting all 5 origins can induce a transformation in the origin space. Noticing that Xiao Ze did not move closer to the Tai Ling sacred body, Tai Ming could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon Xiao Ze, curious to see if he would gain any insights. After a considerable time, Xiao Ze slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his eyes sparkled with spiritual light. He rose to his feet and clasped his hands in gratitude toward Tai Ming. "Thank you, venerable Tai Ming, for your leniency. I have indeed gained something from this experience. However, as this is a crucial site of the Tai Ling ancient clan, it would be prudent for us to depart together." Xiao Ze and Tai Ming left the bronze altar without a trace of reluctance. Subsequently, the Tai Ling ancient clan hosted a banquet in Xiao Ze's honor. During the feast, Tai Ming presented high-grade elixirs and spiritual formations, treasures of the Tai Ling ancient clan, intending to bestow them upon Xiao Ze. After several polite refusals, and seeing the unwavering stance of the Tai Ling ancient clan, he accepted the gifts. In return, he presented a few divine elixirs to the clan. For a moment, joy filled the gathering. Not long after, Xiao Ze chose to take his leave, with the venerable Qi Yin the Old Immortal escorting him away from the Tai Ling continent. Within the Tai Ling realm, Tai Ming and the second elder returned to the bronze altar. The second elder conducted an inspection and then clasped his hands in respect towards the ancestor of Tai Ming, saying, "Elder, there appears to be no irregularities. Both the Tai Ling ancient map and the Tai Ling sacred body are genuine and authentic." Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Tai Ming nodded, acknowledging that perhaps we had been overly cautious. "Elder, these are the supreme sacred artifacts of our clan. It is prudent to exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, We have also bestowed upon Lord Xiao Ze the cherished prescriptions and spiritual formations, which at least leaves us with a clear conscience. The ancestor of Tai Ming nodded in agreement, gazing at the Tai Ling ancient map and the Tai Ling sacred body, expressing a deep sense of nostalgia. Alas, I wonder when one of our kin will be able to wield these two treasures. The Grand Elder responded, that day will come. There are indeed many remarkable individuals among the younger generation. However, let us wait until they have crossed the threshold of the Heavenly Sovereign. At this, the second elder fell silent. The threshold of the Heavenly Sovereign. Even for a lineage as profoundly rich as the Tai Ling ancient clan, it had taken millennia to produce merely a few dozen heavenly sovereigns. The path to transcending into a heavenly sovereign is no simple feat. Chapter 850, Entering the Sacred Realm. Upon returning from the Tai Ling ancient clan, Xiao Ze immediately retreated into a sacred land for seclusion. Seeking the feedback of the Tai Ling sacred body, the essence of Tai Ling merged into the source tree, seemingly infusing the contained chaos with another layer of transformation. The chaotic light within the source space grew even more intense. Since the last time Xiao Ze absorbed the endless source of light, his speed in refining the source branches had surged dramatically. During his 3 years of cultivation in the divine sea space, he had managed to break through 3 realms. Aside from the formidable power of the divine sea space, the endless source of light had played a significant role. Now, having acquired the Tai Ling essence, Xiao Ze's speed in refining the source branches had similarly improved. After absorbing the Tai Ling essence within the source tree, Xiao Ze felt a stirring within him and chose not to exit seclusion immediately. Instead, he consumed the divine elixir he had prepared earlier. As Xiao Ze's spiritual power reached the late stage of the immortal grade heavenly sovereign, he began to prepare elixirs that could assist in breaking through to the sacred grade. He planned to use them when the moment was right, to challenge the sacred grade heavenly sovereign. The sacred grade heavenly sovereign represents the true pinnacle of the vast world, an absolute summit within the grand cosmos, possessing unparalleled power. The might of the sacred grade casts such an oppressive shadow that even an immortal grade heavenly sovereign would find themselves rendered immobile. This stark disparity between the sacred and immortal grades is evident. Merely the pressure exerted by the sacred grade can paralyze the immortal grade, rendering them vulnerable in battle. In such a confrontation, one would likely be at the mercy of their opponent. Corresponding to the immense strength of the sacred grade is the insurmountable barrier of the sacred grade itself, just as depicted in the original work. The ancestor of the floating two ancient clan, the master of the profound veins and the ink veins, despite years of endeavor, had never set foot into the sacred grade. Is it a matter of insufficient talent for the master of the profound and ink veins? Not at all. Rather, it is the formidable challenge posed by the sacred grade barrier. Otherwise, according to the regulations of the floating two ancient clan, a sacred grade individual could directly ascend to the highest echelons of power within the Elder Council, even holding a position equivalent to 5 others. Had the master of the profound and ink veins been able to reach the sacred grade, they would not have feared the return of Qing Yanjing from the ancestral tower. At this moment, Xiao Ze was making a formidable attempt to breach the sacred barrier. Surrounding him, the spiritual formation shimmered, gathering the vast river of supreme spiritual liquid around him, so concentrated that it began to crystallize. Nevertheless, despite such abundance, Xiao Ze's physique resembled an insatiable abyss, consuming billions of supreme spiritual liquid in mere moments. Under the relentless infusion of this immense spiritual essence, the divine elixirs he ingested continuously unleashed a torrent of potent energy. Time seemed to come to a standstill, with only the tumultuous river of supreme spiritual liquid within the formation reflecting the changes in this realm. Outside, Mandala, clad in a black gown, could not help but pinch the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Although the source realm was accruing billions of supreme spiritual liquid daily, it could hardly withstand Xiao Ze's bottomless appetite. Prior to his seclusion, he had acquired over 100 billion supreme spiritual liquid from Mandala, which left her somewhat troubled. She sighed, hoping that this time of seclusion would yield a breakthrough, perhaps enabling him to truly ascend to the realm of the sacred. Despite her concerns, Mandala did not object, for she understood that only by strengthening Xiao Ze's power could the source realm flourish further. Reflecting on her predicament, she resolved to host several auctions in the future to stockpile more supreme spiritual liquid, lest Xiao Ze once again request 100 billion. Mandala shook her head, recalling how Xiao Ze had previously triumphed over Mo He Tian and claimed 100 billion in reparations. With such vast resources, in addition to the elixirs Xiao Ze possessed, Mandala began to sense that he might be poised to break through to the sacred realm of spiritual cultivation. At that moment, Mandala received a message from Xun'er and others, her brow arching slightly as her figure flickered and vanished from headquarters. Upon entering the miniature world of the soul ocean that Xiao Ze had previously opened, she sensed the ripples of a breakthrough. Even with abundant resources, the rapidity of this advancement to the earthly sovereign level was a testament to his innate talent, Mandala mused softly. However, even so, compared to Xiao Ze's consumption of resources, the expenditure of Xun'er and the others appeared trivial. Previously, it was Xun'er who had contacted Mandala to inform her that Medusa was on the verge of breaking through to the earthly sovereign level, hoping that Mandala would come to oversee the process. Aware of Xiao Ze's seclusion, they would not dare to disturb him. Medusa donned a dark red gown adorned with golden patterns, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, embellished with a golden phoenix hairpin that shimmered with potent spiritual energy. Clearly a formidable artifact. After a considerable time, as Medusa's spiritual energy surged, she finally transcended the earthly sovereign barrier. From this moment, the supreme sea within her transformed from one into countless entities, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying vitality. As Medusa ascended to the earthly sovereign level, dark storm clouds rapidly gathered above the sky. Medusa's beautiful eyes widened slightly, a faint spiritual light flickering within them, as her tongue brushed against her crimson lips. Gazing eagerly at the ominous clouds above, under the guidance of the celestial sovereigns Xiao Ze and Mandala, and with the support of elite superpower resources, Medusa felt little concern regarding the earthly tribulation. As the first bolt of the tribulation descended, a magnificent nine-colored serpent shadow coalesced behind Medusa, its gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring the heavens themselves. The initial strike of the tribulation vanished into the ethereal form of the serpent without causing the slightest ripple. However, as time progressed, Medusa inevitably resorted to her sacred artifact. With its assistance, she effortlessly transcended the tribulation, truly achieving the status of earthly sovereign. At the very moment Medusa surpassed the tribulation, Xiao Ze, who had been cultivating for an extended period, reached a critical juncture. The essence branch he had refined over time had but a final fragment remaining to complete its purification. Boundless spiritual energy summoned an infinite radiance of chaos, continuously refining that last piece of the essence branch. A thunderous roar erupted from within Xiao Ze, causing the surrounding river of sovereign spiritual liquid to momentarily halt. Gradually, Xiao Ze opened his eyes, slightly parting his lips. The river, containing billions of sovereign spiritual liquid, was effortlessly consumed by him, without a hint of disturbance. At last, he had stepped into the realm of the sacred, paving the way for his transcendence into the extraordinary. With a sweep of his robe, the surrounding spiritual formations dissipated. A mere thought from him released a formidable pressure of spiritual energy that enveloped the unique golden oceanic treasure land. The waters, imbued with tremendous spiritual power, weighed heavily like mountains, stirring tempests that could indeed shake the earth and shatter the heavens. Yet, under the mantle of this spiritual pressure, all tumult ceased. Even the movement of the waters came to a standstill, as if frozen from the surface to the seabed. Such was the might of the sacred. Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction, using the pressure to confine the golden ocean, rendering it akin to an immense solid mass of gold, devoid of any flow. A message from the sword domain? Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow, noting a communication from the sword domain. Chapter 851, The Realm of 10,000 Swords. Upon receiving the message, he lightly tapped his finger, causing ripples to spread through the void. The information contained within a jade tablet unfolded. Congratulations to the sovereign of the source realm for forging a sacred body. Coincidentally, the realm of 10,000 swords in the sword domain is set to open, and an invitation has been extended for the sovereign of the source realm to attend. The previously agreed-upon barrier-breaking elixir is now ready, as is the heavenly spirit lotus required for it. Should the sovereign of the source realm grace us with their presence, the completion of both can be achieved. The voice of the first domain lord resonated from the jade tablet. Xiao Ze pondered briefly and decided to make a visit to the sword domain. With a single step, he vanished from the golden ocean's surface. Before departing, he informed Xun'er, Mandala, and the others, then set forth on his solitary journey to the sword domain. At the edge of the vast world, beyond a continent where all things appear as sharp as swords, a figure quietly materializes. Xiao Ze's silhouette emerges, holding a peculiar golden jade vial. This exquisite vial is a product of the transcendent alchemical technique known as the Great Refinement Realm Art, evolved from the feedback of alchemical mastery. In conjunction with the devouring technique of the nine-colored sky-devouring python, Xiao Ze strategically selects suitable locations along his journey to the sword domain to establish devouring nodes. This allows for the continuous accumulation of boundless spiritual energy within the golden jade vial. With a gentle shake of the vial, it emits a sound akin to the roaring of mountains and seas, as if within it lies an ocean of immeasurable vastness. The immense spiritual energy, absorbed from various devouring nodes, undergoes refinement within the vial through the great refinement realm art, transforming into an exceptionally pure spiritual liquid. Xiao Ze raises the vial to his lips, and the pure spiritual liquid flows into his mouth like nectar. Just this single sip contains spiritual energy sufficient to rival millions of supreme spiritual liquids. At Xiao Ze's current level, even millions of supreme spiritual liquids, with just a slight exertion, can metamorphose into a torrent of vast spiritual energy, drawing forth a flicker of chaotic light to temper the primordial branches. Upon reaching the sacred tier, the resources required become increasingly daunting. In desperation, he has developed such an application of this unparalleled divine ability. Otherwise, even with the terrifying earning capacity of the source realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to sustain his cultivation alone, let alone considering the multitude of others in the source realm who also require resources. Xiao Ze shakes his head slightly, realizing that there is no rush to return to the source realm from the sword domain. He can seek out locations abundant in spiritual energy within the vast world to leave behind devouring nodes. He envisions hundreds of thousands of devouring nodes operating simultaneously, potentially allowing the pure spiritual liquid within the golden jade vial to become inexhaustible. With this thought, Xiao Ze indulges in several more sips of the divine nectar. Subsequently, he directs his gaze towards the sword domain, observing how everything within it resembles sword artifacts. His eyes narrow slightly. While an ordinary person might marvel at the peculiarities of the sword domain, feeling as though they are immersed in a world belonging to swords, Xiao Ze, at his level, perceives much deeper. Unlike other supercontinents that have been cultivated by ancient races over millennia, leaving behind traces unique to those clans, the sword domain was established in a remarkably brief period, making it a latecomer. It is exceedingly challenging to have sword artifacts permeate the entire continent. Perched upon a peak within the sword domain, Xiao Ze carefully senses the subtle fluctuations of sword intent hidden within. Is this the influence of the sword saint in the blue robe? He ponders, for the celestial sovereign can merge with the heavens and earth, thus having the ability to influence them, especially for a sword cultivator like the sword saint in the blue robe, who focuses on a singular path. It is easier to affect the world with their essence. Now, as all things within the sword domain bear the shadow of swords, it is evident that the sword saint has influenced the entire continent through the essence of his own cultivation path. Xiao Ze pondered momentarily, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. The sword saint in the green robe was indeed a remarkable figure. It was no wonder that the sword domain had become a sanctuary for countless sword cultivators in the vast world. Xiao Ze could not help but express his admiration. The sword saint influenced the entire sword domain through his unique path of cultivation. Even those who had just embarked on their journey as sword cultivators could find their own insights amidst the myriad of things in the sword domain. By following the path laid out by the sword saint, and once their foundations were solid, they too could attempt to forge their own way. Moreover, in Xiao Ze's perception, the sword saint excelled in this regard. His cultivation path permeated the sword domain, yet the traces left behind were not overly pronounced. This subtlety prevented future generations from being unduly influenced by the sword saint's teachings, allowing them to avoid being confined to his path and instead discover their own. The faint traces provided insights to countless sword cultivators while simultaneously enabling them to carve out their own unique routes. Xiao Ze withdrew his hand from the mountain peak. To have influenced billions of sword cultivators across the vast world with one's own strength, truly, the sword saint was deserving of such reverence. Although Xiao Ze felt a certain admiration in his heart, he remained unaffected by it. Despite not focusing on the path of sword cultivation, he had also forged his own way within the realm of swordsmanship, possessing his own understanding, and was not swayed by the faint traces left by the sword saint. Subsequently, Xiao Ze ceased to conceal his presence deliberately and made his way toward the center of the sword domain. In the blink of an eye, a streak of sword light pierced through the void, arriving near Xiao Ze. He halted his steps, and the sword light revealed its form, unmistakably the first domain lord, whom he had encountered at the earlier elixir auction. The first domain lord clasped his fists in greeting, speaking with utmost respect. He had not anticipated the journey that had unfolded since he first regarded Xiao Ze merely as the slayer of the Demon King. Following the auction, he recognized that the source realm might indeed achieve the esteemed title of a sacred site for alchemy. Now, in a mere year or two, Xiao Ze had ascended to the realm of the sacred grade and even defeated Mo He Tian, the chief of the Mo He ancient clan, emerging as a pinnacle powerhouse in the vast world. Even the first domain lord bowed in deference upon meeting Xiao Ze, a gesture reflective of respect for the sacred grade heavenly sovereign. Xiao Ze returned the greeting with a smile, saying, "First domain lord, it has been a while. How have you been?" Seeing Xiao Ze's amiable demeanor, the first domain lord felt a sense of relief and engaged in friendly banter with him, leading Xiao Ze toward the capital of the sword domain, the City of 10,000 Swords. The City of 10,000 Swords was a grand event within the sword domain, inviting sword cultivators from across the vast world to participate, where they would undergo trials, seek opportunities, and acquire spiritual swords and divine blades that resonated with their essence. With a smile, Xiao Ze nodded, listening attentively to the first domain lord's introduction to the City of 10,000 Swords. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they arrived at their destination. This is an extraordinarily grand city, truly living up to its name, where swords are omnipresent, imparting a sense of sharpness, as if in the next moment, a cacophony of swords would resound throughout the city. A resonant sword cry echoed across the sword city, and for a brief moment, all fell silent as countless powerful beings instinctively raised their gazes towards the heart of the city. The Lord of the Source Realm graces us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. A light laughter accompanied by the appearance of a man clad in a blue robe, wielding a verdant long sword, broke the stillness. Instantly, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as countless eyes followed the gaze of the blue-robed sword saint towards the figure floating in midair, Xiao Ze. Chapter 852, The Primeval Clan, the Ancient Xiao. Xiao Ze felt the weight of innumerable gazes converging upon him. He smiled faintly and clasped his hands in respect towards the blue-robed sword saint, expressing his admiration. Having long heard of the blue-robed sword saint's illustrious reputation, Xiao Ze was filled with immense joy at this encounter. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's voice, the multitude of strong beings cast respectful glances in his direction. In recent times, Xiao Ze's name had reverberated throughout the vast world. From his initial ascension to the title of Heavenly Sovereign, to achieving victories against overwhelming odds, he forged his reputation. Subsequently, his unparalleled alchemical skills transformed the newly established Source Realm into a renowned sanctuary for alchemy within the vast world. Ultimately, he attained a physical body rarer than even the esteemed Heavenly Sovereign and triumphed over Mo Tian, who wielded the clan's sacred artifact. The journey Xiao Ze undertook after becoming a Heavenly Sovereign is nothing short of legendary. Following his defeat of Mo Tian from the Mo ancient clan, he was exalted by countless individuals as the pinnacle of power in the vast world, standing on the same level as the blue-robed sword saint of the sword domain and the guardian of the undying realm. Finally witnessing such a peak powerhouse naturally left many in awe. Although many heavenly sovereigns had come to witness the opening of the sword spirit domain, Xiao Ze was truly the first of his caliber to arrive. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Xiao Ze entered the center of Sword City, the Sword Mountain, alongside the blue-robed sword saint. At the summit of Sword Mountain, in a courtyard, the blue-robed sword saint and Xiao Ze sat at a stone table, while the first domain master stood by in attendance. It is a rare honor for a late-stage celestial heavenly sovereign to serve in such a manner, a privilege likely reserved for individuals of the caliber of Xiao Ze and the blue-robed sword saint. However, the first domain master had been personally raised and trained by the blue-robed sword saint to become a heavenly sovereign, thus holding the utmost respect for him, akin to that of a son. Xiao Ze's receipt of tea from the first domain master was merely a reflection of the blue-robed sword saint's influence. Upon learning of this connection, Xiao Ze felt a deep sense of reflection. To have personally nurtured a late-stage celestial powerhouse, the blue-robed sword saint truly deserves his legendary status in the vast world. Engaging in spirited conversation, the blue-robed sword saint and Xiao Ze found great delight in one another's company. Once again, I must trouble Lord Xiao Ze to personally come and concoct the barrier-breaking pill for my disciple. The sword saint in the azure robe spoke, waving his sleeve, and 3 jade boxes appeared upon the stone table. The spirit lotus of heaven and earth is indeed a rare treasure. Even with the sword domain's diligent search during this time, only 3 blossoms have been found. I sincerely hope, Lord Xiao Ze, that you would undertake the task of refining a barrier-breaking pill. Regardless of the outcome, the sword domain shall bestow a generous reward. I shall certainly do my utmost. Lord Xiao Ze did not decline, taking the 3 jade boxes into his possession. Typically, in the vast world, when inviting an alchemist to refine potions, multiple sets of materials are prepared. After all, alchemy is not an endeavor guaranteed to succeed. Although Xiao Ze possessed confidence, he was not so presumptuous as to claim that a single set of materials would suffice. With time still remaining before the opening of the myriad sword spirit domain, might I begin the refinement process? Xiao Ze rose, clasping his hands in respect as he spoke to the azure-robed sword saint. Since Lord Xiao Ze has traveled such a distance, it would be wise to rest for a while, would it not? There is no need for that. I am merely fulfilling a duty entrusted to me. Seeing Xiao Ze's resolute demeanor, The azure-robed sword saint allowed him the courtyard for alchemy. Inside the room, Xiao Ze contemplated the 3 sets of materials. With his current alchemical skills, concocting the barrier-breaking pill was a task he could accomplish with ease. The golden fire cauldron materialized, and a plethora of materials was cast into its depths. As Xiao Ze engaged in the refinement of the barrier-breaking pill, numerous celestial sovereigns arrived at the sword domain, preparing to witness the myriad sword spirit domain. The number of sword cultivators specifically coming to enter the myriad sword spirit domain was beyond count. It can be said that in the vast world, any sword cultivator who was aware of this opportunity and possessed the capability would not miss the myriad sword spirit domain. As a premier superpower, the sword domain's myriad sword spirit domain, open to all sword cultivators in the vast world, represented an unparalleled fortune. Naturally, no one wished to miss such a grand opportunity, leading to an influx of sword cultivators during this period. The azure-robed sword saint stood waiting outside the courtyard. During this time, the celestial sovereigns arriving did not include anyone worthy of his personal reception. Thus, he had assigned several domain lords to attend to them. While the azure-robed sword saint awaited, he suddenly sensed something, turning to gaze beyond Myriad Sword City. There, a towering figure clad in black appeared, emanating an indescribable aura that spread outward, as if confronted by a mountain or a dragon. Upon seeing this figure, the azure-robed sword saint could not help but smile. However, before he could take any action, the figure stepped forward, making his way to Myriad Sword Mountain. With a countenance as resolute as if he were chiseled from stone, a smile broke through as he patted the shoulder of the azure-robed sword saint. "Long time no see, my friend. You have become increasingly inscrutable." The azure-robed sword saint took no offense at the visitor's boldness, but considering that Xiao Ze was refining potions in the courtyard, he spoke up. "It has indeed been a while. You remain much the same. However, in the courtyard, Xiao Ze is currently engaged in alchemy, so it would be best not to disturb him." The man with a resolute countenance exhibited a hint of surprise upon hearing the words, shifting his gaze toward the courtyard. He was certainly aware of the existence that had vanquished Mo Tian, compelling him to concede to the request of retreating 3,000 miles. Just as the steadfast man was about to inquire about the circumstances, a rich fragrance of elixir suddenly wafted through the courtyard. Fortunately, as per the mission, esteemed sword saint greeted Xiao Ze as he stepped outside, presenting a jade vial to the sword saint clad in blue, before turning his attention to the resolute man. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the man, it was evident that he too was a supreme being of the sacred grade, having remarkably cultivated a sacred body. Xiao Ze, filled with curiosity, clasped his fists and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Haha, I am Huangqiu. Xiao Ze, your name has frequently graced my ears of late." The man replied. Xiao Ze, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow, a smile brightening his face as he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Oh, so you are the chieftain of the ancient clan. It appears I was remiss in not recognizing you sooner." Seeing this interaction, the sword saint in blue took it upon himself to introduce the two, particularly emphasizing the purpose of their visit. When Xiao Ze learned of the amicable relations between the ancient clan and the sword domain, which occasionally involved the exchange of cultivation techniques and the dispatch of disciples for learning, he could not help but express his astonishment. He had not anticipated such a cordial connection. The ancient clan, known for its mastery of physical cultivation, greatly benefited from the sword domain's sword qi spiritual pool, which was instrumental in refining one's body. This, he surmised, was one of the reasons for the mutual goodwill between the two formidable factions. With the sword saint serving as an intermediary, Xiao Ze and Huangqiu found common ground in their discussions. Indeed, the reasons behind the amicable ties between the sword domain and the ancient clan were, as Xiao Ze had surmised, to a certain extent. Both factions could engage in a mutually beneficial relationship, compensating for each other's shortcomings. In such a scenario, it was only natural for the leaders of these powers to encourage further exchanges. Consequently, events like the sword domain's inauguration of the 10,000 sword spiritual domain would see the ancient clan in attendance, with even the chieftain making a personal appearance. As Xiao Ze regarded Huangqiu, he pondered the possibility of leveraging this connection to witness the primordial laws governed by the ancient clan, the Huang divine body. Chapter 853, The Battle of Huangqiu. Within the courtyard atop 10,000 Sword Mountain, Xiao Ze, the sword saint in blue, and the chieftain of the ancient clan, Huangqiu, convened and engaged in spirited conversation. "Ha ha ha, to meet the master of the Source Realm today is indeed a rewarding journey," Huangqiu exclaimed, downing a cup of renowned spiritual wine, his demeanor exuding exuberance as he addressed Xiao Ze. "I find myself equally at ease with Chieftain Huangqiu. Our rapport is quite delightful," Xiao Ze responded, sharing a toast with Huangqiu. The sword saint in blue, observing their camaraderie, bore a smile as well. After all, As he maintained good relations with both parties, it was only fitting that their interaction would not place him, as the mediator, in an uncomfortable position. With a flourish of his wrist, the Sword Saint produced a peculiar jade vial. Today is indeed a rare occasion, allowing you both to savor the unique spirit of my sword domain. The words of the azure-robed Sword Saint immediately captured the attention of Xiao Ze and Huang Qiu. Upon seeing the jade vial, a smile spread across Huang Qiu's face. At last, you've decided to present this spirit. As he picked up the jade vial, he introduced it to Xiao Ze. This spirit is brewed through a unique method in the sword domain, imbued with abundant sword energy. When the liquid flows down your throat, it feels as if sword energy is cleansing you. Its flavor is truly 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold, more intense than ordinary spirits. Xiao Ze raised an eyebrow at these words. To drink this spirit equates to experiencing a wash of sword energy throughout one's body. Such an experience is likely beyond the reach of common folk. After all, sword energy is exceedingly sharp. For an ordinary person, even a single drop could tear them apart. As Xiao Ze regarded the cup of spirit that Huang Qiu offered, the sword energy within prompted him to ponder deeply. Nevertheless, he paid no heed and drank it down in a single gulp. With his saintly physique, it would be exceedingly difficult for sword energy to pierce his body. Even from within, it would likely require the direct intervention of the azure-robed Sword Saint. Otherwise, even the sword energy of the first domain lord would be incapable of achieving such an effect. The vast sword energy swept through his body. Accompanied by a surge of spiritual power, the sword energy inflicted no harm on Xiao Ze. Instead, it elicited a delightful tingling sensation. The spiritual power contained within was instantaneously absorbed by him. Though termed a spirit, it could more accurately be described as an alternative medicinal liquid. Excellent, Xiao Ze succinctly declared, eliciting smiles from both the azure-robed Sword Saint and Huang Qiu. As the cups were filled for the third round, the azure-robed Sword Saint could not help but turn his gaze towards Xiao Ze. Xiao Ze, to be candid, I have a request. Noticing Xiao Ze's attention, the azure-robed Sword Saint did not hesitate. I have heard that you have inherited the legacy of the ancient Celestial Emperor and wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. Indeed, Xiao Ze responded. What does the Sword Saint imply? I merely wish to behold the majesty of the Celestial Emperor's sword. As one of the most renowned divine swords throughout history, it is a great regret that, despite bearing the title of Sword Saint, I have yet to witness it. Upon hearing the azure-robed Sword Saint's words, Xiao Ze could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Such a trivial matter, how could it be a request? From the shimmering black robe enveloping him, a crystalline longsword emerged from the celestial star chart. As the ancient and exquisite crystalline longsword made its appearance, a cascade of starlight flooded the entire courtyard. Countless stars refracted around the crystalline sword. Grasping its hilt felt akin to holding a river of stars. This enchanting longsword instantly captivated the attention of the azure-robed Sword Saint. As one devoted to the sword path, he held a profound interest in the myriad spiritual and divine swords of the vast world. Among them, the Celestial Emperor's sword, as one of the most illustrious sword artifacts, was an opportunity the azure-robed Sword Saint would not let slip by. Xiao Ze observed the intoxicated gaze of the azure-robed Sword Saint and smiled faintly. With a slight relaxation of his palm, the Heavenly Emperor's sword floated gracefully before the azure-robed Sword Saint, allowing him to examine it closely. The azure-robed Sword Saint nodded in gratitude toward Xiao Ze and began to focus intently on the Heavenly Emperor's sword. He refrained from reaching out to touch it, fully aware that divine swords possess a spirit that forbids anyone but their master from grasping the hilt. As a Sword Saint, he was well aware of such taboos. Noticing the azure-robed Sword Saint captivated by the Heavenly Emperor's sword, Xiao Ze contemplated briefly before shifting his gaze to the leader of the Huang Qiu tribe. Leader Huang Qiu, I must confess that I have a request. Haha, Xiao Ze, there is no need for such formality. Feel free to speak. If it is within my capability, I shall certainly oblige, Huang Qiu replied, waving his hand in a grand manner, encouraging Xiao Ze to express his needs directly. I wish to exchange my self-created body refining elixir, the primordial body refinement pill, for an opportunity to witness your esteemed tribe's divine body. Xiao Ze stated his terms without hesitation. Although the 9 pills of primordial creation, devised by Elder Zhu Yang, were immensely powerful, they did not cater to human practitioners. However, Xiao Ze's alchemical skills had now surpassed those of Elder Zhu Yang. Given some reference examples, it was not difficult to create a body-refining elixir tailored for humanity. My Supreme seeks further advancement and requires the opportunity to comprehend and observe more supreme, particularly the 5 primordial, which is the most challenging to attain. Having the chance to see you, Leader Huang Qiu, I do not wish to miss this opportunity, hence my audacious request. Upon hearing this, the azure-robed Sword Saint withdrew his gaze from the Heavenly Emperor's sword, surprised by Xiao Ze's request. Meanwhile, Huang Qiu furrowed his brow slightly. Were it a trivial matter, as the leader of the ancient tribe, he could easily grant it. However, the matter pertained to the tribe's treasured divine body. Even as the leader, Huang Qiu could not unilaterally agree, even if Xiao Ze merely sought to observe it. Xiao Ze, the request you present is not one I can decide alone. It will require deliberation by the Elder Council. Huang Qiu reflected briefly before continuing. However, let us engage in a contest. Should you prevail over me, I shall do my utmost to advocate for you at the Elder Council. Huang Qiu's words brought a glimmer of joy to Xiao Ze's eyes. Although Huang Qiu could not make a decision alone, he seemed inclined to allow Xiao Ze to observe the divine body. By choosing to engage in a contest with Xiao Ze, he likely sought a reason to bring the matter before the Elder Council. Leader Huang Qiu, shall we engage in direct combat, or would you prefer to compete in other aspects? Xiao Ze inquired. Huang Qiu, acknowledging his own limitations, waved his hand and said, given that even the formidable Mo He Tian was defeated by you, I fear I would not stand a chance in a direct confrontation. However, I possess considerable insight into the refinement of the physical body, and I wish to challenge you in that domain. And how shall we proceed with this contest? Xiao Ze asked, nodding in agreement. Within the realm of the myriad sword spirits, numerous trial grounds exist, among which two stand out as particularly formidable, the Sea of Sword Qi and Sword Peak Mountain. Ultimately, I shall engage in a contest of physical prowess against you. Best 2 out of 3. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ze nodded in agreement. The choice of the myriad sword spirits domain by Huang Qiu serves to ensure impartiality in the proceedings. Chapter 854, 2 Victories. The myriad sword spirits domain, which was not set to open for several more days, suddenly manifested a fissure. From within emerged 3 figures, each exuding an aura as deep and vast as the ocean. After establishing the 3 contests, the azure-robed sword saint inquired of Huang Qiu whether they should wait for the domain to officially open for the match or proceed with the contest sooner. Should they wait for the domain's opening, the trials would unfold under the scrutiny of many spectators. Huang Qiu pondered briefly. Although he possessed great confidence in his physical form, Xiao Ze's continuous growth had garnered the consensus among the numerous powerful beings in the vast world that he defied conventional reasoning. To suffer defeat against Xiao Ze in such a public setting would be akin to becoming a subject of idle gossip throughout the realms. Conversely, a victory over Xiao Ze would amplify his own prestige, bolstered by Xiao Ze's current momentum. However, as the leader of the 5 great clans, his own renown was already substantial. There was no need to rely on Xiao Ze's current acclaim. A single misstep could lead to a loss of face. Although merely a spar, it could easily devolve into a source of ridicule across the vast world. Thus, Huang Qiu resolved to enter the myriad sword spirits domain for the contest ahead of time. Myriad sword spirits. The azure-robed sword saint remarked with a smile to both Xiao Ze and Huang Qiu. Since today's contest is devoid of outsiders, I shall serve as a witness. Both Xiao Ze and Huang Qiu nodded in agreement. The azure-robed sword saint, being a mutual friend, would naturally remain impartial, and as a pinnacle powerhouse of the vast world, he would disdain any form of favoritism. As the 3 proceeded, the azure-robed sword saint explained to Xiao Ze, as this is your first observation, you may not be familiar with the Sea of Sword Qi and Sword Peak Mountain. The Sea of Sword Qi is an expansive ocean. Yet instead of water, it is filled with sword qi. The sea repels all non-sword qi entities, and the deeper one ventures, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. Sword Peak Mountain is equally formidable, with its razor-sharp edges and extraordinary lethality. Typically, trials involve sword cultivators traversing the sea and scaling the mountain using sword qi and sword edges. However, the challenge today requires traversing both the sea and the mountain solely through physical means, making it exponentially more difficult. Upon hearing the azure-robed sword saint's words, Xiao Ze expressed his astonishment. Is it truly the case that even the sacred sovereign cannot cross the sea of Sword Qi and Sword Peak Mountain? In response, Huang Qiu shook his head and chuckled, certainly not. The sacred sovereign has already ascended to the pinnacle of the vast world. Such a trial would not be sufficient to hinder us. However, while we can indeed traverse it, it is not without significance. We can compare the swiftness of our crossing. Xiao Ze nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Soon, the 3 individuals arrived before a vast ocean that shimmered with a resplendent sword light. This ocean was exceptionally peculiar. It was devoid of water, composed instead of streams of sharp, sword energy radiating an aura of lethal precision. This was the Sea of Sword Qi. Who among you wishes to go first? Inquired the sword saint in a blue robe, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, addressing both Xiao Ze and Huang Qiu. Huang Qiu, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, asserting, naturally, I shall go first. Xiao Ze has only just learned of the Sword Qi Sea. It would be somewhat unjust to allow him to proceed before me. Xiao Ze smiled at this. Although Huang Qiu had invoked the guise of a competition to voice his request, he nonetheless sought fairness throughout the trial. Seeing Xiao Ze nod in agreement, Huang Qiu turned his gaze towards the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint produced a crystal hourglass and nodded at Huang Qiu, promptly initiating the countdown. Huang Qiu's body erupted with golden light, dashing forth like a beam of gold plunging into the sea of sword qi. Upon sensing the presence of something other than sword energy entering, the sword qi within the sea erupted violently, converging frantically towards Huang Qiu. Yet, even the most razor-sharp sword energies could not obscure the brilliance of the golden light. The golden radiance pierced through the encirclement of countless sword energies, hurtling towards the depths of the sea of sword qi. Both the Sword Saint and Xiao Ze maintained calm expressions. Although the sword energies of the sea were unparalleled in sharpness, their potency was contingent upon what they were being compared to. When juxtaposed with a saint-level physical body, the vast majority of entities appeared rather fragile, even the sword qi itself. After a brief moment, both men sensed an unspoken understanding. Their gazes drawn to the crystal hourglass hovering in the void, where nearly half of the crystalline grains had already flowed down. With the enhancement of spiritual power, Huang Qiu, who was returning at an accelerated pace, noticed that the hourglass had nearly emptied and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking he would have been swifter. The Sword Saint tapped the hourglass, causing the grains that had already fallen to seemingly reverse and return to the top. He nodded slightly, and Xiao Ze transformed into a streak of golden light, propelling himself forward. Upon entering the sea of sword qi, Xiao Ze immediately felt as though he were an adversary in this realm. Every inch of the spatial fabric exuded a sense of unwelcome towards this outsider. Instantly, countless sword energies surged forth, striking towards him. Undeterred, Xiao Ze surged deeper into the ocean of sword energy. Noticing Xiao Ze's velocity, both the Sword Saint and Huang Qiu exhibited a hint of astonishment. The Sword Saint furrowed his brow and shook his head, acknowledging that although he had not employed spiritual power, the speed was indeed remarkable. It must be due to the essence of divine beasts, perhaps. When he attained his saint-level body, he absorbed a significant amount of divine blood from avian beasts, endowing his body with extraordinary swiftness. Huang Qiu reflected on this, already resigned to the realization that he would lose this trial. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, he was the subject of discussion between the Sword Saint and Huang Qiu. And even if he were aware, it would not concern him. The source of his extraordinary speed stemmed from the awakening of his dragon phoenix bloodline. As the king of all birds, the phoenix was undoubtedly unmatched in its velocity. In a brief moment, he reached one end of the sea of sword qi. Under the enhancement of spiritual power, I returned with remarkable speed, only to find that the crystal hourglass had flowed a mere 30%. It appears I have triumphed. Chief Huang Qiu, I remarked with a smile, relieved that our contest did not unfold under the scrutiny of the masses. In the competition of the sword qi sea, I humbly acknowledged my defeat, yet I am not one to yield easily. The three of us exchanged glances before soaring towards Sword Peak Mountain, beneath the towering cliffs. It was once again Huang Qiu who took the lead, ascending the myriad sword edges. Amidst the resounding clang of metal, Huang Qiu reached the summit with extraordinary swiftness. Subsequently, he plunged downward, enveloped in spiritual energy, and upon seeing that the hourglass had only flowed a third, a smile graced his face. It is your turn, Xiao Ze. This round will determine whether we require a physical contest. I believe that will not be necessary, Xiao Ze replied with a smile, stepping onto the first sword edge. As the sword edge fell into his grasp, it erupted with a symphony of metallic sounds. Xiao Ze transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the pinnacle of Sword Peak Mountain. No need for competition, truly a prodigy. Huang Qiu gasped, astonished. How long has he forged his sacred body? He has already surpassed my own, which I have refined for countless years. Unable to contain his surprise, Huang Qiu inhaled sharply. With 2 victories out of 3, there was no need for the final contest. Such profound fortune. The Sword Saint in the green robe spoke generously. Indeed, fortune plays its part. However, my identity as an alchemist has also laid the foundation for my immortal physique. Trust me, Chief Huang Qiu, the primordial body refining pill will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. At these words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Huang Qiu's eyes. If the effects of the primordial body refining pill are truly as formidable as claimed, his strength would advance further, enabling him to persuade the obstinate elders of the council more effectively. Chapter 855, The Ancient Realm. In the capital of the Sword Domain, a symphony of swords resounded. Waves of profound spiritual energy descended upon the heart of the Sword Domain, each wave representing a celestial sovereign capable of establishing themselves as a ruler in the boundless realms. Numerous celestial sovereigns took their seats, drawing the awe-filled gazes of countless powerful beings. Finally, 3 figures arrived late, alighting upon the pinnacle of the high platform. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura reminiscent of unfathomable depths and vast oceans. Upon beholding these figures, even the celestial sovereigns could not help but display expressions of reverence. Meanwhile, the myriad sword cultivators below gazed up at these three figures with utmost respect. Particularly, the figure in the center, donned in a green robe, bore a green long sword upon his back. It was none other than the green robe sword saint. Naturally, those who shared the platform with the green robe sword saint were Xiao Ze and Xiao, the chieftain of the ancient clan. Even if some were unacquainted with Xiao Ze and Xiao, they quickly learned of their identities through the whispers of the well-informed. Instantly, countless adoring gazes were directed towards the trio. Such beings are indeed the pinnacle of power in the vast world, standing among the most elite even amongst the celestial sovereigns. Were it not for this moment, they would never have the chance to encounter the elusive peak experts, akin to dragons that are seldom seen. Numerous celestial sovereigns rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the three individuals at the pinnacle of the platform. The sword saint clad in azure robes spoke with a smile. There is no need for such formality. It is indeed a privilege for the sword domain that you all have come to witness the myriad sword spirits. His voice resonated gently throughout the city, and after a round of pleasantries, the celestial sovereigns took their seats. The sword saint then turned towards the myriad sword cultivators gathered for the myriad sword spirit domain, offering words of encouragement to the eager practitioners. Without further ado, he waved his sleeve, and a sword aura sliced through the void, gradually unveiling a colossal pathway. Behold, the myriad sword spirit domain is now open. Within this domain, mountains and rivers, flowers and stones, flora and fauna, all were intricately connected to the essence of the sword. Setting aside the experiences of Xiao Ze and Xiao within the sea of sword chi and the sword peak, even a small creature within the myriad sword spirit domain could potentially emit a sword aura. This realm was a meticulously crafted trial ground by the azure-robed sword saint and numerous formidable figures of the sword domain. Designed for the disciples of the sword domain and for countless sword cultivators across the vast world. As long as one was a being of the great world and practiced the way of the sword, there existed a chance to discover a fragment of fortune within. Moreover, the azure-robed sword saint extended invitations to many celestial sovereigns of the great world. Those who exhibited exceptional prowess within the myriad sword spirit domain might even be accepted as disciples by a celestial sovereign. Such an opportunity was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, ascending to great heights in an instant. Instances of such occurrences were not uncommon in previous openings of the myriad sword spirit domain. Naturally, sword cultivators who performed outstandingly within the domain often opted to participate in the selection process of the sword domain, aspiring to become disciples therein. Indeed, the myriad sword spirit domain serves a dual purpose. It benefits the sword cultivators of the great world while simultaneously acting as a means of selection for the sword domain. However, even those who did not pass through the myriad sword spirit domain could still gain considerable opportunities. This has contributed to the increasing prominence of the myriad sword spirit domain among sword cultivators in the great world, to the extent that those capable of making the journey would never miss the chance upon hearing of its opening. In the square, countless strong individuals gazed at the spiritual projection of the myriad sword spirit domain, where numerous sword cultivators toiled, striving for a fleeting chance to ascend. Many celestial sovereigns also turned their attention to the projection, engaging in casual conversation while commenting on the performances of the sword cultivators within. However, it was rare for a sword cultivator to shine so brilliantly as to earn the approval of the celestial sovereigns. After all, those who had attained the celestial sovereign realm were the pinnacle of existence in the great world, a rarity akin to 1 in a billion. Throughout their growth, they were already among the elite of their peers and ranks. On the elevated platform, Xiao could hardly contain his joy as he gazed at the alchemical formulas recorded in the jade slip. The primordial body refining pill is indeed remarkably potent. Initially, its effects may seem subtle, yet as the synergistic properties of the elixir accumulate, it proves effective even for those with bodies refined to perfection. As Xiao observed, he murmured softly to himself. As a member of the Huang ancient clan, renowned for their mastery in body refinement, his desire for such a pill, which could enhance their foundational strength, was palpable. Moreover, as the clan leader, Xiao perceived in this elixir the potential to elevate the overall might of the Huang ancient clan to unprecedented heights. Xiao Ze, should this formula prove authentic, I would be willing to sacrifice my position as clan leader to fulfill your request, he exclaimed. Haha, there is no need for such grand gestures, clan leader Xiao. Simply do your best, Xiao Ze replied with a faint smile. It was evident that the primordial body refining pill had indeed captivated Xiao. And if even the clan leader was so moved, Persuading the elders of the council would likely be a mere formality. As for the more obstinate factions, Xiao Ze remained unperturbed. He learned from Huang Qiu that such dissenters were not in the majority. The council inherently favored the majority, and with Huang Qiu's staunch support, Xiao Ze's formidable prowess as a saint-level celestial sovereign would grant him considerable influence, sufficient to bring this matter to fruition. Following this, Xiao Ze engaged in casual conversation with Huang Qiu and the Sword Saint in a flowing green robe, as they observed the valiant efforts of the sword cultivators within the realm of 10,000 swords. At his level, the contests among these cultivators evoked little excitement. Once the events in the realm of 10,000 swords concluded, Xiao Ze chose not to linger excessively and accompanied Huang Qiu back towards the ancient continent. The ancient continent itself was an immense realm, vast and boundless. Nonetheless, it was not far from the sword domain. Merely traversing over 100 continents brought them to the ancient continent. Under the guidance of the clan leader, the journey was uneventful, and Xiao Ze soon entered the ancient realm. Xiao Ze, I will convene an elders' meeting. Rest assured, you shall receive a satisfactory response. Huang Qiu assured him as he settled Xiao Ze in a tranquil courtyard before swiftly organizing the elders' conference. While Xiao Ze rested in the courtyard, he remained unhurried, producing a resplendent golden jade vial filled with abundant spiritual liquid. During his journey to the ancient continent, he had also established several devouring nodes, which replenished his spiritual liquid supply significantly. Sensing the primal branches, he successfully refined another trace, and Xiao Ze nodded in satisfaction, though it was but a small increment. Over time, he had made substantial progress in the early stages of the saint level. Furthermore, once he obtained the primal essence of the ancient divine body, his refining speed would undoubtedly accelerate. If other saint-level celestial sovereigns were to witness Xiao Ze's remarkable advancement in such a short span, they would likely be left in astonishment. The following day, Huang Qiu knocked on Xiao Ze's courtyard door, a look of joy gracing his features. Come, brother Xiao Ze, let me introduce you to the ancient divine body possessed by our clan. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Xiao Ze's face. Thank you, brother Huang Qiu. Chapter 856, The Ancient Divine Body. Under the guidance of Huang Qiu, Xiao Ze ventured into the depths of the ancient wilderness realm. Here, he was finally presented to the esteemed elders of the ancient clan. We have the honor of meeting your excellency, Xiao Ze. The numerous elders of the ancient clan bowed respectfully, despite their status as elders of the 5 great divine clans and the heavenly supremes. They maintained a demeanor of reverence before a saintly heavenly supreme. Xiao Ze, with a gentle smile, returned the gesture with cupped fists. I apologize for the uninvited intrusion. I hope for your understanding. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the assembly proceeded deeper into the ancient wilderness realm. The further they ventured, the more Xiao Ze sensed the raw, untamed essence of the place. Faintly, he could hear the distant, ancient sound of drums echoing through the air. Yet, as they delved deeper, the drumming grew increasingly pronounced, and the heavenly supremes exhibited solemn expressions. Noticing their reluctance to provide explanations, Xiao Ze refrained from questioning them further and quietly followed their lead. The surrounding landscape became increasingly desolate, devoid of flora, with the ground covered in yellow sand. It was important to note that this was the heart of the ancient wilderness realm, the core of the ancient clan. Such desolation seemed inconceivable. After all, the will of the heavenly supremes could alter any scenery with but a thought. However, the many heavenly supremes of the ancient clan chose not to intervene, suggesting that their inaction stemmed not from inability, but from the futility of such efforts. Xiao Ze pondered the profound nature of the resounding drums. Yet, as it pertained to the internal matters of the ancient clan, he chose not to delve deeper into discussion. Soon, as they traversed the barren expanse, Xiao Ze came upon a remarkable large drum made of beast skin. Though no one struck it, it emitted a resounding drumbeat of its own accord. Xiao Ze's gaze sharpened as he discerned that it was an extraordinary sacred artifact. Noticing Xiao Ze's interest in the beast skin drum, Huang Qiu smiled and remarked, "That is the Savage Town drum, of which there are 9. It serves as a protective measure for this area, possessing the ability to shake the body, stir the soul, and tremble space. Those not of the ancient clan, lacking in physical strength and spiritual fortitude, cannot enter, nor can they slip through space into its confines." Xiao Ze nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the immense investment involved. 9 supreme sacred artifacts solely for the protection of this locale. However, given that the ancient god body serves as the primal, the most formidable of the myriad worlds, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution. Even in the original text, Mo Tian, in pursuit of eternal immortality, did not hesitate to incite a full-scale war against the Futu ancient clan, with none among the many heavenly supremes of the Mo ancient clan opposing this course of action. This illustrates the lengths to which these ancient clans would go for the sake of a primal. Thus, even for Xiao Ze, Merely wishing to observe the primal would entail significant costs. Upon encountering 2 more savage town drums, he realized they had truly entered the core of the desolate land. Every 3 savage town drums constituted a tier, with a total of 3 tiers, providing layered protection to this central area. As Xiao Ze stepped into the core, he was met with a surge of ancient and wild energy. A dim, golden aura illuminated both the heavens and the earth. The dim, golden light emanated an overwhelming power. Even its mere presence instilled an intense sense of oppression. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon that peculiar realm bathed in a sepulchral glow, where he beheld an ancient and formidable silhouette. The golden radiance, illuminating the heavens and the earth, radiated forth from this very figure. The numerous heavenly sovereigns, upon witnessing this shadow, displayed a glimmer of yearning in their eyes. Having grown within the ancient clan, not a single one among them lacked the desire to acquire the primal divine body. After all, it was the most potent primordial physical form in the vast universe. The 5 original divine bodies, each possessing unique powers, stood equally formidable, although they were ranked. Those well-versed in the essence of these primordial forms recognized that they were essentially tied for first place. Their powers differed. For instance, the Tai Ling's sacred body was celebrated as the mightiest embodiment of spiritual energy within the universe. In contrast, the primal divine body before him commanded the raw, untamed forces, being the most powerful physical manifestation known. Legends spoke of a cataclysmic event in ancient times, wherein a superlative being wielding the primal divine body had once annihilated a heavenly demon emperor with a single punch. Reflecting upon the legends surrounding the primal divine body, Xiao Ze couldn't help but gaze at it, sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within. "Brother Xiao Ze, follow me," laughed Huang Qiu, their bond having deepened significantly, even to the point of brotherly affection. "Thank you, Brother Huang Qiu," Xiao Ze replied, trailing behind him while the other elders remained stationary, refraining from venturing further. Typically, these heavenly sovereigns were not privileged to approach the primordial divine bodies within the various divine clans. Only the clan leader and the elder council had the right to engage with these sacred forms. Even matters concerning the primordial divine bodies required a vote within the elder council, as no leader could unilaterally decide. Upon reaching the threshold of the golden domain, Xiao Ze chose not to step forward but instead sat cross-legged, his eyes hungrily fixed upon the primal divine body. Huang Qiu, beside him, released a sigh of relief, greatly pleased by Xiao Ze's restraint from immediate contact with the primal divine body. Successfully bound to the primal divine body, feedback received from the primal essence. Collecting all 5 essences will catalyze a transformation within the essence space. The notification flashed momentarily, yet Xiao Ze remained seated, taking a considerable pause before slowly closing his eyes. The primordial divine body, indeed profound and extraordinary. Rising gradually, he nodded at Huang Qiu. "Brother Huang Qiu, let us proceed." Subsequently, Xiao Ze lingered in the ancient realm for several more days, crafting a batch of primordial refining pills for the ancient clan. Once the powerful members of the ancient clan experienced the benefits of these pills, their enthusiasm for Xiao Ze intensified, to the point where they wished to bind him to the ancient realm. However, such notions remained mere fantasies. They recognized that a sacred-grade heavenly sovereign was not one they could compel to stay. Before long, Huang Qiu personally escorted Xiao Ze away, while the multitude of heavenly sovereigns respectfully bid him farewell. As Xiao Ze's figure vanished, the numerous heavenly sovereigns could only shake their heads in regret, lamenting that Lord Xiao Ze could not linger in the ancient clan. A peerless alchemist of the vast universe could indeed elevate the strength and foundation of any faction immensely. Indeed, merely presenting the formula for the primordial body refinement pill would allow our clan's physical prowess to ascend to a new tier. Reflecting on this, while the ancient clan's heavenly sovereigns expressed their sentiments, Xiao Ze took his leave from the ancient Qiu. After traversing the vast universe for several months, he finally returned to the Tianluo continent. Along the way, he meticulously established countless devouring nodes. The gilded jade vial continuously refined spiritual energy, transforming it into pure spirit liquid. After several months, Xiao Ze drew ever closer to the mid-stage of the sacred grade. Observing the increasingly prosperous Tianluo continent, a faint smile graced Xiao Ze's lips. Perhaps the opportunity to break through to the mid-stage of the sacred grade lay in the feedback from the ancient god body. Upon returning to the Tianluo continent, Xiao Ze reunited with Xun'er, Mandala, and others, reminiscing about the past. Everyone's strength had notably increased, much to Xiao Ze's delight. Particularly noteworthy was Xun'er, who had made significant strides in the Earth Sovereign stage, now achieving the pinnacle of that realm. It could be said that in the outside world, such precious locations were rare and fiercely contested, yet within the source realm, Xun'er could experience a different one each day, without repetition for a month. The treasures Xiao Ze acquired were primarily from the chaotic divine temple and the ancient heavenly palace, which were of a higher tier. Previously, Xun'er had been unable to utilize them, but now, having reached the Earth sovereign stage, her cultivation speed had increased rather than diminished. Subsequently, Xiao Ze entered seclusion to focus on breaking through to the mid-stage of the sacred grade. In the source realm, Xiao Ze stepped into a treasure location. A gift from the chaotic divine emperor, the sacred spirit limitless heaven altar. From the introduction provided by the chaotic divine emperor, Xiao Ze learned of the altar's origins, which sealed a remnant body of a sacred spirit. The sacred spirit, shrouded in mystery, was born with powers akin to those of a heavenly sovereign, capable of merging with the heavens and earth to unleash unfathomable might. This extraordinary life form, inherently standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, would naturally accrue power in accordance with the number of realms it traversed. At that time, upon hearing the chaotic divine emperor's words, Xiao Ze was filled with disbelief. Such beings are born with knowledge and strength, effortlessly gaining power as they step into different realms. How could the vast universe give rise to such terrifying entities? Countless beings in the vast universe grew powerful through cultivation, yet the sacred spirit seemed to embody the essence of the heavens and earth, reclaiming its powers gradually as it roamed through various realms. In response to Xiao Ze's bewilderment, the chaotic divine emperor could only smile wryly, stating that even in the ancient era of the vast universe, traces of sacred spirits had never appeared. The sacred spirit limitless heaven altar was an unexpected acquisition of his. The chaos divine emperor uncovered traces left upon the altar, revealing the existence of the Holy Spirit, which he subsequently regarded as the foundation of the Chaos Temple. The ability of the chaos divine emperor to consider this altar as a cornerstone of the Chaos Temple speaks volumes about its formidable power. Xiao Ze reminisced about his conversation with the chaos divine emperor, gazing at the magnificent altar radiating a platinum glow, his eyes betraying a sense of curiosity and exploration. What manner of being is the Holy Spirit? At present, Xiao Ze's understanding of the vast world is undoubtedly comparable to that of the seasoned celestial sovereigns. In addition to his cultivation, he has not neglected the expansion of his knowledge. He seizes every opportunity to absorb the ancient wisdom inscribed within ancient texts, stone tablets, and bronze relics. He has also engaged in dialogue with numerous peak powerhouses from ancient times, such as the Celestial Emperor and the Chaos Divine Emperor. However, apart from hearing about the Holy Spirit from the Chaos Divine Emperor, even the Celestial Emperor had never encountered any mention of it. Thus, Xiao Ze remains deeply intrigued by the origins of the Holy Spirit. His thoughts flickered briefly before he shook his head. Acknowledging that there was no avenue to investigate the Holy Spirit's origins at present, speculation would yield no benefits. Nevertheless, this Holy Spirit's infinite realm altar could indeed assist him in his breakthrough. The altar's effect is straightforward. Any being cultivating upon it can momentarily acquire the abilities of the Holy Spirit, bestowed by heaven and earth. The favor of the universe would bestow myriad powers upon the practitioner. However, according to the Chaos Divine Emperor, it is advisable to focus solely on extracting and refining spiritual energy to strengthen oneself, for that is the essence. Otherwise, once separated from this altar, all those myriad powers would dissipate into the wind. Xiao Ze slowly ascended the platinum altar, a sense of sacredness and ethereality enveloping his heart. At this moment, the source realm was devoid of any presence apart from Xiao Ze himself. As the master of the Holy Spirit's infinite realm altar, Xiao Ze had certainly tested its powers. Cultivating within it would indeed earn the favor of heaven and earth. However, the vastness of this realm depends significantly on the practitioner's various attributes, essentially their foundational strength. Xiao Ze, in terms of soul, physique, quality of spiritual energy, and affinity with the universe, surpasses others of the same tier. Even those at the mid to late stages of the holy grade, when compared to Xiao Ze in terms of soul and physique, fall short. Such a foundation, augmented by the influence of the Holy Spirit's infinite realm altar, allows the scope of universal favor to expand significantly, potentially encompassing the entire source realm. When the universe favors a singular existence, other practitioners within this realm find it exceedingly difficult to absorb spiritual energy. Rather, they are fortunate if their own spiritual energy is not drawn out by the universe itself. Thus, for the safety of others, Xiao Ze instructed them to vacate the source realm. At the very least, they should refrain from entering while he cultivates. Otherwise, should he reach a critical breakthrough, he might inadvertently draw upon their internal spiritual energy, converting it into nourishment for his own growth. Xiao Ze ascended step by step to the pinnacle of the altar, where profound runes were inscribed, appearing as if they were born from the very essence of heaven and earth. Despite having traversed this sacred ground numerous times, he was once again overwhelmed by the depth of these enigmatic symbols. Were these runes manifestations of the remnants of the sacred spirit sealed within the altar? Upon reaching the center of the altar, Xiao Ze sat down in meditation and immediately sensed a remarkable difference. The energies of the cosmos embraced him, bestowing upon his being an array of formidable powers. In that moment, he felt as though even the most exalted of beings would be powerless to harness the spiritual forces of this realm before him. Not lingering too long in this extraordinary sensation, Xiao Ze concentrated his thoughts on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, a colorful vortex of spiritual power, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, formed and began to converge upon the altar, surging wildly into his body. Within moments, the influx of energy felt comparable to millions of supreme spiritual essences. Beyond the realm of source space, Xiao Ze had established a colossal spiritual gathering array enveloping the source world, drawing power from the vast universe, ensuring that the spiritual energy within the source realm remained perpetually abundant. Therefore, he harbored no fears of depleting the spiritual energy contained therein. Moreover, the source realm was rich in treasures, and at that moment, the myriad mysteries and energies therein flowed into Xiao Ze's being along with the colorful spiritual vortex. Incredible! Here I am, seated upon the altar, absorbing the essence of energy from countless treasures within the source realm. Such immense augmentation. And yet I am unable to break through to the mid-stage of the sacred tier. What a waste of potential that would be. With this thought, Xiao Ze directed the vast spiritual power into the final branch of the primordial source. As time flowed gently onward, guided by the boundless spiritual energy, the chaotic light continuously refined the primordial branch, infusing it with the hues of chaos and elevating its essence. In just a few months, an intensely terrifying aura reverberated from the sacred spirit Wajishan altar. Remarkably, he had swiftly entered the mid-stage of the sacred tier. Rising to his feet, he observed the colorful vortex of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire source realm gradually dissipating. Watching this spectacle, a peculiar glimmer appeared in his eyes. Initially, he harbored concerns that the feedback from the 5 primal forms of the original source would not provide him with the primordial branches, potentially hindering his advancement in the mid-stage of the sacred tier. However, upon attaining this new stage, he realized that, in addition to the primordial branches, there remained another aspect of the primordial tree that could be refined, the very essence of the primordial tree itself. Strictly speaking, these primordial branches were merely the evolution of talents and abilities bound to the feedback positions. Beyond these branches lay the original primordial tree. At this moment, having completed the refinement of the primordial branches, Xiao Ze was finally poised to truly reach the primordial tree. Upon realizing this, Xiao Ze felt a slight shock within his heart. The sheer magnitude of the primordial tree dwarfed its branches to such an extent that it left Xiao Ze questioning whether the chaotic light within the primordial space would suffice for the refinement process. In Chapter 858, The Grand Palace, Xiao Ze meticulously contemplated the final step of cultivating the primordial tree. After completing the refinement of all the primordial branches, he gained some insights. The necessity of refining the branches before the tree itself stemmed from the terrifying energy contained within the primordial tree. The 7 refined branches not only maintained the balance between the primordial tree and the chaotic light, but also anchored the stability of the energy within the tree. Should the tree undergo refinement before the branches, the collision of energies could potentially lead to turmoil between the primordial tree and the primordial space. However, upon further sensing, Xiao Ze discovered that the primordial tree continually intertwined with the chaotic light during his repeated breakthroughs into greater realms, albeit without achieving true refinement. He could only hope that the chaotic light within the primordial space would be sufficient to support the tree's refinement. Xiao Ze shook his head slightly, expressing uncertainty. The path to reaching the late stage of the sacred class Heavenly Sovereign was proving more arduous than he had anticipated. Yet, once he completed the refinement of the primordial tree, the resultant enhancements would likely be beyond imagination. After all, in comparison to the vastness of the primordial tree, the branches were merely insignificant. Perhaps upon completing the tree's refinement and stepping into the late stage of the sacred class Heavenly Sovereign, he would be able to sense the will of the world and even leave behind a true spirit's essence. As for inscribing a complete true name, he remained uncertain, for the disparity was indeed monumental. In the original narrative, Mu Chun gathered the 5 primordial bodies and, by leveraging the unity of the 3 purities, was able to inscribe his complete true name on the celestial rankings. To achieve a complete true name just upon entering the late stage of the sacred class Heavenly Sovereign would be overly ambitious. It was likely that a period of solidification in the late stages would be necessary, perhaps even requiring the gathering of the feedback from the 5 primordial bodies. Xiao Ze's thoughts flickered as he observed the colorful vortex of spiritual power dissipate entirely, leading him to slowly shake his head. Currently, he was still far from the late stage of the sacred class. He would take one step at a time, focusing on reaching that stage first. With a wave of his sleeve, Xiao Ze began to reorganize the chaotic spiritual power extracted from various sacred lands within the Source Realm. Although lacking the support of the sacred spirit's infinite heaven and earth altar, he had already reached the mid-stage of the sacred class and wielded unparalleled control over the world. Sorting through the disordered spiritual power of this realm was relatively effortless. Subsequently, Xiao Ze recalled the communications he received during his seclusion. Despite being in a state of retreat, his divided spiritual consciousness could still manage those messages. The Source Realm had not encountered any major issues and continued to develop in an orderly fashion. After all, Xiao Ze's current strength had already placed him among the pinnacle of the vast world. No one would dare to provoke the Source Realm, just as the myriad beings of the vast world would not recklessly incite the Sword Domain. However, aside from this, Elder Lu Tong of the Daqian Palace has also sent me a message, informing me that a council of elders will convene in a few months. At that time, many elders and the masters guarding the various branches of the palace will return. In truth, Xiao Ze had previously visited the headquarters of the Daqian Palace, where he became acquainted with numerous elders. Yet, many of them were away on patrol or guarding their domains, and thus did not meet him. This upcoming assembly of elders will mark the first genuine encounter between Xiao Ze and the upper echelons of the Daqian Palace. Recalling the date, Xiao Ze noted that Elder Lu Tong had sent the message several months ago, and there remained just over a month until the council. He retrieved the Demon Slayer token, sensing the current location of the Daqian Palace, and raised an eyebrow. It was not far from the Tianluo continent, merely separated by several dozen lands. The headquarters of the Daqian Palace is a supreme sacred artifact, also named Daqian Palace, capable of traversing the void, its whereabouts ever elusive. The higher-ups of the Daqian Palace possess their own means to sense the palace's location. Moreover, in terms of power, the palace is on par with the Maha Inyang bottle, equally deserving of a place among the top 10 extraordinary sacred artifacts in the vast world. The journey from the Tianluo continent to the Daqian Palace would only take a few days, and there was no urgency to depart. Xiao Ze pondered quietly, casting a glance at the sacred spirit infinite heaven altar beneath his feet. The profound runes upon the altar had dimmed somewhat, unable to sustain prolonged use. Alas, although the sacred spirit is immensely mysterious, it has ultimately departed, leaving only a remnant behind. Perhaps, during future cultivation, he could return to the Divine Sea. He had already gathered the materials promised to the senior 3 beasts for his body, and he might as well refine them upon returning to the Divine Sea. Subsequently, Xiao Ze reunited with Xun'er, Mandala, and others. The path of cultivation inherently involves much separation, with more time spent in practice. Even though the roots of the primordial tree that Xiao Ze left with Xun'er and the others allow him to sense their situations continuously, ensuring their safety and sharing mutual longing, it could never compare to genuine encounters. Even mere presence, without conversation, brings an involuntary joy to the heart. In the following month, Xiao Ze traveled with Xun'er, Mandala, and others throughout the Tianluo continent, relishing the rare tranquility amidst their arduous cultivation. After all, the relentless pursuit of ascension is ultimately to safeguard the moments of peace shared with those close to him. It is time for me to head to the Daqian Palace. Any further delay would be too late. Xiao Ze gently ruffled Xun'er's small head, her disheveled hair framing a stunning visage slightly flushed with color. Xun'er nodded, rising to assist Xiao Ze in dressing. How fortunate Xiao Ze is, bestowing equal affection upon both his elder and younger sisters. Xun'er yearned to claim more of his time, but it seemed an impossible endeavor. Xun'er gently combed Xiao Ze's long hair and couldn't help but lightly nibble on his shoulder. It's all right. I am not departing for eternity. We shall have more time together afterward. Xiao Ze understood that Xun'er was merely expressing her mild dissatisfaction. Yet he felt a pang of helplessness, as today happened to be her turn. He pinched her exquisite face and smiled, saying, "There is no need to be so diligent in your cultivation. You have already touched the realm of the celestial sovereign. The celestial calamity is far too perilous. Wait for my return before attempting a breakthrough." "All right, brother Xiao Ze, rest assured. I feel there is still a considerable distance between me and the celestial sovereign." Xun'er replied with a cheerful smile. Xiao Ze held her delicate hand tightly and nodded at her. "I'm off." With that, Xiao Ze transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and vanished from sight. Xun'er, feeling the lingering warmth of his hand, allowed a sweet smile to grace her lips. "Compared to my other sisters, it seems I have gained an extra day," she mused. A few days later, having traversed numerous continents, Xiao Ze arrived at a vast ocean. He retrieved the Demon King's order, flicked it with his fingers, causing it to shoot into the void, which slowly began to tear open a fissure. In the endless expanse filled with stormy chaos, a colossal black palace loomed, akin to an ancient beast lying in the infinite void. On its surface were three powerful characters resembling a coiling dragon. Great Thousand Palace. Chapter 859. The Crystallization of the Great Thousand Void. Gazing upon the majestic Great Thousand Palace, which resembled a primordial beast, Xiao Ze smiled faintly and stepped into the void, having arrived precisely at the appointed time. Thus, he did not encounter any celestial sovereigns on his journey to the palace, as they must have entered long before him. Upon entering the Great Thousand Palace, he inquired with the elder on duty, confirming his thoughts. He was nearly the last to arrive. The elder chuckled warmly at Xiao Ze, saying, "Lord Demon King, please make your way to the conference hall." "Thank you." Xiao Ze replied with a respectful clasp of his hands and swiftly proceeded toward one of the grand halls of the Great Thousand Palace. His previous visit had been under Lu Tong's guidance, where he had familiarized himself with the layout and specific functions of each hall. The conference hall, to which he was now headed, was specifically designated for such large elder meetings. Given that many elders of the Great Thousand Palace had to remain stationed at critical divisions or patrol the vast territories, they could not afford to delay time excessively. Therefore, the Great Thousand Palace had established a powerful elder to create the conference hall. The flow of time within the hall differed from that of the outside world. A single day outside equated to 10 days within the hall. This arrangement ensured that the elder meetings, which were rare occasions for the assembly of many elders, would not unduly consume time. Not only does the assembly of the Grand Qian Palace deliberate on numerous significant matters, but it also serves as a platform for the esteemed celestial sovereigns to exchange cultivation resources. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to acquire resources that align with their individual needs. Thus, they must barter with other formidable beings of the same caliber. Furthermore, the resources garnered by the elders are submitted to the Grand Qian Palace, allowing them to earn contributions that can be exchanged for coveted sacred artifacts or divine abilities within the palace. This serves as one of the primary motivations for the celestial sovereigns to return. While the patrol of the Grand Qian and the defense against external malevolent tribes are undeniably crucial, the enhancement of one's own strength remains equally imperative. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ze arrived at the Grand Meeting Hall, where the colossal doors adorned with countless arcane runes shimmered. He pressed the Demon Slayer token against the door, causing it to resonate with the runes, and the immense gate began to creak open. With the barrier removed, Xiao Ze was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of power. Even within any continent of the Grand Qian world, the presence of these celestial sovereigns was of utmost significance. Though their auras were restrained, they radiated brilliantly like the sun, impossible to overlook. Without hesitation, Xiao Ze stepped inside, as the door thunderously closed behind him. The meeting hall became a realm apart from the outside world, a span of 10 days here equating to merely one day beyond its threshold. The moment Xiao Ze appeared, he drew the attention of numerous celestial sovereigns. "Lord Demon Slayer, it has been a long time. Your Excellency, the Demon Slayer." Even the celestial sovereigns who had ascended to emperorship in the outside world hastened to greet Xiao Ze with utmost respect and reverence. Not solely due to his title, but also owing to his formidable prowess as a sacred-grade celestial sovereign. Moreover, these celestial sovereigns had another motive for gathering in the hall. The Elder Council convening is a rare occasion for many celestial sovereigns to unite, and they eagerly seize the opportunity to procure cultivation resources. When it comes to such resources, one can never overlook elixirs. Xiao Ze, possessing unparalleled alchemical skills that are unmatched in the Grand Qian, naturally became the focus of their attention. With a warm smile, Xiao Ze returned the greetings of the celestial sovereigns with a respectful gesture. "If any of you require elixirs, please feel free to wait until after the Elder Council meeting." At his words, the eyes of the celestial sovereigns brightened with anticipation. They had been waiting for this very statement from him. It was clear that the Elder Council meeting would not extend for 10 consecutive days. The first day would be dedicated to discussing the significant affairs of the Grand Qian Palace, while the remaining 9 days would be free time for the celestial sovereigns. Should they have urgent matters or prefer not to engage in trading, they could depart at their discretion. At the center of the grand meeting table, an elder with a head of white hair, yet an upright posture gazed upon Xiao Ze, a hearty smile gracing his face. "Lord Xiao Ze, it is an honor to meet you, Grand Elder," Xiao Ze replied, bowing respectfully. Before Xiao Ze, the Demon Slayer had emerged in prominence. The myriad affairs of the Grand Qian Palace were determined by this very Grand Elder and the other elders who diligently presided over the palace. After a brief exchange between the two, the Grand Elder gently tapped the table. "With everyone gathered, let us commence the meeting. Please take your seats." Xiao Ze occupied a position beside the Grand Elder at a large round table, where numerous heavenly supremes were seated without any discernible hierarchy. A cursory glance revealed that the Daiqian Palace was home to several dozen heavenly supremes, rivaling any major superpower of the contemporary world. The sheer number of heavenly supremes made it undeniably the foremost power in Deqian. Moreover, the Daiqian Palace boasted an impressive foundation, and the Grand Elder beside Xiao Ze wielded formidable strength, reaching the mid-stage of the saint-level heavenly supreme, a truly terrifying force. After exchanging pleasantries with the other heavenly supremes, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and spoke. Now that we are all present, the first order of business concerns the position of Demon Slayer King, which has been vacant since ancient times. With Xiao Ze assuming this role, his strength and character undeniably qualify him for the position. I am willing to confer the title of Grand Elder to the Demon Slayer King. Instantly, many heavenly supremes exhibited subtle shifts in expression, and even Xiao Ze was somewhat taken aback. The heavenly supremes turned their gaze toward Xiao Ze, who pondered for a moment before responding. Grand Elder, I must balance my responsibilities in the Source Realm and cannot remain stationed at the Daiqian Palace for long. I may not fulfill the obligations of the Grand Elder adequately. Therefore, I propose establishing a nominal position of Chief Elder above the Grand Elder, which I would assume concurrently. This way, I can manage both the Demon Slayer system and the Elder system. Xiao Ze articulated his predicament while presenting a practical solution, prompting nods of agreement from the assembled heavenly supremes. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, but the other heavenly supremes urged him, and he ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, various matters were raised by the heavenly supremes and deliberated upon one by one. At the conclusion of the meeting, the Grand Elder surveyed the assembly of heavenly supremes. Does anyone have any objections to the Demon Slayer King's request to utilize the Deqian Void Crystals? The heavenly supremes paused briefly before shaking their heads in unison. The Deqian Void Crystals are formed from the energy absorbed from the void during the Daiqian Palace's travels through the vastness of space, resulting in a crystal of unparalleled rarity. Although an extraordinary treasure, it is notoriously difficult to absorb, hence the lack of interest among the heavenly supremes present. Moreover, as this request was made by Xiao Ze, who at this moment held their favor, none would dare obstruct him. With no objections raised, the resolution was passed. A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Ze's eyes. At his current level, few treasures from the Daiqian Palace could have a significant impact on him, and the Daiqian Void Crystals were among the rare exceptions. Chapter 860, a significant enhancement. The Daiqian Void Crystals are products born from the convergence of this unparalleled sacred object, infused with immense energy from the void. However, for the ordinary celestial sovereign, it is exceedingly challenging to absorb such essence, and even if they manage to acquire it, they are left helpless. Yet, Xiao Ze is different. He possesses unparalleled refining techniques, namely the primal emperor flame. This remarkable flame has accompanied Xiao Ze throughout his growth, undeniably deserving the title of the foremost divine fire in the vast universe. And it would not be an exaggeration to call it the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. The might of the primal emperor flame is sufficient to effortlessly refine the colossal energy contained within the crystallized voids of the great cosmos. Furthermore, the quantity of these void crystals, forged within the great cosmos palace, is immensely vast, as traversing the void continuously absorbs this ethereal energy. However, within the great cosmos palace, the celestial sovereigns have little need for it, leading to an incessant accumulation. Although it does not compare to the countless immortal origins absorbed by Mu Chun in the original narrative, it still represents a grand opportunity. Having such a significant fortune bestowed upon him, even Xiao Ze could not suppress his delight. Shortly thereafter, under the announcement of the Grand Elder, the meeting of the Elder Council concluded. The assembled celestial sovereigns could not help but cast their gazes toward Xiao Ze. Haha, in preparation for this Elder Council meeting, I have also prepared a considerable amount of elixirs, hoping that each of you will find satisfaction, Xiao Ze declared, with a flourish of his sleeve, revealing dozens of divine pills upon the round table. The many celestial sovereigns present were unable to contain their emotions, their eyes glistening with excitement, as they beheld the formidable spiritual energy emanating from these elixirs. Despite having heard of Xiao Ze's alchemical prowess prior, witnessing it firsthand left them momentarily entranced. Each divine pill amongst them would command an exorbitant price in the external world, drawing the fervent competition of countless celestial sovereigns upon their appearance. Often, even possessing billions of supreme spirit liquid might yield no success. However, the current situation was unlike any before. Dozens of divine pills floated upon the table. In fact, even if every celestial sovereign present were to redeem one, there would still be an abundance remaining. Naturally, even among divine pills, their allure varies depending on their efficacy. The most enticing of all is undoubtedly the Dragon and Phoenix Celestial Sovereign Pill, renowned for its substantial benefits to celestial sovereign cultivation. In the original tale, the Western Battle Emperor was initially merely at the late stage of the immortal grade. Yet, upon receiving a Dragon and Phoenix Celestial Sovereign Pill from the Flame Emperor, He reached the early stage of the sacred grade by the time he next met Muchun. While it would be unjust to attribute all his progress solely to the pill, its impact was undeniably significant, aiding in overcoming the sacred grade barrier, enough to provoke envy and desire among countless celestial sovereigns. Even the Grand Elder could not help but fixate on one of the divine pills. Lord Xiao Ze's alchemical skills have reached new heights. The Grand Elder remarked with quiet admiration. It is merely a stroke of luck, of course, and I owe much to the unwavering support of the Great Cosmos Palace, which has provided me with numerous advanced formulas. Xiao Ze replied softly, gently tapping the table. All are elders of the Great Qin Palace, and there is no need for heated contention. Should any of you desire a particular divine elixir, simply offer me the price as per the external market. If a single elixir is sought by multiple individuals, I suggest you negotiate amongst yourselves without inflating the price. Xiao Ze's words immediately altered the expressions of the numerous celestial sovereigns, who began to harbor a favorable sentiment towards him. They silently rejoiced, grateful that Lord Xiao Ze was the demon slayer of the Great Qin Palace. His remarks diffused the once tense atmosphere among the celestial sovereigns. Perhaps it would be prudent for you, Lord Xiao Ze, to take the lead in arranging matters? Noticing the silence among the crowd, the Grand Elder turned to gaze at Xiao Ze. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ze nodded slightly and waved his sleeve, summoning forth a divine elixir. The indestructible life replacement elixir. Crafted from the essence of the indestructible divine tree and various precious heavenly materials, grants the consumer the ability to be reborn even after facing the calamity of annihilation. Who among you finds it appealing? A collective gasp resonated through the assembly of celestial sovereigns upon the conclusion of Xiao Ze's words. Possessing this elixir was akin to gaining an additional life. The attendees exhibited visible interest. Soon after, Xiao Ze completed the transaction of this batch of divine elixirs. The rarity of these elixirs stemmed not only from the difficulty of their creation, but also from the scarcity of their materials, rendering them immensely valuable. This exchange yielded Xiao Ze an extraordinary wealth of resources. The Supreme Spirit liquid alone amounted to no less than 200 billion, in addition to numerous other heavenly materials and treasures for barter. Following Xiao Ze's initial offering, the other celestial sovereigns began to exchange their resources as well. Being celestial sovereigns of the Great Qin Palace, they possessed a formidable accumulation of assets. Xiao Ze realized that it would not be feasible to completely extract their resources based solely on the previous batch of elixirs. Thus, he decided to leave behind an avatar to engage in further discussions with the other celestial sovereigns while he proceeded to claim the Great Qin Void Crystals. Within the Demon Slayer Palace, Xiao Ze caressed the Qinkuan bracelet, feeling the vast reservoir of Great Qin Void Crystals contained within, unable to suppress a smile. This was certainly worthy of being brought to the Grand Elder's attention at the Elder Council for discussion. Not only were the Great Qin Void Crystals exceptionally precious, but their sheer quantity was also staggering. With a wave of his sleeve, numerous spiritual formations materialized within the celestial diagram, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. These formations harnessed spiritual energy, with golden flames blazing fiercely as the energy within the Great Qin Void Crystals was continuously absorbed and refined by Xiao Ze. It is worth mentioning that upon completing the refining of the primordial branches of the Bodhi ancient tree, the unparalleled divine ability acquired was not combat-oriented but rather inclined towards assisting cultivation, the technique of eternal cycles. Under the enhancement of this extraordinary divine ability, Xiao Ze's proficiency in spiritual formations surged to new heights. His mastery of spiritual formations has now ascended to the sacred level, with countless spiritual seals manifesting into formations that formed their own worlds, rendering his every gesture imbued with unfathomable power. However, Xiao Ze preferred to maintain a low profile, concealing the myriad spiritual seals that surrounded him within the celestial star map. When the need arose, a mere flick of his sleeve would summon countless spiritual formations. An immense surge of energy flowed into the primordial space, transforming into boundless spiritual power that drew upon the chaotic light to refine the primordial tree. Even with the vastness of the primordial tree, the continuous infusion of energy from the crystallized essence of the Great Void, accumulated over millennia, ensured a relentless process of refinement. The progress was indeed substantial. Xiao Ze estimated that upon absorbing these crystallized essences, he would achieve a refinement of 1 to 2% for the primordial tree. Given its enormity, such an increase would constitute a remarkable enhancement. With this thought in mind, his determination to refine grew stronger, and the golden flames erupted with terrifying might, relentlessly refining the crystallized essence into nourishment for Xiao Ze's growth. Chapter 861, Slaying the Heavenly Demon Emperor. While Xiao Ze was immersed in his cultivation, the disturbances initially instigated by the holy heavenly demon emperor escalated. leading to continuous conflicts between both sides. Although within the vast world, the name of the extrinsic malevolent clan was merely a remnant of ancient legends, its terrifying reputation was well known. However, in the borderlands of the vast world, opportunities to engage with the extrinsic malevolent clan were not uncommon. The strange, powerful, and fearsome presence of the extrinsic malevolent clan was deeply etched into the hearts of the borderland inhabitants. Despite this, the people of the borderlands did not lose hope, for they were protected by the esteemed heavenly sovereigns stationed there. As the most formidable force in the borderlands, the sword domain faced the greatest pressure. Previously, the grand event of the 10,000 sword spirit domain had attracted numerous heavenly sovereigns, instilling a sense of caution in the extrinsic malevolent clan, which refrained from causing disturbances at that time. After all, having clashed for many years, they were well aware of the sword domain's circumstances. Thus, shortly after the conclusion of the 10,000 sword spirit domain, the extrinsic malevolent clan returned with renewed vigor. In the capital of the sword domain, the blue-robed sword saint held his azure blade, attentively listening to reports from several domain lords. The first domain lord, clad in blue robes, had been raised by the blue-robed sword saint and held him in great reverence, often reflecting the saint's demeanor in his own conduct. Master, the extrinsic malevolent clan's resurgence suggests that the 3 demon emperors we encountered earlier were merely the vanguard. Within the demon domain, the demonic energy is surging. There are likely even more formidable demon emperors lying in wait. The first domain lord's expression grew serious. This time, the threat appeared formidable. The other domain lords nodded in agreement, and the blue-robed sword saint's gaze sharpened. I too have sensed an extremely fierce fluctuation within the demon domain near the sword domain. It must be the heavenly demon emperor. Upon hearing this, the domain lords present wore grave expressions. The heavenly demon emperor was formidable enough to rival the esteemed heavenly sovereigns of the vast world, making him a foe beyond their reach. Within the sword domain, only the blue-robed sword saint stood a chance of matching him. Any domain master present would face grave peril upon encounter. Fear not, for this time may indeed render him unable to return, the blue-robed sword saint said, as he absent-mindedly caressed the jade slip in his hand. This was a spatial jade slip left to him by Xiao Ze. In the past, the blue-robed sword saint had not been without confrontations with the demon emperor, yet they always ended inconclusively. At the level of the saint class celestial sovereign, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate an adversary of equal standing. Unless the opponent fights to the death, it is nearly impossible to forcibly keep them. However, this time is different. Upon arriving to participate in the myriad sword spirit domain, Xiao Ze had heard whispers of the external evil clans stirring and had thus left the blue-robed sword saint a spatial jade slip. With Xiao Ze joining forces, 2 saint-class celestial sovereigns could indeed subdue the demon emperor. The loss of a demon emperor would be immensely distressing, even for the formidable external evil clans. Previously, there had been no opportunity, but now it seemed feasible to attempt. As the discussion unfolded, a sudden tremor coursed through the grand hall, causing the countenances of those present to shift. None were fools among them. They could discern that it was not merely the hall trembling, nor even the capital, but the entire sword domain. To possess the power to influence an entire continent single-handedly is no trivial feat. Such audacity. The blue-robed sword saint's expression altered slightly as he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting towards the edge of the sword domain. From a considerable distance, he sensed a surge of demonic energy beyond the sword domain, rolling forth like a tempest. Within that demonic aura lay concealed countless razor-sharp blades. The intensity of that sharpness seemed to distort even space itself. As the formidable demonic energy brushed against the boundaries of the sword domain, it incited a rejection from all things within. The myriad elements influenced by the blue-robed sword saint's cultivation sought to expel this overwhelming demonic force. Yet the strength of this demonic energy was too great. Even the combined might of all things could not repel it. Instead, under the suppression of the demonic energy, the entire sword domain trembled slightly. A resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens, accompanied by a streak of azure light. The sword energy traversed 100,000 miles, transforming into an immensely potent azure sword radiance that cleaved towards the surging demonic energy. Truly worthy of the blue-robed sword saint. From within the tumultuous demonic energy, a voice filled with malevolence emerged. To ordinary ears, it would sound akin to blades slicing through one's mind, an excruciating torment. Subsequently, the vast sea of demonic energy coalesced into a singular, terrifying blade intent, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and shattering the earth. And it boldly surged towards the azure sword radiance. Both forces were extremely sharp, refusing to yield. The clash of blade intent and sword radiance threatened to rend the very fabric of existence. The azure light lingered at the periphery of the sword domain, transforming into the figure of the blue-robed sword saint. He wielded a 3-foot azure blade, gazing intently at the demonic shadow revealed amidst the roiling demonic energy. The visage of the demon emperor was obscured by the swirling demonic energy, yet his pair of eyes indeed shimmered with an otherworldly light, exuding a chilling aura. Most remarkable were the demon emperor's hands, long and slender, with nails as dark as shadows. As they grazed through the air, they left trails of black brilliance, emanating an unparalleled sharpness. The sword saint, clad in azure, maintained a tranquil gaze, gradually unveiling the identity of the demon emperor, the Blade Demon Clan's Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor. Although the sword saint had not previously crossed paths with the Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor, the celestial elites within the vast world exchanged information regarding the more active demon emperors. The Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor was notably prominent along the borders of the vast world, being the chieftain of the Blade Demon Clan, and countless celestial elites had fallen at his hands. Furthermore, due to the Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor's strength, rivaling that of the divine grade, the vast world had yet to find an opportunity to slay him and avenge those celestial elites. A flicker of determination passed through the sword saint's eyes. Perhaps this time he could exact vengeance for the fallen celestial elites. With this thought, the azure longsword in his grasp surged forth with sudden ferocity, devoid of any intention to parley with the Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, too, let out a cold chuckle as he enveloped himself in a tempest of demonic energy, rushing towards the sword saint. However, under the sword saint's deliberate guidance, their battlefield gradually shifted towards the demonic realm. After all, a confrontation between two divine-grade celestial elites outside the sword domain could lead to its utter annihilation. As the sword saint and the Slaughtering Heaven Demon Emperor approached the demonic realm, several domain lords arrived at the periphery of the sword domain, observing the residual sword light and demonic energy with grave expressions tinged with concern. Will the sword saint, venturing alone into the demonic realm for the safety of the sword domain, be all right? Surely, he possesses the confidence to avoid reckless actions, replied the first domain lord, shaking his head while casting a worried glance towards the demonic realm, though he skillfully concealed his anxiety. With the sword saint momentarily absent, he was the backbone of the sword domain and could not display panic or disquiet. One could not rule out the possibility of an external malevolent clan's ruse to draw him away, signaling other celestial elites of the vast world for assistance. Simultaneously, keep 2 domain lords stationed to guard the sword domain. The rest shall accompany me to patrol the border. Under the first domain lord's meticulous arrangements, the others promptly set to work. As they neared the demonic realm, beams of azure light intertwined with demonic energy. Even a single stroke of sword light or blade aura striking the surface of the ocean could effortlessly rend apart chasms spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The battle between the 2 divine-grade celestial elites was a cataclysmic clash, capable of shattering and obliterating lower realms in an instant. Chapter 862, The Demise of the Demon Emperor. Within the depths of the vast palace that traversed the void, a sudden wave of information reached the outer manifestation of Xiao Ze, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and awaken his meditating self. The harvest has been substantial. With only a small portion of the vast void crystals remaining to be fully refined, the gains exceed my expectations. Upon awakening, Xiao Ze assessed his acquisitions with a heart brimming with delight. Subsequently, Xiao Ze retracted his external avatar, attuning himself to the incoming information, his brow slightly furrowing. Without a moment's hesitation, he informed the individuals of the Great Thousand Palace and then, guided by the spatial jade slip, proceeded towards the sword domain. Although the power of space within the jade slip provided a means of navigation, the journey to the sword domain still required a considerable amount of time. Reflecting on the messages from the green-robed sword saint, he aimed to join forces with him to vanquish demons. The task of slaying a celestial demon emperor would be nearly insurmountable unless one's strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of the opponent. Thus, eliminating a demon of the same tier posed immense difficulties. Xiao Ze had reached the saintly level, and he understood well that if he were determined to flee, it would be exceedingly challenging to apprehend him unless one's power decisively eclipsed his own. In the original narrative, the celestial demon emperor was indeed slain by the green-robed sword saint, but this transpired when the alien evil clans had retreated, awaiting the resurgence of the celestial evil god. At that time, the coalition forces of the Great Thousand World, under the leadership of the Flame Emperor Martial Ancestor, had cornered the Blade Demon Clan within a lower realm. The Flame Emperor Martial Ancestor suppressed the lower realm, ensuring its existence, while the remaining coalition forces annihilated the Blade Demon Clan. Under such circumstances, the Celestial Demon Emperor, with no avenue for escape, engaged in a desperate battle against the green-robed sword saint, ultimately falling to his might. Currently, the green-robed sword saint lacked particularly formidable means to contain his adversary. Thus, thoroughly subduing the celestial demon emperor remained a considerable challenge. Consequently, the green-robed sword saint utilized the spatial jade slip he had previously left behind to contact Xiao Ze, requesting his assistance in exterminating demons. Little did they expect that mere months before the awakening of the 10,000 sword spirit domain, the alien evil clans would return with renewed vigor, this time accompanied by the celestial demon emperor. However, since they had arrived, they would be made to remain eternally. As Xiao Ze traversed the spatial passage, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The opportunity to slay a celestial demon emperor would significantly weaken the alien evil clans, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Typically, these celestial demon emperors resided within the demon domain, seldom presenting a chance for a coordinated ambush. Delving deep into the demon domain to eliminate a celestial demon emperor was exceedingly arduous. Even the original Tales demon slayer Hun Tiandi, who managed to slay a celestial demon emperor and return to the Great Thousand World, was ensnared by the machinations of the alien evil clans. Otherwise, even a peak saintly expert entering the demon domain would likely meet a bitter end under the onslaught of numerous celestial demon emperors. Similarly, the peak celestial demon emperors of the alien evil clans would not dare to venture alone into the Great Thousand World, fearing an assault from the multitude of saints therein. Approaching the maritime regions near the demon domain, sword energies and blade auras tore through the fabric of space, transforming the surrounding seas into an abyss, with residual energies rendering the waters unable to flow back for an extended period. After a prolonged battle, a green-bladed long sword sliced through the void, tracing an elusive trajectory as it plunged into the surging demonic energy. With a soft thud, the demonic figure, gazing at the green-bladed sword piercing through its chest, managed a faint smile. Its palms, sharp as blades, lunged toward the neck and shoulders of the green-robed sword saint. The true fatal spot of the demon emperor was the demon heart. However, within the demon emperor's body, the demon heart lacked a fixed position, wandering freely at the whims of thought. Therefore, the grievous wound that pierces through the chest can be deemed a fatal injury among the myriad beings of the vast world. For the demon emperor, however, it bears little consequence. The fact that the sword saint in the azure robe was able to inflict such harm signifies that he is indeed at a disadvantage in their battle. Yet, the demon emperor remains unperturbed, not only because this locale is near the demonic realm, but also due to the resilient heart of the extraterritorial evil clan, which can roam freely. Engaging in combat with the myriad beings of the vast world, it proves challenging to strike a decisive blow. Thus, the demon emperor opts to exchange injury for injury. The azure-robed sword saint raises an eyebrow, with a flick of his wrist. The azure blade bursts forth with boundless sword energy, carving a significant gash into the chest of the demon emperor. Subsequently, he transforms into azure light, undaunted, and engages in the exchange of wounds with the demon emperor. Noticing the sword saint's reckless approach, the demon emperor furrows his brow. However, he harbors no fear. The heart of the demon is elusive, and to slay him would require utterly obliterating his corporeal form, a feat even the current azure-robed sword saint would find arduous. With a sudden burst, a splash of crimson stains the azure robe for the first time, yet the sword saint's countenance remains unyielding. As his sword radiance shatters the boundless demonic energy, boom, the azure light surges. Under the terrifying might unleashed, it cleaves the demon emperor in half from top to bottom. Amidst such an explosion, the demon emperor's form retreats, a torrent of demonic energy surging forth from him. Once he regains his composure, a pallor appears on his face, and the demonic energy surrounding him diminishes. Observing the uncertainty etched upon the demon emperor's features, the azure-robed sword saint smiles faintly. Do you think I have delayed for so long for naught? It is precisely to ensure that you remain here completely, the sword saint declares with a smile, as boundless azure light emanates from him, enveloping the surrounding expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles. One must admit, the azure-robed sword saint, your skills surpass mine. Yet to bind me entirely is mere folly. With your tactics, do you truly believe you can confine me? The demon emperor's eyes reveal a flicker of trepidation. Even he, the demon emperor, finds himself overshadowed by the sword saint's earlier outburst. Realizing it is futile to seek an advantage today against the azure-robed sword saint, he resolutely transforms into a wisp of demonic energy, fleeing towards the demonic realm. Haha, if the azure-robed sword saint alone cannot subdue you, then what about with my assistance? With a light chuckle, amidst the azure radiance, starlight begins to shimmer. In an instant, the heavens shift, the stars realign, the daylight conceals itself, and the stars emerge. The demon emperor halts, his brow furrowing as he finds himself unexpectedly within a peculiar star domain. Before the Demon Emperor can make a move, a sword light imbued with resplendent starlight strikes towards him. His expression shifts instantly, a chill of foreboding rising within him. Sword Saint in Azure, let us strike together. Good. At the sound of Xiao Ze's voice, the azure-robed Sword Saint grips his azure long sword and charges towards the Demon Emperor. Today was originally meant to completely vanquish the heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor. The azure-clad Sword Sage harbored no illusions of fairness. You are the Demon King, Xiao Ze. The heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor sensed the terrifying power emanating from Xiao Ze, and his expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Ze showed no surprise at the Demon Emperor's exclamation. After all, he had already gained significant notoriety in the vast universe. If the malevolent extraterrestrial races were unaware of this, they could hardly be deemed formidable adversaries in the grand scheme of the cosmos. With intent and strategy aligning, the two saints besieged the heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor. Coupled with the overwhelming might of the celestial star diagram, even if the Demon Emperor wished to self-detonate, he would find it nearly impossible to fulfill that desire, ultimately being slain by the combined efforts of Xiao Ze and the azure-clad Sword Sage. Chapter 863. Return to the Divine Sea. Within the celestial star domain, an immense azure sword light descended from the heavens, dispersing the tumultuous waves of dark demonic energy that surged into the colossal demon's body. The heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor's form froze, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Moments later, his demonic body was marked by an intricate web of wounds, as if every inch of flesh had been sliced countless times by razor-sharp blades. His corporeal form was reduced to dust by the azure sword light. Meanwhile, the heart of the demon within his body became the focal point of the azure-clad Sword Sage's attention. Most of the sword light's power was directed at the demon heart. Regardless of its resilience, being targeted by the late-stage saintly might of the azure-clad Sword Sage rendered its existence untenable. As the demon body disintegrated, the demon heart was shattered, and even the exceedingly solid demonic soul was obliterated under the brilliance of the azure sword light. The azure sword light, infused with the full power of the azure-clad Sword Sage, thoroughly eradicated the heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor before he could utter a final word. The azure light coalesced once more into the figure of the azure-clad Sword Sage. However, rather than reveling in the defeat of the Demon Emperor, he gazed at Xiao Ze with a look of astonishment. Xiao Ze, has your spiritual power reached the late stage of saintly might? In front of the Sword Sage, starlight gathered, forming the silhouette of Xiao Ze. Why such doubt, Sword Sage? I have not yet attained the late stage of saintly might. Xiao Ze replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the azure-clad Sword Sage fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ze's eyes and remarked, your depth of power truly astonishes me. With Xiao Ze's assistance, the swift resolution of the heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor, without alarming the Demon Emperor of the demonic domain, was a testament to Xiao Ze's formidable strength. Had Xiao Ze unleashed a myriad of techniques, akin to his confrontation with the Maha Heaven, the Sword Sage would not have been as taken aback. Yet, utilizing only the celestial star diagram and the Emperor's sword, he had already inflicted severe damage upon the heavenly slaughtering Demon Emperor. To wield such extraordinary artifacts with such efficacy was no less than the prowess of a late-stage saint. Previously, when Xiao Ze had sparred with the ancient clan's leader, Huang Qiu, he had relied solely on his saintly physique without unleashing his spiritual power. Thus, the Sword Saint in the azure robe remained uncertain about Xiao Ze's level of spiritual power. It appeared that even if he had not yet reached the late stage of the sacred rank, he had likely attained at least the mid-stage. With the prowess of mid-stage sacred rank power, he could unleash the might of late-stage sacred rank. Such depth of strength elicited admiration even from the Sword Saint, for the disparity between each phase of the sacred rank was immense. The leaders of the 5 great divine clans were at the mid-stage of the sacred rank, and only with the possession of unparalleled sacred artifacts could they rival those at the late stage. This does not imply that the gap between mid-stage and late-stage sacred rank is small. Rather, it underscores the terrifying nature of the clan protecting sacred artifacts. Currently, with Xiao Ze wielding 2 extraordinary sacred artifacts, the overwhelming power he unleashed left even the Sword Saint astonished. This was the source of his curiosity. However, the 2 sacred artifacts in Xiao Ze's possession were indeed remarkable, belonging to the ancient heavenly emperor and the chaotic divine emperor, true paragons of the ancient era. It was not advisable to linger here. With the fall of the celestial demon emperor, the demon realm would undoubtedly react swiftly. Xiao Ze stowed away the celestial star map and addressed the Sword Saint. The two exchanged a glance before transforming into streaks of light, heading towards the sword domain. As the powerful beings of the vast universe converged upon the sword domain, the extraterritorial evil race remained largely inactive. Standing atop the pinnacle of the sword domain, Xiao Ze appeared contemplative. In the original narrative, the overall strength of the extraterritorial evil race surpassed that of the vast universe, and their peak power overwhelmingly crushed the latter. In such circumstances, the extraterritorial evil race refrained from sweeping through the vast universe due to the oppressive force of the world itself. The more formidable the external presence, the more terrifying the suppression from the vast universe. Thus, the celestial evil god cleverly entered the seal of the immortal emperor, using the sealing power to conceal his aura, rendering the vast universe unable to detect him, thereby allowing him to unleash his full combat strength. However, before completely masking his presence, the celestial evil god commanded the holy celestial demon emperor to temporarily lie low. After slaying the celestial demon emperor, the extraterritorial evil race did not advance, which brought a sigh of relief to Xiao Ze. It seemed there was ample time, yet one should not rely on the extraterritorial evil race remaining dormant. Self-empowerment was of utmost importance. After determining that the extraterritorial evil race would not make any significant moves in the near term, Xiao Ze informed the Sword Saint and the celestial sovereign who had come to aid the vast universe and departed ahead. The Sword Saint and the other celestial sovereigns were understanding of Xiao Ze's situation. Though Xiao Ze had now reached the pinnacle of the vast universe's power, they recognized that he had not yet fully matured. It had not been long since Xiao Ze broke through to the celestial sovereign level, and he was in a phase of vigorous advancement. Their role was to buy him time. Once Xiao Ze truly grew into his potential, perhaps the vast universe would witness the emergence of another unparalleled powerhouse, akin to the immortal emperor of ancient times. Indeed, in the vast realm of the celestial sovereigns, there exists a profound recognition of Xiao Ze's future. The overwhelming majority believe that he is destined to reach the exalted heights akin to that of the immortal emperor. Even the leaders of the 5 great clans, who possess a deeper understanding of the immortal emperor, harbor considerable confidence in Xiao Ze, convinced that he will ascend to the realm beyond the sacred grade. In light of the trust bestowed upon him by numerous celestial sovereigns, Xiao Ze returned swiftly to the Tianluo continent to convey his intentions. Upon confirming that Xun'er was yet unable to transcend to the celestial sovereign level, he resolved to first journey to the Divine Sea, seeking to further refine his own strength. In the vast expanse of the void, amidst a colossal and fragmented terrain, Xiao Ze emerged from the spatial passage. The 3 beast sovereigns, detecting his aura, promptly appeared. Upon sensing the fleeting yet formidable pressure emanating from Xiao Ze, their expressions subtly shifted. Xiao Ze smiled, surprised that his arrival at the Divine Sea via the Jade Slip would coincide with a void storm. However, with his current prowess, he faced no fear from such a tempest. As he unleashed a residual wave of power, the 3 beast sovereigns were visibly affected. Esteemed seniors, I shall first forge vessels for your power to reside within. Following that, I wish to further cultivate in the Divine Sea. What say you? Then let Xiao Ze take the lead in this matter, replied the elegantly attired matron, bowing respectfully. Under the auspices of the primordial emperor flame and Xiao Ze's unparalleled alchemical skills, the 3 bodies were soon completed. I invite you, esteemed seniors, to enter within, he urged. Without hesitation, the 3 beast sovereigns transformed into ethereal shadows, merging into the 3 newly forged vessels. The primordial emperor flame enveloped them, ensuring the complete integration of their residual souls with the bodies. Before long, Xiao Ze gradually withdrew the primordial emperor flame. Esteemed seniors, I have fulfilled my duty. The 3 beast sovereigns, sensing a surge of vitality coursing through their new forms, felt as though they had been granted a second chance at life, their faces lighting up with smiles. After exchanging pleasantries with the 3 beast sovereigns, Xiao Ze descended into the Divine Sea to cultivate. The elegantly dressed matron, observing his plunge into the depths, expressed her sentiments. Such determination and talent, it is no wonder he has reached such heights. The future may very well belong to Xiao Ze. Chapter 864, Transcending the Sacred Grade. Within the space of the Divine Sea, a terrifying force of absorption erupted from its depths, drawing the energies of the entire realm towards its center. Under Xiao Ze's relentless consumption, the 3 beast sovereigns experienced a moment of disorientation. The Divine Sea, which had gathered the blood essence of countless divine beasts, appeared to thin, resembling a diluted sea of blood. Above the Divine Sea, a somewhat translucent soul incarnation was manipulating the primordial emperor flame, continuously refining divine pills. The 3 beast sovereigns were taken aback, surprised that Xiao Ze's soul incarnation could directly craft elixirs, particularly those divine pills that even they coveted. As an alchemist, Xiao Ze truly possesses the ability to concoct whatever he requires. At least during this period, he has successfully crafted no fewer than 10 divine pills from the essence of souls. Among these, only 4 types of elixirs are recognizable to the 3 beast sovereigns. The remaining 6 are beyond their comprehension. The three beast sovereigns have no intention of departing prematurely. After enduring countless eons, they are indifferent to these fleeting years. Although the power of the three cannot penetrate the divine sea space, they remain in this realm to guard Xiao Ze. Simultaneously, they are intrigued to see how far Xiao Ze can advance. Within the divine sea space, time flows at a slower rate. 1 year in the outside world equates to 4 years within. It is indeed an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation, surpassing other formidable practitioners. In the outside world, on the Tenfold continent, Mandala furrows her brow, noting that over 2 years have elapsed since Xiao Ze entered seclusion. Were it not for the occasional communication through the roots of the origin tree, she would be deeply concerned that he might have encountered a formidable adversary. Before venturing into the depths of the sea, Xiao Ze returned briefly to the Tenfold continent. Anticipating a prolonged period of seclusion, he entrusted the Heavenly Emperor's sword to Mandala. Should any trouble arise, the sword's power could serve as a formidable deterrent. As a peerless sacred artifact, even though Mandala is merely a spirit-grade celestial sovereign, possessing the Heavenly Emperor's sword renders her unmatched against non-sacred celestial sovereigns. This is primarily due to the sword being a weapon of slaughter, possessing somewhat diminished defensive capabilities and immense consumption. Otherwise, it could even engage with early-stage sacred beings. In the original narrative, with the tailing ancient map, Luo Li, a mere spirit-grade celestial sovereign, could contend with sacred celestial sovereigns, relying on the inexhaustible spiritual energy of the map. Such a tremendous enhancement underscores the extraordinary value of a sacred artifact. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor's sword serves merely as a precaution. The current source realm is resplendent, having become a major force within the vast world, with no powerful entity daring to provoke it. Notably, Xiao Ze's urgent pursuit of strength has not gone unnoticed by those close to him. Xun'er and others are determined not to allow Xiao Ze to bear the burdens alone. Even though their contributions may seem modest in comparison, they are wholeheartedly striving to elevate their own powers. Xun'er has long been on the verge of reaching the celestial sovereign level, but has yet to take that final step. Medusa and the others are closely following Xun'er, each reaching the pinnacle of the Earth's sovereign realm or approaching the celestial sovereign tier. The ancient treasures left behind by the ancient heavenly palace and the chaotic divine temple do indeed enhance the probability of breaking through to the celestial sovereign level. However, in just over 2 years, achieving such a breakthrough remains quite challenging. Meanwhile, on the borders of the vast world, although the extraterritorial evil clan has not launched a large-scale offensive, they continuously dispatch demon emperors to create disturbances. The frequency of conflicts between the two factions has been rising. Over the past 2 years, several sacred-level experts have converged near the sword domain, engaging in skirmishes from time to time. However, unlike the initial encounter where the solitary sacred being was besieged and ultimately fell, the sacred tier possesses formidable strength and is exceedingly elusive to annihilate completely. Amidst the intensifying conflict, numerous heavenly sovereigns and demon emperors have sustained grave injuries or even perished. Yet, neither the extraterritorial evil race nor the vast world shows any sign of retreat. The extraterritorial evil race has suffered the loss of one who touched the threshold of the heavenly demon emperor and another who was a true heavenly demon emperor, naturally desiring a substantial price from the vast world in return. Conversely, the vast world cannot afford to concede, for further retreat would signify the relinquishment of the sword domain. As the pinnacle of superpowers within the vast world, the sword domain has been nurtured along the borders for an extensive duration, serving as a crucial gateway. Should it be breached, the subsequent endeavor to guard against the demon domain would become exponentially more arduous. Thus, both parties remain resolute, and the border skirmishes have finally disrupted the tranquility within the vast world. An increasing number of individuals comprehend that the extraterritorial evil race was not entirely eradicated in ancient times. The ancient era of the vast world was also marked by Pyrrhic victories, with the extraterritorial evil race having occupied nearly half of the realm, lying in wait and scrutinizing the present state of the vast world. Amidst the ensuing panic, more powerful beings have been inspired to cultivate diligently, seeking the strength to protect their loved ones when calamity descends. At this juncture, as the situation within the vast world grows tense, in the void, within the divine sea, Xiao Ze has been in seclusion here for nearly a decade. The essence tree's true form has finally been refined, stepping into the late sacred tier. A sudden shift. The three beast sovereigns, filled with uncertainty, sense the spiritual energy within the divine sea becoming remarkably dense. The divine sea parted at its center, revealing Xiao Ze's figure. Xiao Ze also perceived the alteration in the spiritual energy of the divine sea, a faint smile gracing his lips. As anticipated, upon reaching the late sacred tier, he had indeed acquired the qualification to invoke the celestial ranking, even attempting to etch his name upon it. Observing the circumstances of Xiao Ze's divine sea, the elegantly attired lady hesitated for a moment before inquiring. No harm, merely an enhancement of my strength. The other two beast sovereigns cast curious glances. They, too, had witnessed the sacred tier heavenly sovereigns in ancient times, and even the late sacred tier divine beasts were not beyond their experience. Yet none had ever seen someone like Xiao Ze, capable of drawing forth the very essence of the heavens, rendering the spiritual energy so abundant. Noticing the curiosity in the eyes of the three beast sovereigns, Xiao Ze smiled slightly, choosing not to conceal too much. After all, he intended to invoke the celestial ranking here and attempt to inscribe his name upon it, which would undoubtedly create far greater commotion, making concealment impossible. 3 esteemed predecessors. Are you aware of what lies beyond the sacred tier? Beyond the sacred tier? I have indeed heard the pinnacle of powerful divine beasts mention it. Seemingly related to the immortal emperor, the elegantly attired lady exclaimed in astonishment. Could this be connected to what lies beyond the sacred tier? Xiao Ze nodded slightly, his gaze fixed upon this expanse of existence. In this vast world, the Holy Grade has reached the pinnacle of the cultivation path, yet there exist avenues beyond it. The foremost powerhouse of ancient times, the immortal emperor, transcended the Holy Grade. As Xiao Ze's words echoed in the air, the three beast sovereigns couldn't help but hold their breath, for this was a profound secret beyond the Holy Grade. In truth, the realm beyond the Holy Grade is not shrouded in unfathomable mystery. The crux lies within a singular opportunity. Perceiving the eager gazes of the three beast sovereigns, Xiao Ze refrained from prolonging the suspense and directly revealed the key. That opportunity is the world will. Chapter 865, The Celestial Ranking, the World Will. Within the sea of divine consciousness, the three beast sovereigns were visibly shaken, their eyes gleaming with intense desire. Although they had yet to step into the Holy Grade, nor experienced the late stages of the Holy Grade, they had never tasted the sensation of having no further advancements to pursue. Nonetheless, Xiao Ze's discourse on transcending the Holy Grade was akin to a revelation for them. To hear of such matters was like receiving the path itself. They had all aspired towards the Holy Grade in their journey thus far, and the opportunity to learn about the realm beyond it naturally stirred their excitement. Xiao Ze nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. You esteemed seniors likely understand that the methods of cultivation, though varied, ultimately converge towards the same goal. Whether it be the cultivation practices of the spirit beast clan or those of humanity, they all culminate in the transformation from the individual to the cosmos. The myriad mysteries of the celestial sovereign draw upon the powers of the heavens and the earth, merging oneself with the universe, harnessing its spiritual energy to manifest immense might. Thus, even a casual strike from the celestial sovereign, having reached the zenith of the earth's sovereign stage, is utterly unassailable due to this celestial force. The concept of transcending the Holy Grade is rather straightforward. It involves utilizing the world will to facilitate the celestial sovereign's metamorphosis from commanding a fragment of the cosmos to harnessing the spiritual essence of the entire vast world. Hiss. The three beast sovereigns could not suppress their gasps, envisioning the ability to manipulate the spiritual energy of the entire vast world with their own strength. They had already attained the celestial sovereign realm and had traversed a considerable distance on this path. While they had not yet reached the Holy Grade, they possessed a profound understanding of the celestial sovereign's might. Accessing the spiritual energy of a fragment of the cosmos granted them immense power, capable of obliterating a large-scale lower realm with ease. Yet, this was merely the force derived from a mere corner of the cosmos, which pales in comparison to the entirety of the vast world. It is no wonder that the power to harness the spiritual essence of the whole vast world is deemed transcendent of the Holy Grade. The elegantly clad woman felt her throat grow parched, unable to resist the urge to moisten her crimson lips. Her gaze remained fixated on Xiao Ze, eager to extract further revelations regarding the transcendence of the Holy Grade. The vast world nurtures the world will, and only those who reach a certain level of strength can sense its presence. Throughout history, countless celestial sovereigns in the late stages of the Holy Grade have grappled for years without ever perceiving the world will. Only the immortal emperor of ancient times could sense the will of the world, etching his true spirit upon it. By harnessing the spiritual energy of the vast universe, he transcended into a sacred being, ultimately earning the title of the strongest in the realm. Gulp. The three beast sovereigns could not suppress a swallow, their expressions vibrating with astonishment, captivated by the tale. Although they had thrived during the ancient era, the immortal emperor had already achieved his unparalleled status long after their demise. After all, at the moment the malevolent extraterrestrial race descended, they delivered a devastating blow to the sacred beast continent, causing countless divine beasts and super-divine beasts to spill blood, and they had never witnessed the grandeur of the immortal emperor. Yet, They had heard of his esteemed name, albeit when he had not yet reached his zenith. Xiao Ze, are you truly able to summon the celestial rankings now? The elegantly robed woman could not help but inquire, recalling the earlier anomalies within the sea of divine spirits. I am uncertain, Xiao Ze replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Regardless, the only way to know is to attempt it. Xiao Ze slowly closed his eyes, causing a tremor in the hearts of the three beast sovereigns. They could distinctly sense that as he shut his eyes, the spiritual energy within the sea of divine spirits began to subtly quiver. Unbeknownst to them, outside the sea of divine spirits, the entire vast world was beginning to boil with spiritual energy. Even though the sea of divine spirits was situated in the void, the spiritual energy of the great universe continuously converged towards it. The three beast sovereigns gazed around in astonishment. The sea of divine spirits was an independent realm. Yet, they suddenly realized that under the influence of an inexplicable power, an incessant flow of spiritual energy was surging into the sea of divine spirits. The might of this energy was so grand that even they felt a pang of trepidation. In the void, violent tremors began to resonate. The richness of spiritual energy within the sea of divine spirits surged exponentially, as if the entire vast world's energy was converging here, rendering the sea of divine spirits shrouded in a mist-like aura. As the sea of divine spirits transformed into an ethereal wonderland, beams of spiritual light emerged from the void. These beams were unlike ordinary spiritual energy. The power they contained, even in the slightest fraction, posed a lethal threat to the three beast sovereigns. The beams of spiritual light, imbued with an inexplicable might, coalesced into a colossal curtain of light cascading down from the void. The extent of this curtain stretched far beyond what the sea of divine spirits could contain. Xiao Ze gazed at the descending curtain that obscured the heavens, a hazy and mysterious aura enveloping it. In the distance, one could faintly discern mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and all creation, resembling a grand realm. A terrifying pressure emanated from the curtain, making the three beast sovereigns tremble in fear at the sheer force within. This is the will of the vast world. Xiao Ze's words elicited expressions of astonishment from the three beast sovereigns. They had never imagined that the will of the world would manifest in such a manner. A fervent light ignited in their eyes. Could this be the opportunity for transcendence? For countless eons, the vast universe had witnessed the rise of numerous beings. Yet the first to invoke the will of the world was the immortal emperor. He named it the celestial rankings. Upon hearing the three syllables of the celestial rankings, the three divine beasts were visibly moved, as if an indescribable force etched these words deep within their souls. From that moment forth, they possessed an ultimate aspiration, dedicating their lives to pursue this goal. To inscribe their true names upon the world would grant them the recognition of the infinite universe, and to invoke its great power would be the essence of transcendence. Xiao Ze lifted his gaze towards the celestial rankings, where amidst the mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, ethereal light converged, coalescing into an ancient character. Yi. At this moment, the three divine beasts also noticed the ancient character upon the celestial rankings, momentarily taken aback. Connecting this to Xiao Ze's earlier words, and knowing they coexisted in the same era as the immortal emperor, the elegantly attired woman gasped in realization. That was the surname of the immortal emperor. Yet a rare fervor flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes. To invoke the celestial rankings was no small feat. The true challenge lay in inscribing one's true name upon it. Although he felt an immense enhancement from the fully refined source tree upon reaching the pinnacle of transcendence, the chasm between this stage and leaving a name on the celestial rankings was equally vast. In the original tale, Mu Chun had yet to leave his mark on the celestial rankings. Merely invoking a fraction of the world's power allowed him to obliterate the formidable black corpse demon emperor with a mere gesture. The thought flitted away. But Xiao Ze did not hesitate, summoning the source emperor flame. Beneath the golden flames, the chaotic hues intensified, threatening to overshadow the gold and transform entirely into chaotic fire. Let me test whether I can inscribe my name upon the celestial rankings. Chapter 866, Inscribing a Name. The celestial rankings spanned the entire expanse of the divine sea, seemingly extending into the void, boundless and enigmatic. Beneath this mysterious celestial rankings, Xiao Ze conjured the source emperor flame. Accompanying him throughout his journey, this flame remained his unrivaled offensive means, even after he acquired countless techniques. Especially after achieving the pinnacle of transcendence, even the most extraordinary treasures and divine arts paled in comparison to the might of the source emperor flame. The three divine beasts gazed at the chaotic fire, entranced by its flickering flames, which captivated them endlessly. Just as they were lost in its beauty, Xiao Ze chuckled softly. Addressing them, "Esteemed elders, it would be wise not to immerse yourselves too deeply in my flames. lest they ignite your souls." His words struck like a thunderclap, instantly rousing the three divine beasts from their reverie within the chaotic fire. Upon regaining consciousness, the three beast sovereigns hastily shifted their gaze. Unwilling to behold the celestial fire enveloping Xiao Ze, they were filled with astonishment, although remnants of their souls. The vessels crafted by Xiao Ze to contain their powers were formidable. Furthermore, their years spent in the divine sea space had allowed their residual souls to mend significantly under the influence of these vessels. Presently, the three beast sovereigns were confident that they could triumph over ordinary celestial sovereigns. Yet, even with their current strength, the sight of the divine fire wielded by Xiao Ze was mesmerizing, compelling them to avert their eyes. Had it not been for Xiao Ze's timely warning, they might have indeed succumbed, as he had forewarned, to the peril of their very souls being incinerated. Was this celestial fire so terrifying that even the celestial sovereigns could not withstand it? However, they recalled that Xiao Ze had now attained the ability to invoke the will of the world, suggesting he had far surpassed the late stages of the saint rank. Thus, the extraordinary power of the celestial fire he commanded was not entirely unfathomable. Despite their internal efforts to rationalize, they could not help but shy away from the divine fire when gazing upon Xiao Ze. The celestial fire danced upon Xiao Ze's fingertips as he flickered towards the enigmatic celestial ranking. Upon halting before the celestial ranking, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, akin to the weight of the entire world pressing down, imparting an unparalleled sense of burden. Concentrating the rich essence of the origin emperor flame in his hand, he gradually directed it towards the celestial ranking. Ethereal mist swirled around the ranking, appearing insubstantial, yet emanating an incredibly terrifying sense of isolation, shrouded in mystery. It felt as though a separate realm was observing the celestial ranking through this mist. As Xiao Ze's spiritual energy surged, his fingers, surrounded by chaotic light, reached forth. Yet, the enigmatic mist unleashed a formidable pressure that obstructed all, forcing Xiao Ze to endure extreme strain with every inch he approached. Crossing through this thin veil of mist felt akin to traversing an immense world. A faint hissing sound of combustion erupted from the point where Xiao Ze's finger met the mysterious mist. Though barely audible, it resonated profoundly within the minds and souls of the three beast sovereigns. Concurrently, the sound of burning echoed within the souls of countless beings across the vast universe, causing a ripple of unease. The previously inexplicable surge of spiritual energy had already left many powerful beings in a state of perplexity. Now, with the sudden emergence of burning sounds within their souls, even the celestial sovereigns found themselves bewildered. However, no matter how they endeavored to sense it, they could not discern the source of this enigmatic combustion within the divine sea space. Xiao Ze harnessed the terrifying might of the origin emperor flame to obliterate the isolating mist of the celestial ranking. With a forceful press of his chaotic finger against the celestial ranking, a thunderous resonance reverberated, as if a great bell had tolled, echoing in the minds of the three beast sovereigns and the myriad beings across the vast cosmos. An indescribable sense of terror erupted from the celestial ranking, permeating the heavens and the earth. The once tumultuous surface of the divine sea instantly stilled, becoming as tranquil as a mirror. Suddenly, the sounds of three splashes echoed, and even the bodies of the three beast sovereigns were forcefully pressed into the divine sea. As the three beast sovereigns attempted to struggle, they were horrified to discover that under this overwhelming pressure, they could not even move a finger. They could only barely keep their bodies afloat, gazing up at the celestial ranking and the imposing figure before it. At this moment, Xiao Ze was too preoccupied to regard the three beast sovereigns, for upon truly engaging with the celestial ranking, he felt an onslaught of terrifying pressure akin to a tidal wave. Nonetheless, Xiao Ze's expression remained calm. If he could not withstand this pressure, how could he hope to etch his name upon the celestial ranking? At this very moment, countless beings across the myriad realms seemed to sense something, lifting their gazes toward the void, the very location of the divine sea. Enlightened by an instinctive awareness, many creatures realized that the preceding phenomena may have originated from that very place. As Xiao Ze bore the weight of this formidable pressure, he gradually inscribed his mark upon the celestial ranking. The spiritual energy coursing through him surged, and the essence of the imperial flame at his fingertips grew ever more solid. However, with each mark he etched upon the celestial ranking, the pressure he endured intensified alarmingly. The chaotic energy that flowed across the celestial ranking erupted in dazzling brilliance, mingled with chaotic hues, transforming this realm into an exceptionally resplendent world. The three beast sovereigns gazed up at Xiao Ze, their hearts filled with hope that he would succeed. Should he truly prevail, they would witness the birth of the most formidable being in the myriad realms. Yet, they were acutely aware of the monumental pressure required to leave even the slightest mark upon the celestial ranking, a challenge they could scarcely fathom. After all, the pressure emanating from the celestial ranking was sufficient to render the three beast sovereigns immobile, let alone Xiao Ze, who faced it directly. Crack, crack. Xiao Ze's body emitted sounds of strain under the unbearable burden, and even his holy physique appeared less than extraordinary in the face of such terrifying pressure. His body trembled slightly, his complexion paling, yet his fingers remained unwaveringly resolute. The radiance of the spiritual energy enveloping him intensified, seemingly unleashing ever greater power to resist the oppressive force. Within the divine sea, the pressure escalated to unprecedented levels, and the density of spiritual energy surged exponentially. Amidst the brilliant light, the three beast sovereigns distinctly beheld an ancient script, reminiscent of dragon and phoenix patterns, manifest beneath Xiao Ze's fingertip. Xiao. As the final stroke of the character fell into place, Xiao Ze exhaled a sigh of relief. Sensing the sudden eruption of terrifying pressure from the celestial ranking, he instinctively withdrew. Xiao Ze did not insist on leaving behind a complete true name. He had only just begun to tread the path of the pinnacle of holiness. To truly leave behind a complete true name, it may require decades of cultivation. However, it seems that progress has reached an impasse, with the path ahead completely severed. After all, the tree of origin has been thoroughly refined. Yet, Xiao Ze remains undaunted. Even with the road ahead blocked, within the cultivation framework of the tree of origin, he is not without avenues for further advancement. This lies in the realm of subsidiary feedback. He recalls that by gathering the 5 primordial sources, he could instigate a transformation within the origin space. Perhaps this is the key to his ascension as a sovereign. Chapter 867, Dormancy. Above the divine sea, the celestial ranking has dissipated. Xiao Ze's figure gently descends. With the pressure of the celestial ranking lifted, the three beast sovereigns swiftly ascend from the divine sea. They gaze at Xiao Ze, their eyes filled with incredulity. To their astonishment, they have indeed witnessed the emergence of the strongest being in the vast world. According to Xiao Ze, since the inception of the vast world, there has only been one transcendent holy being, that immortal emperor. And now, there is another. With the immortal emperor having fallen, Xiao Ze undeniably stands as the foremost powerhouse in the vast world. Clad in a robe of stars, Xiao Ze gazes at the three beast sovereigns with a smile in his eyes. Esteemed seniors, I was unable to pay proper respect amidst the pressure of the celestial ranking. No harm done, no harm done. To witness a supreme artifact such as the celestial ranking in this lifetime is indeed a fulfillment of my aspirations. The elegantly attired matron replies with a slight bow, expressing her sentiments. Though Xiao Ze appears exceedingly affable and approachable, the three beast sovereigns can sense an inexplicable aura of authority emanating from him, akin to confronting a boundless world. Thus, when conversing with Xiao Ze, their tones inevitably adopt a more subdued demeanor. Regardless, I am grateful to the 3 esteemed seniors for remaining to support my cultivation. Xiao Ze smiles and raises his palm, nurturing 3 strands of spiritual light. Seniors, this is the essence of the soul, which can effectively mend the damage to your souls. The 3 beast sovereigns understand that their presence and support does not carry much weight. However, they are taken aback that Xiao Ze has taken note of their efforts. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, they dismissively wave it off as a trivial matter. Yet when Xiao Ze produces the 3 strands of soul essence, their words of refusal become lodged in their throats. Gazing at the 3 strands of soul essence, the 3 beast sovereigns can distinctly sense an unparalleled yearning erupting from the depths of their souls. It is an instinctive desire for self-repair. Observing their momentary stupor, Xiao Ze gently presents the 3 strands of soul essence before them, allowing them to seamlessly flow into the center of their brows. After inscribing their names upon the celestial ranking, Xiao Ze experiences immense enhancements in all aspects. Notably, his previously stagnant sacred realm soul has suddenly felt a qualitative breakthrough anew. The essence of the soul, crystallized from Xiao Ze's formidable spiritual power, surpasses the nurturing effects of numerous divine pills for the remnants of the 3 beast sovereign soul. Observing the 3 beast sovereign in a meditative state, diligently repairing his fragmented soul, Xiao Ze smiled and patiently awaited the opportunity to assess his own gains. The cultivation system of the tree of origin requires no further elaboration. Both the branches and the main body of the tree of origin have been refined through the light of chaos, leaving no room for further advancement. The next step involves seeking the other 2 primordial incarnations to facilitate the transformation of the origin space. Furthermore, Xiao Ze has experienced a significant enhancement since inscribing his name on the celestial rankings. Having completed the refinement of the tree of origin, his strength now allows him to inscribe his name upon the celestial rankings. However, a vast chasm remains between him and the true realm of dominion. In fact, above the sacred rank, one can roughly delineate 3 tiers. The first tier is attained after years of accumulation at the sacred level, continuously evolving until one can invoke the will of the world. Simply eliciting the worlds will transcends the late sacred stage. In the original text, after Mu Chun absorbed the legacy of the undying emperor and completed the cultivation of the endless radiance body and the supreme spirit body, he found himself at this stage. At this point, he effortlessly obliterated the black corpse celestial demon emperor with a mere gesture. The second tier involves leaving one's name upon the will of the world, specifically the celestial rankings, thereby enabling the user to harness a portion of the world's power, resulting in substantial enhancement. It can be said that when Mu Chun eradicated the black corpse celestial demon emperor with a flick, he possessed the strength to inscribe his name on the celestial rankings. Nevertheless, this pales in comparison to his capabilities post-inscription, where he could mobilize a portion of the world's power. At the very least, Xiao Ze, having inscribed his name on the celestial rankings, can now suppress his previous self, who had not yet achieved this feat, by leveraging the power of the world. This exemplifies the tremendous enhancement that comes from being able to wield the forces of the vast universe. The third tier, naturally, involves leaving behind a complete true name, allowing one to command the full force of the entire universe. Within this grand cosmos, one possesses unparalleled strength. As Xiao Ze's thoughts flickered, he could not help but recall the heavenly evil god, sealed within the great transformation demon array. Although he is now comparable to the undying emperor, the heavenly evil god was voluntarily sealed by the undying emperor to cloak his own aura and evade the constraints of the vast cosmos. This allowed him to unleash his full potential and ultimately seize control of the universe. Therefore, it remains uncertain whether the heavenly evil god still possesses any hidden cards. In the original text, the heavenly evil god never truly regarded the beings of the universe. Setting aside ancient times, he merely fought the undying emperor in his four-eyed form. Even after breaking free from the great transformation demon array, the heavenly evil god did not immediately unleash his full power to eradicate the beings of the universe. Otherwise, with his strength, even after being sealed for millennia and his power diminished to its limits, a forced eruption would have been sufficient to obliterate many formidable beings within the vast cosmos. However, the celestial demon had not, until the flame emperor and martial ancestor inscribed their name upon the celestial rankings. Recognizing its inability to contend, the celestial demon ultimately unveiled its five-eyed form. At its core, the celestial demon harbored a profound disdain for the myriad beings of the vast world, steeped in arrogance. Yet, should Xiao Ze, with the power of an inscribed name, venture to the northern wastes, intent on utterly eradicating the celestial demon, it would not be without the possibility of a hidden counterstrike from the latter. Indeed, one might exploit the celestial demon's hubris to elevate my own strength to the level of an inscribed name. At that juncture, regardless of whether it manifested a ten-eyed form, I would be able to subdue it. A contemplative glimmer sparked in Xiao Ze's eyes as he murmured to himself. Given ample time for growth, Xiao Ze would certainly refrain from confronting the celestial demon in a state of inadequacy, even if the celestial demon's power had waned to its utmost limits. Nevertheless, Xiao Ze remained pensive and subsequently retrieved a dragon-shaped jade token. Having resolved to await my complete maturation, it would be unwise to expose my current strength, lest the holy demon emperor take notice. The vast world must also remain dormant at the appropriate times, adopting a defensive stance even in the face of provocations from the outer evil tribes. This current period of dormancy is to ensure a thorough reckoning after my name is inscribed, to obliterate this group of invaders entirely. A chilling light flickered in Xiao Ze's eyes, freezing the previously turbulent spiritual energy within the divine sea space. Then, shaking his head, Xiao Ze mused that while a single thought could influence the heavens and the earth, such great power still fell short. He conveyed his intentions to the Qingshan Sword Saint and the Grand Elder of the Great Thousand Palace, individuals capable of genuinely impacting the borders of the vast world. Xiao Ze did not disclose everything, merely stating that his strength had seen improvement. He hoped they would adopt a defensive posture against the outer evil tribes to avert unnecessary casualties, waiting until his strength underwent a complete transformation before truly engaging in battle. Although the Qingshan Sword Saint and the Grand Elder of the Great Thousand Palace were somewhat astonished, Xiao Ze's current status and reputation were indeed sufficient to influence, even dictate, their actions. Consequently, the Great Thousand World promptly revised its strategy against the enemy. Even when faced with provocations from the outer evil tribes, a defensive stance was adopted, retreating into dormancy. Chapter 868, The Black Heaven God Clan. Xiao Ze stowed away the dragon-shaped jade token, a smile gracing his countenance. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. During a prior conversation with the Grand Elder of the Great Thousand Palace, He had learned that the Grand Elder shared a close friendship with the chieftain of the Black Heaven God clan. Thus, Xiao Ze requested the Grand Elder to convey his desire to observe the primal body of the Black Heaven God clan. The chieftain, Hun Tiandi, had consented to Xiao Ze's request, with the cost merely a few divine pills, which the Grand Elder had already relayed to the chieftain. However, Xiao Ze had been in seclusion previously, thus postponing the observation of the night god ancient body. Now, upon re-establishing contact with the Grand Elder, he was informed that he could visit the Black Heaven continent at any time. Xiao Ze reflected that there was, of course, nothing amiss on the Tenfold continent. Even while in a state of seclusion, he frequently conversed with Xun'er and Mandala through the primal origin tree. The natural awareness of their current situation is evident. Xun'er has yet to discover her path to becoming the supreme, but there is no need for haste. She may first journey to the Black Heaven continent. Xiao Ze's thoughts flicker, and in no time, he has resolved the myriad affairs at hand and determined his subsequent actions. Observing the three beast sovereigns, who are still mending their fragmented souls, he remains unperturbed. While waiting, he engages in casual conversation with Xun'er, Mandala, and Qinglin. With his current prowess, a trip to the Black Heaven continent would not consume much time. Days later, the three beast sovereigns simultaneously open their eyes, their gazes shimmering with intelligence. They look towards Xiao Ze, who waits patiently, and the elegant woman in palace attire expresses profound gratitude. Xiao Ze, your assistance has been invaluable. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The exquisitely dressed man nods in agreement, while the robust figure transformed from an ancient wild beast clasps his fists in respect towards Xiao Ze, declaring, I feel the same. Xiao Ze smiles upon hearing this. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. My achievements today are largely due to your guidance and the support of this divine sea. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he shares his intentions, advising the three beast sovereigns to refrain from publicizing his circumstances too widely. They readily agree, exchanging a knowing glance, silently vowing to keep Xiao Ze's true situation confidential, even at the cost of their own lives. Regarding the transcendent realm, they will keep it buried in their hearts. Having spent many years together, a mere glance suffices for them to understand each other's thoughts, thereby avoiding overt communication in Xiao Ze's presence. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ze, the three beast sovereigns have reached a tacit agreement in utmost secrecy. With a smile, he bows to them and speaks. In that case, esteemed elders, I bid you farewell here, as I have matters to attend to in the Black Heaven continent. The three sovereigns return his gesture, watching as he gradually vanishes from sight. They exchange glances once more before departing, intending to return to the divine beast continent to ascertain the status of their bloodline. Meanwhile, upon leaving the divine sea space, Xiao Ze swiftly arrives at the Black Heaven continent. It is also one of the 10 supercontinents, yet to Xiao Ze at this moment, it holds little distinction. Upon stepping forth from the Black Heaven's exterior, he traverses countless miles in an instant, arriving at the heart of the continent, the holy city of Black Heaven. With a subtle display of the Supreme's aura, the entire city stirs with excitement. An elderly man clad in black robes approaches promptly, paying his respects. May I inquire who the esteemed Supreme is before me? Xiao Ze clasps his fists and replies with a smile, I am Xiao Ze, here to meet the patriarch of the Black Heaven clan, as previously agreed. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's name, the elder momentarily freezes, then his expression transforms dramatically, filled with deep respect as he bows to Xiao Ze. I pay my respects to the Lord of the Source Realm. Forgive this old man for his earlier oversight. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I kindly request that you inform the leader of the Black Heaven clan. The elder nodded eagerly, transforming into a fleeting ray of light as he swiftly made his way to the holy city of Black Heaven. Moments later, at the entrance to the Black Heaven realm in the heart of the city, darkness writhed, shrouding the once bright world in obscurity. Xiao Ze, with a calm demeanor, fixed his gaze upon a figure coalescing from the shadows not far away. The man cloaked in black bore a pallid visage, as though he had not seen the sun for years, exuding an aura of somberness. Most peculiar were his eyes, entirely devoid of whites, resembling voids that threatened to engulf all light. Xiao Ze had encountered the leader of the Black Heaven clan before, as the Demon Slayer King. He possessed portraits of the world's premier powerhouses, and he recognized Black Heaven immediately. A smile played upon Black Heaven's lips as he clasped his hands together in greeting. Is the Demon Slayer King here for the night god ancient body? Xiao Ze nodded slowly, unperturbed by any potential surprises. If that is the case, please follow me. Although I have heard of the Demon Slayer King's exploits from the old ancestor of Tai Ming, it remains somewhat astonishing. Upon hearing Black Heaven mention the old ancestor of Tai Ming, a contemplative look crossed Xiao Ze's eyes. With a smile, he followed Black Heaven into the realm. Engaging in light banter, Xiao Ze surmised that Black Heaven's prompt agreement stemmed not only from a close friendship with the Grand Elder of the Great Thousand Palace, but also from knowledge gleaned from other ancient clans regarding Xiao Ze's circumstances, which had been uneventful thus far. Consequently, Black Heaven had little reason for concern regarding unforeseen events. Given this, it seemed more prudent to extend a favor. In addition to acquiring several divine pills, he would also gain Xiao Ze's goodwill and favor. As they traversed the Black Heaven realm, enveloped in darkness and devoid of daylight, an ordinary person would undoubtedly feel disoriented. However, Xiao Ze's companion, the leader of the Black Heaven clan, appeared entirely at ease, as if he were a fish in water. Xiao Ze, exhibiting no signs of discomfort, reflected on his current prowess. Even for an ordinary celestial sovereign, changes in the environment hold little significance. Soon, led by Black Heaven, they ventured to the depths of the Black Heaven realm. This time, there were no numerous elders of the Black Heaven ancient clan accompanying them. In a dimly lit pool at the bottom, Xiao Ze finally beheld the night god ancient body, an ancient silhouette imbued with dark power. Successfully bound to the night god ancient body, feedback received from the night god source. Collecting all 5 sources will trigger a transformation in the source space. After successfully binding, Xiao Ze lingered briefly before departing with Black Heaven. After exchanging pleasantries, Black Heaven requested that Xiao Ze reside in the Black Heaven realm for a few days to assist in concocting a Black Source celestial pill, a divine elixir essential for cultivation within the Black Heaven ancient clan. Black Heaven's brother, Elder He Di, intended to use the Black Source celestial pill to attempt a breakthrough to the sacred tier barrier. Xiao Ze found no objection. With his current alchemical skills, crafting a divine pill was but a trifling task. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's agreement, the chieftain of the Black Sky clan promised to share the treasured alchemical formulas and spiritual formations collected by the Black Sky divine clan with him. A few days later, after perusing the extensive collection of alchemical recipes and spiritual arrays, Xiao Ze felt a profound sense of reflection. He had nearly encompassed all the advanced spiritual formations and elixirs of the vast world. After all, being acknowledged by the 5 great divine clans was an extraordinary honor. Subsequently, Xiao Ze pondered, with only the eternal undying body remaining among the 5 primordial sources. The eternal undying body was not easily attainable. Setting aside the complex relationship with the Maha ancient clan, even if they were willing, the eternal undying body was merely under their guardianship and not truly owned by them. To encounter the eternal undying body, one must rely on their strength. Chapter 869, The Continental Power of Tianluo Continent. In the Source Realm space, after departing from the Black Sky Continent, Xiao Ze utilized the roots of the primordial tree left on Mandala, and in an instant, he returned to Tianluo Continent. Mandala, dressed in a black gown, watched as Xiao Ze emerged from the spatial passage. You have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, the Source Realm would have been mine. She huffed lightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Despite her words, Mandala was genuinely pleased to see Xiao Ze. Given her typically aloof demeanor, her lips curved into a smile at this moment. The Source Realm belongs to me, but it also belongs to you, Xiao Ze replied, grinning as he approached and affectionately ruffled Mandala's hair. Mandala shook her head, attempting to dislodge his hand from her head. When her efforts proved futile, she shot him a playful glare. Sweet talker. Haha. Well then, once things settle down, I will take you all to explore the vast world. As they conversed, they made their way towards the Source Realm space. Although Xiao Ze had not returned for quite some time, he frequently communicated with Xun'er and the others, so he was well aware of their current whereabouts. Soon, he found Xun'er and the others, and after a long separation, they were overjoyed to see him, exchanging pleasantries. After some time, Xiao Ze returned to the matter at hand. The purpose of my return is to harness the continental power of Tianluo Continent to assist you all in breaking through to the Heavenly Supreme. Surprise flickered across the faces of Xun'er and the others. Xun'er, upon hearing this, giggled. Actually, Sister Mandala had this idea before, but Mandala, hearing Xun'er's teasing, showed a hint of helplessness on her face. There is no way. Tianluo Continent is one of the 10 supercontinents. With such a vast scale, as a mere spiritual grade Heavenly Supreme, I could never hope to mobilize the continental power contained within. Xiao Ze smiled slightly in response. Well aware of the numerous benefits of continental power, especially for those approaching the Heavenly Supreme level, as it significantly increased the probability of stepping into that realm. However, since the ancient Heavenly Palace, no superpower had remained to govern the entirety of Tianluo Continent. Thus, the continental power within was extraordinarily immense. Moreover, the vastness of the Tianluo Continent is truly immense. Considering various factors, it is evident that the current Mandala is incapable of mobilizing such resources. In the original text, the Western Heavenly War Emperor, in a bid to attract numerous formidable warriors to his banner, relaxed the restrictions on the title of the Child of the Continent. This allowed external powers to compete for the title as long as they developed within the Western Heavenly Continent and nominally acknowledged the War Emperor's authority. However, this practice is not universally adopted across the myriad realms. After all, each heavenly sovereign governs their respective continents, establishing their own rules. Many heavenly sovereigns prefer to keep their resources within their own domain, thus imposing stricter limitations on the title of the Child of the Continent. To attain this title, one must join the respective superpower, which is a common practice among the myriad superpowers of the vast world. This is particularly true for the elite superpowers, such as the 5 great divine clans and the sword domain, whose inherent strength serves as a compelling draw for countless warriors, rendering the relaxation of entry requirements unnecessary. As for Xiao Ze's source realm, it is even more pronounced, due to its relatively recent establishment. There has yet to be a definitive protocol regarding the title of the Child of the Continent. For the time being, this is advantageous, as there is no need to conduct any selection ceremonies. A thought crossed Xiao Ze's mind as he waved his sleeve, leading them to the convergence of spiritual energy on the Tianluo continent. As Xun'er and the others blinked, they once again beheld the scenery before them. Even with their extensive experiences across numerous treasures, they could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Before them lay an immeasurable expanse of starry sky, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. What astonished them the most was the sight of the vast starry expanse seemingly warping before their very eyes. Mandala's expression grew serious as she gazed upon the distorted celestial panorama, where the power of the continent was so formidable that it could warp space itself. Had it not been for the spiritual energy enveloping them, even Mandala would have felt an overwhelming pressure. Xun'er and the others also recognized this predicament and turned their gazes toward Xiao Ze. Rest assured, I shall channel the power of the continent. There will be no issues. Xiao Ze assured them with a smile. Soon, Xun'er, Medusa, and the others settled around Xiao Ze, each beneath their own divine cultivation platforms. Xiao Ze gazed into the ancient starry sky, where the power of the stars manifested in myriad forms. Dragons and phoenixes, colossal trees, boundless seas, ever-changing. In the face of this vast expanse, Xiao Ze merely extended his hand, drawing forth the boundless power of the stars into his grasp. This energy then transformed into 5 streams of luminous starlight, gently cascading down upon Xun'er and the others. Observing Xiao Ze's effortless command of such power, Mandala could not help but alter her gaze. Although she was merely a spirit-grade heavenly sovereign, the strength present in the vast starry sky was, in fact, comparable to that of the holy-grade heavenly sovereigns she had encountered. In the present moment, Xiao Ze effortlessly harnesses the tremendous power at his disposal, indicating a substantial enhancement in his abilities over the past 2 years. As he gazes into the vast expanse of the starry sky, he turns to Mandala and remarks, "The accumulated power of the Tianluo continent should prove beneficial to you." Mandala, taken aback by his words, displays a hint of bashfulness. "If I absorb it, will I encroach upon the power meant for Xun'er and the others?" Rest assured, Xiao Ze replies, "The continent's power amassed here is beyond imagination. I estimate that even if dozens of peak Earth sovereigns were to absorb it, there would still be an abundance left. Moreover, I will oversee the process, so you need not worry about taking in too much." Upon hearing Xiao Ze's reassurances, Mandala hesitates not a moment longer. She promptly retrieves a spiritual platform to assist her cultivation and sits beside Xiao Ze. Under his guidance, the vast power of the continent flows into her being. Having not previously undergone the baptism of this power before breaking through to the Earth's sovereign level, Mandala is poised for significant enhancement through this experience. Xiao Ze, however, harbors little interest in the continent's power. Having already secured his name on the celestial rankings, he finds himself at a bottleneck in his own cultivation, rendering the power of little use to him. For Mandala, Xun'er, and others, the magnitude of this power is overwhelming. Yet, for Xiao Ze, it holds negligible significance. Seizing the moment, he also absorbs the primordial essence of the night god from his ancient physique. In this space where the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converge, time flows at a languid pace. As the years pass, it feels as though time itself is suspended within this ancient and boundless starry sky. Until, at a certain moment, a breathtaking figure materializes before Xiao Ze, her aura surging dramatically as if she has transcended a barrier. At last, she has broken through the Earth's sovereign barrier. Now, she must face the Earth's sovereign tribulation. Chapter 870, The Eternal City. In the Tianluo continent, where the spiritual energies of heaven and earth intersect. After years of seclusion, Xun'er finally surpasses the Earth's sovereign barrier. Just as she achieves this breakthrough, Xiao Ze waves his sleeve, causing her form to vanish from the spot. Casting a glance at the still cultivating Medusa and others, he leaves behind an avatar of spiritual energy, following Xun'er away from this convergence of heavenly and earthly energies. Having witnessed the enhanced might of the Earth's sovereign tribulation due to Mu Qin's breakthrough in the original tale, Xiao Ze remains vigilant. Unwilling to let Xun'er confront the tribulation in this realm of converging energies, fearing the potential escalation of the tribulation's ferocity. Although a heightened tribulation could foster growth and strength upon successful passage, Xiao Ze deems it unnecessary to take such risks. Presently, the cultivation resources available in the source realm are more than sufficient to surpass the foundational benefits derived from an intensified Earth sovereign tribulation. In any case, Xiao Ze has concocted various divine elixirs to enhance his foundation, rendering it unnecessary to risk his life further. It can be said that the resources currently possessed by Xun'er and others far surpass what Mu Qin had at that time. In the source realm, the figures of Xiao Ze and Xun'er materialized together, and Xun'er, witnessing the transformation of the world around her, expressed her bewilderment. "What is this, brother Xiao Ze?" she inquired, perplexed. Although Medusa and the others were still in training, her presence at the convergence of celestial spiritual energy could potentially be affected by the impending celestial tribulation. However, for Xiao Ze, dispelling such influences was effortless. Was it truly necessary to specifically relocate to the source realm? That place is the confluence of celestial spiritual energy on the Tianluo continent, and I worry that the celestial tribulation might absorb the continent's power, possibly leading to a substantial increase in its might. Upon hearing Xiao Ze's words, a hint of astonishment flickered in Xun'er's eyes. So that's it. I never expected the celestial tribulation to harbor such critical information. She gazed upward at the sky, which had swiftly darkened, the once bright source realm now shrouded in ominous clouds. Xiao Ze presented Xun'er with the unparalleled defensive treasures he had gathered, coupled with her own extraordinary artifacts and the supreme divine powers she had mastered. Xun'er felt an unwavering confidence. As the first bolt of the celestial tribulation descended, golden flames ignited around Xun'er, seemingly capable of incinerating even spiritual energy directly. With Xun'er's escalating strength, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame began to show signs of weakness. However, thanks to Xiao Ze's enhancement with the original Emperor flame, the potency of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged dramatically, rendering her unafraid even in the face of the celestial sovereign. It can be said that the abilities of Xun'er, Medusa, and Qinglin have seen substantial enhancement with Xiao Ze's assistance. Now, even when confronting the celestial tribulation, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame can shine brilliantly. As time passed, Xun'er showcased her various hidden techniques and treasures, from unparalleled artifacts to supreme divine powers. Any single one of these extraordinary treasures would be coveted by celestial sovereigns in the outside world. Presently, Xun'er possessed 5 such extraordinary artifacts. If not for the overwhelming power of these treasures, her spiritual energy would be insufficient to unleash their full might, which could inadvertently hinder her own capabilities. Xiao Ze even contemplated temporarily entrusting the Heavenly Emperor's sword to Xun'er. Shortly thereafter, as the dark clouds dispersed, an extraordinary aura emanated from Xun'er, transcending the boundaries of heaven and earth. "Brother Xiao Ze, I have succeeded," Xun'er exclaimed joyfully as she leaped into his embrace. After years of arduous cultivation in the vast world, her ultimate goal was to keep pace with Xiao Ze. Even if it was merely to stand alongside him at the realm of the celestial sovereign, Xun'er and the others had invested a considerable amount of time. Here's a reward for you," Xiao Ze said as he leaned in closer, his gaze fixed on her delicate lips. Xun'er's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she tilted her head back, presenting herself in a manner of surrender. After a while, her face still flushed, she playfully slapped Xiao Ze's chest. "Brother Xiao Ze, is this a reward for me or for you?" Both. Let us revel in this breakthrough to the celestial supreme," Xiao Ze replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around Xun'er's slender waist, quietly savoring their intimate moment together. Xun'er leaned against Xiao Ze's chest. "Brother Xiao Ze, do you intend to remain in the company of Mandala and Qinglin indefinitely?" Xun'er suddenly spoke, prompting a slight sigh from Xiao Ze. "I apologize, Xun'er. Brother Xiao Ze feels no remorse towards you. Xun'er merely hopes that you can manage things well." Xiao Ze nodded gently, speaking softly, "I understand. And I will wait until everything is completely settled." Xun'er refrained from further persuasion, though she was unaware of the urgency that Xiao Ze felt. Nevertheless, she was willing to trust and support him. Soon after, having resolved the matters concerning the Tianluo continent, Xiao Ze arrived for the first time at the Mo continent, a land under the dominion of the Mo ancient clan, and indeed one of the 10 supercontinents. Xiao Ze did not conceal his arrival, making his way towards the ancient city of Wangu. Although Wangu City was not the capital of the Mo continent, its renown in the vast world likely exceeded that of Mo City, for it served as the venue for the Wangu Assembly. This assembly, which determines the rightful ownership of the primordial body of immortality, is a grand event even within the expanse of the vast world. However, as the time for the Wangu assembly had not yet arrived, Wangu City, while prosperous, was far less vibrant than it would be during the assembly. Xiao Ze leisurely made his way to Wangu City, affording the Mo ancient clan ample time to prepare. Indeed, upon Xiao Ze's arrival at Wangu City, he was met by figures exuding formidable auras. The foremost among them was the Mo Heavenly One, clad in white robes. Upon seeing Xiao Ze, Mo Tian's expression darkened. Xiao Ze, what brings you here? You were warned to keep your distance of 3,000 miles, yet you have taken the initiative to approach the Mo continent. Do you intend for the Mo ancient clan to vacate this land? The clan leader has misunderstood. I trust you have heard of my endeavors regarding the primordial body. Might you grant me a favor? A smile graced Xiao Ze's face, while Mo Tian remained silent. One of the two esteemed elders behind him, however, wore a grim expression and bellowed, "What if the Mo ancient clan chooses not to grant such a favor?" Xiao Ze's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly regarded the elder. Sometimes, this favor may indeed be unavoidable. As Xiao Ze's words fell, the expressions of the many celestial supremes of the Mo ancient clan turned furious, feeling affronted by this uninvited demand for assistance. As celestial supremes, they had never experienced such treatment. The words Xiao Ze spoke were typically those they directed towards other factions, and now they found themselves the recipients, igniting their indignation. In contrast to the elders of the Mo ancient clan, while Mo Tian's countenance was dark, he did not erupt in fury. Subsequently, Mo Tian slowly shook his head. It is truly unfortunate that my Mo ancient clan cannot grant you such convenience. Although the eternal body is temporarily safeguarded by the Mo ancient clan, it ultimately does not belong to us. It resides within the eternal tower, meticulously constructed by the eternal emperor himself. If you possess the capability, you may indeed attempt to confront the methods of the eternal emperor. Chapter 871, Suppressing the Sacred Artifact. By invoking the name of the eternal emperor, Mo Tian naturally intended for Xiao Ze to contend with the eternal tower. After suffering defeat at Xiao Ze's hands, Mo Tian held a profound apprehension towards him. Even though he currently stood upon the Mo continent, he was reluctant to engage in a direct confrontation with Xiao Ze. Mo Tian was acutely aware that his own strength had not significantly increased during this period. However, he felt uncertain regarding Xiao Ze's current situation. It had only been a short while since Xiao Ze achieved the status of heavenly sovereign, and yet he already possessed a sacred body. Moreover, 2 to 3 years had elapsed since their last battle. Even if Xiao Ze were to now exhibit a sacred spiritual realm, Mo Tian would not be surprised. Nevertheless, Mo Tian's considerations cast a shadow over the expressions of other heavenly sovereigns within the Mo ancient clan, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction in their gazes. Following Mo Tian's defeat at the hands of Xiao Ze and his agreement to demands that were deemed a tremendous humiliation for the Mo ancient clan, discontent had already begun to brew within the clan. However, out of respect for Mo Tian's position as clan leader and his formidable strength, they had refrained from expressing their grievances. Yet now, faced with Xiao Ze, who had brought such dishonor upon the Mo ancient clan, Mo Tian's willingness to retreat only intensified the elders' displeasure, especially considering the fact that they were still on the Mo continent. In the eyes of many elders, it appeared that Xiao Ze had already come to their doorstep, and Mo Tian still chose to back down. Should news of today's event spread, the Mo ancient clan might become the laughingstock of the vast world. At that moment, a sacred heavenly sovereign beside Mo Tian let out a cold snort. Clan leader, although our clan merely oversees the eternal body, we equally possess the right to determine who may approach it. According to the eternal emperor's stipulations, we have yet to reach the eternal assembly, and the individual before us is not a practitioner of the eternal golden body. They lack the qualifications to interact with the eternal body. As the elder's words fell, Mo Tian's expression subtly shifted. He could not help but glance at the numerous heavenly sovereigns behind him, and his demeanor darkened further. Xiao Ze observed this with a calm expression. It seemed that Mo Tian's standing within the clan had, if not completely plummeted, certainly diminished. However, Xiao Ze felt no particular sentiment regarding the erosion of Mo Tian's prestige. After all, it was Mo Tian who had contemplated the conquest of the Source Realm. Having dared to reach out, he must inevitably bear the consequences. It appears that this elder from the Mo ancient clan is well aware that they merely oversee the eternal body. Over the years, the overseers have audaciously proclaimed themselves as the rightful inheritors of the eternal body. Regrettably, as the patriarch of the Mo clan stated, the immortal body of ancient times still resides within the eternal tower, and it does not belong to your Mo clan. Hearing the sarcasm laced in Xiao Ze's tone instantly darkened the countenance of many heavenly sovereigns, who glared at him with fury. The previously outspoken saintly heavenly sovereign was particularly enraged. The Mo clan had never truly possessed an original Dharma body, which had long been a source of distress for the clan. Now, with Xiao Ze so candidly highlighting this fact, even the saintly heavenly sovereign found it difficult to endure. Since you, Sir Xiao Ze, believe that my Mo clan must grant you this convenience, then allow me to test the extent of your power, which emboldens you to make such grandiose claims. The elder suddenly stepped forward, his formerly stooped figure rapidly expanding back to that of a middle-aged man. In a flash, he appeared before Xiao Ze, unleashing a fierce punch toward him. Mo Tian's expression shifted dramatically, yet he refrained from intervening. He too wished to witness Xiao Ze's current prowess. It was an opportune moment for the rather reckless Mo to gauge Xiao Ze's abilities. The sudden eruption of combat captured the attention of countless onlookers, particularly the multitude of gazes within the Eternal City, all converging on this clash that transcended their realm. Eternal City is the designated venue for the Eternal Assembly. Thus, although situated on the Mo continent, it is not solely populated by members of the Mo clan. Many powerful beings from the vast world have also gathered. Some were there to participate in the Eternal Assembly, while others sought to seize opportunities for personal gain amid the grand event. The arrival of numerous heavenly sovereigns from the Mo clan had already drawn the attention of these formidable individuals. When Xiao Ze made his entrance, it sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of many. Xiao Ze is now regarded as one of the most sought-after peak powers in the vast world, a legendary figure among the heavenly sovereigns. Even more compelling was his prior confrontation with the patriarch of the Mo clan. Now that Xiao Ze had come to the Mo clan, would the conflict continue? As countless thoughts flickered within the minds of the spectators. Watching Mo charge towards Xiao Ze and pondering how Xiao Ze would respond, he simply opened his palm. Facing the ferocious punch infused with potent spiritual energy, he lightly brought his hand down. No fierce fluctuations emanated from him, and the spiritual light enveloping Mo Yi's fist dissipated instantly, transforming his palm into a grip. He seized Mo Yi's fist. Before the astonished gazes of many, the spiritual energy surging within Mo Yi faded, and even his saintly aura plummeted rapidly. Saintly, celestial, spiritual. In the blink of an eye, the aura radiating from the saintly elder dwindled to that of a heavenly sovereign. How could this be? Mo Yi's expression was one of sheer terror, his gaze towards Xiao Ze filled with disbelief. As a direct participant, he felt acutely the rapid quiescence of the spiritual energy within him. The energy he could summon had dwindled to a mere fraction, barely equivalent to that of a fully realized Earth sovereign. What have you done? Mo Yi could not restrain his voice, thick with astonishment. A mere triviality, indeed. With a gentle push, Xiao Ze effortlessly returned Mo Yi to the ranks of the Mo Yi ancient clan. This seal shall endure for a year, after which he may reclaim his status as a supreme being. Countless onlookers gazed at Xiao Ze in astonishment. Such a seemingly insignificant maneuver had managed to confine a supreme being to the pinnacle of the earthly sovereign. Mo Tian hastily took Mo Yi into his custody, alongside another supreme being, to examine the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically. They discovered that even by employing their own powers, they could not dispel Xiao Ze's seal. Their spiritual energy, upon entering Mo Yi's body, would swiftly fall into a state of silence. An inexplicable force perpetually maintained Mo Yi's spiritual energy at the pinnacle of the earthly sovereign. Mo Tian trembled slightly. He had encountered formidable beings at the advanced stages of the supreme realm, yet none possessed such means to effortlessly reduce a supreme being to the level of an earthly sovereign. Even though he had previously made every effort to overestimate Xiao Ze's strength, he found himself having underestimated him still. This display of power evoked memories of the records concerning the immortal emperor's might within his clan. It was said that the immortal emperor's strength had likely transcended that of a supreme being. Now, it was evident that Xiao Ze's prowess was far beyond that of a supreme being. Had he perhaps reached the realm attained by the immortal emperor in his time? Would the Mo Yi ancient clan now be willing to grant Xiao Ze this courtesy? With a smile, Xiao Ze addressed the members of the Mo Yi ancient clan, who remained silent. He did not press them further, instead soaring directly towards the center of the Eternal City. As he approached, the many celestial sovereigns of the Mo Yi ancient clan hurriedly parted to create a path, fearful of being ensnared by that inscrutable force that could seal their spiritual energy. Should all the celestial sovereigns present fall victim to Xiao Ze's sealing power, the Mo Yi ancient clan would likely be rendered extinct. Chapter 872, The Spirit of the Eternal Tower. Having bypassed the numerous celestial sovereigns of the Mo Yi ancient clan, Xiao Ze proceeded directly to the heart of the Eternal City. The members of the Mo Yi ancient clan exchanged glances, and Mo Tian pondered for a moment. He decided to send someone to escort Elder Mo Yi back to the clan. Wait, Mo Yi interjected, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ze's retreating figure, eyes filled with both fear and resentment. No one could remain composed when witnessing a supreme being's power reduced to that of an earthly sovereign. Yet, the sheer terror of Xiao Ze's strength instilled dread in the hearts of many celestial sovereigns of the Mo He ancient clan. In that moment, the fear in Mo He's eyes far outweighed his resentment. I too shall go. I wish to see how his abilities compare to those of the immortal emperor. Mo He Tian glanced at Mo He, but refrained from dissuading him from his impulsive desire. After all, it was not Mo He Tian who was sealed. Subsequently, the members of the Mo He ancient clan followed Xiao Ze towards the center of the eternal city. Meanwhile, countless powerful beings within the city also gravitated towards the center, eager to witness whether Xiao Ze could contend with the eternal tower personally erected by the immortal emperor. Xiao Ze gazed at the ancient, weathered stone tower, and as he approached its formidable vicinity, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he stood before the tower, while the formidable beings who followed closely behind him appeared far less at ease, their expressions grave as they regarded the structure. It was as if they could sense the terrifying pressure that transcended time and space, confronting them with the essence of an immortal emperor from millennia past. Before the stone tower, Xiao Ze's face reflected solemnity as he clasped his hands and spoke aloud. I, the junior Xiao Ze, have come to seek an opportunity to observe the eternal and immortal form, aspiring to advance myself further. I implore the spirit of the ancient tower to grant me this chance. His words elicited astonishment among the numerous powerful figures present. Could it be that the ancient tower possessed sentience? The many peak masters of the Mo ancient clan who accompanied Xiao Ze exchanged glances, for although they managed the eternal immortal form, they held no dominion over the ancient tower. It was only during the convening of the eternal assembly that the tower would awaken, allowing countless practitioners of the immortal golden body to enter, partake in trials, and vie for the acknowledgement of the eternal immortal form to become the new master of the ancient. Now, it seemed that Xiao Ze's assertion suggested the ancient tower indeed possessed intelligence. The onlookers could not help but direct their gazes toward the tower, believing that Xiao Ze would not speak without reason. Standing before the ancient tower, Xiao Ze summoned a fragment of the world's power. While others may remain oblivious to this force, the ancient tower, constructed by the hands of an immortal emperor, could undoubtedly sense it. The tower trembled slightly, and, amidst the myriad astonished gazes, began to gradually open. Disregarding the incredulous stares of those behind him, Xiao Ze took a step forward and entered the ancient tower. His figure swiftly darted, and he soon reached the pinnacle of the structure. However, the summit did not harbor the eternal immortal form. Instead, it contained a sealed aberration. Over the millennia, countless practitioners had trained their immortal golden bodies here, with failures leaving behind their immortal essence to mend the wounds of the eternal form from past battles. Yet, as fate would have it, a lingering will had fused with the vast immortal essence, subsequently consuming other essences and transforming into an aberration. By the time the spirit of the ancient tower discovered this, it had already grown too powerful to be eradicated. Reluctantly, it could only seal the aberration at the top of the tower. Now, with Xiao Ze, who had similarly reached the transcendent saintly level, the spirit of the ancient tower saw an opportunity to obliterate the aberration. Upon Xiao Ze's arrival at the tower's apex, a hazy silhouette emerged, bowing respectfully to him. I have the honor of meeting you, it intoned. Xiao Ze returned the gesture, smiling as he replied, It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed spirit of the tower. It seems you have not cultivated the immortal golden body, and given your current strength, you have already transcended the saintly realm. Are you also intrigued by the eternal immortal form? The aged figure perceptibly sensed the extraordinary prowess of Xiao Ze, possessing a transcendent quality. Unable to contain himself, he spoke. I harbor no ambition to become the new sovereign of the ages. However, the supreme I have cultivated has reached an impasse and requires the observation of the primordial. Among the remaining 5 primordial in the vast universe, I have already scrutinized 4, leaving only the eternal indestructible form. Should I wish to advance further, the opportunity may lie within this eternal indestructible form. Upon hearing this, the aged figure was momentarily taken aback. To observe the primordial could facilitate a breakthrough for one's own supreme? What remarkable talent! Thus, you do not come to claim the eternal indestructible form? Indeed, Xiao Ze affirmed. Merely to observe, that should not contravene the regulations set forth by the immortal emperor, for I have no desire to usurp the position of the new sovereign. The elderly figure hesitated but eventually nodded. The eternal assembly was indeed convened for the selection of a new sovereign and the restoration of the eternal indestructible form. Furthermore, should a being of transcendent quality truly desire to force their way, even the methods left by the immortal emperor would prove ineffective. The aged figure was acutely aware that he likely lacked the authority to refuse. Moreover, It seemed that the tower spirit elder was troubled by certain matters. As Xiao Ze spoke, he cast a glance towards the sealed area of the aberrant entity. The aged figure, upon hearing this, revealed a bittersweet smile and offered a brief introduction. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Should you resolve this aberrant entity, I could indeed acquiesce to your request. Xiao Ze nodded and nonchalantly gestured, summoning a thread of worldly power. The dark crimson mountain sealing the aberrant entity shattered, revealing a dark golden aberrant form. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of chaotic flame instantly descended upon the dark golden aberrant entity, igniting it in a fierce blaze. The aged figure opened his mouth, about to explain that the aberrant entity was composed entirely of indestructible essence, which was crucial for the restoration of the eternal indestructible form. However, before he could elucidate this to Xiao Ze, he witnessed the aberrant entity suddenly disintegrate, transforming into an immense quantity of indestructible essence. Rest assured, Tower Spirit Elder, I have eradicated the residual will of this aberrant entity. It poses no threat now. The aged figure promptly nodded and, with a wave of his sleeve, transported the indestructible essence to the location of the eternal indestructible form, subsequently casting a grateful glance towards Xiao Ze. Indeed, the individual before him stood on the same plane as the immortal emperor. Such an existence could hardly fail to perceive the source of the aberrant entity's power. Please do not resist. Accompany me to the location of the eternal indestructible form, the aged figure said respectfully, bowing to Xiao Ze. What was an insurmountable aberrant entity for the tower spirit was effortlessly extinguished by Xiao Ze, earning him the respect of the tower spirit. Xiao Ze nodded, following the elder's guidance into a realm of purple golden hues. This world brimmed with indestructible essence in shades of purple and gold, and amidst the radiant illumination, a glimmer of glass-like color flickered into view. The eternal body exudes a resplendent glass-like radiance, its form inscribed with ancient patterns, as if it were a natural creation born at the dawn of the world. An aura of immortality envelopes this glass-like physique, emanating an indelible sense of antiquity. Xiao Ze's gaze fell upon this ancient glass body, his eyes alight with delight. The 5 primordial sources have converged. In the realm of the purple gold world, Xiao Ze approached the luminous glass barrier, intimately experiencing the revered eternal body, hailed as the primordial of the great thousand worlds. Although many formidable beings in the great thousand worlds perceive primordial as equal, differing only in their capabilities and their mastery in various domains, the Tai Ling's sacred body possesses the most profound spiritual power, while the endless light body is regarded as the preeminent protective. However, the former master of the eternal body, the immortal emperor, is recognized as the strongest in the great thousand worlds, thereby enhancing the esteem of the eternal body. Among the 5 primordial, the eternal body subtly transcends the status of the other 4. In circles familiar with the immortal emperor, it is lauded as the foremost. Yet, Xiao Ze did not fully enter the glass barrier. He merely stood outside, gazing intently at the glass. Binding of the eternal body successful. Feedback received, eternal source acquired. With all 5 primordial sources gathered, the source space can undergo a metamorphosis. Xiao Ze suppressed his inner excitement, lingering in the purple gold world for a while longer before respectfully addressing the aged specter. I am grateful for the courtesy of the tower spirit, as witnessing the eternal body has been enlightening. It was but a trivial act, the aged specter replied. Your conduct indeed does not contravene the immortal emperor's regulations. The ancient figure expressed astonishment at Xiao Ze's ability to draw insights from the eternal body, particularly in such a brief time, suggesting that Xiao Ze had already amassed considerable depth of understanding. The elder did not doubt Xiao Ze's words, recognizing him as a transcendent sage who would not frivolously seek amusement in the eternal tower constructed by the immortal emperor himself. Having attained what I sought, I shall not impose further upon you, tower spirit. I hope you may realize your wishes and successfully await the arrival of the new master of eternity. Xiao Ze clasped his fists in respect to the aged figure, who reciprocated the gesture courteously. They then returned together to the pinnacle of the eternal tower. Tower spirit, I bid you farewell. Xiao Ze saluted the ancient figure and departed directly from the eternal tower. Awaiting outside were the Mo ancient clan and other powerful beings from the great thousand worlds. As the eternal tower opened once more, witnessing Xiao Ze emerge from within felt almost surreal. It was unexpected that Xiao Ze had indeed entered the eternal tower and likely beheld the eternal body. The ancient tower, which even the Maha ancient clan found formidable, was unexpectedly breached with ease by Xiao Ze, who achieved his desires within. As he emerged from the tower, he was met with gazes filled with reverence and admiration. Turning back, he offered a respectful bow to the ancient tower. Ha ha, having fulfilled my wishes, I can only surmise that the Maha ancient clan may not be particularly welcoming of my return. Thus, we shall part ways here. With a jovial glance at the numerous celestial supremes of the Maha clan, Xiao Ze noticed their eyes flinch away upon meeting his gaze. Maha Tian's voice was somewhat hoarse as he turned to Xiao Ze, unable to suppress the question that had lingered in his mind since Xiao Ze had made his move. Xiao Ze, have you transcended to the realm of the immortal emperor, surpassing the holy grade? Xiao Ze regarded Maha Tian thoughtfully. The events of the day would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the vast world, and speculations regarding his prowess would abound. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth just yet. Who knew if there were spies from the outer evil clan among them? To find out, he mused. One must wait until a month later when I will journey to the northern wasteland hill, at which point the truth shall be unveiled. Xiao Ze's words left the celestial supremes in a state of uncertainty. They were well aware that the northern wasteland hill was the site where the heavenly evil god was sealed. His choice to venture there in a month was laden with significance. Maha Tian regarded Xiao Ze intently before slowly speaking. In that case, I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Xiao Ze nodded with a smile, and in a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the ancient city. Upon swiftly returning to the Tianluo continent, Xiao Ze entered a period of seclusion. This time was distinct from previous instances of receiving primordial feedback. After gathering the 5 primordial sources, the primordial space would undergo a transformation. The magnitude of the ensuing event was beyond Xiao Ze's estimation, prompting him to choose the source realm for his cultivation retreat. Before retreating, Xiao Ze sent a message to the Grand Elder of the vast Heaven Palace, urging him to swiftly issue the Great Heaven Summons. This summons, alongside the Great Heaven Covenant, could convene multiple celestial supremes from the vast world to the northern wasteland hill to operate the Great Heaven Demon Transformation Array. However, the Great Heaven Summons bore more weight in terms of the authority of the Demon Slayer itself. It should only be employed in urgent or critical situations. The Grand Elder, surprised, promptly inquired about Xiao Ze's reasoning, and the revelation left him astounded. In a month, Xiao Ze intends to eradicate the heavenly evil god. Facing the Grand Elder, Xiao Ze did not conceal the truth, stating plainly that he had attained the holy grade transcendence. Grand Elder, the dynamics between the vast world and the outer evil clan are about to undergo a profound change. The Grand Elder's mind echoed with Xiao Ze's proclamation. Yet a smile could not be contained on his face. He believed that Xiao Ze would not speak frivolously regarding such monumental matters. After thousands of years, the vast world had finally produced another who had transcended to the holy grade. The Grand Elder's fleeting thoughts vanished in an instant, and he swiftly issued the grand summons to all the superpowers across the vast universe. After informing the Grand Elder of the Grand Palace, Xiao Ze settled upon a golden lotus pedestal, ready to receive the eternal source of immortality. In his heart, Xiao Ze silently proclaimed, as a source, seemingly eternal and indestructible, gradually descended into the source space. The eternal source of immortality merged with the tree of origins. Concurrently, the 4 previously assimilated primal sources manifested once more. Boom. The sole entity that entered the tree of origins seemed to hear a colossal sound, akin to the creation of the world. The dimensions of the source space were contingent upon the height of the tree of origins. As the ascent of the tree ceased, the size of the source space solidified. However, with the convergence of the 5 primal sources, the source space, illuminated by chaotic light, began to tremble violently. Within Xiao Ze's perception, the 5 primal sources radiated from the tree of origins, and the source space appeared to truly undergo a cosmic transformation, emerging from chaos into a new reality. The boundless light source and the night god source intertwined, giving rise to the duality of yin and yang, thus establishing the heavens and the earth within the source space. The wild god source manifested all things of the cosmos, while the eternal source of immortality bestowed a sliver of true, undying essence to all entities. Lastly, the supreme spirit source endowed this nascent world with extraordinary power. The metamorphosis of the source space seemed to traverse eons, yet it also felt like a mere moment. Emerging from the chaotic radiance, the source space had completely transformed into a burgeoning new world, continuously evolving. The 5 primal sources had birthed creation, weaving a tapestry of existence. As the source space underwent this profound transformation, Xiao Ze's power surged explosively. Every thread of growth within this new world nourished Xiao Ze, augmenting his strength with every passing moment. In an ethereal realization, Xiao Ze understood why the source space required the 5 primal sources to successfully metamorphose. For the source space to thrive again, it needed a vast abundance of chaotic light, which was exceedingly rare to acquire. Conversely, transforming the source space into a thriving new world allowed for perpetual growth. Simultaneously, vivid images flooded Xiao Ze's mind. After a considerable duration, feeling an overwhelming surge of power, Xiao Ze absorbed these peculiar visions and could not help but exclaim, "So that is how it is." Upon the Tree of Origins reaching its zenith and the source space undergoing transformation, Xiao Ze finally uncovered the origin of the feedback system. The images that had surged into his mind directly revealed its provenance. The feedback system was none other than the Genesis source. A contemplative look filled Xiao Ze's eyes as he gained insight into this realm. The vast world is a confluence of innumerable lower realms, with the great universe serving as the epicenter of these realms, immense beyond comprehension. Even beyond the great universe, there exist territories worthy of the title of grand domains. The celestial evil beings, such as the Tian Xiechen, hail from another grand domain beyond the great universe, known as the Tian Yuan realm. The locations of these grand domains are encompassed within what is referred to as the great cosmos. The origin of the feedback system derives from a primordial source of creation that emerged within this great cosmos. Had it not been for a fortuitous coincidence that allowed this primordial source to merge with Xiao Ze, it might have matured into a true grand domain in its own right. Before Xiao Ze's eyes, a panel materialized, which shattered at his command. In an instant, it coalesced into a more intricate gaming system, which quickly transformed into a lottery system. Essentially, it is a manifestation of the primordial source of creation, presenting itself as a feedback system crafted by Xiao Ze's will. Although the primordial source is entwined with him, it is confined by the essence of Xiao Ze's being, preventing it from evolving into a grand domain. However, upon merging with Xiao Ze, it acquired the nearly limitless potential inherent in sentient beings. Over the course of hundreds of years, even accounting for the slow passage of time in peculiar spaces, Xiao Ze has witnessed remarkable growth. A mere few centuries are inconsequential for the development of a grand domain, which typically requires eons, perhaps millions, or even billions of times longer. Yet now, after hundreds of years of shared growth with the primordial source, a genuine world has begun to take shape. Xiao Ze can distinctly sense that as the source world matures and nourishes him, his own advancement is reflected back into the source world. He remains uncertain whether this symbiotic enhancement has any limits, but the days of being unable to leave a complete true name on the celestial rankings are now behind him. In this reciprocal enhancement, Xiao Ze experiences an illusion of explosive growth in his strength, with the complete inscription of his true name seeming effortlessly attainable. A month later, numerous celestial supremes congregated at the northern wasteland hill, apart from a portion remaining to guard against the extraterrestrial evil beings. Those celestial supremes who were not genuinely occupied made their way to the northern wasteland hill. This was the great universe summons. As the celestial supremes eagerly awaited, Xiao Ze's figure gradually emerged. His progress over the past month was nothing short of terrifying. What delighted him even more was that the enhancement of the source world did not primarily focus on its expanse, but rather on its intensity. In terms of vastness, the source world pales in comparison to the great universe, yet in terms of strength, even a late-stage holy being within the source world would find it impossible to tear even the slightest fissure in the fabric of space. Despite possessing the terrifying power capable of annihilating the great universe, Xiao Ze remains determined to leave an indelible true name on the celestial rankings. For without such a name, he would risk causing harm to the great universe itself while sweeping through the extraterrestrial evil beings. Only by inscribing one's complete true name and invoking the innate forces of the vast universe can one avoid inflicting fundamental harm upon it. Xiao Ze surveyed the scene, noting that both the Sword Saint in azure robes and the leaders of the 5 divine clans had gathered. Esteemed guests, today marks the moment of vanquishing the demons. As Xiao Ze's words resonated, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the celestial sovereigns to display expressions of trepidation. Transcendent Saint Grade. You may be curious about my current strength. Indeed, it is the Transcendent Saint Grade. Xiao Ze elaborated on the essence of reaching this pinnacle, captivating all celestial sovereigns as if they were entranced by divine insight. Now is the time to inscribe the true name upon the celestial ranking. With his declaration, a colossal luminescent barrier emerged, stretching to the heavens and the earth. Xiao Ze moved swiftly, standing before the celestial ranking amidst the awe and reverence of the celestial sovereigns. His finger pressed against the celestial ranking, and the terrifying pressure dissipated, allowing his touch to rest effortlessly upon it. In that instant, it felt as though the entire vast universe trembled slightly. Unfazed by the flickering brilliance upon the celestial ranking, Xiao Ze traced intricate patterns with his finger, as if his pen danced like a dragon. Ze. As the final stroke was completed, the entire vast universe seemed to fall silent. The celestial ranking radiated with luminous energy, illuminating the universe, enabling countless beings to behold the true name inscribed upon it. Xiao Ze. The complete true name emanated an unparalleled majesty, compelling all who gazed upon it to bow in reverence. In that moment, Xiao Ze appeared to command the entirety of the vast universe. He could see Mandala and Xun'er upon the Tenfold continent, as well as Xiao Yin and Elder Yao adventuring in unknown lands. Henceforth, above the Saint Grade, there shall be dominion. In this grand universe, myriad paths contend, and I am the supreme ruler. Xiao Ze's voice resonated like the voice of the world, echoing throughout the vast universe, inscribing itself upon the souls of countless beings, bestowing a name upon the transcendent Saint Grade. Congratulations to the Source Emperor. Achieving the title of Supreme Ruler, Xiao Ze could hear the jubilant cheers of innumerable beings, as well as the incredulous voice of the Tianxie God within the great transformation array of the universe. Impossible. How could you possibly succeed? Xiao Ze's gaze pierced through the great transformation array as he spoke slowly. Tianxie God. The countless slaughters wrought by your extraterrestrial evil clan in the vast universe shall inevitably face retribution. As Xiao Ze spoke, he clenched his palm, gathering immeasurable spiritual power, transforming it into a flicker of chaotic fire, which slowly descended into the great transformation array. Boom. The demonic energy surged violently, as if it were the last struggle of the Tianxie God. Yet, within that flicker of chaotic fire, there was no means of resistance. The celestial sovereigns, who had fallen to their knees, were astonished as they lifted their heads to witness the terrifying demon god being consumed within the great transformation array. The voice of the undying sovereign was hoarse as he uttered, "Is the Tianxie God dead?" The celestial sovereigns found it hard to believe the world-destroying demon god, once suppressed, had perished so easily. No matter how incredible it seemed, the scene before their eyes was undeniably real. With an overwhelming presence, Xiao Ze vanquished the celestial evil deity and turned his gaze towards the realm of demons. An immeasurable amount of spiritual energy coalesced in his hands. To the malevolent beings from beyond the realms, the countless atrocities you have committed in the vast universe shall ultimately be repaid in kind. Xiao Ze's voice resonated throughout the vast universe, echoing in the demon realm as well. The boundless spiritual energy in his palm began to manifest a chaotic hue, and then, like a tempest, the chaotic flames spread from Xiao Ze, engulfing the entirety of the vast universe. As the chaotic flames swept across the myriad beings, they emerged unscathed. However, those tainted by demonic energy would be instantly ignited by the chaotic fire, succumbing to excruciating agony. Not even the demon emperor, the supreme demon, could escape this fate. Within the demon realm, the holy supreme demon made his final stand. His unique demonic flames erupted, yet they were utterly incapable of resisting the chaotic fire. The chaotic flames engulfed the entire universe, obliterating trillions of malevolent entities from beyond the realms. Even those lower realms besieged by the malevolent beings met the same fate. The entire vast universe, including countless lower realms, was devoid of any presence imbued with demonic energy. In an instant, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the vast universe. Hail to the sovereign! Hail to the sovereign! Years later, with the obliteration of the malevolent beings and the reclamation of the demon realm, the vast universe experienced a flourishing resurgence. However, none of this bore significant relevance to Xiao Ze. Accompanied by Xun'er, Medusa, Qinglin, Ziyuan, the little physician, Mandala, and several exquisitely delicate young girls, he wandered through the vast universe, wholly unwinding and relishing a life of freedom, happiness, and joy. The end.